What's up, y'all? You know what time it is? It's about to be that time.
Savage.
We are live. Reverie 11. Okay. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody that is here with me. This, if you're not familiar, is a tradition in this community, and I am honored by my peers to have been selected to be the host this year. So we do this biannually, generally, and yeah, we're here. So let's just get into some some introductions. Chat's going crazy. So we're joined by a lot of great individuals right here at the start. We're pretty stacked here. We've got my boy Roger, SpaceX US, back.
Oh my god! It'll just all go away.
I hate it. I posted about this on my social media. It's like for years, people have been like, "Oh, you have like one something,
Another one."
And then that happens. And my channel actually gets taken over by this Tesla, SpaceX, whatever Bitcoin scam thing. But it feels so good to be back. It was obviously a nightmare dealing with it for the past like 2 weeks. So I'm happy that my return can be with all of you during the Reverie, all you lovely folks.
Nice to have you back, Roger.
Happy to be back. Happy to be back.
We've got Tekking over here sporting a phenomenal Sabo cosplay.
No, actually, Sabo, I just wanted to let everybody know that I'm still alive. Everything's good. And I'm here at the Reverie again. The second Reverie I've crashed, oddly enough. But yeah, nice to be here.
Also, by the way, Randy, people are saying the audio is low.
Yeah. Let's see.
Just to let you know.
Well, let's get all of that. Let's get all of that fixed right at the top here.
The audio, and then we'll get there.
That it's too low? Is that what the problem is?
Yeah, I'm in OBS.
You loyal.
Classic Reverie.
Classic
it's
Reverie.
because Tekking is
all
Sabo
good.
right now.
All right.
Gorse's monitoring.
Somebody's conquer hockey. Somebody's conquer hockey is messing up the audio. Even though
I'm sorry, Matt.
Right.
You have
It
to,
should
you
be
have to get
fine
off
now.
call. Your Conqueror's hockey's too strong.
it's not me. Even though it's unconfirmed.
Which Matt?
It's Tekking.
All right.
Yeah, no, I'm not Matt. I'm Sabo. Just
Now we're
make
good.
it simple. There you go.
It was.
We're giving Sabo conquers. That's gonna start some fires in the chat.
No, I think
there you
Sabo
go.
can get conquerors. I think that's pretty fair.
For sure.
I agree. I'm just saying the chat might disagree.
We're getting into those discussions very early.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right. So
Weird
we are,
conversation to start, but okay. Does Sabo have conquerors hockey? Just like they're.
so
All
for
right,
what
now
everybody
his audio's
heard
good now.
very
Yep.
low, we did Roger's introduction. We had Tekking talking about his Sabo costume. We have the boy Parvision here, who is now Dad Vision. Congratulations, my man.
Woo!
Ooh, thank you.
Congrats, Bar.
Yeah, maybe Baby Zen will make an appearance here later today.
Congrats.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
We have Artur, the man that Attached could only get a photo from behind. So
Hey, I'm a little bit tired today because I've literally been spending the week obsessionally playing One Piece Odyssey.
Oh, nice. Good.
I'm like 90 hours in and I just completed the game, but hey,
Jeez.
I did see your
So-
tweet that you 100%ed the
Yeah.
game. I have only been able to put 5 hours in so far. That's it.
It's been out for 90 hours already? What the heck?
My God, I know, right? It just came out like Friday.
I got it a week early, so
You got,
There
that's
you
right.
go.
Yeah.
There you go.
But I mean, yeah, I'm just very happy to be here anyway.
Yep. We have our boy Joyboy.
Oh, I appreciate the invite, and this is always a lot of fun. Got the people that I've talked to a lot, as well as some of the young up-and-comers that we don't know as well. So really happy to be here. Excited.
I was just gonna say, plug the booms. Exactly right.
Shout out to the and if you
yeah.
haven't checked out my book, The Booms.
There we go.
The Booms. The Booms. Check it out.
March 17th. So we don't have pre-order information yet on that, but Volume 2 is coming out soon. Volume 1 is out. Read it. Everyone who's read it so far has actually reached the end, has enjoyed it. And that includes some people in the chat here. You know?
We have our boy Mugiwara Matt B. How you doing, brother?
Yo, I'm doing good. I appreciate being here for another Reverie. It's gonna be a good one.
Hey.
Shouts out to everybody in here and everybody that is gonna come.
And we have making his first appearance at a Reverie. We have the Hidden Island.
Hello, guys. Yeah, a lot of you guys, I'm the newbie here. A lot of you guys might not recognize me now that my voice is not at 1.5 times speed, but I'm glad to be here. And if you don't know me, I make theories, I make analysis and other dumb videos, some funny content, and I'm your personal One Piece bartender. Instead of serving you drinks, I'm here to serve you all that theory, good stuff. And I'm just happy to be here. Randy, thank you for inviting me on, man. I've been watching all of you guys since, God knows how long. So it's good to be here finally and take part in the discussions.
Of course. And then we have our special guest making his return to the Reverie for the second time. He was last seen at Reverie 8 before there was even any sort of production schedule for the One Piece live action. We have the executive producer, co-showrunner of the One Piece live action. You got to say the whole thing like a Tribe Called Quest. And
there you go.
Here we go. Matt Owens, my boy, thank you for pulling up.
What's up, everybody? And thank you so much for having me. Hey, chat. Hello to my fellow Reverie guests. So great being here with you guys again since Roger invited me on for a quick little talk a few years ago. Very, very excited. Very glad to be here.
Woo! Yeah. So, this is exciting, guys. We're here. There has been a lot of major developments in the story of One Piece in general, and I mean, that's the main reason that we're here, is to nerd about the good book of One Piece, and
spread the word.
Yeah.
Are we knocking on doors yet? Knocking on doors.
Hello.
I've been
My name
knocking
is
on doors.
Elder Oda.
1,000 years from now, they dig it up and they're just like, we can make a religion out of this.
I think people already have made a religion out of it.
That does not surprise me.
We gotta learn how to make poneglyphs and transcribe it all.
Yes.
Right. I got one of the cubes from the One Piece Odyssey event in San Diego. We could probably etch something on one of those cubes.
There you go. I was about to say that you made your own poneglyph. I was like, well, actually, in the other room.
Reagan will get right on that. Yeah.
You know, Hara's tweets that are like weekly reminder you should read One Piece. It's like that, except we go door to door and do that. Like,
Yeah.
You read One Piece this week?
I want to spread the word of Goda.
There it is.
So another thing before we get into everything, for everybody that's in the chat, I'm Randy Troy. I didn't do an introduction, but I'm your host today. All right, captain of the Savage Pirates, and we are sophisticated savages here. All right, I like to keep the community very, inviting. Okay, so any negativity or anything today, I like to tell my mods, I don't want you to ever have to mod. So let's make sure that, we're not giving them any trouble in the chat. And, let's have some good, clean fun.
Hi.
And then the co-captain of the Savage Pirates.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Hey,
Chrissy.
guys.
Hey, Chrissy.
Yes.
I'm just gonna kneel down.
The 310 billion, the 310 berry
Yes.
woman.
Yes, I wanted a chopper.
Real host.
I wanted a chopper bounty because I love choppers. So, yeah.
And big shout out to
Oh my God.
Max Doro _art at Instagram for the wonderful thumbnail. doing the
awesome.
posters of everybody. Check them out. You know, if you are current with the manga, every chapter that comes out, they, in the anime style, do drawings.
Yeah.
And it's very much the anime style, because when you texted me my wanted poster, I thought that was like in an episode. I'm like, holy crap, do I have a wanted poster in a One Piece episode? When was this? And it was like, oh, it's a fan art. It's really good. Yeah.
Oh my God. By the way, I love your cosplay. It's amazing.
Oh, thank you.
It's so good. I can kind of hear out of the headphone, but it's like, it's really good. I want to say hi to everyone. Hi, Matt. Hi. Hi, Firewall. Oh, jeez. Now I can hear everybody. Hold on, I can't see everyone. Hi. How you guys doing?
How about yourself?
Yes, I'll be back. I'm kind of like rushing because I just want to I wanted to come in and say hello, and then I got to go and watch my toddler. So. All right.
It wouldn't be the Savage Crew without you.
Oh, right. Thank you.
Hold
you
it down to the back.
Thanks. All right, I'll see you guys later. Okay.
See you, Chrissy.
Bye. Bye.
All right. Very motivated said the Chrissy piece is real.
Yo, Chrissy piece.
Real Conquerors hockey.
Shout out to My Wallet, who said, "I hear the drums of liberation. The year of Sanji continues." it's always the year of Sanji. Yeah. All right, guys. So why don't we just start with some current events of everything. Like, how do we feel about everything now that we're out of Wano and we're in Egghead, and we've got all of this crazy stuff that over the course of the several hours that reveries usually go, we'll get into everything specifically. But with even 2022 out of the way, if anybody wants to talk about some of their favorite moments that have just happened recently, like let's get into this.
Egghead is awesome, straight up.
Yeah, I think
Egghead is dope.
Yeah, I think like the chapter that supposedly started the year, right? We got it early, but it's supposed to start the year. My favorite thing was the Zoro panel, where it just reminded me of pre-time skip. It reminded me of everything of like One Piece, where he's just sleeping, unsheaths his sword, and just like takes out Kaku's like named attack, and he's just like, "Who woke me up?" That was it embodied all of One Piece in like a single page to me.
My favorite
Zoro thing said something totally correct too about like how it encapsulates the magic of the pre-time skip era. I think that's something that has been missing somewhat from a lot of the more recent arcs. Not to say that they haven't been good, but I feel like because they've been much more long form and because there's these giant self-contained stories that happen in them, to actually see all these other things coming together, pulled from so many different arcs and done in a way in which the pacing is so frenetic and so many things are happening all at once. Like, I'm loving it. Every single week, the chapters have been fire from the very beginning of Egghead all the way up to the one I just read this morning, which was 1071. So yeah, fantastic.
I feel like Oda is really like,
my veins.
Yeah, he's getting back to basics with it because it's the final saga, I guess. So maybe he's like, let's bring back Cypher Pull. Let's, see those interactions again, like Luffy versus Lucci once again, and see how that fight goes down. I also just love the juxtapositioning of going from Wano, which is based on feudal Japan, for so long. We're getting used to that kind of like backdrop to now let's just go to the future. And it's like, I'm still kind of like reeling from that a little bit, like just this crazy difference between those two arcs.
I feel like, for example, with Egghead, you can really feel that it is the final saga because it's just the fact that we've gotten like a stretch of chapters where we're getting like a series-changing revelation like every single week to me that just blows me away. And I think that's like one of the things that's made Egghead so special.
Yeah, I also think it's funny in the last chapter how, like, I think for the majority of the last, ever since Oda said like, oh, we're going to last saga, a lot of people were like, oh, we don't have time for Elbaf, and then that got thrown in also, and now it's like on top of I feel like this first chapter of 2023 just gave us a canvas of everything that we're gonna see, and Elbaf being like finally introduced is also one of those things that even before Wano was introduced into the series, really I think Elbaf was with Dory and Brogy, and so like now I think everything that One Piece fans were excited for is finally showing up, and it's gonna be a great final last arc.
It still hasn't like registered with me that we're like chilling with Vegapunk right now. Like
Yeah,
it's like
seriously.
such a surreal thing to like just see on the page. And on top of that, like what I love about Egghead is that it's just starting to give us like finally it feels like we're getting more answers than questions. We're starting to see a little bit more of like what the world 800 years ago might have looked like, what the technology they had that they were capable of using back then, answers about devil fruits or potential answers. It just feels like things are starting to like kind of come together and the puzzle's starting to fit into place. And it's just, all I can describe it as is surreal. It's surreal.
It just feels like the beginning of the end, where you got all the factions, the pieces on the board are moving and coming together. It seems like, very soon. So, and that feeling is sort of setting in while we're getting all this incredible, everything about it has been great chapter by chapter. So I'm here for it.
It's just nice seeing the crew together again too. Like after having been so split for so long and for having so much individual stuff going on in Wano, just seeing Nami, Sanji, Robin, Usopp, Frankie all walking around and like discovering a new place together. That discovery is something I feel like we haven't got in a while also. But just like we're on a new island, we're someone new, we're seeing it with the Straw Hats, they're all together. It's just so nice to see them together and interacting again.
And I want to just add to that, like, I love that now we're introducing the new dynamic of Jinbei being in the crew, and he's kind of like the crew's dad. And like the scene with like the Hawaiian shirt, and then Luffy and Chopper like running around town, and he's just like the dad bringing his kids to an amusement park. It's funny. I love that. Yeah.
I also I loved the split with those characters as well, too. Like, obviously, like Matt was talking about, it's awesome seeing the characters together again in one arc and being in close proximity. But I think in particular, the very opening of Egghead, where you get the Jinbei, Chopper, Luffy, and Bonnie group, and then everybody else is in the other group. It's like the perfect amount of, you've got like the parental figure with Jinbei, you've got the pet with Chopper, and then you've got like our happy-go-lucky protagonist that wants to, see everything and do everything, paired with like the guest supernova of the week. I just think it's fantastic.
Bonnie's great.
Jay.
How's it going?
Welcome.
How's it going? Hello. Sorry I'm late.
You're good, man.
Yeah. I like the get-up, Tekking. I like
thank you. Yes.
nice little hat. Okay.
Yeah,
all right. Came dressed to impress. Hidden. I see the nice little suit too. Okay. Roger, what's your tie, man?
I got a Attica jacket. I'm good. Like, that's fine. That's all the suit I need. I'm fine.
That's fair.
That's it. I'll join my voice for life. We're good.
I like Hard Vision. He's got kind of like a turtleneck thing going on. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, his turtleneck is undefeated, man. That's crazy.
Yeah. Had to come on brand.
I can't see what you're wearing, Joyboy, but I bet it's impeccable.
Yeah, let's go with that.
He has a full Whitebeard cosplay on right now.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Just imagine.
He's cosplaying as Eam silhouette. That's all.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
He turns on his webcam. It's just an eye, like really
Stay
close
tuned
up.
for the reveal in 3 hours.
That's legit.
There.
I mean, that would be a crazy reveal. Eam being Joyboy, right? Like Joyboy is.
I mean,
imagine.
I mean, there's enough people saying it. Welcome to the Reverie, JD Legend, future Hall of Famer.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Now it's your turn. Now you're gonna have to sit there and host everybody and control the conversation. I hope you enjoy it, man. It's gonna be a good time for you.
It does feel good, doesn't it, Jada? Like, as previous Reverie host, to sit back, relax, and be like, yeah, you know what? You talk.
You know, it's your turn. You know, say whatever you want. When I yell, you because I'm going to yell at some point. So it's like, all right, I don't have to control myself anymore. It's great.
Right.
Great to be here. And Matt, man, what's up, bro? It's been a while.
I know, good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you too, brother. Good to see you too. Still mad at you for the Hunter take, by the way. I haven't let that go yet.
Are you exposing him on this?
Sorry.
We're here to talk about good anime. We're here to talk about good anime tonight.
Oh my God.
Step back. I'm taking a step back. You got it.
He's gone.
Oh my God.
he's gone. Jay, how did you feel about Egghead? That's kind of what we're talking about right now. Just like general thoughts and everything.
I like it so far. It's a nice, refreshing start. It seems like we're going back. It feels a little bit like Punk Hazard in the sense where you're going into like a real scientific world. You're discovering new things about everything that's going around because we didn't realize. Didn't we learn about Akainu versus Aokiji in Punk Hazard, or was that in Fishman Island?
That was at the end of Fishman Island.
That was at the end of Fishman Island. Okay, so the hint of their battle was Punk Hazard. So you're still wondering like what's going on, but
Punk Hazard was their battle. So then you kind of got
you kind of got like a little tidbit. So I mean, it's a breath of fresh air. considering that I think I got jaded from Wano, and it's nice to get, you know, reveals about Devil Fruit, seeing Vegapunk, a lot of Void Century things coming in now. Gear 5 Luffy is now just it's just an on and off switch. Like, I'm just gonna turn Gear 5 and body everybody I see. You know, Rob Lucci coming back, that was great as well. My Lucci agenda, you know, through the roof. You know, people didn't know, they thought Lucci wouldn't be strong, and then
I'm right there with you. I kept
mean,
saying like Lucci's gonna put up a fight, and it's like, man, he didn't get like completely knocked out or anything. He's still around. He's a bandage on his face. Yes, he'll be okay.
We didn't need a win. We just needed competency, and we got it. So I'm like, I'm cool. That's all I asked for.
I'm okay with that.
I feel like you guys are reminding me of me during Wano Country when Jack finally started fighting, and it's like when the Mammoth Boys took their
Oh, dude, I've been writing so many crazy.
Jack, man.
I've been writing a giant check on Garp beating the crap out of Blackbeard, so I hope that happens. Because if not,
I'm sorry.
Blackbeard cannot lose. You cannot lose. Yeah, but Blackbeard Garp reveal, that was great. And Kid going to Elbaf. That's very interesting.
Oh yeah.
That caught me off guard. I'm not gonna lie. So wondering.
Another
Speaking of Elbaf, Matt. So I remember you saying that we weren't going to Elbaf. So do you have any comments? I'm just curious. Like, what do you think about that? Just out of curiosity.
What do you mean?
He was adamant. You remember, right? He was adamant.
Speak on that, Matt. Speak on it.
Like what? After Wano? Like
after Wano.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, he said you're not going to Elbaf. So
did I say we're not going immediately to Elbaf, right?
So now you're switching it up a little bit.
You got it.
No, I'm not switching it up.
We might have to go back and see the streams.
I remember distinctly saying that immediately after Wano, I don't think that we're going to Elbaf.
Well, immediately I'll give him that.
To be fair,
because look, this was my thing, right?
Okay.
This is what I said after leaving Wano, is that for the first time, there's no destination. So ever since Fishman Island, ever since we got into the New World, we've been traveling pretty much with the Reverie card, right?
Yeah. Or with an agenda.
Yeah. Right. Now we're
not even necessarily with the Reverie card. It's more we've just been on this rail of not even following any sort of log pose and everything. For a while, Law was almost the navigator of the crew.
If anything, the editor's been the one that's telling us. So
I was saying that I was saying that for the first time, there's no destination, and it's like it kind of reminds me of pre-time skip One Piece, where they're just sailing the seas, enjoying the adventure. For as much high stakes and rise in tension that was leading up to Wano, and I want y'all to take high stakes with a grain of salt. But leading into Wano, it was real, like it was real serious. The tone was very serious. I feel like now there's some serious stuff going on, but we're back to that classic feel of adventure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, in Matt's defense, we didn't go to Elbaf. Like, I think a lot of the community would be taking offense.
We're gonna go to
our
Elbaf.
Kid went to Elbaf. I'm on the Straw Hat.
Go to Elbaf. I think the Straw Hats are gonna go to Elbaf, but I distinctly remember saying, like, we're not immediately going there.
Yeah.
Hey man, I'm okay with there being a 5-chapter arc where we just see Kid running around having a giant Norse mythology adventure. I'd be all right with that.
I'll be cool with that. We're due to see something like that soon, though. Like,
I just want Kid to, have an interaction with the Giants that causes strife for Luffy when he arrives. So whereas Luffy should be arriving to Elbaf like with open arms because of Dory, Bragi, Oimo, and Kashi, I want his connection to Kid via the newspapers to basically change the way Giants even view the Straw Hats before they get there.
Yeah.
We're all in agreement now, though, right?
That like gods, right? Because of taking down Big Mom. I mean, that's what the Giants want. Yeah. So,
well, not just that, but like the whole thing with the burn scar with Kid and with Killer, the character of the burn scar after Wano. Now that we've gotten to this point where we know Saul is alive, I feel like the end of the most recent chapter kind of confirms it's Saul.
It's Saul. It's definitely Saul.
Yeah, it's definitely Saul. I can't see it being anybody else. Like Aokiji, I mean, he's already doing his own thing, but it's like, ice burns and stuff. Now we know that they actually exist, and Giants can survive from them. It's more so it's going to be him.
Is there anybody in here that's convinced it isn't Saul? Yeah. There you go.
No.
There's your answer. There you go. It's all okay. Unanimously decided.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, at this point, it kind of just makes sense. I think it's interesting though when you think about like Luffy and Luck, because technically Luffy was supposed to go to Elbaf because Kid and Law were going to the same place, but like Kid ended up luckier going to Elbaf, and Luffy drew the short stick. So it's like I wonder what that says about like Luffy's luck, because usually he's the lucky one. So it's like Kid luckier than
now.
Yeah, but he went to Vegapunk.
He just met a high roller.
This is true.
It is.
Yeah.
So we had a couple of people jump in here. We had we've got Commodore Laz here, and then of course Brago D Ace, Bdalaw slipped in.
Yo, what's that?
All two of them.
Hello, Brago.
How y'all feeling? Good to be here. I didn't want to derail the conversation, but
I know, likewise. But then I got invested, so.
Hello there, Mr.
Do what you gotta do. Thank you for the invite, though, Randy. This is great just being with you guys. I mean, I missed the last one because of certain hackings from a country that will not be named on here, but I'm happy to finally be here, though, for this one. So thank you again.
Happy that we're here.
The Gorosei was after you, too?
Oh, yeah.
These hackings are no joke, man. I'm telling you.
No, there was not.
Oh, speak. I was about to say. You got your account back.
This channel never existed.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. I was talking about it earlier on the stream, but it's like, thankfully, now we know what the issue was. I'm not going to derail the conversation in the Reverie about it. I'll talk about it on the stream, like once everything's back to normal. But that week was incredibly scary, and I still had people who were like, "Okay, but where's your 1071 reaction?" I can't do it.
Where's my content?
I want to do it. I can't do it.
That's great, Roger. Now get on TikTok and review the chapter.
I said this morning.
That's cool. I need a review, man.
Oh my god.
Regarding what Matt said earlier, like I feel like that feeling of going like into the future of the story without knowing where we would end up was like so exciting. And I remember the second that I saw that punk on the shark, I lost it. It was such an exciting like childlike moment that, you know, like people said before, we haven't felt like since the pre-timeskip. And like personally, I absolutely love every single one of the Vegapunks. Like you know, like Eden said before, is just seeing the Vegapunks just acting the story, and not just one of them, but like 7 in total, has been just absolutely amazing this arc.
It's so Oda too, because it's just like, hey, there's this character that we've been like literally teasing for like well over a decade. I think like 15 years, and it's like maybe over that actually. And it's like, by the way, not just one design. There's 7 of them. I'm like, oh, of course there is.
I just got like the Horcrux vibes from like Harry Potter immediately from that. It's like as soon as that happened, I'm like, oh my god, he's a Harry Potter enjoyer too. Like that's great, Oda.
But to be fair though, I mean, also the main body of Vegapunk I think works perfectly. Like the Albert Einstein thing's very on the nose, but with that Oda style, it works perfect. Yeah.
Even on top of that, like each satellite, each iteration, you can see how much thought he put in behind the names, the connections, the references, and then even what they do on top of that, like how he divided them up. And that's how much we know already, but we don't really know. We like the chapter we got were like the 6 faces of Vegapunk, and that's all we got. We don't even know that much about them yet and how they function, how they update to the punk records, anything really. And still they're that cool. And you just feel how much detail they put in or Oda put in creating these. It's not like, it doesn't feel like he just randomly like, oh, let's just have 6 Vegapunks or 7 in total, right? Like it's really cool in my opinion.
The fact that they're there are different sides of like Vegapunk's personality also just makes them so much fun when they're interacting together. Because you have someone like Shaka who is like this agent of good, and then just like Liv being complete chaos and stuff. And just I love.
She's just like picks up the laser bazooka, like let's just go into battle.
Let's just go fight.
Like,
let's just
kill them all.
My favorite one is Atlas. Atlas is such a savage.
Atlas is fun.
I had tears in my eye for Atlas, man. Like
yeah.
I kind of like Edison. I just want a little figurine of Edison like hopping around. He's just like the chopper of the group, kind of.
Yeah.
I like how they see a literal god. Like they're seeing a literal god fight them, and then I forget her name, but she's just like, oh, let's bring out the bazooka. That's gonna
Lilith.
I'm Team Lilith all the way for sure. I've been Lilith since day one.
Although Shaka, I don't know, man. After 1066, Shaka just like
Shaka was cool too.
Shaka with the dapper helmet.
You know what it is? The design. I think it's the design for Shaka, but Lilith, that's the one.
I really like York. I like the idea of York because I need
York is like I think
York
what
is-
everybody wants.
Just-
Like,
just
I
wanna-
need
yes.
this, but-
I need that.
Just want to point out that no one has mentioned Pythagoras yet. I just want to give Pythagoras a shout out. No one cares about him apparently.
Considering Edison and Pythagoras are robots, and I'm a Power Rangers fan, I want like Pythagoras to
yes.
turn into like a
Mighty
tank, and then
Morphin
Edison
Gang.
like piloting him around or something like that. Like that'd be really cool.
I saw them as like if you think of like Eggman, like the Eggman robots, you know, he
Yeah,
has the
yeah,
robot
yeah,
magic
yeah.
sidekicks.
Yeah,
That's how I see them. Yeah.
I never.
They beat him, and all of a sudden, little like bunnies and birds start flying out of him. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
we
right.
just need a couple Chaos Emeralds and we're good to go.
Yeah.
There you go.
And then York.
I'm
I'm
just hoping that all the Vegapunks come together and do the docking. I'm just saying.
Oh god, that'd be
Oh my
great.
gosh.
Yeah, yeah,
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, Randy, I love
No one
the
knows
Shaka
Vegapunk's
helmet.
here.
Fantastic.
Hey,
Oh my
Zolo-boys.
god, how did you get a Shaka helmet?
How do we get
I don't know
Uteron
what
on the
happened.
stream?
Yeah.
That's exactly. Like, special guest of the
I had to
Reverie,
say it.
Uteron, who's joined us.
Someone was gonna say
Japan.
that.
Randy ended up getting that same one.
There's only one
helmet? I
true
need to go get a
Vegapunk
Shaka
satellite.
Yeah, link me the Amazon after when you can. Randy.
Yeah,
Yeah, just get a Daft Punk cosplay, basically.
yeah. Just get a Daft
There
Punk
you go.
cosplay,
There you
honestly,
go.
but still.
Fair enough.
yeah.
Fair
I
enough.
want to point out, like, Laz was talking about how cool Shaka was. So I actually cosplayed as Shaka at
Yeah, so
Comic-Con.
You did a great job.
Thank you. And like the thing about it, it's so objectively cool that people who don't know One Piece still were like, this is so cool. What is this from? And then you know, like it was a spoiler, so not many people, nobody of the anime community knew, but they were like, what the heck is that? That's so cool. Some people immediately knew that was like, oh, that's a cool Daft Punk cosplay.
Yeah.
And I was just like,
Does he know?
Does he know?
and all around, like when I got to experience cosplaying it, it made me appreciate Oda's design for that even more, because
Yep.
it was just like you could see the immediate like glow in people's eyes when they saw me dressed up as Shaka, and it was just like, ooh, this is such a cool
Shaka
feeling.
probably has the best design out of the punks.
He probably
Yeah,
has the
design-wise,
coolest
I agree.
aesthetic out of all of them.
I remember when he came on screen, I was like, "Yo, this guy."
I love the jacket that just is like
He's
caution
different.
on the side of
He's
it.
number
Like, yeah,
one.
it's so cool.
Well, him and Lilith
Yeah.
probably got the most reaction, I think.
Yeah, oh god,
Yeah.
oh, Lilith obviously,
Yeah.
but like, yeah.
Oh, Lilith.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought that was the actual Vegapunk, and then I know.
Yeah, a
some
lot of
people
people
were
were like, yeah.
There we go.
I was like,
I
okay,
mean, I
where
was
are we
like,
going
there's
with
no
this?
way. There's no way this is actually.
Because the whole time I think it was Sentomaru who said like about the old man Vegapunk, and I'm like,
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been referred to as an old man a lot, but then I was like, okay, is it a clone? Is it his daughter? Is it his daughter that is a
Yeah.
clone? Like, what's
Right.
going on here? You know?
Shaka demonstrates to me that Oda is a master of character design, because this man gives us one of the coolest looking characters in the story back to back with one of the most unaesthetically pleasing characters ever, with Vegapunk's like massive, massive
Yeah, I
towering
was
head.
scared.
Like,
And
Because
then
I
he
thought
gave
it was
us like
a silhouette.
They got whiplash.
prime dragon too, right?
There's no way.
Yeah.
Remember
thing is, like-
Dragon back in the day as well? That fit.
Yeah.
That was.
Yep,
That was
yep.
fun.
My favorite thing about Shaka is that I feel like when the anime finally gets to him, he's just going to be the extreme anime trope of just thrown into the corner of the frame, back to everybody, just talking very calmly.
Yeah.
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 A little bit of
And
smoke.
Hidden said like, you know, the main Vegapunk was aesthetically unappealing, but at the same time, it was perfect. Like when he,
Oh, no, it was very Oda
His main
style.
design
Yeah.
is so good.
Yeah.
Like, I love it.
and even that is cool too. How you can make a character that doesn't look appealing to the eyes, but everyone just loves it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
off the rip. That's just. And then the head. Oh man, the
I mean, like Luffy said
Yeah,
it best
like-
when like there's like, hey, do you want me to? I want you to take me off this island, and Luffy was pretty much just like, yeah, you have a funny head, sure, let's go. You have an
Yeah,
apple for your head, let's go.
I
I've been
have
waiting
to
for
say that-
Vegapunk for so long, so like giving us
Same.
like 7
Yeah.
of them, it's
Oh,
That's why like
perfect.
That's how
10-6
you
is
do it.
so good, man. Just because
Like-
even we got like the whole Dragon, like Vegapunk stuff there, but then actually getting to see the design and like, you know, learning about him more after the fact and stuff. I really think he's really one of the best characters post time skip.
Oh, yeah,
there's
that's
a
a
lot
very-
of stuff about him that I start to love now. Where it's like, you know, he talks about how he wants to restore or actually like store all this like information in his mind and stuff. But there's only so much that you can do, and now he has his punk records that allows that. And I feel like for anybody who's just reading the story, it's like we kind of could relate to that. Like there's so much information we want to know about, talk about, that when we miss out on the details, like damn, I wish I could be able to remember all this stuff. And then here you go, you got a massive computer walking around with that big old head in Vegapunk. So
I
yeah.
got to see a bit more about Vegapunk, because Vegapunk seems like he's just Team Vegapunk. So we got to wait and see a little bit.
We needed. I haven't been this hyped for a cover story in a long
Yeah.
time.
Yes.
Like, give
Mad.
me more
That's-
Mads. This group is so cool, and the stuff that they must have done and seen when they were rolling together as a crew back in the day. Like, that's this cover story. I need more.
I'm so happy you brought that up because, like, this is the first time the cover
too,
story's
like...
meeting stuff in the actual plot of the manga at the same time. Because it's the final saga, so Oda's changing up everything.
Yeah,
how
the
he
putting
writes
in
the story.
Aokiji stuff was wild.
Yeah, I couldn't, bro. I was so
That was insane.
That same chapter was
in the
unreal.
same chapter.
Yes.
We start putting in the cover story and in the chapter. Nuts.
Everything's merging together now.
I wanted to ask something. I heard like rumors about this that after Wano in the anime, they're gonna adapt the cover stories instead of jumping straight into it. I heard a rumor. I would
love for them to do that because I've always been an advocate of that.
You know what would be perfect if they did the Rob Lucci cover story before.
Yes.
Prior to so see what happens after the beginning. That was
And honestly, the Ace cover story as well before Leloucia.
I love Ace's cover story.
That one's good.
Add so much context.
Eneru's has to be done.
Yeah, Eneru's I think is like the lock.
Eneru would be great as well before Egghead.
Yeah. It's like when you like turn back the clock. It's like, oh, what's with Eneru up to? Oh yeah, here you go, and then bam, manga. There we are.
Like a flashback.
So shout out to IMD King in the chat who can't join us today because he's in Puerto Rico, but he did jump into the chat.
Very nice.
All right, so shout out to him. And Matt, your favorite character is Law. What are your thoughts on Law and everything going on with him and Blackbeard? Let's switch
I'm
gears.
glad that people are finally going to stop sleeping on his crew. It doesn't matter if they take an L here at all. It doesn't matter.
I
the
apologize.
fact that they didn't get
I didn't know they.
I wasn't really familiar with Shachi's game at all.
I think
wasn't
it's valid that
we had a
we're
weak
sleeping
foot.
on them. Come on. I
I
think
mean,
it's
but to
valid.
be fair, like, if for good reason we were. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
Very good
It's valid.
reason.
What good reason? No, there is no
they
good
do
reason.
nothing.
You
Yo,
just haven't seen them do anything yet.
Yo, one of their
They're waiting for the big stage.
One of their
Sounds like a
top
good
guys.
reason.
One of their top guys was John Bart, who got folded by Blackback and Zoe. I'm sorry, I can't. You know what I'm saying?
No, but here's like a little inconsistency that I realized.
It was a matchup. That's all it was.
I forgot their names. The whale guy and the penguin guy, right?
Sachi
and Penguin.
They're really great
Penguin guy.
So in Onigashima in the anime, right? In Onigashima, when Luffy falls in the water, instead of them going out to save Luffy, they crash the ship into him. And I'm like, wait a second.
Rubber. He's fine.
No, but he's fine. But they could have easily just swam out and picked him up. But
he's fine.
You know what it was? They didn't have those bonds yet by that point in time. Now it's like,
That's right.
I would say just by evidence of the fact that they're in the new world and none of them have died yet, they have to have some kind of camaraderie in order to fight together to not die. Like they have to have some level of confidence.
I think they're just waiting for the moment to shine. Honestly.
Do we know that they were in the new world or were they underwater? You know what I mean?
They were underwater the whole time. Yep.
Law was in the new world.
Law's the only one that's the actual pirate. Everyone else is just
the
there
one
running the
just be doing
submarine.
stuff, you know.
So
a lot of work to
my
run a
thing with
sub.
Shachi and Penguin is if they're that good in the water, I just wish Oda had taken a moment during the the Raizo section with the water and Onigashima to just have them do something.
And we would have questioned.
Finally,
just to prepare for what we're seeing now after too. Yeah,
we're going to see something from Kids Crew as well. We're going to be like, yo, they're that good at this. Why we didn't see it? So it's
if we had to see Box Giants. Oh man,
dude, when Jinbei threw the water, Beppo was drowning, but Beppo's a polar bear. Polar bears are great in the water. Like that, I was mind blown at that.
He's scared of water. He had a traumatic experience when he was younger and when he fell off Zunisha. There you go.
Devil fruit confirmed.
Makes sense now.
You're thinking of Zeppo. Okay.
Yes.
I wasn't paying attention to none of them because we had female Law canonized in the manga.
That was nice. Rule 63 Law was.
That's all I needed.
Didn't expect that when I opened up that chapter, but not complaining. Okay.
Obviously, my big agenda is firing. Law in sword, Garp in sword.
Yeah.
Aokiji in sword. Like all of these individuals are about to be in the same place at the same time.
Oh yeah.
I will say I want to believe the laws and sword theory just so that we have an explanation for why his crew is made up of a bunch of scrubs. Because if they all happen to be Marines, then it makes sense.
Hey, you say scrub now. Wait until Beppo goes Sulong. I think you're going to be like...
Wait till Wano. That's not happening.
Beppo Sulongs, that ship is...
Well, Beppo Sulong's
That's a dead dream. That's a dead dream.
We're going to get it.
It's a dead dream.
It's gonna happen.
Oh, no, I think Oda specifically said he hinted at it. I think we're going to get
again.
it. Yeah.
Braga, you can take that. He didn't just said Marines or scrubs. You can take that?
Well, for the most part, like, other than the admirals and certain vice admirals, I mean.
Like Momonga, right? Just like
Oh, Momonga's the greatest vice admiral.
Strawberry. Yeah.
We got Doberman, you know.
Homasagi's,
I thought like.
No, man's out here disrespecting the Heart Pirates, talking about
Strawberry.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
He'll be associating Doberman with the Heart Pirates. That's not a good. That's not going to help.
Oh my lord.
Now, if Doll's a hooper, then we may have hope.
Hey, Smoker will be back. We'll see how that goes.
No, Smoker's a Chad.
Smoker's coming back, yeah.
Wait, what did you? So with Doll, I mean, this is a very niche thing, but Doll, I think we saw her and she had like.
She has tattoos. Yeah, I don't know if they're. I don't know if they're tattoos or yeah.
What did you guys think about that? Is she a Zoan? Is she like a?
I don't care what she
is.
I think she's just perfect.
She's just emo.
Let her rock. I don't care.
She's perfect. That's what she is.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think that Law or Blackbeard will win? Can we agree on Blackbeard?
I'm on Blackbeard. I think Law is not coming out of that unscathed.
Law just ran into a bug.
I'm just terrified of the idea that like we're gonna get a moment where Blackbeard's gonna meet Garp, and then we're gonna end the chapter with Room. And then, I'm just scared. I'm just terrified for that day.
I mean, the scary thing is Blackbeard getting his hands on the off fruit. Like that's big.
What I mean. He should not.
Yeah.
Blackbeard seems like he's not interested in the fruit though.
I mean, he hasn't just said anything, but like he could. Yeah, someone else could be able to use it though.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Law and Garp are two of those characters that will probably make it to whatever the final confrontation of the story is. Yeah. Right? Like they're important enough. They're big name characters where I feel like Oda's not going to kill them off in little side things with Blackbeard. But I do feel like pretty definitively the Garp fight that we're about to get into and the stuff that just happened with Law both end with Blackbeard winning.
Absolutely.
I love
Garp, it doesn't make sense for Garp to beat Blackbeard.
They have to beat him, so then Luffy
it
can
definitely
beat
does.
Blackbeard.
Right. And it pains me to say it, but Garp's gonna probably
especially because of his old age. But I think it's a good time to kind of see like what Garp can actually showcase in a fight. It's just an unfortunate thing that he got older and stuff. And Blackbeard, I've always kept the same energy that every arc since post time skip, he's gonna go stronger and stronger. And like literally, he should be like top 2, top 3 at the moment, if not the top.
We don't know if he's at his peak yet. Honestly, like he still could get
I don't think he is.
So that's what I mean. Like he's gonna keep on growing. So imagine a win off of Garp, a legend of the past and stuff. Like only person that would come close to him, I think, right now would be Shanks. The only one, and then we're still.
And we expect him to beat Shanks. So
yes, we do.
With Blackbeard, I don't even think it's a strength thing. I think he's just such a good strategist that it doesn't matter how strong the other guy is.
Yeah,
he's gonna have a way to like come out on top regardless. So like
ultimate opportunity.
I think it's
exactly.
He took one of Law's best attacks, and he was right back by the end of that chapter.
And now we know that he has hockey too as well and stuff. So it's like there's so many things he's threw into his arsenal.
My contention to that point, whereas Blackbeard is, Blackbeard is a good strategist, well, sometimes, but also, you know, he fights underhanded, he fights dirty, and you know,
here's
the thing though. Garp has been in a Marine for 50 years. He's seen every dirty trick in the book from every single pirate crew up and down the Grand Line. Like that's literally what he does for a living. Okay, so I'm trying to think of some way that Blackbeard could get a one-up on Garp that Garp would not have seen coming a million miles away, and I'm not seeing that.
It's whatever happened to Shanks. Whatever Shanks didn't see coming.
That is the
that could be the thing.
I will say that Garp's fighting him and Shiryu stabs him end of Garp. That's not no.
So I have a theory that I've been holding close. Well, no, I've already said it before, but it adds into the point that Tekking was saying is that part of the reason Shanks got caught off guard is because there's some sort of resonance with Zebek, whether it's a spirit, whether it's something like the whole David Solomon thing in Magi. The best time for that to ever be addressed would be a Garp meeting with Blackbeard, right? And if Blackbeard all of a sudden, it's like, oh my God, why do I feel Zebek's presence here for whatever reason? That would be the one thing that would catch him off guard. Where at Beehive Island, Blackbeard, Saber of Zebek, like there's too many connections to rocks for us not to get anything involving rocks with Blackbeard and Garp. So that's going to come out.
I also
Garp's the one that reacts to it too.
Relating to that, I also find it very interesting that we have Blackbeard who has kidnapped Koby. Blackbeard might kidnap Law or defeat him in some way. So we got Blackbeard, Law, and Koby, which that all relates to the Rocky Port incident. And we kind of may have like something that connects to that. And the Rocky Port incident also involved the rocks and
Wang-Ji.
You know, Blackbeard defeating Otoku and getting you know,
shout out to Reverie.
Oh, that's true.
Like I feel like all of that could kind of come together in that way. And there's also the fact that Oda kind of said the whole thing at Jump Festa that that person and that person will fight. You know, some people might die. You know, there's gonna be a bit of a battle royale, and that like if someone is going to die, who do you think it's going to be?
I think it's Garp.
Yeah, I think
as much as I don't want to see it happen. I think it's gonna be him.
I don't think it's Garp. I don't think
this could happen,
Really?
but
Nope.
I really think we got to see a Garp and Dragon meeting.
Oh, that would be fun. Oh,
right?
yeah, because that has to be
But the
explained,
problem,
too. But that could be a flashback.
because Garp's going to be high
Oda could
now,
make it a
man.
flashback.
Yeah.
I think also
make it
like
a flashback.
Oda's statement where he said, "Oh, I'm praying nobody dies," doesn't to me confirm that anybody is going to die. It's that we're in a situation in which a character
A lot of people could die.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm in the same boat where I feel like there needs to be some type of interaction between Dragon and Garp before he eventually kicks the bucket. But I do feel like we're going to get a moment in which we think Garp will be close to death. And I still totally stand by the fact that I think by the end of series, Garp will die.
Well,
Here's why Garp,
Yeah.
if Garp goes to Pirate Island behind, the reason why he would not die is because Aokiji's there. Even if he's about to
and
die,
I do
think
expect a flip. I do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that has to be with Aokiji. Yeah,
Aokiji wouldn't let him die.
So would Aokiji die?
Dragon don't have to
sacrifice
No, but I think there are ways in which he can help without actually helping.
I could see that happen, but it's like it's weird. Like, do I see Aokiji being in the final war and stuff? I think he's gonna be like that's gonna be one of the catalysts that's gonna launch into the final war. Because I do feel like I've always had the belief that like Akainu and Kuzan's fight, the whole 10-day thing, it wasn't just like this is something that they planned together. I think there was a plan behind this. Right? So that where whoever lost was gonna be the one that's gonna be working underground for Blackbeard, the other one was gonna take the reins in the Marines.
You think Akainu would do that?
I think it could be possible. Maybe look, Akainu has been doing nothing all post time skip and stuff. So
Akainu is definitely not doing anything to subvert the government.
And honestly, you got to think about it like if it was flipped, then there's no way Akainu is going to be like the 10th Titanic captain, and
Which is
he's
why
gonna
he
be the
had
one.
to win.
That's
Yeah,
why it
which
was
is why he won,
Aokiji
yeah.
because he could actually pull that off.
Yeah, which is why he won.
I'm not mad.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at
It
what
makes
Laz
sense
is-
from that angle. I'm just saying.
I'm not mad at what Laz is suggesting, but I think it was more so along the lines of like Akainu letting Aokiji know that he just can't lose him. He's too valuable just to lose. So he's like, hey, listen, we both still have the same goal. You got your justice, I got my justice.
Let's
So
stay, basically said, let's stay out of each other's way. I think that's part of
let's
the
stay out of each
conversation.
other's way. Like you go,
Yeah.
you do your thing, but because I think that Aokiji is the head of sword.
Well, but yeah, but if he's a sword, then he's attached to that still, which
He's
is why I
attached
think
to
it's
the
even
Marines
more
in some way,
reason
yeah.
for Akainu to be working with them and stuff for that.
He's attached to the Marines, but it seems that sword is moving independent.
It's independent of what's going on with
they're
Akainu.
doing.
Yeah.
They're
Akainu
doing-
doesn't know anything about sword.
Can you imagine a secret sword meeting with Akainu and Koby?
But that's the whole point of like the awkwardness and stuff.
Never gonna happen. Never gonna happen.
I don't think.
That's why Garp is the leader of Sword to me. That's why Garp is the leader of Sword, and that's why I'm excited for a Kuzan and Garp like meeting during all of this. And if Garp is supposed to go down in this situation, the only way I'll believe it is if it is Blackbeard. But if it ends up being like in a a Kuzan situation, then I'm just going to read it as like the Arlong Park moment with Nami and Usopp. Like throwing Usopp into the water. Like if Kuzan freezes Garp or something and
to save you, so Blackbeard doesn't kill you.
Unless Blackbeard does a double tap and like uses the Gurgur no Mi and breaks the ice,
Just for good measure.
That would be tough.
Now that we know that Saul is still alive, I don't think we'll get another instance of Aokiji freezing someone to make it look like they're dead.
Right.
To save.
I would hope not.
Yeah. What if he stabs them and like throws them in the water or something?
If anything, locks them in a room in this scenario and stuff, just to get them out of there before they die or something. I see that more being possible because they're all going to be there in that moment.
Matt, you just brought up something real quick that I want to touch on because I feel like this was something that was kind of touched on in the community, and there were a lot of different thoughts on this recently as well regarding like Saul being frozen. Because like I think like people who are in the chat know this. Like I am notoriously I hate the fake death thing, but to me the Saul thing made sense. Like thematically for the story where you needed to think that he was dead because Robin needed to feel like she lost everything. But I don't necessarily know if everybody agreed with me and thought that that was actually a good fake out. And was there anybody who didn't like the fact that Saul was alive still?
I think it was a great fake out because Oda never confirmed it. I think it's just a problem that Oda has cried wolf with fake death so many times that when he
it
writes
feels like
a
one of
good
the rare
fake out,
occasions.
it still feels bad. That's
I mean, that might be his tactic at the end of the day. I'm just going to do a bunch of fake out deaths so you just never know which one is actually real or not.
Yeah.
Just like, that's my tactic.
That's the reason that Aokiji did it. don't think that decision had anything to do with Robin. I think because, like, look, we know that Aokiji and Saul knew each other from their time together in the Marines. So I think that relationship and who Saul is why he saved him. I think that was separate of Robin.
I feel like as long as there's proper setup and there's reasoning behind keeping a character alive or bringing them back, it's fine to do it. But there has to be a written reason into the plot, and there has to be setup that makes it logical for them to still be alive. Pell, there's no reason for us to assume
the Pell
why
thing
he's
is-
alive because, like, how do you survive the bomb? Like, how, like, that logically that doesn't make sense. But like, with Saul, there's a lot of
Zone,
established
baby.
context to tell us
there's
that
zone
okay,
tactics
he has a
on there,
relationship with these characters. These characters were there when he died. It's possible that they could have spared him, and that's more easy to believe.
Call it ice time capsule. Like,
Yes,
I mean,
Ice
like,
time
way
capsule.
back when.
Also, the whole
And
thing
that's
with
when she's a
Aokiji is
giant
he has
too,
like
so
moral
iceberg
justice
is
and stuff, and he was
just
friends with Saul to begin with. So, like, yeah, his temperament made it make sense.
Aokiji was, it made sense.
Yeah. Hi, Joy Girl.
Shout out to Joy Girl joining us.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up, Joy
Sorry,
Girl?
guys. Hello. Nice to meet everyone who I haven't met already. Yes, I'm sorry for being a little late, but I'm glad that I joined in at this time. It seems like it's a good discussion.
Hey, time zones.
Sure.
Talking about fake out deaths and whatnot.
Yep.
Yeah. So maybe this is
yeah.
So
is anyone worried about Koby like dying possibly instead of?
I don't think
Garp?
Koby's gonna die. Koby's like gonna be like an admiral at the end of this story.
Koby lives all the way to
probably
the
leads
end.
them, honestly. At the end of the
Kobe
story,
next to
probably
Luffy has
leads
probably
it
the
to-
most plot protection.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
I like that idea though that like Aokiji could freeze somebody, and the reason why is actually like one of my mods shared this with me was like if you look at what Blackbeard has done and try to piece together the motives as to why he's taking Koby, right? It's kind of weird when he talked about Koby. He's like, "Oh, you helped me out at Rocky Port." We don't really know what that means yet, but we also know that he has pudding. And the thing that I think that I've held Garp as important as why he's needs to be alive for a long time is because after Kaido, we didn't get God Valley's flashback from Kaido, and the last person who it would make sense to get it from would be Garp, since he was the only person there on the Marine side. And the thing is, if Blackbeard needs something about rocks, he needs to learn about rocks in some way, or he needs to learn about God Valley, maybe he uses pudding to get the memories from Garp somehow. And that might be why he took Koby in the first place, to lure out this whole like fiasco, to bring all the pieces together. And I'm not, like I think that's it would make it sense of all the different things that Blackbeard has, like the pieces to Exodia, right? Now,
Yeah,
I mean, how many people in the community want God Valley's flashback? Well, Blackbeard.
Another way I could see it happening too, because Jay brought up the whole thing about the Zabak being inside of Teach, and let's say if he fought Garp afterwards, let's say there's a moment that Garp only remembered this happening because he fought Zabak, and that's probably what either kickstarts the flashback or gives us a moment that's going to lead eventually to the flashback actually happening.
Yes.
One character you'd like to get his memories would be Garp.
Yeah,
the things that he would know.
That's a journey for him, man.
Yeah.
Like that's something I need to
One
see
thing
too.
I just wanted to add with the Koby thing, and this is not really so much anything like big, like God Valley related, but some people brought up that like, wait a sec, well, Blackbeard saw him ordering around the Seraphim, so Koby probably has an authority chip. Blackbeard saw how terrifying the Seraphim was, kidnap Koby, get the authority chip, so he has that now.
He could get a hold of S Snake, and it's possible that we leave with some of the Seraphim, or maybe just one by the end of Egghead. Maybe that is S Snake, and it's because of that that Blackbeard's able to get basically what he was after at Amazon Lily anyway.
Yeah,
the Mero no Mi.
I have to say that I really do wish that there is more emphasis on Koby and that we really do see him like kind of grow towards his dream, because I feel, for example, Film Red did more character development for Koby than the entire story has so far, and I really want to see Koby, getting closer to kind of achieving that dream and kind of being sort of the Garp counterpart, the hero of the Marines counterpart to Luffy, and developing more like that. And I really hope that Oda kind of takes this whole opportunity with Blackbeard to do that more.
So do we think Koby is going to be the Garp to Luffy?
I mean, he's literally called the new hero of the Marines. That's like his new epithet. He's the hero of Rocky Port.
Yeah.
So I think like the parallel is very much there.
I can imagine by the end of this, like Smoker's the fleet admiral right after, and then Koby's an admiral, and then eventually Koby becomes fleet admiral.
Yeah. But I feel like some
this is
epilogue
years
thing
down the
that,
line.
yeah, reaches the end.
So we
Koby will at some point like control the Marines and basically
in like 50
he'll be
years or something.
He'll be a
he's
part
only
of the
18 right now.
reformation of all of it with like key Marines that we know.
I heard the resignation in Bronco's voice.
Yeah, the depression was in there.
Listen. Luffy's Jesus now, right? And for Kobe to kind of catch up to what Luffy is, it's just
They should have the moment now, like in the actual story, like on screen too. Like,
I really don't think that Kobe is Luffy's Garp. I feel like Smoker is Luffy's Garp because
I felt always that more
Garp was
closer to that.
famous because he was always engaging with Roger. So the only person who's actually doing that is Smoker. So I kind of think that we should think differently about what Kobe actually, what his role is. I like just as a hypothetical parallel between him and Dragon. If Dragon is a former Marine, they both seem to be pretty. Like Dragon has an emotional side to him where he wants to save people. Kobe has the same sort of thing going on. So like basically the difference between the two is finding out, basically what the government is doing and how screwed the world is, and then the difference here in the present story is that Dragon left the Marines before the problem was solved. And then, am I still here? Or am I cutting
You're
in and
here.
out?
Yeah, you're here. You're great. You're good.
Yeah. We can hear you. We can hear you.
I'm cutting in and out always. I'm not too sure, but
you're fine. We're just letting you cook, man.
I like the hypothetical parallel between Dragon and Kobe, or maybe another one that we'll learn from the Void Century as well.
So actually, you got me thinking.
Are you supposing that Kobe will leave?
No, I don't think there's enough story for that. I'm just saying that the parallel there, the story beats will be the same, or characters similar enough that you could see where his trajectory could have been if Luffy doesn't save the world.
Also, Joyboy, you got me thinking actually because I'm sorry, Par. You want to go ahead?
No, go for it.
I was just going to say that with the Marine color coding thing, I think there's something important to that. Specifically, that Kobe's color is more than likely like pink or something associated with pink. We know that in Japanese, pink is, you can refer to pink as Momo. And that also goes with peach. And we see with Momonosuke's name ties into the peach symbolism. And something that was actually lost in translation in the Japanese is when he became shogun of Wano, he said that he wanted to turn Wano into a Togenkyo, which is a Japanese word for essentially paradise or like Shangri-La.
Utopia kind of.
It's a utopia, but the utopia is filled with peaches and no one has any like trouble, no one has any issues, no one dies, no one gets sick. So like this association of pink with like peace may be like similar to like the white and dawn association we're getting with Luffy and Gear 5. So like there might be something to that where like Kobe being the leader, that pink color might be the association with Momo, that parallel with like a peaceful reign. I could see that being a thing happening there too.
And what if you don't like peaches?
I like that a lot.
One other thing with what Joyboy said about he was saying rather than Kobe being the next Garp, right? Then Kobe, Akainu being red and then it being replaced with pink and this peace thing. But on the flip side, if you're saying Smoker is the Garp, the thing about Smoker, I think is proclaimed as the hero of Arabasta, right? He got all the credit for it, but we know the falsehoods of that. He wasn't actually
it was a cover up by the Marines at that point. Yeah.
In Joyboy's parallel of that, would that mean that Garp, that would be the same thing for Garp and God Valley? Does that fall in line with what you're saying? And that might be why Garp doesn't talk about it. He's not proud of it. And the same line, Smoker would never talk about Arabasta. And so
I think a lot of people wouldn't like that because they like this idea of Garp and Roger being equals. And for a lot of the story, that's true with Smoker and Luffy, but we kind of see the difference now. So I think that would be something people would knee jerk and wouldn't like.
I'm still on the idea that everything with God Valley is essentially Roger and Garp realizing that they fought for the wrong side too late. So I think that Rocks came in there with the right idea. Like, I'm going to, get rid of the Celestial Dragons. I'm going to stop all of this oppression, and he was just coming at it like super aggressively. But he basically wanted to reform the world. And then suddenly, like Roger and Garp are defending all of this. But throughout that, I think when we finally get to the God Valley flashback, we're going to see that Roger and Garp realize or learn from Rocks certain things that may have happened in the Void history that change or color their opinion on everything. Because Roger immediately, after God Valley, decides, I'm going to go around the world and look for the true history now. What happened to God Valley to make him do that? Garp hates the Celestial Dragons. Was it learning information from Rocks? So it's... I don't think it's going to be as cut and dry as like Rocks was bad and Garp took him down with Roger.
I agree with that.
I agree with that.
I agree with that
Completely
too.
agree.
Yeah.
I completely agree with that. And I also think that that's probably more likely the reason why Garp doesn't like talking about God Valley, rather than the fact that it would be a more similar situation to what, say, happened to Smoke at Arabasta, where he's just not proud of the fact that obviously he took all this glory when he knows that it wasn't him.
Fujitora is the only person that actually like just was like, no, I'm not taking this.
No,
I was
He
gonna
exposed
suggest
it.
something.
He exposed
Sorry,
it.
the only thing I'd like to mention is that Roger reached Lodestar and kind of started to be interested in Left Tail before God Valley. That was the year prior.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest like the idea that, let's say during the flashback with God Valley, it's not actually Roger or Garp that actually killed Zebek. Maybe something that happened with the Celestial Dragons, and because it's a cover up, they went and said it was Roger and Garp that had done it. But in actuality, they saw something happen where maybe like an unfairness or so, like, you know, Zebek got or whatever, right? Or something happened. They say like an atrocity there, and then they found out about, you know, maybe something to do with him because of the whole, like, you know, erasure of God's Valley itself. And that's probably why they don't talk about it, because they saw the ugly side of what it means with the Celestial Dragons, why Garp doesn't want to associate with them, doesn't want to be an admiral, because he knows that means being connected to them. So maybe that's also another side we could see from that.
Well, do we all agree that like God Valley was most likely nuked by Eam? Is that's kind of the story?
Well, I mean, that's almost, we have Sabo here. Let's ask Sabo, right?
Okay, so here's the deal, and the thing about that is,
he never existed.
Disappeared.
Literally,
Got him.
There we go.
Oh my god. Oh,
wouldn't that be something?
Yep.
Retribution. Like Sabo's still alive, bro.
Sabo, what did you see? What happened?
I can't. My lawyers have specified that.
Oh, really? I mean, it's kind of crazy to me that Sabo saw like someone sitting on the empty throne and was just like open the phone line, like, Dragon, I can't believe what you saw.
I love that they specifically, because they have the white Den mushies that block wiretapping, and they even mention like he's not using one of those, and I'm like, why?
Why not?
It's like it takes too long. I'm like, what are you talking? How long does it take to attach it? Like, okay,
you would think the chief of staff of the Revs would have one on hand.
You think so, right? Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he had to escape Reverie. He doesn't have all the gear on him or whatever.
Well, and especially him infiltrating the Reverie and at the marriage ride, you think like, you know, in his back, his infinite pocket, he would have.
now to address the whole thing of like the way I believe he did die, he did not die. The way he escaped Lelucia is that if you see when the light comes down, Sabo's kind of looking to his left, like the light is happening around him. I think he was on a ship around the island.
I think he's on the
He wasn't
ship.
actually on the island.
That's what I believe too. Like,
that's probably because you can't. How many Sabo fake out deaths have there been? Like even for One Piece, there are too many.
You can't get it right the first time, the second time, third time's the charm.
Like third time's the charm. We're gonna kill Sabo eventually, guys. Don't worry about it.
So would that mean to you that, because from the portrayal of the panels, Sabo didn't complete his conversation with Dragon, but if he wasn't hit, then does Dragon know the rest of what Sabo said?
I mean, you could have also said this massive energy discharge from this laser cannon might have just just scrambled the call right there. I mean, you could just say that. Yeah.
The microwave interfered with my internet.
I would have said, it might be something like that. Yeah. I don't know how like Den Mushi communicates psychically. I don't know how the signal gets interrupted.
We learned that from Vegapunk.
We can learn that from Vegapunk. Yeah.
Doflamingo's birdcage interrupted the.
That's something I've always been interested in. Maybe just like hockey or Devil Fruit powers blocks the reception. That was always interesting to me.
So I had a video on that, and I think what we talked about a lot was that the birdcage represents a Faraday's cage kind of thing. Yeah. And so that interrupts signals, period. And then a lot of what, you know, that video was talking about was like observation hockey and how different things are interpreted. So I would imagine One Piece Wi-Fi interacts the same way.
Not that great. Yeah.
They need a LAN cable real quick.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure my Wi-Fi would cut if a nuke, you know, was just right in front of you.
You're thinking, you're assuming. Now, wait, when Vegapunk invents the internet and has undersea cables going everywhere, that's another story. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Before it was brought up that Emo destroyed that Madoff destroyed Lashen the same way that it destroyed God Valley. And the thing is that, you know, it was confirmed in that chapter that Emo is considered the king of the world. And that's the word by word, even in Japanese, the exact same title that Rox Dijabag wanted. And I think that undoubtedly it's like, you know, I mean, maybe there's the theory that like they could be the same person or maybe not, but at the very least, there is a connection between Rox and Emo in some way or another. And I think that connection probably runs deep into how a lot of those mysteries connect together.
I love that. I love that
No-
twist in
no
your
comes
you and Gemini's the return to Reverie.
Yeah.
That was like,
Well-
oh my god, I never even thought of that, but that does make sense.
Actually, my biggest theory ever that I ever made was on specifically this idea that like there's definitely a parallel between Rox and Emu going on here, and whether or not they're the same person, that's up for debate. But like the conclusion I came to based off that line of thinking was that Emu may have been someone like Rox 800 years ago who gathered 20 kings together as Rox gathered like a big pirate crew of future emperors. We see now that Big Mom is like a queen, but also a pirate. Doflamingo was a king and also a pirate. So like maybe those 20 kings were not simply kings, but they were also pirates at the same time. Yep. And then whoever Eam was gathered them together and then fought the ancient kingdom, formed the world government. That's where it, that's
So
how
you're
it all
under the
happened.
impression, Hidden, that like Eam is some kind of like immortal being. I've always gotten the impression that it was like a ghost or a zombie, not a zombie, but like vampire or something. I don't know, something like
If they've been around for that long, you have to think it's immortality.
I have two potential answers for that. It's either the immortality procedure is like the most obvious thing to jump right in. The second one that I came up with after recent chapters was that Eam is essentially a supercomputer, like Matrix style.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
Supercomputer. Like so, like think of Punk Records. So like, what if they actually made Punk Records? And what if just like Shirahoshi is like, I guess, the conduit for Poseidon, and maybe Momo is a conduit for something else related to Zoe or knocking down the walls to release Pluton. Eam is like a human that's connected to this ancient like Punk Records or something like that. And because of that, they're able to basically hook up and sync up to the world. And when people, go to sleep, their dreams sync up to the giant Punk Records. And that's the whole. And the Gorosei would be like the Vegapunk satellites. The Gorosei are five Elder Stars are 5 satellites for each of the 4 blues in the Grand Line. They're satellites of Eam. That's what I think.
Hidden, like the One Piece world is like a simulation, and if like the Lucio was like zapped out.
Yeah, and then the next part of that, the next crazy part of that is like like Punk Records, right? They stored Vegapunk's brain inside this giant egg. But like, if you were to store like all the memories or dreams of the entire world, where do you store it? My logic was to jump to the ocean. No, the ocean.
Oh, okay.
Because liquid state storage is incredibly effective compared to storing it in a solid thing. So like you store something in liquid, it can fit a lot of information. The world is covered in liquid.
It's a super ocean, basically.
Yeah.
I mean,
And so that makes you think, if they store dreams in the ocean and then let's say fish swim in that ocean, the dreams of humanity are in the ocean that fish swim in. What happens to the fish swimming? They become, maybe they mix with people. What happens to the water when a giant elephant sprays that water on its back? What happens to the jungle animals living on its back? They become human-like. What happens to the birds in the sky? They become human-like. When you put the dreams of humanity in the very water that covers the planet, maybe that's where all the races of the One Piece world came from. Maybe that's where everything in the One Piece world came from. And this giant Punk Records is being hidden away. You see that ring around Punk Records that Vegapunk has? What is the red line? What if the red line is that giant ring around a world-scaled Punk Records?
Does anybody have any weed? I feel like I need weed.
Crazy, right?
I don't know what seasoning Hidden just used, but
Punk
it was wonderful,
Records,
man.
Punk Records, if it's the ocean, Umu, what is IMU backwards? Umi.
I mean,
yes, the C. Yeah, that one's in. Yeah.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
I
Let him
was-
cook.
There's a version of this Reverie right now with that theory.
Bro, Hidden just dropped like 30 points in the third quarter, man. That's not too bad.
Holy shit, man. That's awesome.
Just bang after bang.
What Roger just mentioned, like, so last Reverie, I brought up the shadows theory, and I want to shout out Hidden because me and Hidden, we have a lot of theories that are actually like the same side or different sides of the same coin. So I had the shadows theory and he had a light theory, and in the same light with the everything coming from the water, I have a few theories where it was like even the celestial dragons could be fish in this sense, and that sounds crazy, but it's like when you think about Kaido's fruit, right? It's classified as it's a dragon, but it's classified as a fish, which kind of means that dragons are fish in the One Piece world. And that's interesting to me because when you look at Fishman Island, it's not Fishman Island, it's Ryugu Kingdom. It's Ryugu Palace. And they have a giant dragon at the top. Why would Fishman Island have a giant dragon there? And why would they, have have a statue of something that wouldn't be a fish? And so then I was thinking like, wait, that's kind of crazy because then what if the celestial dragons were from Fishman Island originally and they were like the royal family family. And so the Celestial Dragons is just on the nose. And when you think about that, it's like, how many times has Oda misdirected us with tribe names or lineage names? Like, giants are giants. Yeah. Long Arm Tribe is Long Arm Tribe. Like, every single one of those is right there. So then in Hidden's context of like the ocean being the source of everything, the source that they're controlling, Emu, then it would make sense why the Celestial Dragons, or some of the Celestial Dragons, have some kind of connection to Fishman Island. And the other part of that was a lot of people, and this was a small thing that's really funny. A lot of people looked at Road to Laughtail, the concept art for Kaido's hybrid form, and it was just like they liked the long neck one, the one that was like really crazy looking, and
the snake neck. Yeah,
and it's like, why didn't Oda choose that one? And I was like, maybe he was saving that for Eam. And if you look at the silhouette, it would kind of match if Eam was just a dragon human looking thing, and then the end villain being a dragon human, like that would be kind of crazy to me. So
I wanted to say that Hidden, your theory is actually even more corroborated now, because without specifically spoiling anything from the plot, One Piece Odyssey confirms that the Ancient Kingdom did have supercomputers that stored a lot of data.
Wow.
So,
Okay, here we are then. All right, we're in the Matrix.
Even another level of that, I feel like the most basic way of looking at it is like the very beginning of Egghead Island, right? Finding out that this technology from the Ancient Kingdom is even more advanced than what we thought all this super advanced Vegapunk stuff was. Just goes to like further prove that they could potentially have some kind of massive supercomputer or some AI thing or something that a lot of other people can't fathom. Right, right.
In the present time, we just dumbed down the entire world, whereas like it's been advanced since time. It's just people that took it away from us.
So like think about like if this supposed energy is like dynamic, it can be used to power anything, and it's a supposedly infinite energy source, right? That would solve all the world's problems. Well, how do you create infinite energy? You need to have a perpetual like motion machine of some sort. If you have an entire planet, if the energy source is dreams, well, people's dreams never end. So people will always be dreaming. The more you dream, the more energy gets created. And if you have a way to pull that energy, maybe Eam is like literally feeding on the dreams of the world.
Oh my God.
And maybe Blackbeard doesn't sleep for a reason related to this. So like that's
what a villain.
Yeah,
that's what a villain.
This is wild.
Matrix.
Man.
Everyone's a battery. It's Matrix. It's the Matrix.
And Roger's actually like with the the Ancient Kingdom being futuristic, something that like in chapter 99 is like the legends of today were stories of the past. I misquoted that, but that's essentially what it says in the first panel of chapter 99, and that like makes a lot of sense with like. We look at Vegapunk's creations, and whether I know this might be a talking point later on, whether Vegapunk's a fraud. I know there's a part of the community that believes that, but one way or the other, when history is lost, you end up recreating, imitating, rhyming with history essentially. And so with a lot of the creations that Vegapunk has created, you can see that probably existed in the past in some form. So then with Vegapunk's punk record, I have my own separate theory about a punk record existing in the past, and Tekking actually brought it up. It would be the moon, and there's a lot of different sides of that.
Yeah. The moon has to be relevant in some
right. But one of my favorite parts of what Hidden's theory, everything aside, it would be really cool if Eam was a central figure that had satellites just like Vegapunk, and that was the parallel. And the Gorosei being the satellites of Eam, that would I think it would play really well, because right now what Oda's doing is he's introducing us to that concept on Egghead of what these satellites look like, what they act like, how they function, and then you go to a higher level eventually with the Gorosei, because then the Gorosei would just be like a perfected or a better version of that. I think one question I wanted to ask you guys, and I don't know if the community came to a conclusion on this, is Vegapunk said clones for the satellites, and some look like humans and some look like robots, and maybe the perfected form is what the Gorosei is, where they're just all humanoids more like than and that, I don't know, that just brings up the question of who they were cloned from, I guess. But all in all, I really love that theory that Hidden brought up.
I will say also, there's the fact that we don't know the name of the Gorosei. Oda has never told us.
That's the thing. It's on purpose for a reason. Because who cares about what their names are?
Do they have like elections like between celestial dragons, like who gets to be the Gorosei? Like that's a weird thing. Like where do they? Who are these guys above the celestial dragons? Like
I forget.
what?
Hidden, didn't you tell me something like what the Gorosei like kind of refers like means or something like that? This something like stars.
Five elder stars.
Five
is
elder
what the
stars.
literal meaning
And yeah,
is.
like Vegapunk is the main stellar body.
Oh
right?
my
So
God.
like five elder stars. They're the stars that. Yeah. Yeah.
One thing I wanted to say, I wanted to actually ask Artur because you're here now. So one thing you brought up, well, the whole thing with like, okay, Emu, Umi backwards. In the chapter where Vegapunk was talking about the devil fruits and desire and all that stuff, he mentions in some translations it's like Mother Sea, and others it's like Mother Nature. What's the real translation on that, please?
It's the mother of nature.
Okay,
let's see.
And actually,
the
regarding
sea.
that, something that like when I thought about it, that makes a lot of sense. I think that part of the myth of what like Vegapunk says, he says that the sea rejects devil fruits because they're unnatural or even artificial, if you want to be very literal. And the thing that I really like about that is that I think the concept is that all evolution started from the sea. Like literally creatures were born in the sea and then they evolved and they went to land. So now you have like these fruits that have allowed people to evolve beyond anything that humans are capable of, so they cannot go back to the sea. It's like evolution itself is like, okay, you're going so forward, you can't go back. And that's like really part of the reason why they can't.
Yeah, so I was getting the vibe that like evolution definitely had a thing with this, but I just didn't understand like the whole like bigger scope, I guess.
I've also wondered if I can say something really quickly. Sorry, something. Mr. Vice, very quickly. I also wonder if there is more of a reason why devil fruits are weak to water, and I wonder if that connects to the fact that Blackbeard can literally generate water with his black vortex, which in Japanese is literally called black water, and he uses like this black vortex of water. And when he touches people, they lose their devil fruit powers. They're not able to use them anymore because it's literally water, you know. And it's like, you know, maybe it's like, what if the weakness to water is because someone, maybe the creator of devil fruits or something, want to make one devil fruit that could have an advantage over all the others or all that stuff.
One thing about that, just really quickly, was so I made like a discrepancy about that, and I recognize that it said water there, but one thing that was weird to me was that when devil fruits users touch sea stone or they're in water, they feel weakened, but when Blackbeard touched Luffy and Ace in the moment, they weren't exactly weakened in the same way as Sea Stone would do to them. They lost their powers, but they weren't weakened in the same way. So
I mean, it was just an instant. So
yeah, but like they were still able to talk and function. Whereas if they touched like, you know, and then there's the degree of Sea Stone that we learned on Water that on Wano about that. But I wonder with Blackbeard's situation, because they completely lost their Devil Fruit powers, but Ace was still like, you know, there. He was still functioning.
Yeah, but it was very little water. It was just like a small amount, so maybe.
Yeah, it's just like an interesting detail that.
If it helps for me to.
Sophie wanted to say something.
Joy Girl? Yeah, Joy Girl wanted to say something. Yeah.
Just before we move on from the whole Imu Umi and that, you know, obviously referring to sea in Japanese discussion, my idea actually after that chapter, I think it was 1069, was that instead of, I really like your idea, Hidden, about, you know, Imu being the manifestation of this, you know, giant supercomputer. But I was thinking, what if Imu was actually the representation or sort of the, you know, some sort of manifestation of Mother Sea and, or like Mother Nature, really. And so that could also be another way to explain Imu's immortality, that Imu is this immortal Mother Nature figure. And the whole Great War between the Ancient Kingdom was actually that the Ancient Kingdom was this, you know, super technologically advanced kingdom that was trying out all of these experimentation with the robots, with the devil fruits. And, you know, Imu didn't like that. Imu didn't like that there was something threatening Mother Nature that was, you know, doing all of this evolution, but in a way that, you know, nature wasn't necessarily intended to go. And so that could also like fit in with a lot of these other ideas that we've had in One Piece, like, you know, the idea that, you know, there are these morally great characters, that obviously Imu is obviously the big bad baddie in the situation right now, but then also it's like, actually, let's take a step back, and maybe from Imu's point of view, Imu actually had good intentions and then sort of got twisted on the way, you know, committing genocide to stop these like forces. And also like it's sort of like a, I guess like the way that I pictured it is a Hanami in Jujutsu Kaisen sort of situation, who had a point when he was talking about, you know, the natural environment and how humans are treating the natural environment, also, you know, fitting in with like, I guess, bigger ideas like happening in the real world of like climate change, that, you know, we do know that Oda, not specifically about climate change, but Oda likes to bring in like key themes and key points from real life into his story. And then also what Rayleigh says to the Straw Hats all those years ago, when he says that when you actually come to Laugh Tale and you find out the full story, like you might come to different conclusions. Is like, actually, hang on a second, that Void Century, what happened during the Void Century could have been like a lot more, could have been, you know, not as clear cut as we might have assumed.
Yeah.
I have two thoughts.
Great point.
I have two thoughts, somewhat related to discussion a little bit ago. But as far as the sea counteracting Devil Fruit abilities, I really like the idea that the sea is your sort of gateway to the afterworld. You can relate this to actual pirate stories like Baby Jones' Locker, sort of things.
Which has been referenced in the story. Yeah.
Right, but Devil Fruits are a weird form of life. And it just intuitively makes sense to me that if the sea is the sort of gateway to the afterlife, that as you get in it, you start to pick apart at this lesser form of life. So that's one thought. My other thought as well is I made a theory on this recently that I thought was really interesting. I don't particularly like the idea that Eam is actually like nature or that's his sole motivation, but I like the idea that there's other devil fruits like Luffy's, the sort of hidden from history god fruit type things. One that's really popular is obviously Moon, Blackbeard and the Moon, but I like the idea that there's a sea god as well, which would relate to Japanese mythology of Susanoo and Amaterasu and
Tsukuyomi.
And Tsukuyomi, right?
Yeah.
Those are the three main gods from Japanese lore, and that's the sea, moon, and the sun. So
yeah, no, I agree with that too. I like the mysticism angle, and that's something that comes up in One Piece a lot, is like magic versus like science, or like, is everything going to be explained? Is there magic behind everything, like powering this stuff? And then we see that kind of like with Nolan and Calgara. It's like the magic versus science kind of angle, and I think that's like a question Oda brings up a lot. So like when it comes to Eam, I wonder if he's gonna take the angle of like Eam is an artificial thing, was created by humanity maybe all this time ago, or was Eam something that humanity created kind of through a magical means or imagination, or were the gods always there? I think that's a really interesting it's a really interesting like dichotomy that Oda keeps bringing up.
Yeah, not to mention we're getting like the prelude to it as well through Vegapunk, and then getting the actual answer from like him. So it's a nice connection there.
Yeah, for sure.
Joy Girl's point and Joyboys, that actually, Joyboy and Joy Girl connecting on a point was that
Joy-san.
Joy-san
was like, the idea of a past mythical hero, but there was something, and I haven't put this video out yet, but like in the recent chapter, Vegapunk kind of said that as long as people hope or wish for Nika or liberation, Sun God Nika will always exist. It won't truly disappear. And the thing about that is that we know that the world government is like heavy on propaganda, but they had a propaganda thing that I feel like it's swept under the rug, and it would connect to what Jorgo's saying about, Mother Nature, Emu being that person. If there's a warrior of liberation, they actually have propaganda for the warrior of the sea, Sora. And so it could be that Sora was, that was propaganda, but it said it was based off of true stories. It could be those true stories stemmed from the original times. And just like Nika's stories continued, Sora's stories continue in this form of the comic strip, which would be really interesting, because if Mother Nature is the sea, then their warrior would be warrior of the sea. And that could be the mythical hero, where it's like, I don't know what, like if Luffy's a sun god Nika, maybe it's like sky god Sora, but Sora already means sky. So I'm not too sure about that. But then you get the idea too that they also said that Sora teamed up with a really giant robot. And I was thinking like,
yeah.
Is that the legendary Iron Giant now? Are we connecting all of these dots? Was that comic?
Shout out to the movie, by the way, too. Like,
great movie, fantastic.
Love that film.
So that, I mean, there's a few things where it's like maybe somewhere along the lines, like I was almost thinking like maybe Vegapunk, like that random person that they were talking about, like that was an ally. Maybe that's Sora. Maybe Eam has like Sora hidden in. Maybe Luffy has to fight Sora, or maybe team up with Sora. But
so like, what do you think's like? What do you feel is like the end game here? Like if it turns out that Eam is like some deity, like how is, because the implication is eventually the Tenryubito system's going to fall, the Revolution Dragon and all that stuff. Eam's going to get discovered. Like how, like Eam could just be like, I'm a god, so you all die. Like is that like what's going to happen here?
Yeah, it's like a malfunction or something.
Something. Somebody has to defeat him.
It was a small thing about that was like on Eam's side. If Eam was this god who can like give you powers or whatever, it makes the devil fruits even more interesting because they are like fruits. They kind of stem from nature because they're fruits, but at the same time, it said Mother Nature loathes them, and so they take their ability away, their ability to swim. And that was what's really interesting about Sora. Actually, was it said that Sora was able to walk on water, like not run like Brook, like walk on water like Jesus. So I was thinking, like, if devil fruit users are loathed by the sea and they can't swim, maybe Sora was blessed by Mother Nature, and that's why they can walk on water. They can do whatever that they want with nature. And so there might be a whole like separate dichotomy where, you know, you were saying like what's the end goal? Well, we don't know what the story is with the God Knights. Do the God Knights have some kind of
that's interesting. It just came out of nowhere too with it.
The Royal Tribunal or whatever they're called.
Like,
yeah.
The guards of Marshall. I mean, actually, like, it's something that I've also kind of like wondered that maybe, you know, if someone like Blackbeard does have powers that connect more to the water, because I feel like it's already been strongly implied that Blackbeard's Devil Fruit may also be one that was under a different name or something like Luffy's, because unlike Alogia, he can't dodge attacks. He can't fully transform into the element, you know, so it might be another like Zoan type, you know, like maybe some like devil type.
Oh yeah, because it was listed as Yami Yami in the encyclopedia, but it's still a different, just like the Gumu Gumu no Mi,
Yeah, because he can't transform like a Logia. He doesn't have exactly properties of a Logia. So I was thinking like maybe the Devil of the Sea or something like that. But like just as a concept, I'm not sure if it could fully work out, but like imagine a scene where Blackbeard like is defeated, falls into the sea, right? Is drowning, but then just rises up and starts like walking in the sea or something.
Oh my god.
I mean, I've always liked the idea that Blackbeard would actually drown in the sea, like as how way he goes out. Like, but
someone needs to at some point in the story.
That would be
I mean,
perfect.
he's the one character that makes the most sense. Like Luffy, him are fighting in God or whatever, the Raftel and stuff at the end. He tries his hardest to get right back up, and then it's like one hand out, but then he just falls right back in, and he's in Davy Jones'
Just follow up with what happened with Big Mom and Kaido. Just drop him in a hole. He'll
It's either Blackbeard for me, Rocks, you know, is a possibility for his death, or Akainu.
It's got to be Blackbeard, because like Law literally dropped the seed for us in the last interaction. He was like, "Hey, you're eating a lot of devil fruits, man. That's gonna mean
eventually
your
that
hammer."
greed is gonna come back and bite him and stuff. So
Blackbeard is like, "Oh, that's
You're
the risk I accept." Yeah, exactly.
If the final fight takes place in Marijois, and especially with the red line being destroyed, like Blackbeard falling off the red line and falling into the sea, or as the red line gets destroyed and Luffy punches him down towards like Fishman Island and he ends up drowning in the sea, that could work really well.
Yeah. Good. I mean, I need Blackbeard out of here, but like, you know, we'll get there when we get there.
Hey man, I hype him anyway.
Hold on, Sage has been trying to speak for like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so welcome Sage, welcome Townsy.
Hi.
Hey Sage.
Hey Townsy.
Hello.
Hey Townsy.
I just wanted to quickly come in on the Blackbeard thing. Someone earlier was talking about maybe his throat is related to water. And something I've been thinking recently is the idea that his fruit is related to the abyss rather than space darkness. So you still get that crushing pressure effect, but rather than it being like space, which we don't think has any effect at all on devil fruits, but the abyss of water, which does have an effect on devil fruits. And someone was saying about that earlier. And what I specifically think it might be related to is Davy Jones's locker. Because when they pay tribute to Davy Jones in Long Ring Longland, they throw 3 coins into the ocean. And it's a specific number that's shown. And 3 is the number that relates to Blackbeard. So what do people think about that?
I think the point you brought up about the void is super cool, even like for various reasons. Just because like, I was thinking of it. This is not related to the 3 coins thing, but like, you know how like devil fruits are based off of like the story of like Adam and Eve with like eating the forbidden fruit, the devil.
No, I never heard that.
No, I never heard that. It's like
never heard that story.
It's a little bit niche, you know.
Yeah.
But in the beginning, in the book of Genesis, where that story is, right before that, it talks about how the world was created, right? When God said, "Let there be light," He created the sun and the moon. He created 2 lights. But prior to that, it said that there was a void, a watery void, and nothing else. So it was nothing but darkness and water. And then that was countered by God saying, "Let there be light," and then He created the sun and the moon, the 2 big symbols that we see in One Piece all the time. So I think that void point is like, and this connects to like the dark water, the black water with the Blackbeard move. I think there's 100% some connection to be made there. That's really interesting.
I just remember, you know, way back when Davy Back was weekly, the sheer amount of Davy Back like theories or you're just Davy Jones theories were just outlandish, and for many years after, and it's something that doesn't really get brought up as much now.
Yeah,
years ago. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the big connection
the
there
resurfacing is going to happen eventually.
The big connection was like during Davy back, Robin kind of mentions Hachinosu, not by name, but like there was Pirate Paradise, and I'm like, oh, okay, so probably Rocks had something to do with the Davy back, and probably more brutal during his time period. I don't think he was doing like skating ring battles, like like the Fox soccer. Let's play the Rocks is like let's play soccer, and you got Whitebeard and everybody there.
Exactly.
Who's going to be the ball? Kaido's the ball.
Exactly.
Kaido's the ball. He's the
Instead of slide tackle, just punch each other in the face and stuff. Like,
I mean, like Oda drew who Davy Jones is in the SBS, and he's just like he was like a random pirate. So
hey, they could show up in the flashback eventually, for Rocks and stuff, for all we know. Like,
I want backstory for Vanderdeck, and damn it, like
yes, yeah,
Vanderdeck is a mushroom. Come on, guys.
Oh my god!
Can I take a moment to just shout out that we have like 3,400 people in here right now.
Hey, let's go. Like the stream.
Only 1,400 likes. What's going on?
Yeah, come on. Like the stream. Just click the button. One button.
Man.
Just click
the
it.
button.
Thumb, click it. Right now. The one up, not down. Up. Always.
Yeah, guys, click the like button and the suit comes off, all right?
Click the button or Sabo dies. For real this time. 100%.
Hi.
There's somebody that hates Sabo that's just like, nope, not doing. I'm not just there.
Let's see.
I did want to mention actually when you were talking about Zebek and the premise that he uses the Davy back fights. I think a lot of people have like stumbled across that kind of thought process. But like, what do we think about the darkness fruit being Zebek's fruit, but the Davy back fights are helped because everyone with a devil fruit power just got their power stripped away. And if you go back to Long and Longland, I know again. But like, if you go back before the games go for some of the final games, the sky goes entirely dark. The cannon fire makes the sky entirely dark, so the whole island looks like it's surrounded by dark clouds. And it's like a really interesting motif, given that nobody there has any kind of wind or dark or anything power, but we've got that theme going on there as well.
I think that would make a lot of sense, especially why Zebek was able to win all of these powerhouses.
Yeah, you see?
Yeah.
This is my problem with it. Like, I have no problem with him having this crew. I have a problem with them all having the level of respect they had for him and still doing what they're told.
To a degree, but I think that he had a really infectious personality. I think when it comes time when we find out about Zebek, it's his narrative, his goal is going to be really understandable. You look at someone like Whitebeard. I don't think Whitebeard just joins anyone, and he's certainly not out for. You could imagine like Shiki's out for riches, Big Mom, wants to meet husbands, I guess, and Kaido wants to destroy everything, right? But they're all unified under a blanket that makes sense. So that'll be really
and Whitebeard did specify they fought all the time. Like they were always
this is something
constantly
he enjoyed. That was his life, and not to mention the stuff with the taboos too with Zebek, because it's like the way that Oda kind of depicted it kind of made like he got into the nastiest of nastiest things, like things that the world should not know about. And like I feel like when we actually like, I don't think he's gonna shy away from it. Like I know like he's hide from things over the years and stuff. I do feel like when we get there, it's like these like it's almost like if you've like read Hakusho, like the dark tapes and stuff, right? Like Chapter Black. I feel like it's going to be like on that kind of level to a degree where we're going to see those things and be like, oh wow, like yeah, this guy was screwed up. He should not have been king of the world at all. Like
But on the flip side, I would
we were making parallels before between Rocksteady, Zebek, and Emu, and I had a thought at the time. It's like if Emu is Rocks or a Rocks equivalent who won from the Void Century, I mean, you got to be real with this. The outcomes could have been a lot worse. Like imagine a lot of other characters in the current world of One Piece who
Doflamingo
world. So it's not ideal, but it's still really interesting to see that there's some measure of order.
The
throw out
stability
that
and
like
stuff at least too,
when we're talking about Rocks, like the reputation that you mentioned, like the taboos and everything, that chapter that we got, it was a 967 966 whatever or 957, sorry, where like Sengoku's telling us about Rox's exploits. But if you were to take a step back and just insert he's talking about Luffy there, everything would apply. every single thing. The taboos of the world are poneglyphs, you know, taking a stance against the world government, Eni's lobby. So I think when you look at that, well, the world government's going to paint all of our favorite people as bad people. I don't know, you know, Rox could easily be one of the worst villains too, but they also say Luffy's one of the worst villains. So I think it makes a lot of sense to me that Rox might not be as bad as we think. And the other side of it too, and you know, God Valley aside, we have to know the truth about that, but the other side of it, the way I look at the Yonkos, I had this Yonko analysis thing, is when you look at what they did when they split up, they each created their own like world or empire. And when you look at what they tried to achieve, right? Big Mom, yes, she was wrong, but she tried to create a utopia where all races could be living in harmony, right? They all could eat at the same dinner table. I don't see the world government doing something like that. And then on top of that, like when you look at Kaido, like he had a lot of messed up things too, but he was going for like a meritocracy type of government. And when then like, I think in terms of like making this make sense, I think Whitebeard makes the most sense, right? He was a pirate and he was very upset at what he did. But at the end of the day, he was essentially kind of like, you know, trying to protect these nations that couldn't afford the tribute, and was trying to, the heavenly tribute, and is trying to prevent his childhood from happening to all these other nations, because his childhood, Kaido's childhood, Big Mom's childhood, all their childhoods were really messed up. And when you take a look at that, Kaido's, Big Mom's, all of them, they all step back and look at the world government, right? Kaido's, he was literally a pawn for the world government. He was being sold like an animal.
Super soldier, basically, yeah.
Yeah, and then Big Mom, she like, yeah, her parents were at fault, but then she was put in this pipeline of orphanage where she was going to become an admiral of some sort, and that was a system supported by the world government. The CP0 were there. Right. And then the same thing, Whitebeard, we don't know exactly, but obviously he has a bone to pick with the heavenly tribute, right? Which is why he opposes it and kind of protects it. And when you look at the Rox pirate in that frame, it makes you question what Rox was doing. Because if all of these conquerors were underneath Rox, there had to be some kind of connection point of like, hey, this guy's trying to make a world for like, that is better than what is happening right now. The context of it might not be the best, right? Like Luffy went through and toppled every single one of them and said, I don't like what you're doing, right? And they might have been wrong, but maybe early on they were better off. And as they aged, they got jaded, they got screwed up. And the same reason why Shanks might have passed on his will to Luffy, it might be because as a kid, you know, when you're younger, you have a more wholesome view of the world, and you're not as like scarred by the world government and the atrocities of the world. So
especially when it happens early on too in life as well, because those things are going to stick with you much more than they will when you're an adult. When you're an adult, you're going to know things a little bit better, try to at least understand the situation. As a kid, that's going to have such a real effect on you, where it's going to shape the mentality you're going to have later on in life. And going back what you were saying, part two, because if that is how you view the thing with Rox, or where maybe he was doing something else and that's how the world government kind of painted it, kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about the whole celestial dragons being the ones that possibly got rid of Zebek. Because if that was the case, then Garp and Roger would have that reason to view the celestial dragons in that kind of aspect. It's like, you know, this guy was trying to do other things. They're painting in a different perspective. So it's like, why would I ever put myself in a position to work underneath these people or protect them? Because the only thing we know is that Zebek attacked these people, but that's on the side from the world government. It could be that, you know, maybe they had found something, they were doing something, and then, you know, they were attacked afterwards, and then they retaliated as pirates would do, and then led to the situation that happened with God Valley being completely erased.
You know, I love the idea that Rox is a Luffy foil, essentially. You know, like Luffy's in a roundabout way is going to achieve everyone's dreams, and maybe Rox, you know, that was part of you know, how he recruited everyone. It's like, look, I'm going to make everyone's dreams come true. And I really love it thinking about Blackbeard, because there's already clear parallels between Blackbeard and Rox. So what does that mean for Blackbeard in the future? What kind of reveals are we going to get about his characters, or if he has multiple personalities, or how that works? It's really exciting.
Yeah.
Speaking of
this movie was so excited for this flashback that we're going to get in like 3 years or 4 years.
Yeah, of course, 3 years. Maybe 2 years.
Speaking of what you said, I mean, like, you know, speaking of Shanks' past, Shanks being from God Valley, like, that's like big into how it ties into all of this stuff. What are your thoughts on that?
Are we talking about that yet? Are we?
I was gonna say, is that already confirmed? Because I think it was like Film Red or something.
Well, no, it was in the.
It's been confirmed that that's
both in the
canon.
film.
That part is
the
canon.
4 billion thing, whatever it is.
Yeah, volume 4 billion. For whatever reason, there's somebody that goes around the One Piece world shoving babies into treasure chests. I don't know why this keeps happening, but it happens. It happens.
I'm still waiting on the Viz version for that one.
The stork was a pirate. The stork pirates.
And without, like, obviously, we don't want to spoil Film Red for anybody who hasn't already seen Film Red still. I know it's been out for a little while. So
Almost a year. I feel like it's almost a year. They got a great story.
Listen, the wiki
I mean, it was mid anyway. So.
At this point, I don't care. Y'all gotta eat it.
What I do want to say, without spoiling anything directly, is I feel like because the God Valley thing is obviously canon to the story, right? That Shanks was in God Valley. The one other thing I do think is important to point out, because they brought this up during the talkback at the premiere, is that the whole thing with Uta and like how Uta's actions in the movie are not canon, but Uta the character is canon to the manga. Leads me to believe that they're doing that because obviously Uta is very popular. We've seen this after the movie. We've seen like a lot of merchandise with Uta, a lot of other things. I think they're kind of leaving the door open so that like if they ever do want to implement Uta into the canon story, they can. But then they could kind of disregard what actually happens in that movie, right? They're like, Uta was it totally the adopted daughter of Shanks? Yep. At some point, she left the crew. Yep. And Shanks was in God Valley, and that's all you need to know from this movie. And everything else, just ignore what happened. It didn't actually happen. It's fine.
So Roger, Roger, your audio is like pretty low. I don't know if you have
low,
the mic on or anything. You sound low.
You're on the quiet side.
Okay, hold on. Let me update this.
It's Roger without the bass.
There we go.
I get it.
Oh my God, Laz. Oh my God, bro.
It was
great.
there on
It was great. It was perfect. It was perfect. It's just goddamn it, Laz.
You know how we do.
I don't know how you do, brother.
Congratulations, Laz. You win the day's reverie.
Yes, he does.
I'm surprised that hasn't been said before. Roger without the bass. That's crazy.
Roger without the bass. That was
it. I know.
How long were you saying
I heard Roger's lace before. I never heard Roger without the bass.
You know what's great? Roger's lace.
The album coming out when?
We October, sometime in October. I'm waiting for Dress Rosa first. I mean, we have lyrics there with Brago before.
He's waiting for Droptober. He gonna drop some in Droptober. Do your thing.
There you go.
Droptober. So I want to switch gears a little bit here, guys, because I feel like we've been talking about rocks and God Valley and Emu and all of that for a while.
Yeah.
Why don't we? How about the Revolutionary Army? When and where?
Topic.
Do we think that they're going to actually show up?
They're the Whitebeard pirates of the Final War, in my opinion, and I think Dragon is the Whitebeard of the Final War. Yeah, I think.
I mean, Dragon's gonna die.
Yeah, at the end of it, I think.
I
so.
just need him to. One of these monkey D's gonna be out of here by the time the story's over.
Yeah.
So like I see Dragon as like this lurking legend, just like Whitebeard was, and everyone talked about how strong he was, how dangerous he was, and then he kind of came into the story little by little until Paramount War saga starts, and then we get the full focus on Whitebeard. We learn about him as a person, and we come to love him over the course of just this one war arc. So I feel like with Dragon hyped up over the whole story, remains a mystery to us, and now we have all this buildup with the final war, with the world government. I mean, who else is going to be leading the charge on that besides the revolutionaries? They made hating on Eam their like that's their whole personality. Like
yes,
you know?
And what's perfect about
I don't know how this will be received, but I kind of like the idea that Garp is your Whitebeard pirates of this final war, and all that it would really require is for the Garp Blackbeard fight to merge in maybe Elbaf with the Revolutionary Army moving, the Strats moving, the Kid Pirates there, things, etc.
I like
that's a good point.
The Revs being the Whitebeard pirates, because I've always talked about this, how Whitebeard had his whole fleet of like separate pirate crews that weren't underneath him, but that just flew underneath him. And we have the same thing with the Revs, except you substitute that with entire nations, right? Yeah. Like you add Arabasta had how many million people in there, and you add a whole army of them, and then they all sail to the final war. You got the entire planet, like half of them fighting for you.
Not to mention the subgroups right now too with Sabo as well going on too. With what
I feel like a lot of you guys are bringing up a good point too of like when the timing of these fights are going to happen too, right?
Yeah.
Like in terms of if these fights are all going to converge or if it's going to turn into the final war. I think another thing to bring up, since we were just talking about Film Red too, in terms of things that might be brought canon in the manga, is there's that moment towards the end of Film Red where you get Usopp and Yasopp using like the observation hockey to sort of like communicate with each other. And I do feel like that's a little bit of a tease of what we might expect from the final war, right? And that potentially the final war isn't going to be in one location, right? We've got Kuma at the red line right now.
I was just gonna bring that up.
You've got Full Lead Island. You've got Garp. You've got Blackbeard. You've got Law. You've got potentially like Laugh-Tale itself. Like there's all these different islands that they could have this massive fight take place that spans the entire world, and everyone could communicate using their advanced observation hockey, right? You got like Usopp representing for the Straw Hats. You got Yasop representing for the red-haired pirates. You got Katakuri representing for Whole Cake Island, and they're all just using their observation hockey to sort of communicate on all these different fronts. I think that'd be fascinating.
Who needs a Denden Bushi anymore? We level up with observation.
You just level up. It's the same thing with like Augur has the teleportation fruit now, so it's like, Blackbeard's fighting Law, so maybe he'll go back to Hachinosu. We don't know the extent of that warp fruit yet. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I mean, going back to like the dragon thing though, because I know it kind of ties back to with him a little bit, because we're still kind of waiting on that moment when dragon's actually going to have like, declare the war and stuff. Because we're talking about like, if who's going to showcase like him to the world and stuff, like, how is that going to be known to everyone? Is that going to be the moment where when dragon invades, like he's secretly going to have this Denden Bushi over there to like basically declare war and show that, hey, there is this king of the world and stuff, and saying, well, I'm going to take you down. And that's what kicks off the war. Or is there going to be like another moment instead that is actually going to do that?
Well, going back to the parallels with Marineford, then the revolutionaries would play a sort of Buggy role. Buggy traveled with the Straw Hats, so you could see, and to continue my thought from before, Blackbeard has Koby, right? So that's a similar setup to Ace's execution, I would say. Garp then would be the Whitebeard pirates who's coming to rescue their friends, and then it gets complicated really fast. Maybe you could even consider the revolutionary playing a role of Blackbeard, where they see an opportunity to sort of take down world government in the chaos in a kind of unexpected way. I don't think that people would expect that, but it could be the case.
I just want to clarify. You just made a parallel, dragon buggy parallel, dragon buggy. I just want to. Okay.
I know. I didn't want to register it either too.
But I mean, Buggy was the one who got all the cameras going and showed everybody what was happening behind the scenes, right? And that's what we're kind of expecting from the Revolutionary Army.
Maybe that's
tracking the world government secrets, and at some point they have have to reveal them.
Imagine this is camera on me. Like,
I feel like the way that Garp plugs into this is that because the final war, obviously Luffy has a vendetta against the world government too. Dragon has one. Garp probably has one as well if we've seen his history after maybe. So what I was thinking because of all of this is that how like we recently learned with Ohara that the burning of Ohara is what motivated the formulation of the revolutionaries, and the burning of Ohara is the flashback that preceded Luffy declaring war himself on the world government in Enia's lobby. Well, maybe this goes three ways. Maybe because Saul was Garp's friend, Aokiji was Garp's friend, the favor that Aokiji spoke about to Luffy in Long Ring Longland, he said, I owe Garp a favor for something a long time ago. Maybe Garp was who helped him cover up Saul surviving. And Garp is working also with the revolutionaries secretly to plan a coup. And I think Garp, Dragon, and Luffy are all going to have to come together in the final war. So it's not going to be like a one-to-one with Whitebeard, but I can see the revolutionaries working with Luffy, working with Garp, and each of the monkey family members are leading one of the main factions of the world, the revolutionaries, pirates, and marines, all against the world government. So that's right.
So I'm liking this idea of tying the Revolutionary Army and just saying who the Whitebeard pirates are going to be. Because I've always felt that Luffy and his Grand Fleet really should take the place of the Whitebeard pirates, and basically be that role. But it also always makes sense that everybody that Luffy's helped in any sort of way over the course of the story, who he's liberated, comes and just, we have this massive push. If the world finds out about the Void history and everything like that, if we do the internet like Vegapunk wants to do, and we're able to spread this idea of what the Void history was, we can get a collective group of the, anybody could become the Revolutionary Army, right? We saw this in the Flame Emperor chapter, at the end, that islands are already starting to rise up. So from that perspective, that could also happen. I do think that this battle royale that Oda is essentially like referring to in his jump message, I think that that's going to be at Elbaf. I think that what he could be referring to there is essentially like the One Piece version of Ragnarok, where we'll get, maybe something that's not necessarily, marine related, unless they find out that Vegapunk or Saul or, exactly, all of these forces are there. They may just stay off to the side like they did at Wano. But if we could get a situation where it is, Luffy, the Kid Pirates, Big Mom returning because she has so much, stake in, in Elbaf, Blackbeard pulling up if, pudding becomes relevant in any way to Elbaf, and Shanks has been drawn to that arc. It could be a way for Oda to just culminate all of that. So maybe the final war isn't actually, yes, we'll have the war against Marijoa, but maybe one of the real pirate war against pirates will actually happen at Elbaf.
And for the last
I really like that idea. I would really like that idea. It's just, I'm just a bit skeptical as to whether Oda will do 2 big fights now. The way that I see it, I just feel like there's a bit of a timeline that's been placed on him, and it seems like he's working towards a timeline, and I don't know whether that leaves room for 2 major wars as much as I would love to see something like that.
Well, I think there are 2 major wars that have to happen, because it's the war against the pirates and piracy, so that Luffy can become the Pirate King. But then there's also but we have to also free the world from this oppression. So no matter what, we have to
a battle royale.
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking. That's the reason.
I think they could all be happening.
Yeah, they could just put them together.
Just one war, and it's just a free for all. Yeah,
right. Especially considering, and I'm sure Artur knows the exact quote, but that thing that Oda said where he'd mentioned this is going to make Marineford look like a little baby game or something.
Like a kiddie pool or something like that.
What's the quote from Oda? I know you know this.
It's playing in a sandbox or something.
In his Jump Festa 2018 message, he said that the lurking legend would be introduced in 2018 in the manga, and it would be someone really powerful who was connected with Whitebeard, and who would be the strongest enemy the Straw Hats would ever face, and that it would make Marineford look cute by comparison. So that's likely either Rox or Im. And that's probably talking about the final saga, because it's when the Straw Hats will face this lurking legend, and that will make Marineford look cute by comparison. Which a lot of people mistook for Wano, which is not the case. It's specifically talking about the battle with the lurking legend.
Yes.
Yeah, if we're looking for a place to sort of make a true battle royale with all the factions involved, I think that right now we definitely need to be wondering whether or not this battle occurs before the One Piece is found, so that we can end it around that time. And something like Punk Records could make the message spreading, etc., that sort of thing, a lot easier to accomplish now that it's being brought up. But I like the parallel personally, that before in Marineford it was the pirates trying to rescue their nakama from the government, and now you have a setup of essentially the thing reversed, where the pirates, Blackbeard has taken the nakama of the Marines, Garp is going after there, and it's right now it's totally plausible that literally every faction in the story can converge right now and essentially become everyone's looking for the One Piece sort of thing, because it's going to turn the world upside down. And so the
final war does not have to be at Marijoa.
No, it doesn't. Yeah.
If I could put a Laugh Tale for me would be the one ideal thing, or even before we get there. It just depends on when we actually get the last poneglyphs and stuff, because I do have this weird feeling that if the Straw Hats were to get them, somehow, some way, everyone's going to find out about this, and that's probably going to lead to everyone just battling it out until they get to the Straw Hats, and then let's say it's Teach that ends up meeting with them at Laugh Tale. That's when they have the fight, they find the One Piece, and it's wait a minute, you know what? Let's chill on this war. Let's direct it to somewhere else where it needs to be, and that's against the world government, because we just learned something that is pretty important to save the whole entire world.
Yeah, the only thing that I think that we need in addition to this is the ancient weapons need to become relevant. So something like the Marines on their way here get Pluton from Wano. Wano gets in danger, and that the whole thing with Momonosuke comes back up. And then you need something with the fishermen. Something happens with them. Some drama with Shirahoshi. But I think that that's totally accomplishable on our pathway through Elbaf, and then what comes from that.
I'll be real with you guys. I don't think Blackbeard is going to go to Laugh Tale. I don't think there's going to be a conflict with him at Laugh Tale. I think the conflict right now for the One Piece is going to be related to Shanks, because Shanks right now said he's going to go
is on the move,
at the One Piece.
To go get it.
So Blackbeard, as far as we know, Blackbeard is trying to live up to Zebek's legacy. Zebek did not want to become king of the pirates. He wanted to be king of the world.
So
It makes the most sense to me. We saw Blackbeard talking about like, oh, who's gonna betray who? Like, what's going to happen? Everything's like coming together. It's going to become some great war, for supremacy or whatever. He was talking about that on Full Lead. Maybe Blackbeard's plan is he's anticipating this war, and maybe he's letting it play out just like Marineford, and then right at the end, he's gonna swoop in and then do his thing to become king of the world.
That's what he tends to do. That
he's gonna let everyone fight it out. Like,
I just love the idea though that like Shanks and a Davy back and some type of confrontation will happen at Elbaf, because there's a lot of things that are lining up, right? You've got Big Mom's history with Elbaf that still kind of needs to be addressed. You've got Kid going there right now to potentially talk to Saul. You've got all the Norse things going on with Shanks's crew, and we know we had obviously the fights with Kaido and the fights with Big Mom. That confrontation between Luffy and Shanks in some capacity still has to happen. And the other thing that I think is so important that people still forget about time and time again is what was brought up all the way back in Zou with that giant road poneglyph, right? The idea that like, where is the location of the final road poneglyph? Because you're supposed to find out about the poneglyphs at the final island on the Grand Line. That you're supposed to do the other islands in order. So I think if Shanks is going for the One Piece right now, if that's actually his goal, just like everybody else, he still has to get the road poneglyphs. There has to be some, and we don't know what his relationship to the other Yonko was, or like if he had the information from Kaido. We know that Shanks stopped Kaido from going to Marineford. He could have very well gotten the rubbing of Kaido's poneglyph all the way back then. And so I think, like, tying all of that together potentially with Elbaf, if that is the location of the final road poneglyph, could answer like a lot of those questions, and doing it in a timely manner so Oda could actually still get through what he needs to get through in the story by the time that he wants to finish it.
I think what's interesting with you were talking about the Elbaf note and like Big Mom, something that thanks to Hidden, we had a conversation recently about that. And it was just like, Big Mom wanted to marry off her daughter for like good relations, but like also she wants to have giant kids or something like that. But how has she gotten all the other race kids? She's literally stolen people and procreated with them. With how, we don't know, but like she has, and so
she made it happen.
But
she made it work.
But with the Elbaf, it seemed like she wanted to be on good relations with them. And what's interesting, like you said, we still don't know what her poneglyph said, despite them, the Straw Hats having it for I don't know how many years at this point. It's still stuck in Brooke's head, the rubbings of them, and we don't know what's there. But there's a road poneglyph and a regular one, and I almost wonder if that regular one was like had like ancient weapon knowledge, and it gave us an island, and that might be why she wanted to be on good relations with Elbaf, because that the ancient weapon that she wanted to be on good relationship was on Elbaf, and that's where like Hidden Island hit me with like a really cool idea about why it would make sense that the last ancient weapon would be on Elbaf.
Let's not pretend that Big Mom is an altruistic character, though.
No,
she doesn't want good relations because she's a good person. She wants good relations because she wants power. She wants a relationship with the giants because she wants power. She has kids of all of these different tribes because she wants power. She has this very warped sense of like, it's all the world coming together, but it's under her.
It's under her own delusions, basically. Even though there's good intent, it's a delusion.
She herself does not view her as evil. She thinks this is the way the world should be. Everyone equal, as in with like, I'm on top, of course. You know,
that's also the mindset of like most dictators as well, too. Like,
most dictators don't actually come out and be like, I'm evil. So that's not usually how it works.
Do you think that Elbaf is so strong that? Do you think Elbaf is so strong that, like Kaido did to Wano was regarded as very strong, but he still took over Wano? Do you think Elbaf is so strong that Big Mom couldn't take it over if she wanted to?
Well, that's the part of the reason why they hyped it up for that reason. They said they have the strongest military in the entire world. So for them, like, I have expectations for them off that statement alone, because you don't want to be saying something like that and then they're just getting bodied by Gear 5th Luffy. Like, I'm expecting like there's one giant there. Like, maybe if we get a Thor, an Odin, someone there that can actually go and just body somebody.
I agree with you.
They make it sound like it's an entire army.
Because the big issue with a lot of
I agree with you that I want the Giants to be strong, but remember how Akainu and everyone regarded Wano and their samurais, but we saw their samurais.
They had a bad source. I'm with that. They had a bad source. There's some of them are just whatever. But I'm hoping the Giants are not that good. Otherwise, Oda would not.
That's more than anybody else could do. You know what I'm saying? They stuck their little toothpicks in Kaido. They strong.
Also, if you
don't disrespect Kinemon.
My man cut a world breath. That might have been it, but he did it.
I think the third ancient weapon.
Big Mom and could Big Mom and her pirates beat the Giants? We don't know, but isn't it easier to make an alliance with them so you don't have to? It's the same thing with Paramount.
They might play baseball with them and stuff.
Body the German kingdom if they wanted to, but you know what's easier? Marry off one of my kids and gain their power without having to go to war with them.
You can relate that to real life warfare as well. You know, you don't want to fight with your enemies to weaken yourself so that you get defeated afterwards.
Exactly.
Another thought that I really like about this, as far as the Giants, I think they live on top of the tree, and so just imagine how difficult. Like you would have to destroy the tree to get at them, which is this impossible feat, and then you could have something like Emu's weapon, right? And I like the visual, and I like the thought. This also relates to Ragnarok of the tree eventually getting destroyed and falling down across the world, which would be fucking awesome.
I was gonna say too, JB, because like the whole thing with like the Giants living on the top, I would think like if anyone's gonna be there, like the high royalties, like the low keys to them, like they are the ones that are actually like the rulers, so they get the opportunity to be there. The ones that are underneath, the ones that I would guess like because of the poverty giants or whatever, they're the ones that stay at the bottom. And eventually when we go up there, that's when we have like the whole tussle of like whatever the conflict may be, because it depends like how long we think Elbaf is gonna be. I think it's probably gonna be around the length of Whole Cake Island. I don't see it being the length of Wano, unless we were to get some ties to Im and the whole Norse mythology stuff connected to Elbaf. So only way I could see it being like that, because then it would actually like open up more things towards the actual end of the final saga as we go into the war itself.
I've always imagined Yggdrasil being like a series of sky islands, because there's different realms with the tree. That's the whole point. So it's just like different cities or maybe towns of like the hierarchy of giants all the way up to the top.
First floor, second floor, third floor.
Yeah, I think actually on the top of Yggdrasil in mythology, there's like a giant hawk or something.
Yes.
So I don't know, something like that could happen.
I was actually going to get into. So I actually have some Norse lore I can bring into that.
Oh yay! I love this.
Okay, so there's some interesting stuff. Okay, so with you remember in Little Garden when Dorian Bragi said that their attack could basically put a hole in anything with the exception of
except the giant blood-soaked
serpent
snake.
Covered in blood. Yes. So I think Jormungandr. Jormungandr.
Yes.
Well, this got me thinking maybe the giants and the people of Elbaf, because they're so old and because they're such an isolated culture, maybe they have a different name for all these various things that we've become familiar with.
Red line,
red serpent. So now in Yggdrasil, the giant world tree where presumably they live, there are three like big primary like god beasts that inhabit this tree. There is a serpent that's under the ground, under the tree, which could be like Poseidon and the sea kings in the ocean underneath.
Or
there's something
like
that's
Nola
at ground
Kashi.
level, or Nola and Kashi. Then you have in the forest at ground level, you have the stags that feed on whatever I think falls from the tree. I might be wrong on that. And then at the top of the tree, you have a hawk that's perched on top. And these are like the three layers of the world tree, I'm pretty sure. And I was thinking, what if that's the ancient weapons? Like, what if Poseidon? What if their name for Poseidon is Jormungandr, or not Jormungandr? Nidogre, the snake that's like underground, and then I don't know what the name of the stags are.
Hawk thing,
and then the bird is unnamed.
Is the name of the hawk. Yeah.
Oh, is that what the name of it is? Yeah.
I love how relevant all this discussion is. One Piece is awesome.
Yeah. This is what I love talking about it, because you can talk about everything else through One Piece. I've had discussions about Pythagoras now because Pythagoras is a character. I love this.
I wondered about the hypotenuse.
Hell, I had a conversation with somebody recently about like Spy Kids because of the whole microwave thing that Bonnie and Luffy were like looking for like the food and stuff. Like, oh, like, imagine this and it'll just happen. I'm like, oh wow, Spy Kids, that's awesome.
Spy Kids, there you go.
We know this man He'll put a reference to anything in.
Like,
okay, Island, when I saw that Game of Thrones reference with my boy Jon Snow / Luffy. Any reference in there.
For Elbaf to be, I think it makes a lot of sense for the village of Elbaf to be at the top of the tree, specifically because when we saw Elbaf, we saw this like colossal tree, this Yggdrasil, and like it overshadows the complete island. And the island is mostly mountains beneath it. But then we see the village where Big Mom was at, clear skies, no tree. It's like a completely open sky, so it would make sense if it's on top of the tree where they have access to a clear sky.
Good point.
Yeah,
That's a great.
There was never any explanation of like them leaving the island or coming down off the tree. It just cuts to like Mother Caramel leaving.
Now, Artur, think of this: if they have that bird at the top of the tree, and Uranus is like the one mysterious ancient weapon that's like we don't know where it is, and that's the sky god. Maybe Elbaf has Uranus, and that's why Big Mom wants to marry to Loki. That's why no one can make a move on them, and maybe Loki is to Uranus what like Shirahoshi is to Poseidon, and that's why Big Mom wants to make that marriage.
Now, question: since we're on the topic of ancient weapons, what the hell was the thing? What was the laser sky cannon that Eam used then? Was that like artificial Uranus or what?
It's the artificial sun. It's the artificial sun.
The artificial one.
Grab the inner body here.
Or at the minimum, some kind of tech from the ancient
kingdom,
Void Century time that was a remnant. Vegapunk, like the lightsaber could have been his version, his mini version of that.
Yeah.
Sure. I feel like it could be Uranus, but it was. I feel like it could be Uranus, and that up until just recently, they didn't have the missing piece, and that's because I believe every ancient weapon is something and then a person. So it's you have Shirahoshi and you have the Sea Kings. You'll have XYZ and then Pluton, the Land Kings, and then you'll have whoever it is, and then Uranus, the Sky King, and that's what we saw.
There is something, again, I don't want to say this specifically in detail because I do think it is maybe too much of a spoiler, but there is something in One Piece Odyssey that strongly kind of hints that like that may not be Uranus, but that's gonna go into this whole thing. But I kind of wonder, like Rob Lucci said, that if killing Vegapunk was connected with the Lasha incident, and I've seen some people say that maybe it's just they discovered that Vegapunk is connected to the Revolutionary Army on Sabo or something like that. But what if Vegapunk is sort of connected to that weapon, right? I think that's kind of a thought that people have had, so maybe that's kind of why it's technology advanced or something, or is it something more closely connected to Emu directly? Like did Emu just give the order and then the weapon was sent there, or does Emu have the power? Yeah,
because we didn't see him how he manipulates that thing. He has like a little Atari 2600 controller. He just like.
But I feel like this is something that they
crane machine.
This has to be something very time specific though, because
you can't use it all the time.
Well, not only that. I feel like if they had this years ago, they would have used it at Ohara. If they have access.
What's that? If Vegapunk made it makes sense. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, one of the things we found out at Water 7 wasn't that Pluton was necessarily the only Pluton, but those blueprints were specifically designed so that if anything was ever created that was similar, there was a way to counteract it. The whole point of those blueprints was a failsafe. They were not the Pluton blueprints.
Yes.
Just as is, there is no ship. So there's a possibility that Vegapunk made something along the lines of Pluton or another Pluton recently, and it is recent, because I do agree that it doesn't make sense to me either that you would send people to do something that you could do with a machine more effectively. Like logically on that kind of mass destruction level, like if you're going to burn down the whole place anyway,
it might be a thing that they don't like to use super often. So it's like, well, we have a buster call that's usually good enough, but in some cases, like when he wants something silenced quick and for good, then he sends that thing. Yeah.
It's also a method of like if. I was just going to say, it's also a matter of if they're continuing to zap islands just into oblivion, and people don't know where it's like. I think the whole point is that people don't realize that it is Imu, and whereas having this show of a buster call saying that we the Navy are this strong serves a point as deterrence. Whereas it's just zapping.
O'Hara knew we had the buster call. That's just a military operation. O'Hara did something they knew was wrong in their eyes and stuff. Whereas Lucia, it's like just a freak thing. Like, oh my god, it's like, well, then there you go. That's how you get rid of them. Whereas
crazy laser storms in this world. What are you gonna
do? These crazy things. This is gonna happen to you with these buster calls. Like that's how they'll make it knowledgeable, not the stuff that we saw happen with Lucia.
I'll be real though. I feel like buster calls have gotten power creeped pretty hard over the course of the story. Like, like thinking about it compared to like admirals, like. Aokiji and Akainu single-handedly turned an island into Punk Hazard, like what it is now. So, like, do you need like the 18 or whatever?
I think he's just trying to gas up the Marines.
It's to show the Navy's muscle. That's all.
Listen, they need all the help they can get.
You got to use military might however you can. Like,
yes, you got to show the world we're on top, kind of thing.
The Bustercall's entire purpose in the story right now is just to get jobbed in the movies and then on canon content. It's literally just to show how strong the guys are at this point.
Yeah.
I love how in Stampede, because it was stated in Ennie's lobby, once a Buster Call is summoned, you cannot cancel it. No one can. And then in Stampede at the end of the movie, they're like, please cancel the Buster Call. Okay. And then that's the end of the movie.
Yep.
Yeah.
The power of non-canon.
Yep. Oh, non-canon will kick your ass, man. All right.
Exactly.
It's the dinosaurs come into the story, then it's over.
Yep.
Ooh.
So Matt, what are
and the volcanic cave system in that movie? Watch out for that. That might destroy the planet.
So Matt, I didn't hear your thoughts. What's your hope for the final saga?
Me, Matt? Which Matt?
Which Matt? There's three of them.
Right, there are three of them. All right, Matt Owens.
Me. A couple of the things that some people have discussed. I think Roger said it. I'm all in on Shanks' Davy back fight. That's what I want. The OG Davy back fight is great. I don't care what people have to say about it. I love the Davy back fight. I want another one.
I'm with you, brother. I'm with you.
To do a Shanks confrontation. I am.
Are they fighting for Bartolomeo? What's going on? What are they doing?
I think it could be over. I think it could be over the final road poneglyph. I also like the idea that Elbaf might be something that's protected under Shanks, and that we're gonna get like a Shanks v Kid, like actually get it on screen sometime soon, which would be nice.
Randy, just letting you know, there's a stream lag pretty bad right now.
That was low-key like one of my biggest goals, because like, you know, everyone has like 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. I needed those 3. That's what I needed. Very thankful for sure.
No, I got a random aside. What do you guys think? So the power source has come up a lot recently, like eternal power source, the creating the sun or whatever. What do you guys think about that being the core of the planet through the hole in Innie's lobby?
Oh, that's a good way of looking at it.
So we should be back now. We should be back now.
Never considered.
Okay.
Middle
seems better now.
Rise up.
So Matt, if you wanted to finish your point.
No, I just really have a Davy back fight agenda. That was it. I just wanted to push my Davy back fight agenda for the end of the season.
Well, see,
my Davy back fight.
I want to ask him more. Like, how do you see this playing out? Because that's always the biggest problem for me personally. Is within the scope of all these incredible powers and all the high stakes and stuff. How do you see like the Davy back fight playing out and what timing?
I think it's, there have been a lot of people have difficulty seeing like Luffy and Shanks fighting. Why would it happen? And I don't want to get into power scaling, but like even with year 5 now, how would Luffy ever beat Shanks? Because a lot of people in the community think that Shanks is just this untouchable, all-powerful, godlike character. And so how do you have a confrontation? How do you have an exchange of information or something like that in a way that doesn't have to be a fight? And that just makes sense. We know that Oda loves to reuse certain ideas and elements and stuff that have been set up. So the Davy back fight doesn't seem like just a one-off. We also know that it's something that's very historical. We know that it's something that's been very important in pirate culture before. So it just seems like such a natural way for a Luffy versus Shanks confrontation to occur. And so again, I think it would be over something like information. It being over a road poneglyph. It being over something like that makes sense. That Shanks has something, obviously we know Shanks knows a lot more than Luffy does. So for this to be over the exchange of some sort of important information, it just kind of makes sense to me.
Let me hit you with something, Matt. I have a theory in the background on Davy backfight, and the exact answer is exactly what you're saying. Why would Shanks and Luffy ever fight? And the thing is, it's been set up from the very beginning. What did Shanks say in chapter 1? He said, or like Luffy and Shanks have this agreement that Luffy is gonna bring Shanks the straw hat and return the straw hat. But at this point in the story, it makes no sense for Luffy to return the straw hat. So it might be that the Davy backfight might be over that straw hat. That to test Luffy's acumen as a pirate, Shanks throws him into a Davy backfight, says, hey, if you beat me, you get to keep the straw hat. If you lose, I get the straw hat. And at the same time, the thing is, if we take the rules of the Davy back fight into account here, then the losing crew has to lose their pirate flag at the same time. So the stakes are super high. It's not a little thing. Luffy wants to be a pirate. So does Shanks. And if it's over the straw hat, which Luffy wants, right? He's the straw hat pirates. Everyone calls him Mugiwara Luffy. If we go into the last saga and he doesn't have the straw hat after meeting Shanks, it wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, well, it would be gone after that point.
This is the thing though. Like Shanks obviously knows that Luffy's Nika and it's all set up, right? It's like an obvious thing.
He knows. But then when you think about what Shanks...
Would it just be a test? Wouldn't it just be a gatekeep to Nika?
It wouldn't be... I don't know if it would be a gatekeep to Nika, but it would more or less be like
it's more Kaido's thing.
Shanks passed on his, will in that first chapter, right? And so to realize Luffy is the right person to meet the final goal, Shanks is going to test him.
I think the idea of the baby back fight maybe is like a little bit... It's possible. I just think like Oda's setting up literally a test in Bdalaw. Like, what will Luffy do? Pick his friend or him kind of situation, right?
Do you think we're really going to get two stories with that same setup? Are we really going to get I got to go save my friend Koby, and I got to go save my friend?
I don't think Luffy's involved in Koby.
I don't think he's going to do anything.
I'm not too worried about Bard. I'm not worried about Bard.
That's clearly a Garp Kuzan.
Yeah, that's a Garp situation
going on where Kuzan's obviously going to be like, I'm a Navy man. And then they switch on Blackbeard.
Agreed.
So I want to take a moment to introduce. We had some new people join in here. So we have we have Silvers. We've got Evil, and we have the Red Force podcast here.
Yes, hello.
My Davy back agenda is, while I love the idea of a Shanks fight, and I expect the moment that Luffy and Shanks to meet, for Luffy to immediately punch Shanks, because that's the way that I believe he views being a strong pirate. It's just he's just going to start a fun battle.
It's all out of love.
I was to say to piggyback off.
But the main point that I wanted to make is, we'll go right back to you, Townsley, is right now my agenda for a Davy back is actually against the Cross Guild. I want Buggy to have a Davy back, because then we just get a bunch of like circus people doing what they do best, and it's like the only way Buggy could actually like even stand a chance against everybody. And then this is a way for Oda to naturally, if he so chooses, have the Zoro versus Mihawk fight be the combat of the Davy back fight.
It would be the ultimate fantasy booking, honestly. And you can have the moments too, or it depends on what island it happens to. You can also have a moment where like Mihawk is going to work with Shanks in the Davy back fight, and it's like you get to see that pairing or see them fight it out and stuff like on screen. Like that's like, wow, that should be dope.
Randy, I spent like a solid 30 minutes this morning thinking to myself, like, hey, if the Cross Guild comes up, like, what am I going to say about? Because I don't really have many predictions for that, but that's like my new headcanon. Like, that's brilliant. I love that. Just like the circus fair, like fairground athletic. It's like just like what
Buggy's just freaking out the whole time while everyone else, including the readers, just have
Mihawk walks out eating cotton candy on your
here's another thing on top of it, right?
Y'all not ready for the tag team.
Imagine this, right?
For the tag team this time.
Imagine this, right?
Afro Luffy coming back. Oh, give it to
me. God,
the original notes from Oda, right, about Zoro was that he was originally supposed to be a member of Buggy's crew.
Mm-hmm.
So what if they lose the first round of the Davy back, and Buggy chooses Zoro? So Zoro never gets to participate, and then Buggy swaps himself out at the last minute from the combat because he doesn't want to fight anybody, and then it's Mihawk after they've gotten Zoro back. And then it's like there's an exchange between Luffy and Zoro. Like, no, this is where I do this.
You know what?
That actually makes sense because you guys ever notice how like Zoro will sit out or he'll be
he'll always
for,
get
like,
handicapped in an arc.
I really like that, Randy, because like maybe like that will be it'll be a play on that. because he would be getting switched over to the crew with I guess Buggy's crew with the Davy back fight. So in a way, that would be like him sitting out, where he would be like a huge help.
And the play on what he said to Chopper during Davy back.
Yeah, Zoro treats this very seriously. If they did a Davy
that's
back,
a great moment of his too. By the way,
Zoro lost and he had to go over, he would do that. That's how he does things. Yeah.
You think there's a crocodile sitting right there? He would be like, "No, we're taking Nico Robin." We're not taking Zoro. Okay, we have to remember, Crocodile is there, and he's not an idiot.
That's when Buggy complains, hey, I'm the emperor here, so,
Buggy gonna complain, I'm the emperor. Everybody, all the other pirates are gonna be like, nah, that's not fair, cuz your captain said this, y'all taking him.
Right, but it's also Oda, right? So it could be a situation where Croc and Buggy are having a conversation. It's like, no, this is how we get Nico Robin so that we can go to Laugh Tale. And then at the last minute, someone just says, Zoro, and it's like, well, a name was chosen.
Yeah,
the Crossbill just has that energy. They just be hitting
like Dragon
timeouts
Ball
every
Z
single
underwear.
play just because they can't get on the same page.
Buggy pans between Robin and Zoro, like.
Yeah.
Let me ask y'all: do y'all think that Doflamingo is gonna come into play at some point?
It has to be.
Yeah, he's gonna break
we
out.
need to get out of Impel Down right now.
We need Impel Down 2.0 for sure.
Someone's got to save him.
Probably through Cross Guild.
With Crocodile. If Doflamingo hadn't been sent to Impel Down, do you think that Crocodile would have went to Doflamingo before Mihawk?
I mean, it seemed like he hated him, right? It didn't seem like he hated Doflamingo.
Yeah, Marineford offered him to work with him, and Crocodile was like, no.
So I think he just gone to Mihawk instead for that whole thing.
In certain situations, I imagine Crocodile would pretty much do whatever it takes. As a matter of fact, one of my favorite artists in the One Piece community, Maz Ricky Kong. Pretty sure a lot of y'all in here know who
Shout out to Maj, that's a go
Big
artist.
Maj.
Yeah.
My son. It's my son.
Hey,
the Dolo.
He did a fan chapter. He did a fan chapter not too long ago where Cross Guild actually went to break Doflamingo out.
Yeah, I made that.
The way that he posed it actually makes a whole lot of sense too. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can pull it up. I'll put it in Discord if I
the only thing is I just don't see Doflamingo answering to anybody. He
would want to be the leader. He would want to be the leader. He's not someone's going to sit in, and especially with Crocodile, I feel like Crocodile does not want to play second fiddle. Like he's only doing this because of Buggy getting the title of emperor.
Like that's why he reached out with Mihawk.
There's no way. Doflamingo was with Kaido. I could certainly see him playing certain second fiddle, just stand on the sidelines, let y'all do the crazy shit.
Would you not? He was second fiddle to Kaido.
He was second fiddle.
Yeah, kinda. He was part of that.
Definitely was.
But he was afraid. I mean, anyone would be afraid.
So you say that, but Crocodile wasn't afraid of Whitebeard at all.
Okay, that was years. Well, yeah.
I mean, listen.
Some people deal with fear in different ways.
Okay, but I'm saying if you want to have that real disposition of a king, you know what I'm saying?
Crocodile's cool. Crocodile's cool, but he's also a bum.
He's not a bum though. You know that. Look how he dresses.
He has a winning record against Luffy.
Always a winning record against. He's in Valencia.
And isn't Doflamingo's goal to destroy the Celestial Dragons? And at the end of the day, last saga is about destroying the Celestial Dragons. So one way or the other, Dofi's gonna come back.
I feel like Dofi's got an ego on him where he thinks he can probably manipulate both of them at the same time. So he'd just play along at his own game at the same time.
Yeah, definitely gonna by the end of the series, he's gonna mess himself over at some point.
Like the way I see it, the reason why he was under Kaido is because Kaido's end goal was to take over the world, destroy the world government, right? So if someone else is doing that, I don't see why Doflamingo wouldn't just like be a part of that. Similar to how when they broke out of Impel Down, like Crocodile sided with Luffy because he had to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like Doflamingo might be in that position where it's like it's either I side with that team or the other team, and I'm not siding with the Celestial Dragon.
I really think like Doflamingo just wants to get out of Impel Down and see the crazy stuff happening in the world right now. He'll do whatever he has to in order to get that. You know.
I don't think Doflamingo's the type of person right now that'll necessarily have any alliances or anything like that for
he doesn't need
or anybody.
His whole crew has also been locked up too.
Watching, keep just chilling.
And also Doflamingo, like, you know, he is an Impel Down, but when you think of it, he's like the most connected character. He already predicted everything that was about to happen.
Yeah.
So
not to
they still give him newspapers, which
they still give him newspapers.
Yeah, he's also not on Kaido's leash anymore. If he does get out, he's pretty much free from all the issues that were plaguing him before. Like he was pretty much fearing for his life when the sad factory got taken
I've always loved a way
Yeah.
that they could break out. Probably not going to happen, but it's already been revealed since Senor Pink is confirmed to be an Impel Down. All the other, commanders and Doflamingos
Yeah, for
were
sure.
there. If
Maybe
Pika
5 of them
gets
or so,
the Sea Prism cuffs off, it's game over. He can take control of the
just
whole damn
breaks
prison
right
right
out
there.
there.
Oh my-
Done. Yeah.
Imagine the whole
Yeah.
Run down everybody.
Okay.
That would be crazy.
I'm not sure how many of you guys actually read the original plan for Film Red. What if they're not actually in the Impel Down that we're all thinking of and that we're all
Oh, there's
familiar
like another one.
Yeah, the new Impel Down that's that was supposed to be like a sky prison. If anybody's played World Seeker along that line. Power Vision, you just look.
If you're referring to the
because-
crew, though, it makes sense. But Doflamingo, I'm pretty sure we know is in
Doflamingo
the actual Impel Down,
specifically
so
mentioned Magellan when he was.
specifically mentioned
we
Magellan.
saw
Yeah,
him.
I'm just throwing out the idea.
That's a
because
cool idea. As a sky, I'm not
Yeah.
against the sky prison. Those two words sound cool in any fiction.
Yeah,
I'm
it would
just
be
saying.
dope, yeah. I agree. That's a little mini Azkaban or
Sky
something,
prison.
Actually, by the way, we're talking about like the Flamingo this and the Flamingo that, but come on, Bonchan.
Yo,
he's-
Bonchan.
yeah.
Oh, man.
wow.
Listen, if we didn't get that cover story showing that they were alive, I think the moment would hit way more in the manga, just seeing them come back after the fact or something. Just having to just show up again. It's like,
I don't like
Bonkley being alive. I'm not
If
gonna lie.
comes back, I am breaking my costume out again from the greatest LC.
It might be time. We might get that. We might get
Thanks for the
Impel Down
screenshots,
Breakout
Roger.
V2.
It
We
might
got
be time.
Doflamingo. We got his whole squad. We got
Bonchan and
everybody. You know what I'm
stuff,
saying? We got
I'm here for
Bonkley.
it.
Listen, I'm here for it. Impel Down Breakout V2.
Yes,
Dude, that costume turned out great, so I'm down to break it out again.
Yeah, you went crazy.
I mean, I'm under the advocate that
Hey,
crazy
I was gonna say that could also tie into the whole battle royale
Speaking
thing
of
that's
which,
going on like
God,
outside.
yeah.
Like that impel thing could happen like in the midst of that, which adds more problems already onto the world that they're already dealing with. So yeah, I'm game for it.
Nobody's really brought up the national treasure either. Him knowing that, being
Oh yeah.
Well, it's Emu, 100%.
It's 100%
100%.
Doflamingo knows Eam exists. Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of
is
also
it
the feel with
just- is it
Doflamingo
just
because of
Emu?
the.
But is it just Emu, or could it be
I-
the actual weapon that Emu used?
Yeah, I think it's Emu himself, like just Emu.
Before Eam could like Hidden had an idea that Eam was like a supercomputer, but like when you think about what Doflamingo was just talking about when he mentioned that in that chapter, he talked about this personality switching thing. So it could be that Eam's the vessel and he just wanted to be inside Eam because Eam's body or something about Eam itself.
Oh yeah,
is
Yes,
the important
exactly.
He is like a godly
Exactly.
being or something, yeah, or a
Yeah.
supercomputer or whatever. I mean, also, like, you gotta understand, Doflamingo was able to, his information on that treasure is enough to scare the shit out of the Tenryubito to let him just kind of do whatever he wants, even though he's Celestial Dragon and everything.
Yeah.
So
Which
it's
is-
got to be something on that level of Eam.
I've always had a question about that. Like, how did he even get that? Do they just tell those stories to little kids? Like, oh, by the way, Eam was like, like
Doflamingo's not a normal little kid. He was a devious little kid. He was
I'm pretty sure Doflamingo did see something when he was like during there. And
Yeah.
stuff. Like,
Yeah.
Because I mean, he did say like when he was there, like when he go back to collect the bounty on his dad's head or something, that he had saw something there, which he's used as the thing just to basically get back at them and say, okay, you can't touch me because I got this information.
Yeah.
But I also think at the same time too, you have to remember about the assassins supposed to come after him. I could see those assassins being the God's Knights. If you want to introduce them into the story, that'd be a good way to have them go after Doflamingo if he were to break out and see what kind of tussle we get from that.
And before
I think Sabo and Doflamingo are low-key parallel characters because they were both young blonde kids being called young master. Both of them come from like some kind of
high society,
high society.
Yeah.
And the cool thing about Sabo is I believe like as a young kid he didn't know about Emu until he was an adult. But Doflamingo would be the inverse, where Doflamingo discovered Emu sitting on the throne just like Sabo did. Like that actually gets really,
They have the
really,
messed up.
really
They have the
deep.
scar on their eye. And
Exactly.
There's
Exactly.
the obvious image, just
I like that.
parallels
I like that a
there
lot.
with the way that the Gorosei bowed to Eam, the way that his crew bowed to him as a kid. It's there. We need him there.
Right there.
I'm totally expecting an
Doflamingo
Impel
wanted
Down
to do
2.0 at some point. I don't necessarily think that it needs to be the Cross Guild or anything, or have Doflamingo involved in that at all. I think what we need from the story is someone important to us, someone important to the Straw Hats gets thrown in there, and then maybe that's what the big event that the Grand Fleet is supposed to do, that's what they do. So the thing that was foreshadowed to us at the end of Dressrosa, that they were going to be responsible for a huge event, like if say, I don't know, they throw Vivi in there. I mean, like, or anybody. Sabo gets thrown in there, something like that.
I was thinking it was Law because after Blackbeard and Ace's fight, Ace got thrown in. So then after Blackbeard and Law's fight, Brago came in and said, like, it didn't seem like Blackbeard was interested in the fruit. The whole thing about Law's fruit is very interesting, but the warlords are wanted now. So like Law getting thrown in, it could make sense. And then that would be a cool parallel of the original.
It's a callback to Dressrosa for sure.
Yeah,
and it gets the Grand Fleet there. You know,
and at this point, Law should be stronger than Doflamingo, right? Like at this point,
100%.
Yeah,
I don't know. Doflamingo might have been working out in the prison, man. I don't know.
Strange might have been proved.
He just ripped just jacked.
Now he can't get caught. Organs even more.
Yeah, hey, Townsy, that hoodie's hard.
He looks like Toguro, like coming out of the cell.
Yeah. I love that. I just love that Oda is focusing so much on the other. Yeah. I just love the fact that Oda's still focusing so much on the original 7 warlords, except Moria, because he gives a shit. But like, who gives a shit? Moria's pretty much dead at this point. He might come back as a zombie. That's the best we're going to get.
Bro, he's in a pack right now.
Tekking say that about a character. Who gives a shit about Moria? Fuck that guy.
we get like one speech bubble for Moria every 3 years. Oda loves him. Corona brings him up once every 3 years. Come on.
Well, you guys are throwing a bunch of names out there, and a character, though, that stood out to me specifically in terms of somebody I do think we are going to see a lot more from is Vivi, though, right? Because at the end of the day, Vivi is still...
I'm expecting an update this year. I need an update.
Right, and I feel like with what we know now about Kuma, and Kuma, rocketing himself towards the red line, and being present in Reverie when all this stuff went down, when Sabo potentially killed Vivi's father, which obviously was not the case. We know Sabo did not murder Cobra.
No, he didn't.
I feel like wherever he warped Sabo could have been wherever he warped Vivi, or if they're separate, it could be a situation in which Vivi potentially ends up on wherever the next island the Straw Hats are going to go to.
My big theory has been
I think Emu captured Vivi. Come on now.
I really hope.
I hope not, man.
Emu has a weird thing with Vivi.
I'm gonna throw something out there, if I may, just like. This is a totally out there weird thing. I've seen other people bring this up, but it's something the more I hear this idea, the more that I like it. And that is the idea that Vivi, considering she is still a member of the Straw Hat crew and is a character that does not have a devil fruit, could potentially become the future owner of Kuma's devil fruit. Because way,
Kuma, you say.
That direction you're going with it, okay.
You know where I'm going with this, exactly. Because way back in the day, and again, I'm bringing it back to Artur to check me, because I know you know the exact translation I'm talking about. There was an SBS in which somebody brought up the idea that all the characters that have devil fruits on the Straw Hat crew have numbers tied to their devil fruit. And somebody said, well, it's kind of weird. We have the Nikyu no Mi, which is obviously Kuma's fruit, which is the Paw fruit, has the 2 numbers left. Outside of Chopper's, it's like what? The Yomi no Mi, the Hana no Mi, the Hito no Mi, and the Gomu no Mi, right? And the last 2 out of 1 through 10 are the Nikyu fruit. And Oda's like,
Hey, Nika fits that as well. The 2 and the 9, I believe.
Is that too?
Roger, isn't that the I forget what the name of the game is called, but like Gawase?
Yeah, Goro Awase. Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't a while ago, before we got the I don't even think we still have the name of Kinemon's fruit unless we do. It's the closest.
We do. Artur, take it away.
The point I was going to though.
That fit in as well.
The point I was going to though is I think where we know we are in the story right now, right, and Kuma potentially sacrificing himself for the sake of his daughter or for the sake of the Revolutionary Army. I think it's highly likely. More now than ever before that Kuma does not make it out of the story alive, right? Like base Kuma. And we've seen time and time again now with these the weird green blood that Vegapunk's making that passes on devil fruit powers and potential smile powers or whatever. I think it's highly likely that someone else in the story gets the Paw fruit. And if presumably Kuma sends, and it won't be Sabo because Sabo already has Ace's fruit. If he sent Vivi somewhere that's important to the story, that is going to bring her back with the Straw Hats, and potentially he puts like his faith in Vivi later on in the story being the one that sort of ties into the old world, right? The world government, like the established kingdoms, that potentially she's the one that could end up getting his true devil fruit by the ending.
So do you think Vivi's in Marijois right now and Kuma's gonna like encounter her, or that this already happened?
Here's my weird tinfoil hat. I think that actually Vivi is an Elbaf and has been in Elbaf since the end of the Reverie. And that is where he warped to Vivi. Because if she gets there, and obviously being from Alabasta, knowing about the poneglyph that was there, somehow finds out something else from Saul or the giants that are there and the tie to Alabasta's history and Elbaf's history, that could loop everything together again. And then not only reunite Vivi with the crew when they're obviously going to be there, but forces them to not have to go to another island to then link up with her by the end of the story. Because the last thing I'll say about this, because I don't want to take over the conversation, but I've been sitting back holding it down for when Vivi was going to be brought up.
And I'm ready to cook too, Roger. I'm ready to cook.
You're making some good dinner, Roger.
Is that a lot of stuff has been released over the course of the 20-so years that One Piece has been around. A lot of merchandise has been made with Pirate Queen Vivi. And I'm not getting into shipping wars. I'm not getting any of this stuff, right? But the idea that Vivi would be seen as the Pirate Queen by the end of the story, say, for example, she's a member of the Straw Hat crew, isn't necessarily married to Luffy or whatever, but just as Luffy is the Pirate King, wants to be the Pirate King, the representation of the man on top of the freest of all the people in the world, right? And potentially his dream is to have everybody be a pirate because he sees pirates as being the most free. What would be the tie to Vivi being the Pirate Queen? It would be that Vivi, as the one who is the representation of that old government, of that old world, of the one who is actually true royalty, her role on the crew would be that of like the monarch, the one that ties into all of the other stuff that we've seen over the course of all these other years within the story of like the actual kingdoms that were tied before the world government did what they had to do. So that's last thing I was going to say is I think Vivi's going to be a lot more important to the story within the next 2 years than a lot of people are expecting.
So I got to jump in here.
Nephaltari family too. That
I got to jump in here.
Like they left. They didn't. Stay in Marijois.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I too have been waiting for the Vivi topic to come up, right? Because anybody that's a part of my community knows that Vivi's my favorite character in the entire story. So
choice.
Now
5.5.
Exactly 5.5. So she's in the crew. She's coming back. It's my number one agenda. People think it's Laws and Sword or Garps and Sword. No, it's Vivi comes back. So the long running theory on the channel was that she was going to be stowing away with Sai and Leo after the Reverie. But for the past couple of months, I too, Roger, have been saying that Vivi is an Elbaf. Have a video on it. And the point of this is that Vivi, I feel, needs to be a part of the Elbaf, like arc, saga, whatever, because she was so relevant during Little Garden as well. So if it's a situation where Dory and Bragi are already on the island or anything, and they are made aware of what's going on in the world, then they could be hiding her. So it could be a situation where, and we didn't actually get into this topic yet, and we'll definitely jump into this, but the mystery man on Egghead, which not necessarily going to get into right now, but some people did suggest in my chat, what if it was Saul? And then there's an opportunity for Saul not to be on Elbaf right now, and that he's on Egghead. So then the mystery person that would be on Elbaf could be Vivi, that is essentially hiding away, and she could be the person that like brokers the relationship that may get damaged by Kid between the Straw Hats and the Giants, as this the politician of the crew. It should be a situation where Vivi goes with them to Laugh-Tale as well and learns about the true history, because her family had a role in it. So if she is the one that also disseminates that information to the the greater world as well, if we figure out the internet of this, the Vegapunk internet, if she is the one, just like at the end of Alabasta, giving her speech and everything, she is the one to tell the world about all of the wrongs of the world, she could be someone that is, trusted by the world. Yes. And then the one that by the end of the series is the one that is reforming and reframing the government as, potentially even like the the chief politician, or just the queen of the world, the shogun of the world.
Yeah,
so
you are spitting because that goes right. Sorry to cut you off, but just the one thing I was going to say that I forgot to bring up exactly is that at the end of the story, even if the world gets turned upside down and there's all these other things, there needs to be some type of semblance of order still, right?
Yeah.
You've got the idea that like maybe Koby becomes the new head of the Marines or whatever, or Smoker or whatever. You can have that debate, but you've got the new Marines that will have to form. You've got the pirates, but you've also got the world government. You've got the islands. And like you said, you need somebody in charge of the actual established governments that are there and these kingdoms that have such a history of the world. And so Vivi absolutely could be that person. And the tie to Dory and Broggy was the other thing I wanted to bring up, but you already got to it. About the fact that Vivi, we haven't seen her with a lot of other characters. She doesn't have a lot of other friends within the world, but she does have Dory and Broggy, and they're in Elbaf right now. So there you go. Yeah.
By the same coin, though, like Vivi could be really important and prominent for the story. I think most people agree with that, but that doesn't have to include her like escaping Marijwa and making it to Elbaf, because we know for a fact that Imu had Vivi's poster and took it up to the throne, and now Cobra's dead and Vivi's missing. So like when you try to like really study Imu, there's like 3 prominent mythologies that would like portray Imu. I think you guys have heard of Imhotep. Maybe you guys have heard of Ravana or Andika. All 3 of those guys that play Imu's role really well in terms of their mythology, all of them captured a woman to make her his bride. And I think that's way too ironic. And I think like Alpha Too Late, if you guys know about him, he made a theory like so many years ago about Imu capturing Vivi to make her his bride. And like now Vivi's missing, and it's like,
that's a very common trope in a lot of mythologies, like even Hades and Persephone and everything like that. That happens a lot. So
if possible,
I can see that.
I want to bring up what Randy said before, but just shifting a little bit. But moving on, Egghead, specifically when it comes to the mysterious ally that there is now in Egghead, and like I had like a crack theory in regard to that. Because, like some people are saying Soul, or, it could be Vivi. But, for example, in Japanese, the character is speaking in a very polite form, which is, like, very different from something that Soul said. And I had an idea. It's like, what if it's actually Stussy, and she's actually been a triple agent for Vegapunk all this time?
I
like that.
That'd be crazy.
It might tear my ACL.
Yeah, no, I completely. I forget what the chapter of CP0 landed on Egghead, and they were like Stussy displayed a few interesting things. I was saying that I don't know if triple agent was right, because my chat checked me and it would be double agent, but
it would be
one way or another, it would make sense that like if Stussy had some kind of connection in the past, then like when she didn't tell Lucci and Kaku about any of the stuff, but then they also said that she knows everything about them. So it's just like, it was very interesting why she withheld that information. And
it's mostly a member of Mads from that cover page.
Yeah.
We see her from behind.
Not to mention in that chapter, the facial reactions.
I assumed it was her.
And she's like, I'm like, yeah, maybe you know something.
A lot of people that I've spoken to actually did bring up the fact that that could also be Sora, Judge's wife.
I've also heard Sora. Well, here's my thing with Stussy, right? If Stussy was supposed to be a member of Mads, then what the hell is she doing as the ringleader of the underworld and the pleasure?
She has her hands in many devious suits.
She brokered a deal with the world government the same way.
No. Vegapunk, he's a man just like the rest of us. I think he needs to have certain things fulfilled, and she can deliver those certain things. That's what
Roger.
How do we end up here?
No, we're here now. Vegapunk X Stussy. Let's talk about this. That's why we're here.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that Stussy, she's the queen of the pleasure district. Maybe
she is.
He needs some companions every once in a
while.
My point with this was simply that, like, look, you can look at Judge Vinsmoke. I mean, like, science is what the entire Vinsmoke family is about, and they're at the very cutting edge, elite. Look at Queen; it's more individualistic, but you can see the same thing. Yeah, they're definitely elite, like the tier below Vegapunk.
Yeah, they just have their different specialties, like Queen with the viruses, Judge with the
These
clone
are
tech.
as well heavily associated with science. So Stussy right now, for the world government, I mean, they would obviously know who she is. So it seems like a massive waste of talent, being that this is just.
Well, she could have been a plant from the start to check on him. She didn't have to.
Yeah. That could have been like 30 years ago. We don't know her age.
It's been arrested at some point. She just could have been a plant the whole time.
So my thing is I don't actually think that it's Stussy that's there in the Mads. I think that's like the obvious thing. So I kind of think it could be whoever Bonnie's mother is. And
that's
maybe.
okay.
So
Did you guys bring up-
then you have the Kuma tie, you know, because if it was Stussy, I feel like Oda would have just shown her face. Like, why have her on the other
Yeah,
side?
like even like a
Oda does
silhouette,
that
something that
sometimes,
no
though,
one's gonna be
like,
her.
yeah, there's
Did-
people that are
did
very
you guys
obvious.
bring up?
He just did it with Von Auger and Aokiji.
But don't you
Saul
think?
too? Yeah.
Don't
And
you
I
think a lot
always
of the time though, like don't you think a lot of the time though, a lot of mysteries in One Piece aren't that deep and it ends up being something obvious anyway?
Sometimes,
Like
yeah.
how do you
Sometimes.
necessarily
There's
gauge,
also
like,
people
and
also
Aokiji.
saying too, it could be like
It's
Smoker
like-
as well.
it's like
and,
Kuromasaki,
Smoker would kind
everyone's
of like,
like,
okay, like.
But at the same time, Oda does that on purpose to like every break week we're always like, who is this shadow? And he does
Oda
that.
can't, like,
True,
Oda
yeah.
cannot,
True.
like, every single chapter have like big giant revelations.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just like it's a spade, it's a spade.
Look at
You know
these,
what I mean?
look
There
at
it
these
is.
shoes. Is it Gin? No, it's who's who.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm thinking it's Stussy.
Yeah, I got.
Did you guys, did you
I
guys
know
bring up
some-
the possibility of
That was a dark
misbucking?
chapter.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I know if Zaki's in the chat, but I remember there was a conversation I heard with him, Recon, and them. They did a previous stream talking about who that person could be, and I like the idea that it could be even Lafitte, because we do know that the Blackbeard Pirates are currently doing their own business right now. The whole stuff with Law, what happened earlier with Pudding, but we did not see Lafitte. And if Lafitte is the one that's maybe going there for, I guess, trying to take like technology, something that's there that's going to help out with Blackbeard, whatever scheme he's pulling off, it'll be interesting to see if that character is the one that's been tampering around with whatever the the circuits or whatever was going on. May not be the person that's going to go and help them out, obviously not, but could also have some kind of role there. Just want to add that in.
I was actually
When was
thinking
the last time we saw
person-
Lafitte? Was it on the ship?
Last time we
It was on
saw
the
It was,
ship
the,
with
it was the
Shiryu.
conversation with Burgess when Burgess was like,
Shiryu.
"Oh, get
Yeah.
Teach to come through." It's like, "No, it's Commodore. Like, you go call him
Yeah.
up."
I was
It's
actually
like,
thinking,
He was
like,
not
so-
on the island with Burgess when the
there's
law
two
fight was
things
happening.
there.
So the
If-
thing that Lafitte should really be doing is, to go with like cultures of opening your third eye. You can open your third eye with hypnotism. So whatever is related to pudding, if Blackbeard wants to use her to, read poneglyphs or anything like that, awakening that third eye could be Lafitte's job, and that's why Blackbeard targeted her, because he has a hypnotist
okay.
on his
Hey, you
crew.
could
Another
you could go
thing, too-
wilder with that though, because like let's say like Blackbeard and the pirate and his pirates defeat Garp, and then like while Garp's like all wounded and unconscious or knocked out or whatever, Lafitte like he could hypnotize Garp even easier. Is that something that's in the realm of possibility?
Yeah, another thing that like Lafitte's missing, but also Shiryu, and the thing is, both of them are a deadly combo. And what's interesting is we actually have Lafitte's MO on Egghead. If you guys remember Marineford, the way the Blackbeards came in was through Lafitte hypnotizing and opening the doors, the gates, breaking through the security. At the same time, on Egghead, we don't know how the security dropped. We don't know at all, but that is Lafitte's MO. Every single time he's invaded Marineford multiple times. In Sengoku was there, Suru was there, Mihawk, Doflamingo, Kuma. He bypassed all of their observation haki, entered in the room, offered up Blackbeard as the next warlord. Then in Marineford, he broke through, opened up the gates of justice, and now it's like maybe Lafitte is the one who's dropped the security on Egghead, and then that would also play really well because we've been seeing Blackbeard's tie into every single part of the story after Wano. So why not tie him into Egghead in some way? And Lafitte and Shiryu would be perfect there.
That's correct, actually. Theory with Lafitte, because Lafitte has we don't know his devil fruit, but he can turn into like a dove. But what if people have thrown out? What if it's like a mythical angel fruit, and now he has like mythical powers to like manipulate and like brainwash people or something? That'd be cool.
I made a video, and a lot of people thought that Siren could be a good one.
That's a good one too.
That's what I've always believed like he would have eventually.
I love that idea.
Because I think it was back in the Impel Down, we saw the wings and stuff.
We saw the
That's,
wings in Impel Down,
so, yeah. So this could be a possibility too.
That ties really well into the idea of Blackbeard like kidnapping one of the Seraphim, right? Like S Snake. Well, S Snake is there on Egghead right now. If Lafitte were to show up and then do something like that, that ties in really well with that idea.
That's
great. Yeah.
Maxo in the chat said that Katarina could impersonate Koby to catch Garp off.
Koby or Ace mess with Garp. Like, there's a bunch of things that Katarina. We don't know the extent of her mythical zone. Like, can she just turn into anybody she thinks of? Does she has to touch them? I think it's better than Mr. Two Bone plays.
It's an upgrade.
For all we know that.
Yeah.
For all we get their memories. She might get their memories too. Like, that's crazy.
That's also with the Katarina Devon thing, the touching thing, we saw with Higurashi, she had his fruit, but Bon Clay had to like touch his face to transform. But Higurashi didn't need to do that. So it might even be that these fruits have like levels where she might not even be able to need to see them. Maybe she needs to see a bounty.
Could you imagine though?
Yeah, no, seriously, it's that powerful. Yeah.
Like you just brought up the idea that maybe she's gonna transform into Ace to potentially mess with Garp, and it's like, could you imagine if we see a retcon where it's like one panel of Marineford where Katarina Devon, when Blackbeard got there, like touched the corpse of Ace as they're running out. That would be
so guys, be a retcon. I'd be okay with that. I'd be like, all right.
In true Garp fashion, he would just punch the hell out of that kid in the past.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
So guys, I want to take a moment to introduce a Reverie newcomer. All right, we have Dawn of the World in the chat.
Hi.
Hey, Dawn.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Welcome.
Got more Aussies in the chat now.
Hey,
This is the Australian AM crew.
What's the time there right now?
Yeah, it's like 5, 6.
7 a.m.
Oh my goodness.
Well, it's 7. Yeah.
Early bird
Early squad. Yeah. So Dawn, welcome. We're talking about the Blackbeard pirates. Where they could be. Who the ally on Egghead is, whatever your thoughts are, just go ahead and jump in.
Fascinating. Oh, that's a great topic. I don't have anything really particularly prepared to say at the moment, but I'm happy to chime in if you guys continue doing what you're doing.
Well, then, how are your current thoughts on everything since Wano?
Loaded question.
Oh,
yeah, very loaded question.
I've been thinking on the low-key like, oh, this hasn't come up yet.
Yeah. That's a good discussion point.
Yeah, like where do you begin? It's a lot to take in. Like the thing that I love about Egghead is that like very few people expected we were going to go somewhere exactly like that. Then everybody is saying Elbaf or Sphinx Island and stuff like that. But I'm just like. And people were expecting to have Vegapunk in some capacity, but I guess there's this feeling of, oh my gosh, it's happening. It's actually happening, and like every single chapter has been fire. So yeah, I'm just really excited to see what's to come.
It's like a dawn of the new world or something like that.
I get it.
Oh well.
Like yeah.
Love that.
Maybe we should do I don't know, subject alter change. Whatever you want to do. Yeah.
New crew member.
New crew member, yes.
Oh, my favorite.
We don't need
for
it.
That one, the camera for me. I made too many bets. The camera's going off for this one. My hands are up. Chat, my hands are up.
I'm done, Cole.
He's going.
I accept what we have.
I'm listening, but I'm not speaking on this one.
The Carrot fans.
Carrot fans. At the end of Wano, so thank God we moved.
Who's playing for Carrot fans?
Carrot fans, y'all been really quiet, man. Where are y'all? Like, where are the Carrot fans? Rabbits in the hole. Week in and week out, chapter after chapter. Where are you Carrot fans? Where are they Carrot fans? Where are y'all? I haven't heard about y'all. Where are you guys?
Listen.
Okay.
She's in the barrel next to Caribou. She's in the barrel next to Caribou.
All right. So the
next to Caribou.
We've got
no Talzi, don't do this.
What's the problem?
The chat is saying that the Carrot fans are on life alert right now.
Yes.
Life support.
Chat is spitting.
Matt, it looked like you wanted to say something. It looked
like
you wanted to
say something.
fans right Carrot fans in the mud.
They are definitely in the mud.
Series could end without
They're down.
Hold on, guys.
Oh, they are going through it.
That's okay. No, we're doing fine. We're doing fine out here. We're good.
You sure? I mean,
don't worry about it.
Y'all in the same place as Yamato fans like me, so don't worry about it.
And both of y'all can take it all together. It's cool.
I'm about to say,
let's hold off on that for a second, bro.
No.
Let's hold off on
Matt,
that.
what you can do, honestly,
I have 1% of copium still left.
We go again.
The reason why Matt is not worried is because when they get to season 8 of the One Piece live action, right? You could change history. We could change the story a little bit. Karen actually joins the crew. There we go. We're good.
No matter what.
I will not be there no matter what. I will not be there, Roger. I will not be there.
At that very moment, I said,
you can have the carrot. I will not have the
You can have Garrett.
Listen, Roger.
Yeah.
Every time the discussion of
worst
new
knee
crew
slide.
members comes up, I always bring up you because I single-handedly blame you for the carrot supremacy that took over Oral Jackson, Reddit, Worst Gen, the One Piece community as a whole. But as it stands right now, Carrot is essentially Schrodinger's cat. The last time we saw her, she was in a situation of she could leave or she could stay. So until we get confirmation, Carrot could actually still join the crew. And
I will
as a Carrot hater, a pure Carrot hater, I'm willing to say Carrot has more of a chance of joining right now than Yamato and Luffy, and she's actually on the road to
blood in my eyes. You can't see it.
Guys, Carrot fans should be happy because she became queen of a whole kingdom.
So Silver,
Carrot is now the Duchess of Zoe.
Be named the next ruler, by the way. I just want to throw it out.
Here's how DK can still happen, guys.
Silvers, you have to let it go, Silvers. It's a dead dream. I'm sorry. It's a dead dream.
Take that.
It's not.
I actually do
Silvers, just look to your right and you'll be okay.
Hey, what do we know about the story
You're
now,
good.
though, Jay?
See, you're good
What
now.
we know now, based on everything else in the story, is that dreams become reality via devil fruits. So one day there will be a Carrot fanboy know me that gets created because someone had the goddamn dream to make Carrot a straw hat.
That individual must be thrown into the ocean as soon as possible. If we want a Carrot to go out by drowning, that's gonna be the first person.
We need to erase their existence for sure.
That's what I'm saying. I need Carrot out of here.
Where's him?
Yo, Randy,
can't do it.
I will
any of my
bringing Ace back to life before.
I don't think you have the facilities for that, big man.
Any of my Momo crew
the
members?
Cope fruit.
The Cope fruit.
That's insane.
That's definitely the Cope fruit, actually.
Cope know me, man.
Yeah, but let it go. Let it go, Silvers. It's a dead dream, buddy. I'm sorry.
Carrot didn't even get to say goodbye. I hate that.
Yeah, that's why
I was so happy.
Carrot also barely
like
said
a second
hi
Luffy.
during
What's up,
Wano.
The less Carrot, the better. That's how I see it.
I agree with you, man. 100%.
I feel that way about Yamato. Anyone notice that people just stopped talking about Yamato ever since the arc ended? Everyone was talking. Everyone was like, "Oh, she's gonna join. She's gonna join." Oh, guys, look at this! Look at this One Piece towel that featured all the One Piece characters. Yamato.
A towel.
Go again.
I dropped
What happened, guys?
Where's my heartbeat?
Where y'all at?
Yeah, you're spitting right now.
I was trying to deal that would make dark memories.
Yamato was this in-depth character that everyone thought was the perfect crew member. The moment Wano ends, this in-depth character.
Can you say that Oda was not setting Yamato up from the very beginning to join the crew up until that last shit show?
There were valid reasons why she didn't join.
In fact,
I'm not involved in the conversation. My hands are up. I'm just saying.
In fact,
there were valid reasons why she wasn't going to join.
I have the receipts.
Taking into account, not taking into account the subtext that everybody was reading into, every word out of Yamato's fucking mouth was, "I'm joining the crew."
Yes.
Even towards the end, Luffy said yes. Everything was set up. All she needed to do was step foot on the Sunny. There was nothing stopping her.
But
nothing.
There was extra context to it because didn't Morj made a video like way before we even got the conclusion, and he used a lot of valid reasons as to why she wasn't going to join. And I feel like it's easy to just ignore those reasons.
The main one came down.
Smoker's gonna join the crew.
Yeah, the main one that came down was what happened.
I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one, bro.
A year ago, I got the receipts. A year ago, I was saying this. She's never gonna join. And I was saying the reason was because of the identity crisis. The only reason she wants to join is because of the Odin stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the thing is,
Exactly.
the thing is, when you talk about the stuff what happened with Odin had to go look around Wano and stuff, see what things were before going to the actual world. Because think about this. You're putting someone that's isolated, someone who's a neat, someone who's stuck in the house all the time, asking them, let's go on adventures, let's go travel the world and stuff. You're not gonna expect that person to get hip with what's going on. They have to start from baby steps, get out of the house, walk, look down the block or something, and then
and Yamato was more
you have to remember,
everybody else.
You got to remember what Luffy said. The day that you, Kinemon, and Momo decide to come pirates, I will come here and come collect you. So the invite is still there. That's my only copium.
No, I agree with that. I think that's
the thing about her needing to go around Wano though is the fact that before Oden's execution, she was free to roam Wano all she want. In fact, there's nothing to say that she wasn't roaming around Wano because she was at the execution, and as soon as Oden died, she made a mad dash for what is it, Curry?
Yeah.
She knew exactly where it was. She made a mad dash for the palace.
My headcanon has been that she's the guardian of Wano.
Yeah,
that Momo's trying to.
That makes sense.
That
makes more sense.
Yeah, but what Momo said too also made a valid point is that they themselves need to step up and not rely on others to be able to take care of things. Because if you're going to rely on Yamato the entire time and say somebody comes in and bodies her because they're going to be stronger characters after, what are they going to do? So their military might themselves, they have to build that. I mean, it's been called into question. We've gone around and said like the samurai don't look impressive based on what we see in the story, despite what was said previous in time. So if there's a time to make amends on that and show that they could actually be strong, then now's the time to do that. But you can't do that with Yamato. Yamato's whole thing is separate to their whole thing. Is that for me to find out myself, I gotta do all these things. But in the meantime of doing that, I am protecting them. But eventually one day, you gotta let them go, let them be free, and that time's gonna come eventually when it's gonna happen.
My whole thing about Yamato staying in Wano is the fact that she said that she's staying there because if somebody else like Green Bull was to come into Wano, somebody needs to be here to help fend them off.
Yeah.
Look at what Green Bull did to Yamato, plus the people who were able to challenge Kaido. If somebody is strong enough to actually get into Wano, see Luffy's flag there and not give any kind of shits that this is Luffy's territory, what difference is Yamato gonna make? Especially seeing
a big difference.
How she's fair to give somebody like Green Bull.
The thing is, the problem with Yamato is that I think personally that Yamato not joining the crew makes sense narratively, and it made sense all along. And if anything, I actually prefer Yamato as someone who is important to Wano and the story of Wano rather than a crew member, because I think it's interesting telling the story. The problem is just the fact that Oda kept saying like, Yamato's going to join, Yamato's going to join. And if Oda from the start simply introduce Yamato as a character to Wano, makes Yamato's role play out, and that's it, boom, that's all, that would have worked great. But it's the fact that Oda insisted up until the end, until he just didn't, you know?
I think also Yamato also has basically a duty prior to traveling, and that was what she said. I would give my life to keep Momo alive. But what we also have to remember is before she read Oden's journal, it was Oden's direct words and his mission essentially that he passed on that still is not completed yet. That was passed on, and Oden's last words were stay on Wano and open it up for Joyboy, and that hasn't happened yet. So that was the dying words Yamato heard from Oden himself prior to seeing the Bible that she sees, right? So I think the way it is that Yamato has the prior, mission that Oden passed on that the Scabbards haven't completed, Momo hasn't completed, no one has completed yet, that has to be completed. That after that, that's when Yamato can leave. That's when Laz is saying like she can join the crew, whatever, all of that jazz, that can all happen. But first and foremost, it's Oden's dying words that she has to complete.
Yeah, I agree with you. And it's those things. It's that very reason that I do think that Yamato still is going to join the crew.
So, but don't forget, it was intentional that she had the guardian deity fruit. Go on, Jay.
The guardian
I think in general, Yamato joining the crew doesn't make sense because as a character and its character depth, to have the character depth to join the Straw Hats, Yamato doesn't have that yet. There's a huge character resolution that needs to happen for Yamato to even be a relevant character on the crew. That Oden cosplay thing, it can't be a factor on the Straw Hats.
But Jay, you have to look at it too. But you got to look at it from what happened. We saw in the story, like with Robin, when she had she joined the crew initially and stuff. Yeah, she was still like closed off, reserved from everything. And now she became exposed to what the Straw Hats were doing. She eventually was able to open up her personality. In the case for Yamato, you are creating something, because think about it. Yeah, she has been doing the whole thing with Oden and stuff, but that's because of the environment that she was locked up in. That's what she had to go off of. She wasn't able to build that for herself. You put her in the open world, she's going to be seeing things, different things are going to make shift whatever her personality is going to be afterwards. That's why I do think that opportunity to put them on the crew would open up a new avenue. That's something that has never been done on the Straw Hats in a long time, because everyone else have had personalities. All they needed was a reason to go on the ship and actually make something themselves on a further level. This is starting from ground zero.
The only thing I would combat is that with Robin, Oda had already given us a hint that she could change at the very end of Alabasta when Luffy was underground after he just beat Crocodile. You saw Robin's real nature there. She's always been there. Yamato doesn't have an identity outside of Odin. That is a huge issue when it comes to being the Straw Hats, because Luffy wants people that have their own identity.
And away from Momonosuke, how often would that Odin complex come up?
And is it really?
Yeah, because eventually you would unravel from that. You would move on. You still do the mission of whatever it was that you want to do for Odin, but at the same time, you find yourself along the way. That's the whole part of what a journey is.
But I would say Oda would have to leave a hint. Oda would have to leave a hint that Yamato needs to go through that like internal journey, and Oda hasn't left a hint. He's gonna leave it the way it is.
Sometimes you find that when you're going out into the world and search for yourself. Sometimes you don't need that in the moment.
You really gotta look at like
Yamato's
whole backstory was she was locked away for years, and then she read the journal immensely for years.
Let Matt.
That exact idea about learning who you are on the journey was perfectly set up for Carrot. What was really interesting about Carrot is she was a character who we saw the opening of her eyes and the formation of her dream in the present day story. It was a typical Straw Hat flashback told in present day. We got to see it with everything from her traveling with them to Pedro and all of that. That it was such an interesting opportunity that just made sense for her to continue on. She has a purpose. She has an inherited will. She has a dream she was trying to follow. She's the perfect new candidate.
At that particular time in the story, I was 100% with you.
I'm totally up for the Yamato discussion. That's what my hands are up for. I'm going back off camera.
I just want to point out, I had to take off the suit because it's getting too hot in here. That's all I gotta say.
Hidden kind of flexing right now. I ain't gonna lie to you.
He cooked.
So what Matt said about Carrot is exactly right. You know, and I feel like that was the community after, during, especially at the end of Whole Cake and after Whole Cake. It was like, seemed like it was a done deal. The problem with Carrot for me was always just in Wano, Oda decided not to utilize her. He chose to have her rejoin with the Minx and spend 99% of her time with the Minx. So by the end of it, I wasn't surprised that she wasn't, coming along. No. She should have played a role in things like helping the Straw Hats at Yasue's execution. She should have been in key moments. Maybe on the road to. She should have been a part of the breakout at Udon or something. She should have stayed with the Straw Hats. If Oda wanted to do that.
Part of the Straw Hats. You know that bandit? That's the one fight I wanted in Wano that I did not get. Carrot should have put Perospero in the ground.
He should. It doesn't help either to a Perospero body her and Wanda in that fight and stuff. It's like, bro, like
then the grass cold on top of that.
Yes. The bandit that was playing Robin Hood, the bandit in Wano that's playing Robin Hood, that would have been so cool if Yamato was that bandit. Instead of like, was it end up
Denjiro? It was Denjiro.
If Yamato was that person.
Entire war. Yo, can we talk about Denjiro real quick? Like, where was he?
Guys, I have to get going, but I really appreciate you having me on, Randy. I might come back later. I'm not sure yet.
Hey, feel free, man. That's why I put it. That's the way I set it up. So
to end it out, Carrot is the Duchess of Zo now, so I'm okay with this.
Undeserved.
I'm all right.
Everybody say bye to Sabo Tekking.
We did not get her.
Actually,
whoever just said undeserved, how dare you? How dare you?
That was Tekking. I was just repeating the words, man.
All right, later, everybody. You guys see one.
Yeah.
My biggest hot take in one.
Well, I've got. Also, I was just going to say, seeing as Matt's leaving, it's probably a good time for me to say, I've got to go. It's a Monday for us Australian peeps, and I got to get to work. So I'm sorry to leave early, seeing as I joined a little late, but it was great discussing with you guys. I think whilst we're on the topic, I think I just want to say that I think with both Carrot and Yamato, there were really great points pointing to the fact that either of these two characters could join. But ultimately, I think Oda just has a plan that he wants them to come back for this final war, so that's why we had this time to build these relationships and to build them up in the community so that the community is excited about them, so that when they do come back, obviously, exactly, I think there's a plan that Oda's always had, and I think I'm always just going to stick to it. So I don't know if this is going to delve into a future crew member talk, because I'm sure talks about, Bonnie joining the crew, whether the crew is going to get some of the seraphims. That's all coming up. Vegapunk joining. It's all happening. It's all happening. So I think that's just something that we want to that we're gonna have to keep in mind. But
shut up, Jay.
At this point, though, even me, I think I had to give up on the new crew member discussions. Like,
theoretically,
Joy Girl, just to
I cannot bite.
Except for the return, but
I'll be fine with Vivi. On Loki, I would be very fine with Vivi.
I mean, but hold on, guys, because I want to make sure that Joy Girl gets the proper exit here. Thank you, Joy Girl. Thank you for joining. With the time zones, being a difference here and everything. Appreciate you. Everybody, make sure that you check out Joy Girl. And
make sure to look for music videos.
Enjoy your Monday.
Absolutely. Check out the skits.
Eat on feet.
Thank you. I'm also bummed that I wasn't able to be around for the live action discussion, but Matt, I'm looking forward to it. I'm really excited, I'll check out the discussion later. All right, see you guys.
All right, see you
later.
I just
honestly, the most
say,
exciting thing that I could do at this point is have both Carrot and Yamato join.
If both join, I'll live.
Yeah, the thing that I wanted to say is that I feel the moral of the story here is that Carrot fans and Yamato fans spent so much time fighting against each other that they both ended up losing the war. And I think the moral here is that there's no point to fight because both sides are going to be losing by the end. Let's just work together.
That's the best part, Artur. That's what makes it great. Because if you don't like either of them, you just love watching the pain. It's great.
So here's my thing, right? You got to be careful about generating excitement. If you're gonna make fans excited, then you've got to deliver on that. And the moment that Yamato telegraphed that she was going to become a new crew member, she didn't have to be a new crew member, but it plants the idea in people's heads that we're going to get one. And they obviously are thinking it's going to be Yamato. It doesn't have to be, but it has to be someone. And it has to equal the level of excitement, which is really didn't.
And ever since that whole thing happened, JB, I've wondered if Oda was on Fraud Watch, and then we've been on Egghead Weekly, and he's been bringing out fire. So thank you, Oda.
If we can all turn our attention to Matt's screen here.
See, Silver's Silver's got the right one right there. Good job, man.
Big goat. That's like a big goat to me. She's in the barrel. What did I say? Right next to Carrie Bull.
Thank you, Tom.
Chilling. She coming out like the next Luffy.
We throw daggers at the barrel town. See, like the little
I'm setting that barrel on fire. What you mean throw daggers?
That is, y'all are crazy people.
We do it slow over here, mates.
Hey, but
all this aggression over a bunny.
Hey, but in all honesty,
had a tough life, man.
I'm just pouring one out to finally giving up on the discussion. There we go.
There you go. Enjoy.
And then you'll be back in 30 minutes. I promise you.
Nobody brought this up. I'm curious what people think. Do you think that Oda might have had a plan to make someone join the crew and then had a change of heart somewhere?
100%.
I definitely think that was the case.
That is the one thing I will say about all of this, about the Yamato thing, is I definitely feel like there was a point in the story in which he was going to make Yamato the next Straw Hat. And then I think he changed his mind somewhere down the line throughout the course of Wano, and that's what led to this point. Because, again, like, I made my bed, I lied in it, I took my L, that's fine. But there were so many cues that I thought were even more clear than the Carrot stuff with Yamato, with, like, even in terms of, like, what Yamato's role on the crew would be, being the scribe, like, telling the journey of the story, going to Laugh It, like, there was so much that was there that I do think there was a moment where it was like, I don't want to deal with all this drama, I'm done with this, and then Yamato's just not going to join now. I do think there was that could have happened, I think. I think it's a non-zero chance. But I don't
it's irrelevant. That's what we have.
I think you could also throw into the mix as well.
Book is going to tell the story.
And it's more totally right. I think there could have been
a scribe or a bard.
I think like the irrelevance of the role of the scribe, because we already have Brooke telling the story as the musician, I think is another thing that may be added to it as well too. I'm right there with you. But I do feel like there were just and Lookout would have been Carrot. Exactly. And that didn't even happen. Yeah.
My thing is that
weird situation.
Oda is such a fantastic.
Go ahead. Oh no, I was just going to say that if I saw Yamato taking up any position by the end of Wano, I think the crew and the world would have officially recognized Zoro as the vice captain, and Yamato would have just taken up the combatant role At this point in the story, we've run out of crew positions that we actually need, and now we're just filling up like extra spots. Like we still don't have. There's another position in the series that we've seen that we still don't have on the Straw Hats. That's one of them is a vice captain. Another one's a ship guard, which the Meowbomb brothers were, and the last one is an apprentice. Outside of that, we don't we filled every other position on the crew.
The only one of those that I really agree with is the apprentice position.
Yeah, I would have liked an apprentice.
But that will be something like I think with Momo. If Momo will say like he wanted to go and travel the world and stuff, then maybe Mo will make more sense, or even like Tama. Or
that's what I wanted
but,
Tama to be.
I would have been cool with Tama joining. I'm not.
Tama joining would have been.
I think also with the Grand Fleet's introduction, like now that Luffy has that and what he told those captains, essentially anybody who has like their own dream, they could just join the Grand Fleet. And then the other thing about it is that when we look at the way Luffy has brought people onto his crew, even if it was like against their will, it was just kind of like look at Brook. He was just like, "Hey, join my crew." So it's gonna be like a random individual person, if there is gonna be someone who doesn't have like responsibilities outside of it, or something that like meshes well with what Luffy wants. So to like go back to what Joyboy was asking, like, did Oda open up this like vague spot? I think and I think that's how that's the Oda way with everything in the story, right? That's why we're having all these discussions. But now that we have the Grand Fleet, I think we can limit who's the potential person, because a lot of the people who could just join the Grand Fleet, and then it'd be sort of underneath Luffy at the same time.
I just remember like when I did the Yamato video about a year ago, I remember talking about like what role that Yamato would have had should have joined, because I know I see what Roger was talking about, Brooks writing out the stories and stuff, but he's the musician to me. I think the ideal one would have been the chronicler, something similar to what we see with Odin has done with the Roger Pirates and with the Whitebeard Pirates, like writing down all the things that are going on. Like literally, she would be the one that's writing the story of One Piece, because she's collecting all the notes from previous journeys and what she had learned, while now being on the current time and actually following what's going on for the rest of the journeys. So
if I could be honest, I got
Nami's more the maps. Nami's the maps.
A chronicler or a logman is more so the navigator's job, the official logbook of the entire crew. You got to remember Odin's journal, his logbook, that was his personal logbook. Like most in traditional pirates, like in traditional like romantic pirate stories, like the Treasure Island bullshit and all that, crew members actually did write their own journals, like their personal feelings.
Yeah, I've been bad. You could also like signify it to where it's like there's an actual person who actually be doing that. Because to me, like I don't believe like Zoro's writing down stuff. Like Sanji, he's writing down stuff. He's writing down for recipes.
Can Zoro
write? Like, that's what I think. Can Luffy read? You know what I mean? Like, come on. So like everyone can have their own thing, but I think that would have been cool to do. Otherwise, like you would just make it like everyone knows how to read, and
Zoro tries to write and cuts the paper.
Yes, exactly. Like
true. If I could be.
If Oda planned Yamato that people were mentioning before, it's that Oda has had a specific like idea for the archetypes of each of the Straw Hats we have now since like very early in the story. And like some characters like Frankie and Jinbe he didn't have completely clear. But it's like by the start of the story he had like an idea of like even just like who Jinbe would be, joining the crew, or just like a fisherman specifically, and like this type and this type. Well, Yamato has not been the case. I know that I even mentioned recently that Yamato is literally a character who almost out of his own will, of her own will, just appeared in the story just all of a sudden, and just manifested herself onto Onigashima that way. And I kind of like wonder in that regard if that's something that Oda still was kind of convinced, but then maybe he wasn't convinced, or if he kind of stood in the middle of all that.
I'll be real. I don't.
My thing with it's just the way that Oda writes is that there's usually so much more, notice for a character like that, and I feel like the way Yamato came into the story, they really should have been foreshadowed in Act 1 or 2, and then and Oda also is such a he's so deliberate with the way that he crafts his story, and like the way that endings are, that's the one thing that I love about Oda, and I say it all the time. Is like if you're gonna write something and you have no idea what the ending is going to be, like don't write it, because you're just sure you could it's not the case of figuring out along the way. You're supposed to be building towards that the entire time. Like you should know what that is. Oda has always said, I know what the ending to this story is. And he's been taking us on this journey. When I got to the end of Wano, I was a little confused, and I was wondering if something got in the way there. Like, did someone get in the way? Was there something here where there was a path and then it didn't happen that way? But I don't know.
A lot of the times, though, we have to be honest. There's like fan-made agendas. Like, let's be honest. A lot of like people will come together and really push something, and that might not, even though they believe that'll happen, it might not even be Oda's vision. Then they get upset. So,
yeah, I'll be real. I don't think Yamato.
Exactly,
was
Jay.
ever,
Thank you.
I don't think Yamato
Thank
was
you,
ever
thank
part of the
you.
plan because. And this is to build off of what Randy was saying. I don't think she was ever part of the plan. It's just like, imagine like we're like 80% of the way through the Elbaf arc, and then all of a sudden we meet a character named Banks, and he's Shanks's kid, and he also has like Conqueror's hockey, and also he's connected. He has a past with Sabo that we never learned about, and then like it's all this stuff getting thrown on us last second, and then we're like, oh yeah, and also this guy's gonna join the crew now, and it's like, is this the same manga?
We're reading Two Piece now. Banks.
Yeah, I'll say this. The longer into the end game we get, the more difficult it's going to be to introduce someone who could be a new crew member, because they're going to feel like it's coming out of nowhere. That's continuing the carrot agenda. She'd been with our people for such a long time that it didn't feel random. It didn't feel last minute. It felt like it was something, like Randy was talking about, something that we're building towards. Yamato felt very thrown in, and I think that's part of why some anti-Yamato people feel the way that they do, because it's like, wait, what the fuck? Who is this person all of a sudden that's coming in out of nowhere talking about joining? I just met you, my guy. Like, what are you talking about?
I will say one thing.
That's why I'm Team VV. That's why I'm Team VV.
Now, I don't think we're gonna get another straw hat. I think we're so close to the end game that it will feel so last minute. Like, we're done.
King.
I think we're done.
VV's coming back. I feel like VV is the final straw hat, right?
Yes.
Because
Like, I'll be cool with that. VV will complete everything.
Right.
Shout out to King of Lightning. King of Lightning's in here, my guy.
Welcome, King.
Hey, Chris.
Brother King.
Hey, how we doing today? Hey, Brother Jay, how we doing, yo?
Go, man. How you doing?
Hey, Cole.
Hey, how's everyone doing today, yo?
Yo,
fantastic.
Good, bro.
Oh, we have a full house. My goodness, yo. First of all, shout out to yo, Roger, yo. God, dude.
Thank you.
I was concerned, yo. I really was, man.
The streets were worried.
Where's Roger? Oh my God, the milk car man. Where's Roger?
I rose from the ashes.
we were like, if they got Roger, bro, we're all in trouble, dog.
No, we would have to fight back.
What up, Bar? What up, man? How's everyone going,
yo? No, we would have to raise our banners for Roger.
Yeah, straight down the sun, all the way down to the bottom. Just get us all.
We are on the front lines for Roger. Get on that.
More shout out to Savage Pirates, no doubt about that. Shout out to Randy Troy, no doubt. Always, forever, always.
Might just have to start hacking. We might have to learn to hack and just hack the hackers back at this point.
No, I'm not. I'm
3 steps ahead.
You know what I mean? I can make a few calls.
All right.
He's
we can't go so quick.
Let's not incur the wrath.
Okay. Yeah.
Look at all those donuts in the chat. Look at that.
So, Cole, did you want Carrot to join the group?
No. I was not a character. I was a Yamato supporter. I was big on Yamato. Huge on Yamato.
Cold new culture. There you go.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, I think Oda, I think it was like during like that month break, I think Oda decided then, let me get Yamato off the story right now. Because Oda has always had the whole, like, I'm going to end the story like, what, 3 years, 2 years, whatever it's going to be.
Yeah, that
and Yamato being in the story just kind of takes up a lot of, like, time, like, because every character needs their like their shine, their focus, their villain, that kind of stuff. And then I think also in part 2, personally speaking, Jinbei's still kind of fresh in my mind. Like it feels kind of weird. Like
you still need those interactions,
right? Like he was there in Wano. Like Wano, he was there. He felt like an actual straw for like the first time. In Whole Cake Island, he was like kind of like on the fence-ish. Like not like he was there, but like we're not too sure exactly.
He still signed the contract.
Right, and so
nobody in Egghead is here to steal the light now.
Yeah, but
I don't think so. No, for that kind of thing, I don't think it's gonna happen. No,
I think. Wait, what do you guys say to the people Vegapunk for Nakama? That was a huge thing.
Oh no!
He's going to sail with us. He's going to sail with us.
That's fine.
He's going to Elbaf with us.
Not permanently. Not permanently, you know?
If anything, the Rillo came to Elbaf just like for safety reasons.
We're on the same page.
Yeah, right.
I could honestly see Vegapunk dying.
We're in another drought of like
not now, but eventually.
we're in the process of like that discussion of like when people were saying Caesar for Nakama. We're in that point of the new Nakama discussions where there's absolutely nobody who is viable as a candidate, so people are just latching on to him.
Facts.
Yeah. I also think like when it comes to like these characters, people want them back, but like, you know, with Vivi, we had a huge send off that like still I can remember panel by panel, image by image, and Momo didn't really get that, and I was pretty upset about that. Like it didn't feel like that, and a lot of people made the parallels there. But in my mind, I also see it like the story is going to end soon, and these Wano characters are going to come back. There's no way Oda builds up the entire story to Wano, and then we're gonna, you know, the borders aren't open. Yeah, borders aren't open. We don't know about Pluton. Momo's now an adult. We saw it for like one panel. These characters are going to come back one way or another. Yeah. And when that time comes, we'll see what kind of shine Oda wants to put on them. Does Oda want to give Yamato more shine than Yamato or Momo? But like, I think that's, you know, because Vivi was what, 10 years ago, that's why there was like that emphasis in Arabasta. Oda's like, okay, we're not going to deal with Vivi for a while. Here's this big send-off. Everyone's going to remember it. But Wano, it didn't maybe need as much because we'll probably get it in like a year and a half, 2 years, like an update on these characters, whether
especially
it's
since
a
it's
cover
a final
story,
saga too. So
cover story, or actually affecting the plot of like the main manga, you know? So that's the way I see it with these characters.
I think it would be nice to see as well. So it's like we're not completely removed from if the idea is for her to come back, is that if we get like a cover story seeing like the adventures of Yamato like going there for, but even if it's like 5 chapters, or like in the cover story, just seeing those little things, I think that would be cool as well to get. So that way it's like she's thrown back in there, then we're back to the turmoil of, oh, I don't want her in there, I want her in there and stuff. Where we're actually, she's doing the things she's supposed to be doing, traveling, seeing the world for itself within Wano, and then being in the opportunity to go when Straw decided to come back like later on down the line.
So guys, we've been on this topic for quite some time, and I want to move from it, and the chat wants to move from it as well. I want to, you know, since you're here, you know, obviously there's NDAs, and we've got everybody in the chat asking about it. The season 1 of the live action has wrapped, right? Is there a favorite moment of yours that you would like to share with everybody, you know, either from the production or anything that really sparks some joy, because we're all excited about everything?
I will say, I think my favorite character in the live action is Mihawk.
Ooh.
Really?
Big Hawk.
Makes sense.
I will say that.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Mihawk's actor is. I've tried. My lips are.
I will be there no matter what.
But
Roger
I will say,
Roger's hurting right now.
I will say,
Roger can't say anything either.
I can't say anything either, but I will say I understand why Matt is saying that. But I will also say, and I think this is safe, Matt, because I wouldn't want to do anything. I will also say that I think there is a story arc that when we get to it, people are going to be very impressed with how that story arc turns out and looks in live action. My mind was blown, and Reagan's mind was blown when we were walking around the set of this particular thing. And I was so unbelievably impressed by this one specific story arc and what was done for it that I'm like, oh yeah, I got complete faith now. So Matt, I mean this, I know you can't say this, but I will say this for you. That in particular is going to be fire. I can't wait to see it.
Why do I feel like I know what it is? I have like a weird guess. I know you're not going to tell me.
I can't say.
I know you can't tell me.
Orangetown.
Netflix is watching. Can I just say a guess? Can I just say a guess? And you guys turn off your camera.
I'm going to go off.
Bro, there's snipers in the chat. What you mean, bro?
I'm out.
Do I hear black helicopter?
I had a question.
Okay, so now that they're off camera, I'm gonna guess and say it's Sanji's arc. But you know, you guys can decide. You know, whether serve Village Heat. Let's go. I don't know. I think it's Baratier, man. I think it's Baratier.
Wait, Matt.
Orangetown, man.
Can I ask you a question, Matt?
Are we safe now? Are we good? Are you guys done?
Yeah,
I think so.
All right, cool.
Matt, come back.
Right.
I have a question for you.
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
He's here.
So I think like a lot of the chat, like, you know, I've talked about the live action. People bring it up every once in a while. I think right now in relevance, like on TikTok, I think specifically it's going a little bit viral was Taz. Like he's doing like martial arts and he looks like Sanji acting, like he's method acting. And I think like that's something people don't understand. And in the conversation I had with you, it was like everybody on the set is a huge One Piece fan. Like every single person. Emily Rudd, for example, at Anime NYC, spent the entire day, like literally 12 hours without our crazy asses talking about One Piece up until like 4 a.m. at a bar. Like who does that? Only a One Piece fan. And like I think like I don't know if the chat really recognizes how much of a One Piece fan, not just like the actors, but everyone. And you were saying that, and like I don't know if there's like more to that. Like you only had like 2 minutes to tell me about that.
Everyone who works on this show loves One Piece, whether they were a fan before or they became a fan while working on it. And yeah, you see it in that, like the dedication that cast and crew, everyone has, is out of control. Like you're talking about, Taz was taking cooking lessons.
Yeah,
Taz has moved up in all of his taekwondo training. Like he does that. He's still doing it. The dedication that the cast has to the show and to their characters and to really getting into their heads and portraying them correctly it can't be understated. These people are working really, really hard.
And that goes for like the editors and everybody off the screen as well too. Like you were mentioning everything. So
everybody.
This is wild. Yeah.
I mean, even without, again, getting too specific, like walking around behind the scenes and meeting the actual like crew involved with the show, and then having them bring up things that were like in our videos, like theories that we're talking about in video. I'm like, this is amazing. You guys are like actually in tune with the community. This is really, really cool. So yeah, and everyone was so friendly, and oh God, it's just like the sets were beautiful. Yeah, it's gonna be cool.
I mean, Matt, you mentioned Taz, but like Taz refused to like have a stunt actor and wanted to do like all the
like
moves
he wanted to be involved in all that. I heard about that too. Yeah,
like the
that's
extended
great.
He wanted to do as much of it as possible. And he does.
I love that.
Matt,
I love
have
hearing
a
the
question.
cooking class. That's so fun.
I have a question in regard to the casting for Zoro. How bad did Louis Tan take it when you guys broke it to him that he would not be?
The fan cast.
I know the fan castings have been really and continue to be, like, people talking about future seasons and stuff. And guys, if you want future seasons, watch the show when it comes out.
Absolutely.
But
yes, that's right.
Yep.
That's right.
I will be there no matter what.
Buy the merch too, no doubt.
We will definitely be covering it.
Yeah, exactly.
We will definitely be covering it. Yes.
Everybody, I appreciate everybody. You know, I appreciate everybody sticking with us and believing in us. You guys have no idea how much it means to everyone. I mean, not just, you content creators, chat, everybody. It means so much to us that you believe in what we're trying to do. Because as I said in the Reverie 3 years ago, doing this for Oda Sensei, I'm doing this for you guys. Like we're trying to break the curse here. We're working
deserved.
Really hard.
And Matt, to add on to that, Matt, like you have to understand, like for us, you don't know how much it means to us for you guys to be as transparent as you have been and to answer questions and show how passionate you are for the story.
Yeah.
We believe in you because of your transparency, because we know you're a good person. We've met you, we've met Emily, we've met all of these guys. We genuinely believe in you guys, that you guys will pull this off, because it seems like you guys care.
The vision sounds
significant amount of communication
that you care. Because all the other live actions, like all the other stuff, it's like, yeah, they tried their best, but it seems like the way they did it, it seemed like they didn't care about the actual source material. With you guys, I can clearly see it. So definitely hoping for all the best. And I don't want to speak for everybody, but I feel like most of us feel the same.
Also,
I definitely feel that way.
Also, Matt has confirmed Conquerors Hockey. I saw it firsthand at the bar there. He might seem quiet in this call, but let me tell you, you catch him at a bar.
That's what I'm talking about. Hunter, it's over, man. It's over.
Listen, we beef, Matt. I'm still mad at you.
I thought we squashed that. I thought
we did squash
it. Jay, I will allow you to have your bad opinions. and we just keep it moving.
Clearly, Jay's different on camera.
You shit, you give it back. That's why I like you, man.
I have a question for Matt, if I could ask. I just wanted to know from your end, like, because One Piece is a very cartoony story, and the visuals are very cartoony. So I know that this is maybe not what you're handling, but like the special effects angle, what's the approach that the team is looking at that for? Like, are they looking to go for a more cartoony angle and try and capture that? Or are they gonna kind of like make it more realistic and make it kind of more grounded in reality compared to the manga or the anime? Like, what's the approach?
I think it depends on what you're talking about. The world is going to look like the One Piece world. Sure. That's what it is. Are our characters going to have razor sharp teeth when they get mad? No, we're not doing that. But the elements of the One Piece world that make this what it is, we're not shying away from those things.
Okay, well, that's a good answer.
I wanted to say, I found on my phone, I was looking for it because you had brought it up. The night when we were all at that bar and Jay mentioned the thing with Hunter x Hunter. I don't know if you guys can see this on the camera, but hold on.
Look at that, brother. Look at it.
Hold the microphone up.
Put it there. Let's see. Full screen. With that full screen.
Look at it. Go
Hold
there.
on, let's see if it zooms in.
Look at my man.
So we're
All
yelling about
Stars
Hunter at this point. There you go. Confirmed. Emily said I love Hunter x Hunter. So there you go. We got somebody working on it.
Emily Rudd also has Conqueror's Hockey, by the way. Nami has
Conqueror's Hockey confirmed for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
For sure.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah.
My biggest excitement for everything, though, is just the amount of people that can be reached and touched with this that are not familiar with it, or the ones that are just adjacent. You know, for everybody that's in the chat, for all of us, like anybody that's got parents that, you know, may watch a Netflix show that you know, aren't going to watch, or, you know, the anime or read the manga. You know, someone that wants to have their significant other understand a little piece of what, you know, has just taken over their lives, you know, in the way that One Piece does for us. The accessibility of what Matt and his team are doing, that's going to give that for all of us.
Netflix is a big deal. Go ahead, sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm just saying Netflix is a huge deal, man. Like,
on a global scale,
it's a floodgate. Quite honestly, we should honestly expect the community to change somewhat in the months afterwards, in my opinion, because there will be new people that are trying to catch up.
Definitely.
Also,
we want to be able to use this as an entry point. You know, I'm sure we've all had experiences trying to get people into this who aren't. And they're like, how many chapters is it? How many episodes is the anime? And so to be able to offer this as like a new and different entry point, and then be like, see, now you can jump in. Now you see what we've been talking about. Now go read the manga. Like that's what we're hoping this can be.
Joyboy, don't be surprised if my mom ends up in your comment section, bro. Because like now she's probably gonna be checking out this stuff soon. Like
every few months, my dad pops up a video like, I saw you live talking about the thing I don't know about. I'm like, you can always watch
real story. So a family friend of ours, an older like a mom-like figure for me, found my channel for the first time, and she commented on my YouTube, and she got responded to by the Mr. Joyboy scam in the comments and clicked it.
No! Wow.
Follow me on Telegram for a free giveaway.
Telegram.
Man, oh my God. Is that Coach?
Is that Coach Recon? Shout out to my guy, King Recon, the coach, joining us
for the fourth quarter. That's
Recon, no doubt.
Was good. Happy to be here, man. It's a pleasure. Pleasure.
The last thing I'll say, and then we can move on. What's the date today?
15.
Thank you everybody for sticking with us. I know that it's been a minute since we have revealed anything, but you will have something new to see very soon.
Bro is being Oda right now.
Trailer?
Jump fest the comment.
Jump fest.
Find out if this is a battle royale.
To be continued.
That will happen. That will happen later.
We have a Joyboy.
Make it jump fest the comment.
Boy is here.
Is that a Joyboy?
Glasses.
Hey, there's Timmy.
Is that a Joyboy?
You look like a secret agent right now. Hold on.
After the stream,
He's the Marine, brand new with the glasses. I'll see it. Brand new glasses.
Agent JB out here, man.
Agent JB.
Agent JB
So-
is here.
It's Admiral JB.
All right.
There it is.
So shout out to that.
Wait.
That's wonderful. We're gonna have some news soon.
I want to say one thing, if I can.
Yes.
Something that I would like to take this opportunity to mention, and I want you to corroborate, Matt, is I think this is something that a lot of people are vastly underestimating, even when I've brought it up, and it's how involved Oda is with this project. Because a lot of people think like, yeah, he kind of like generally checks, but it's like Oda checks very directly. I mean, he's reviewed all the scripts and reviewed everything. So can you corroborate that?
I can.
All right. Just so that
There you
people know
have it.
that-
There we go.
that
That
people-
tells us what
Short
we
and
need.
sweet.
That's all we need.
Matt is sweating right now. The NDA is hanging in the back.
So
this is fun.
as always, we have we have our community, which is positive about this, and with and Jay even said it himself, the transparency, the way that like Matt and others have involved themselves in the community is what helps have this this hope for what we can eventually see. So we're gonna stop the One Piece live action discussion there, so Matt doesn't look like the Jordan Peele meme, and but I hope that everybody in the chat is at least satisfied that we did bring up the topic a little bit, despite everything with NDAs. This is just the way that things work. The news is not going to get revealed here. This is not where it's going to be. They're going to control everything the way that they want it to be shown for you guys. So I don't have anything set up here to show you that's not what this was going to be. Matt's here to talk about the manga and everything, but I appreciate
As a One Piece fan,
exactly.
Right.
He's here as a One Piece fan. So, but I hope that helped everybody that was asking for stuff. And now joining us, making their Reverie debut as well, is the Volume 1 podcast with cosplay.
I love Bonnet cosplay.
Love it.
Mr.
Luffy.
See Hattori, that's all I need.
I got my joy back. Love it. I got my joy back.
I gotta give a special shout out, by the way, to Volume 1. No, so I gotta give a very, very special shout out to Volume 1. We have been planning for a year and a half for me to, I see them laughing over there, for me to do a podcast with them. And literally the week that we scheduled to do the podcast is when my channel got hacked. Literally for a year and a half. So I am so sorry to the Volume 1 podcast.
Come on, Elon.
For not being able to do it, but we're going to catch up. We're going to make a date again very, very soon. But like, I felt so bad that hack happened right as we were going to do it. So shout out to them. Love you guys.
It's all good. It's all good. Yo, somebody explain to me what the Volume 1 podcast is, because I do not know.
Now's the time. Speak on it.
Look how much more professional they are. We're all scrubs with one camera. They got 3 cameras switching.
I'm
not going to have the studio.
You got a camera for the bird.
Led, man.
Hattori Cam was goated.
Goodness, that just gave me like whiplash.
Oh man,
that was incredible.
That's a big Hattori in the building.
Almost makes you want to stop.
I'm about to see those Hattori emojis right now. I want to see. I want to see nothing but Hattori emojis.
Oh my god, what
just happened? Praise be to Pastor Lucci.
Pastor Lucci, dude. So yeah, just to answer your question, we just do a podcast and we caught up on One Piece. Oh shit, bird down.
No, Abunai, no.
We just caught up on One Piece, I think over the course of last year, we went through all of it and tried to do as many cosplays as we could throughout. And so it was something that we called our Done Piece series because we want to finish it till it's, completed 5 years from now, however long, 6 years from now. Everybody in the community was so awesome. I mean, we put, as much as we could into dressing up and really making every episode as special as we could. And we just fell in love and became so obsessed. There's a figure shelf behind me, and over the course of us covering this series, every figure just became a One Piece figure, and all the other figures got moved out. It just became our lives, and we became obsessed with it. And we met some cool people in the community, and it's just been crazy, dude. It's just been amazing. So that's just a little bit about us.
We're happy to have you,
No,
man.
Megan had the fire theory about Luffy's dream. I remember seeing that.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I want to
I'm
also.
blushing. I'm blushing.
I want to give a special shout out too, because like if the chat doesn't know, they did a live reaction for when they caught up to like chapter 1044 at End of Wano. They did that one book.
Yeah.
You guys should go watch that.
Yeah.
And the reason why I'm saying that is because of that reaction, my wife got into One Piece. So now like she's always wanted to get into it, but that specific reaction, she was listening in the background and just the things that they said. My wife was basically like, oh, in the back of her mind, she knows I'm a huge One Piece fan, but I have been with One Piece my entire life. So she's like, oh, like you've been in with it for your entire life. That's why you love it so much. But they just did it in 1 year. And to hear their emotions, the crying, the everything.
Yeah, Megan was a wreck, dude.
I was a wreck.
What was 1044 again? What was the
Luffy's Awakening?
Year 5.
Yeah, like
Drum's Liberation.
And just like that,
Pastor
like my
Ichi
wife
preaching to the choir.
My wife hearing that reaction, that's all she needed. She's like, if this is what it did to them in 1 year, like I'm sold. And then she immediately started binge watching and reading. So like shout out to you. Thank you so much, Volume 1.
That's awesome, man.
And Par's my Shaka helmet competition, dude. He beat me to the Shaka cosplay. I was pretty upset about that, but we let bygones be bygones.
Which was also my wife. My wife, she did it in a day, and shout outs to her for that.
The real boss.
Exactly. Mrs. Vision.
But yeah, just thank you for having us, man.
Yes,
thank you so much.
amazing.
Honestly, it's incredibly incredible honor to be here.
Long time watcher, first time caller. Is that? This is fun.
So now the chat's calling me a fraud because I asked what 1044 was. I want the chat to understand.
You're cooking the cost for that.
He's a fraud. Get him. Fuck that brother right now.
Put the camera on me. I don't leave my man's alone.
Look him right now. Deserved.
I don't. The only chapter number I'll ever remember is 957. That is the only chapter number I'll ever remember.
Fair. That's fair.
Favorite chapter of One Piece, period. Game over. That is
What
my
happened
chapter.
in 957?
Ooh, I mean, Garp, you know what I'm saying? Blackbeard, Ultimate, you know what I'm saying? Like, this was a lot.
Yes, sir.
956 was better than 957 for me.
Boo, boo, nah. That's
Big news.
Come on,
But I'll raise you 1058 though. I'll raise you 1058.
1057.
1058.
Do it both.
1044.
I'm just throwing out chapter numbers like that.
967. Mega fans. Like
1044. Yeah.
895.
Yeah, bro. Like 727 was fire, bro.
Let's go.
420.
1069. 1069. I think was my favorite.
Hey, chapter 598. Let's go.
I see you in 1069. I raise you a chapter 22. Anyone remember that one?
Yeah.
Gaimon.
Let's go. Oh, yeah.
When will it end?
Yes, sir.
When will it end?
Need Artur ties
Jay Cousin.
We're doing this. We're not doing this.
Chapter 398.
Favorite One Piece chapter was the friends we made along the way.
Oh, God. Final chapter.
My body.
Shout out to 1066 for real.
That's the last chapter. The friends we made along the way.
The chat's asking for hot takes. So this is good. So Volume 1, this is my first time meeting you guys. Do you guys have a hot take from your journey in One Piece that most people wouldn't like? I'm very curious.
That will rattle
I feel
everyone
like
that tried to get
Megan-
rattled right now.
I feel like Megan has
Two. I have two really hot takes.
Let's go.
I really like Foxy.
Okay,
That's not a hot take at all.
Good take.
No, it's not a hot take at all. He, like,
No, that's not a hot take. That is
Yeah.
facts.
But
Foxy got haters, though.
Foxy got
Foxy
haters.
does have haters. I get it.
As he should, but like
Yeah,
he's such
right,
a
dude.
good character. And introducing the Navy back fights, like he was the man to do it. And we got Afro Luffy out of that. Like, come on now.
Exactly.
Long run.
He's
Way too much
His
heat.
specials was clean.
Bro.
His specials was clean.
QB Rush, come on, dog. You can't do nothing with QB Rush.
This is
Hey,
like
Fox like fruit's goated though. Like, in all seriousness, this fruit is broken, bro. Imagine like someone that's like naturally like gifted, like Zoro had his fruit. It'd be completely broken.
Anybody else
It'd be so broken.
100%.
Okay, so then what's the second one?
I really hate Yasop.
Yeah, she hates
Like with the
Yasop.
burning passion for what he did to my boy Usopp.
Okay.
See, everyone's like, no.
He's a deadbeat. He's a deadbeat.
He's
a deadbeat.
One
He was calling to him.
Deadbeat disliker.
He left his wife, left his son. He's on the freaking ocean. Like, I get you're a pirate, sure, but like, don't act like a good dad now. Like, don't.
Even his wife agreed that the ocean called to him.
That's someone's
on the top.
The sea was calling to him, yo. The sea was calling to him.
I mean, to be fair,
man.
What if we learn? What if the twist is that? What if the twist is that Yasop left because he's not the daddy? What if he found out?
Oh,
Damn, hit it.
Damn.
And then he left. My bad. A little bit.
We'll have to film Brad.
You are not.
The only reason why the
situation is okay is because Usopp is delusional. Usopp just accepts it for
Yasop-
some reason.
He
didn't think
Yasop coming back with the milk last chapter. He coming back with the milk.
So the issue I
He ain't
have
coming
with
back.
Silvers, you said that the ocean called him. If every deadbeat dad used the excuse that the streets called me, it's not a justification. It's
They do. It's a lot of them they do.
Couldn't stay with your mom. No.
I don't appreciate y'all coming for one of the last good gunmen that we have in this series.
Van Auger,
I'm not gonna sing up for him.
Van Auger's gonna poke Yasop, bro.
Tooting a gun and being a deadbeat dad is kind of common, man. What's it?
Oda took away our last.
Hey, yo, relax, Silvers, relax.
What you trying to do, Kyle?
What'd you try to do with that thing?
Hey, chill out. It's
Roger, put your hands up.
Sorry, Spike speaking.
You gotta back up. You put it down first. You put it down first, bro.
Bro just whipped it out like nothing.
Bro, yeah, you guys all had him under your desk.
First was Elon, now it's Silvers, bro.
That's the throw a pause.
My lost order or something.
Oh, Randy's gone. Randy, tell him.
I hear my Urameshi on y'all though. What's up? I got the Urameshi. What's good?
Hey, Chris.
Urameshi on me.
Okay, I see that. I see that.
What's up? Hey, check that Urameshi. I keep that bang on me.
Hey, bro, we curse still up in here, bro. For real.
Okay, so there's a few. So for the Volume 1 podcast, we have a series of questions that we like to ask. We asked Matt the same question when he first joined. I have a few questions. One, Mihawk or Shanks?
You want to go first, Matt?
Yeah.
You can go first.
Ah, damn, dude, that's a hard question, but I think
It's simple.
ultimately it's simple for you. I think I gotta go. I'm gonna say Mihawk.
Okay.
Win.
Yes.
There is no wrong answer, but there's definitely a wrong answer.
There's
definitely is a wrong answer.
And that's not it.
So Matt, am I assuming it's the same for you? It's Mihawk.
Oh
as well?
yeah, Mihawk all the way.
Okay.
Come on
Sanji
now.
or Zoro?
100% Zoro.
Zoro.
Easy. Yeah.
Oh,
Real. You getting this up? You're gonna get us.
That was the best I've ever answered.
Two correct answers. Crazy.
Yeah, Zoro and we both have a different answer, me and you. Zoro, Sanji.
Yep.
Oh.
I'm Sanji, see Zoro.
Yeah.
Sanji stand.
Got a split.
Yeah, we got split. Zoro stand.
I am an outspoken Sanji stan.
Hey, man.
I'm saying the Sanji Summit. Brother,
Yeah, hey, let me see. I know I've got some Sanji stands in the chat, so I want to see those Sanji emojis.
Yeah, after the events of Wano, I've converted over.
So then the last,
He converted.
last one, and Matt, I want you to answer this one too because I didn't ask you this. Crocodile or Doflamingo? Who did you like more as a villain? Not the character. Who did you like more as a villain?
Yeah, Matt, go first.
Villain.
I love both of them, but I gotta go Dofi.
Let's go.
Yes.
Real one.
Correct answer.
Real one.
I agree.
Absolutely the right choice.
I love that. That's a tough one.
I'm Team Crocodile
wrong
all
answer.
day.
But as
That's
a
a wrong
character,
answer to that question.
and just off a drip alone, Crocodile is obviously the right choice. So are we all in agreement with that?
Crocodile stopped in the middle of a prison break to get his outfit situated.
3 votes right now, bro. Come on.
Where's Brago at?
Gotta hold it down, man.
They don't know drip,
bro.
They don't know drip.
We don't, bro. We're talking about the most dripped out character in One Piece. Exactly. Dopey has top 5. Come on.
You didn't see this.
I will say about Dopey is that he made me sweat too. Like he made me like really.
You don't got it.
I got nervous.
With every suit.
So there's I can name 5 people right now that have better drip than Doflamingo, like right now.
Yes.
We got Crocodile, we got Law, we got Mihawk, we got Lucci, and honestly,
we got Shaka, we've got Corazon. Corazon has better drip than Dofi.
That's facts.
You got NL, big facts.
Aokiji.
Big facts. Yeah, I'm out of here.
To be fair,
I'll give you Sanji Law, but
Doflamingo's drip made it. To shout out Hidden Shirt real quick, the One Piece is real. Doflamingo's drip actually made international news with Harry Styles. So like, I don't see anybody else doing that. So.
Wait, really?
Harry Styles?
When was that?
Harry Styles dressed up as Doflamingo.
Bro,
that's like The Rock. I'm sorry.
I mean, you didn't even just wear
bro.
You just wore like a pink jacket, I think.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, you gotta hold that.
Harry Styles, Doflamingo. Oh, actually,
the real question.
That is straight up Doflamingo. This isn't even a.
So
yeah,
here's how I classify drip. If I'm walking in the street and I see any of the characters that I mentioned and you see Dofi, who are you gonna say, wow, I like his fit? If I see a random dude with feathers and his chest out, I'm thinking, wow, negative drip. I'm not thinking about
I disagree. Elton John pulled it off. I disagree. Elton John's drip is always awesome, and he loves feathers. I disagree.
Man, if that man is tall and he can dog walk you, it's drip,
He didn't do his sunglasses.
That can fight.
When I was in Japan, I literally met a guy on the streets that was dressed in a whole Doflamingo fit and was rapping on the streets, and dude just rapped that. So yes.
I gave him my bank account, man.
In the same vein, I live in the New York area, and I've seen people wearing that feather boa, and it is not there.
It makes me want so badly for someone actually to make a Doflamingo family cipher. Like, I want that to happen.
Oh my God!
Well, you definitely need camera on there.
You can own your fit, right? You can. Dofi owns it with confidence.
Exactly.
Because you own your fit doesn't mean it looks good. You can look ridiculous and look confident. Dofi looks ridiculous.
That's the difference between drip and sauce.
You sound like a hater.
This is the difference between drip and sauce.
You get it.
There's a difference.
It's not drip, it's sauce. Dofi has sauce, but no drip. You know what I'm saying?
Just drip alone, are you saying that it's Corazon over Dofi on drip alone?
Corazon over Dofi for sure.
Yes, I'm saying that.
Easily.
Yes, absolutely.
Corazon got it.
Yeah, Corazon got that for like
Absolutely.
Come on, man.
He smoked cigarettes. He's cooler. He's cooler. He got the face paint.
Like that Rob Lucci fit. That Rob Lucci fit CP0 is so clean no matter where you go.
No matter.
Oh my God.
Like any situation.
Pinch on your shoulder too. It's over.
So here's the key analysis, right, Cole? So me and Randy did this in the drip stream with Morj. The key is look at the way he holds the wine glass with the legs crossed.
Yeah.
That is the cross. We're talking about the confidence, and then you add billion out of 10.
Right.
It's
unreal. You can't beat it, yo.
You can't beat it. You can't.
The thing is, but you see, that's the thing. Sometimes in live action, or sometimes in cosplay, when you try to don a character's outfit, like that's where the whole Pastor Lucci thing came from. Because I feel like whenever I dress up like Lucci, I look like a youth pastor or some shit. I don't know. But in the
let's go.
They even put the drink in this figure. They gave this figure the drink.
Oh, that's
sound like a lot.
You guys are all talking about characters with drip that have wine glasses, though. How could you not bring up Mihawk? I feel like Mihawk is.
Mihawk was in there.
Yeah, he was one of the top one.
Mihawk was top 3, actually.
Okay, so everyone's talking about Doflamingo's modern drip. No one remembers the Corazon flashback with the red on red.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Doflamingo's best fit.
His best fit.
That's the point. Good point.
Cora was out here stunned.
That's key. He came off the line from Gucci and came to the Minion Island, right out of Gucci store.
Yeah.
Oda gave it to Luffy and Sanji.
Young Dofi was clean. I will admit, Young Dofi was clean. And Matt, you've been trying to say I didn't get to hear what you were saying before. What were you saying before about Dofi's drip?
I was saying. I was trying to say, look at I was saying flashback Dofi, and you want to tell me that man doesn't have drip?
It was drip.
Flashback Dofi solos. But if we're talking current
what about
Dofi,
Dripper Scarfino?
What if he washed his face before he
Dripper Scarfino?
Dripper Scarfino. Now that's a
He's
top
the king
5
of drip.
dripper right there.
Drip, bro.
Hey, another individual we're not respecting is Capone, because Capone definitely knows.
Oh, yeah, for
he
sure.
fits that
Capone.
He fits that mafioso look.
Literally, who?
Capone tried to
Capone's all sauce. No drip.
Because Rico, they don't get it. For a man to dedicate his life and craft to drip, to tell everybody we are not meeting until you take a shower.
That's true.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my
exactly.
You're not talking to me unless you look fresh. That's it.
Exactly, bro.
Hey, Senior Pink flashback.
Supernova.
Hey, young Senior Pink. Young Senior Pink.
Young Senior Pink had
it?
drip. Young Senior Pink definitely had it.
Young Senior Pink even had the hair drip. He had the
yeah, bro.
I just want to see like a Zoolander walk off now with all these characters.
Wait until we bring in Gil to Zoro if we want to get non-canon with it.
Non-canon with it.
That's drip and sauce right there. That's drip and sauce. Gil to Zoro?
Gaimon?
Yeah. Every time Cole and I end up on a stream together, I think this character's name gets brought up. Because Cole, I know you are thinking the same name that I'm thinking, which is the Honey Queen from the non-canon One Piece movie. Honey Queen, look her up. Honey Queen.
Roger, I know the exact outfit you're talking about, and it's not
Honey Queen and Baccarat. They have it. They have it. Straight up.
Okay, Baccarat, yeah. But Roger, a pool of water is not an outfit.
No. Look up the Honey Queen's outfit with the
spiral. Look it up. That's what you do.
Straight up got the Gurren Lagann drills.
That's all you need. She stole the show. Let her cook, man. She was amazing, yo.
That's right.
Wow.
Baccarat's another one too. Yeah.
I heard them. Chat was saying Gaimon.
I mean, you have to have a lot of sauce to own that.
I said Gaimon.
He's wearing a treasure chest. That doesn't get more boss than that.
Exactly. Who does that? Who does that?
Nobody able to pull it off since.
I mean, that's sauce.
Exactly.
Quite literally wearing the bag.
I think that's so much sauce that it convinces you the drip is good.
Hey, I'm about to piss a certain person off in here, and I'm sorry. I'm giving you a warning. Katakuri, as far as drip goes, let's be real. He's not touching top 5. He's very overrated. Come on now. Come on now.
He's the biker suit ain't it.
He's one thing. Let me ask. Fair enough. No, that's fine. But sauce, he's sauce.
Let me ask you. You don't think Katakuri is top 5 in terms of drip? Let me ask you, Threevil. Do you think Judge is potentially top 5?
Oh, okay. I see what you did. Nah, I can't co-sign that. I can't do it. I see what you did there.
When King takes off the mask and opens the jacket, I think his fit is actually kind of clean. I ain't gonna hold you.
Oh man!
Honestly, we don't see many people matching outfits. Gaimon and Sarfunkel matching outfits. They legit matching outfits.
Is making the rounds,
That's the drippiest couple.
Gaimon still.
Wait, what? These guys are Gaimon, yo.
We just brought up a Judge. Can we talk about?
Bro, give my guys some Jordan ones.
We got that cover story. The cover story with Judge with the glow up that he got.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
that was kind of crazy. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
What about the glow down from Queen? Oh my God! Let's talk about that.
Did you? Yeah.
Whoa. That man doing right.
I didn't do my right. Yo, like Loki, like who has sauce too? It's crazy.
Those suspenders.
Frankie sauce.
Every arc,
Frankie's went from like a -4 to a 0.
Every arc is nuts, yo.
Spit, Cole, spit.
The fit was really good with like the unbuttoned shirt and everything, and he's fighting Senior Pink. He looked great in that. Yeah, that was cool.
Did somebody say that Judge looked good on that cover story?
No.
Okay, all right, good. Yeah. No, because he was. The funny thing about that cover story of Young Judge was that he looked like Drip, the fake Sanji. He looked like the fake Sanji, whose name is Drip.
That's true. Nah, he looked like he was off a perk or something. I'm not gonna lie. That man's hair was all over the place, man. I don't know what's going on with Young Judge.
What was he attempting?
What is he cooking?
Wait, could Drip be an illegitimate?
What was his plan?
Yo, the admirals in Film Red, like that black tone, that was fire. Like I don't know, like Fujitora, Kizaru, Akainu with that black tone, that was really cool. Yeah, they looked really nice in the movie. Like, wow, I like that. They should work it more often.
It was really nice.
In Film Z, the outfit that Usopp wore with the monocle and the little booty shorts and like the bright green lace, that was Drip. We need to pay more attention to outfit. I don't think he slept on it. That is like the drippiest thing I've ever seen. He's in my top 5, and he looks good in it. That's the worst part. He looks
Rocking it. Rocking it.
Yeah. Like, Zoro would look so dumb in that outfit, but
we need to normalize booty shorts.
For real. For real. I need to see every man in One Piece in booty shorts now.
Except Frankie.
I don't know. Frankie got your back on that.
Blackbeard and booty shorts?
Frankie's in a whole song, bro.
Except Frankie.
I don't know, man.
So that's what Oda's planning for. The last final Saga is going to be everyone. Yes, everyone.
The One Piece is just a singular golden pair of booty shorts.
Flashback Dragon. Flashback Dragon. O'Hara Dragon. Come on now.
Come on now.
Remember his fit when he was at O'Hara? Dragon?
Where the Weevil and booty shorts
Fidel
Castro.
The world does not need
so my only concern is that with trench coats, a lot of people like to call it drip. It's called trench coat tax.
Yeah.
It's only good for saucy characters, but it's not drip.
You gotta have the
trench
drip
coat, a
under
white
the
shirt.
trench coat too.
You know what I'm saying?
You gotta be able to peel the trench coat off.
If you hang it off the shoulders, then yeah.
If you're gonna have a trench coat and a white shirt, you need a chain. You need a chain for the drip to come out. You can't just be a trench coat and a shirt. You can't do that.
For example,
Jay,
learn something.
This man, Don Krieg, had that whole thing going on at the beginning. Krieg had the golden chain. He had the jacket.
He was drippy?
Yes, sir. I think did we look at Don Krieg? I think we took a look at Don. I think we did.
Take a look at him.
Everyone, I think.
Yeah, like even before the gold, he had the coat too.
Yeah, he was just a little hungry.
So we've been talking about just overall drip, but let's take it back to current events. Let's go to Egghead. Let's talk about this.
Yes.
The Egghead drip, which personally I feel like. I mean, Shaka's great. Shaka's a drip god.
Shaka god
drip. But Sanji's drip is blasphemous.
Oh man, that is
a Hawaiian shirt hoodie.
A
Hawaiian shirt hoodie.
It's giving Paxson.
With those shorts and the boots. With those shorts and the Mega Man boots.
Okay, hold on. There's lore. There's lore for this. Okay, they're on a future island.
I would have run back into the machine and said, "Fix this."
No,
there ain't future
fashion trend.
That was a one and done.
The reason why is because like the mystery man that Vegapunk has is gonna be Gin. And he's gonna have these Hawaiian pants. So the Hawaiian pants.
At least you didn't stay scopper, bro.
What Hawaiian?
I want to see those Gin images, guys.
I'll let you go.
I'm so tired of scopper the bond talk, bro. Please.
Yo, it's good. He's coming back.
I'm for the bond. Oh, names. I wish I could
never want to hear that.
Exactly, bro.
Yo, but what is
your bond just been?
I'll take the L. I'll take it.
Oh my
I feel like every time Sanji wears anything other than a suit, he looks a bit like he got dressed in the dark.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay, but the white collar shirt and whole cake with the red cake.
Fire.
Oh,
yeah,
That's true.
Maybe his best fit, I'd argue.
My favorite Sanji drip. My favorite Sanji drip is Water 7. The orange pinstripes.
The
orange pinstripes.
Ain't got no jacket on, just got the vest. Yes,
Just
sir.
got the
That's
vest.
my guy.
That's it.
The one.
That was the one. That was the one.
He was business, square business.
That was
Randy,
the one.
I thought you repped the wine color suit. What happened?
The wine color.
Wine
that's
color
number
Wano
2.
suit was it, bro. That was it.
The
The
wine color
suit
suit.
one is fire.
I love that. I love that. With the gloves. With the gloves, yes. Yes.
Yeah, with the gloves.
But my favorite.
Yeah.
But my
The gloves are
favorite.
great, yo.
My
Yes.
favorite is Water 7 Sea Train drip. That is the best.
Okay.
Fitting.
Now I have a really hot
With the
drip
black
take
shorts.
right now.
Okay.
Now
Here we
the
go.
biggest take of anti-drip in the story, I gotta be honest with you guys.
Please talk.
Onigashima Luffy, bro. What?
Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Hold on, let him
Jinx looks like a bum. That's the biggest
Oh, that
thing.
color's cool.
It's just like a goddamn bum. That's the biggest
Orange
thing.
and blue, orange and purple. How you mix orange shorts with a purple sash and a red shirt? The onlyest color combo I've ever seen.
First of all, Luffy has never had drip
All
ever.
right, if you talking about, I thought you was talking about the fit in general, not you just
No.
talking about the color block.
No,
Like,
that's
you talking about the
anti-drip.
colors.
It's anti-drip. It is
It's
anti-drip.
anti-drip. Color
I
is
saw
part
that
of
color
it.
scheme. I was so hyped in the manga, bro. You see the cape, I'm like,
It
yo,
might be
this is
Terry
awesome.
drip, probably not.
Pirate King Luffy right here. We get the color scheme. We get the color scheme, and all of a sudden, this man is no longer Pirate King to me yet. He got to change his clothes. He gotta
Yeah.
Bro, that's black.
He put on the
That's not
cape,
the-
but
that's not the Pirate King fit.
100%.
No, that's just the one. That's not the Pirate
100%.
King fit.
Dude,
That's not the one.
Bro, Luffy looks so fire. He has socks and drip, bro. And like
Chat is
all
asking you to
100
remove it.
max.
No, you're right.
With
You're
the
right.
coat.
The
I
colors
don't
are
know.
weird.
Bro, in Strong World,
the
this man had a whole
chanclas are
shoe in
automatic
flip-flops.
negative
Yo,
drip for me.
yeah. Like
If you have chanclas on, you're not drippy.
Jordan flip-flops with that.
You have chanclas on, you're not
Flip-flops are
drippy.
anti-drip no
All
matter
right.
what.
If your toes are out, no drip. Toes out,
bro. You
no
get negative
drip.
points for it.
Luffy
That's
drips
why-
the chancla. That's why he's got the biggest negative drip here.
So let me explain to you guys, because I'm Nigerian. If you know what a Nigerian uncle looks like when they wear a suit and Jordans, it doesn't make sense. Sandals open, crusty toes, we don't accept that. I have negative reaction to it. We can't have it. You can't.
Not the crusty toes, bro.
Not the crusty toes.
Yeah, they got the
Put
toes
toes
on.
on,
Yeah.
son. Because
Hey,
you
but
know
be
they
real.
don't bathe. You know they don't bathe like that.
When at the girl, though, those are the ones you know who kill it on the girl, though.
You said what?
You know how like the dudes will be wearing like the sandals and they'll be cooking the food like at the grill. Those are the best ones to be cooking the food.
Oh
Yeah, of
yeah,
course,
true,
We
true.
talking about
Are we talking about who can cook or who has drip?
No, we're talking about Theo
Hey.
Jimbe.
So, you got me there.
Theo
You got me there.
Jimbe.
Is crazy.
Theo
You
Jimbe
figured
with
me
the
out.
Hawaiian shirt. You got the Modelo in there. Let's go.
Crazy.
Girl, grilling it up.
Jimbe is the grill master, bro.
To be fair, he does look like a Tio, which is kind of wild. Tio Jimbe,
He
that's
does,
kind of
yeah.
wild.
When you said that, I was like, yeah.
Now that you mentioned it. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, wait, hold
And
on.
let me say one thing
Tio
about
Jimbe
Robin.
Seal.
Robin's
Okay.
egghead outfit, there ain't nothing futuristic about that shit. She's
Oh,
in
I agree.
lingerie.
Yeah, I did not like
That's
it
just
as
what
well.
Futuristic.
Robin is a
Sorry, Robin.
free-spirited woman, y'all. Let her
I
do
am
it.
absolutely
this, though,
loving
Bonnie
this
is rocking
arc, right?
perfectly, though.
I'm absolutely loving this arc, but the drip. The only person who is dripping this entire arc is Shaka.
I disagree.
I
I think
just
Bonnie's
would.
drip is
Bonnie,
actually
Bonnie,
pretty
Bonnie
good.
actually is Bonnie's is good. Bonnie's
Bonnie's
is
is
good.
good
Bonnie's is
too.
good.
Liar.
Oda got to get rid of those boobs.
And Luffy finally doesn't have chocolates.
Yo,
Luffy
by
finally
the way,
doesn't have
hold on.
chocolates. So
Yo, home. Quick question for everybody: did Luffy change his clothes to fight against Rob Lucci, or did this clothes like transform?
No.
Transform.
It's Oda not carrying
I'm like,
tax.
did he see his clothes off?
It's Oda not carrying tax.
Bro, yeah, Oda doesn't
Yeah.
carry tax.
He put him back on. He put him back on after the fight. I was like, what the hell? I'm like, what's
Cole,
Oda not carrying
his
tax.
Power of imagination, bro.
He's got to have
That's weird, yo.
That's gear 5.
I'm telling you,
He
it was
flexes,
wild,
he
yeah.
flexes in a Gear 5 mode.
Yeah,
we
it
here.
could be some crazy shenanigans. Yo,
Yeah.
Gear 5 is gone, and then when it went over, it's back on. Like, oh,
Man, look, if he can grab light, he can do whatever he wants.
hold on.
Of course.
He created sunglasses. bro.
Grab light
He
and
can do
then
it
fucking
all.
miss.
He
I
can do
grab
it
light
all.
and then miss.
Yep.
If we
So-
were talking about Robin and Egghead Island, are we not gonna acknowledge that Nami is just wearing a track jacket? we just gonna go past that?
Nami's fit is Robin is in a thong. Like, come on,
Nami
man.
is
Like,
literally
Nami
just
has
wearing
no
the track
pants.
jacket.
Nami
It's
has
just
no
a track
pants.
jacket.
What a wild.
I'm going.
It's way more.
What kind of
Come
wild?
on now.
We need to take it to VAR.
Yes, take it to
It's like
VAR.
Rebecca all
Egghead, no
over again.
pants.
Check is complete.
It's like now all I can think of now.
I'm taking it to the
No
Twitter
pants
group
with
chat.
Lilith.
I'm taking it to the Twitter group chat. Look
way.
at that and tell me Nami is not wearing just
Yeah,
a
I'm
track
saying. Not gonna
So
lie.
Nami, you say
At least
Nami,
Robin got a little
Nami has
jacket
less
on.
drip.
I am so
No,
glad.
no. I'm not arguing the drip. I'm just
Look
saying.
at the boots, man.
If we coming at Robin for simply
Hey, this
wearing
is it.
lingerie, we have to point out Nami wearing nothing but a
Bro.
track.
They look like Super Mario Brothers movie boots.
They
You know,
have
that's
more
what it reminds
shoes
me
than
of.
pants.
Like they're just.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm just so glad that the Saul reveal in the first place was a close-up.
That's it, bro.
I'm just glad the Saul reveal was a close-up.
That is
I
the future.
can't. I can't.
Otis lost. I think we can all agree. Otis lust went out of control once we hit Egghead.
Oh, it is.
Once we reached Egghead and Bonnie pulled up, it was done. It was a done.
Robin, Nami,
on
Lilith is like
Twitter
a.
YouTube. Because think about when that came out.
Yeah,
That was
crazy,
preparing us for No Nut November. That's what that was. Those chapters
this
came
guy.
out before November.
To be fair.
You did it for the fandom. Okay. I see you.
Townsy talking
can't
about
complain
those
about that.
shoes,
You gotta
bro.
be there.
I hate the Vegapunk Egghead shoes more than I hate the Germa shoes.
I hate the
They make no-
I hate the Vegapunk
what
shoes more
purpose?
than any rip in this series, bro. That is gross. Those are not the boots with the fur. The club we're not looking at her. That's not it, bro. They got on more boots than pants. Nami just got on the jacket. I can't look. Bonnie might just got on some underwear, but like the jacket she got on is at least cold. Robin got the hoodies out for
She
no
got the
reason.
leggings. She got the leggings on too, though. She got the leggings on too. We connect with
We're in a
them.
winter island. Where the pantaloons?
Shorty dripping.
Where we going?
Shorty dripping.
Yo, Nami
Am I wrong?
Somebody tell me.
So I want to. I've loved this. This is one of the best sections of the stream. Just going into the whole trip and everything like that. I want to switch the topic though. I want to move over.
Absolutely.
I want to talk about Kizaru and like what we think, because we haven't talked about that at all. So what do we think Kizaru's role is going to be in this particular arc and where we see these events? Of course, I have my own thoughts, but I'm going to open it to you guys.
He's going to be on Lucci's side.
Listen, let me tell you, right?
Yeah, of course.
So
Go ahead, man.
I mean, that's all it is.
I just want to say that this is beautiful, right? That Kizaru is the admiral that comes to Egghead. I've been waiting for this. Kizaru is actually my favorite admiral. Just want to throw that out there. His performance at Sabo, that nigga put up Wilt Chamberlain numbers. Okay,
30 rebounds, 20 assists, no turnovers. Go ahead.
Triple-double.
A lot of blocks.
He had a triple-double.
Going crazy. It's like the performance. The best analogy that I can give between Kizaru on Sabo Odi is like LeBron in Game 1 of the 2018 Finals, and then Kuma comes in like J.R. Smith. And that is the perfect analogy. Kizaru was just like, yo, what are you doing? So listen, I think that there will be some type of rematch between the Straw Hats and Kizaru. Yes. Throw in whatever Straw Hats you want, whether you think it'll be Luffy versus Kizaru. I think what there should be, what should happen, just a callback to the Sabo Odi moment. You know how Luffy tells everybody, yo, we got to run away because we're not strong enough for this. I think what would be amazing is if Luffy just tells his crew like, hey, y'all, go ahead, get on the ship. I'll meet y'all. I'm a hold him over right here.
Either that or like stand behind me.
I'm gonna
the other one.
I'm gonna stay behind. I'm gonna wait right here, y'all go ahead and get up out of here and let me handle this, and I'll be back. Not to say that he's gonna defeat Kizaru all out, but I think
he'll take care of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think the other way I could also see
I
it
would like
too
that.
is if the Straw Hats were like, "Oh, let's fight back," because for them it's like we ran away. Now it's the reverse because they are
Now
strong enough
it's
as a
time
team.
to
without
go.
being
Yeah, I don't see the reverse.
That I think is way
Circle.
better for the whole crew because it's like the Luffy moment's nice, but for the whole crew because we are dying to see more stuff like that. I think that would be a really dope moment.
Because like just how like Marco
parallels.
Yeah, because just how like Marco, like just like Kizaru tried to like attack Whitebeard. Marco's like, no, yo, you can't touch the king. I want to see that. But like, somebody else, like Zoro or Sanji or Chi, like, oh, stop, he's the king. No, back
That's
down.
an emperor, dog.
That's what I want to see.
Get off him.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
That would be
I have
amazing.
a question for Hidden and Artur actually about the Kizaru thing because when we got the fan scans, it said like Kizaru when Akainu was talking about it. I forget which vice admiral was talking to Akainu, but it said like Kizaru was already going there as planned. Versus the officials said Kizaru was headed there on a prior operation, and that prior operation to me meant way different. I just realized Artur is muted, but like I was really interested in that because if it's prior operation, that means a completely different thing to me. Like he was ordered something separate than CP0. CP0 is there to kill Vegapunk. So what's Kizaru's prior operation that Akainu didn't know about because Akainu was like mobilized Kizaru, but then Kizaru's already there. So it's like
I mean, potentially that could be tied with whoever's on the Denden Mushi, right? I mean, like that just happened in the most recent chapter. There's been all these questions about like who that person is. There is potential, I think, for that person to be Kizaru.
I think it's Fujitora.
I think it's Kuma. It's the real Kuma. It's the real Kuma.
I want it to be the real Kuma more than anybody.
Yeah, Kuma being there for Sabo 2.0 would be nice.
But it makes the most sense. I know you guys had talked about it a little bit earlier. It makes the most sense to me to be that mystery person in the cover page, the Mads cover page. Like, I know a lot of people think it's Stussy because of what she said, but I don't know, man. I feel like whoever that person is, somebody said it. I forgot exactly who said it earlier, but if it was Stussy, then why not show their face, right? Why not show?
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Well,
at this point,
you said that Kizaru had a prior, or it said something about a prior business, prior mission on Egghead. What my mind instantly goes to is possibly something with Vegapunk and trying to recreate artificial Logia fruit.
That's interesting.
That's what I would. That's what I would say that it would be.
I'd imagine he spent a lot of time there, considering they already damn near had been.
He said he was struggling with the original.
That was whenever we first saw the pacifistas. Remember, like Drake, ex Drake was like, Vegapunk already put the lasers into Kizaru, or Kizaru's lasers into the pacifista. He's already advanced this far ahead. So I think that Vegapunk has definitely like used Kizaru as a guinea pig, even after that.
I would say to add on and piggyback to why he would continue to do so is because they said they absolutely haven't mastered the recreation of the Logia. When we see the recreation of something like Kaido's, we literally saw Momo is actually Kaido but pink. A failure, whatever. Vegapunk, that's a failure. But in this case, the failure will be they can't actually recreate the light. They just got beams. Or I got a headcanon about Ichiji. You know what I'm saying? Everybody. A lot of people have had access to Kizaru's life. I think Kizaru been a guinea pig for a very long time. Yeah, it's like a lot of them have the beam powers. Your boy, what's her face? Queen got the beam powers. The pacifista. Kuma,
technically,
Ichiji.
like Vegapunk sort of did actually recreate the Kizaru's fruit in the sense of the holograms are light that are Logias that like you can't touch them unless you have that glove. So it's kind of like that is like a prototype to Kizaru's Logia. So. If the prior operation was that, it's interesting because Vegapunk, he did say he hasn't done the Logia thing, but he also said like it was too difficult. It was too he had the research, he threw everything at it. So for that to be the prior operation, it's kind of weird time wise, but like it's also because like I think before Kizaru spoke again about like what he was gonna do about like the Straw Hats escaping and that being easy. It was hard to discern like what Kizaru's motives were, and I feel like I still don't know what Kizaru's motives are going there, especially now with that prior operation, because that prior operation means he was ordered by someone who wasn't a Kainu, and the Gorosei ordered the CP0. So who's ordering Kizaru.
Yeah, that plays into his whole unclear justice kind of thing perfectly. But to go on the topic as far as like the mystery person on Egghead, I think the option being the real Kuma actually makes a lot more sense than what people would think. Because like back in Punk Hazard, that was a whole scientific arc, and we had we know that it was originally Vegapunk's island, blah blah blah. But remember how in that arc, like Law simply switched the hearts between Monet and Smoker and gave it to Caesar Clown, and Caesar's like, oh sure, it's Smoker's heart. Like I don't think it'd be very far-fetched for Vegapunk to do the same thing to the Celestial Dragons, where it's like, okay, I'm gonna create a cyborg called PX0. I'm gonna tell you it's the real Vegapunk, whole time it's not. Especially since we already have like a pre-established connection between Vegapunk, Kuma, and Dragon. I don't think something like that would be that far-fetched, honestly.
And also to kind of piggyback on what Three was saying before, because we still have to wait on the moment that Vegapunk's supposed to give something to Bonnie that may be in relation to Kuma. So if it actually is the Kuma that's there, it may be something to like, I guess, for the memories or just something that's there. So that way, you may not be able to get your dad back as an actual human, but at least it'll be something I can give you to kind of make up for whatever happened.
Perfect. And plus, like, even since the Reverie, like there's that one panel where Bonnie was looking at Kuma and she's like, oh, I need to avenge you, father. So like, in my humble opinion, I think like it was already pre-established since back then that Bonnie would reunite with her father Kuma, and seeing how Bonnie's on Egghead and like we're having this whole theory about it, this would be like the perfect time for real Kuma to pop out from the phone call, reunite with her daughter. Like I think that'd be great.
So I do like that, and I feel like that has the
too happy.
like it would be too easy. Like it's like we're in that final saga. This is the end game. Like I don't know. I feel like it's not gonna be. That would be nice. That would be beautiful. But I don't know. I feel like shit's gonna get dark, dude.
Yeah, it's gonna get dark.
Showing his true colors this is where I can I add this into too, because I don't believe like say Bonnie, Vegapunk, and them. I do think they're gonna leave with the Straw Hats to go eventually to Elbaf or what it is. Like they're gonna escape somehow. I think Kuma's probably gonna meet his end here, possibly. Like he's maybe sacrifice himself against like Kizaru or something. Like it's gonna be literally Sabo-boys 2.0. Except aside from him, like just they have the fights, and if something happens where we're rarely getting in there, like he's gonna just die with Kizaru and stuff like in that fight. Like I don't see Kizaru dying, but Kizaru is the one that's gonna like enough damage to kill him up, but he's gonna have like some kind of wound or whatever, and then Bonnie's gonna have more of a reason to hate the world government because of what happened. So she's gonna learn the truth, but now it's gonna be straight up the world government she wants to get this revenge on. And then maybe it ties in afterwards when we learn the history and stuff. We have a major ally afterwards in Bonnie who's gonna have her own reasons to go after them now beyond whatever we do know, and we'll eventually get in the flashback itself, which I do need to see that before we leave this arc.
So my thoughts on all of this are basically, I love the idea of it being, the real Kuma and all of that. I think that that's realistically the most realistic answer, right? Because we have the other Kuma is already on his way to marry Joa. Now, when I say when it's the most realistic answer, it's not my favorite. It's my third option. But the option of like Kuma going to marry Joa, like that was brought up in one of my streams, and a great idea was that the reason he's going there is to attack the Celestial Dragons to force a call to go to Kizaru and all of the Marines to turn around, because once someone attacks a Celestial Dragon, the admirals have to act. Now, so that's one interesting way that all of this could end. But what I like about it being the real Kuma is if we got to that point, and with this feeling like the Sabadian version and Sabadi 2.0, instead of sending the allies away like Kuma did in the Archipelago, I would love it if he sent the enemies away.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
But beyond that, I do have to explore that. I feel like Fujitora should be in this arc at some point, considering that every time that we've seen him since Dressrosa, he's been talking about the SSG, and he currently has no base because he can't.
He's not allowed to go back on any bases anytime soon and stuff.
So if he was the mystery ally, and he's shacked up with Vegapunk, that makes sense for me as well. Then the other option, which I also like, even if he's not, either way, we're going to see him soon, is Saul, right? We already have a 900-year-old robot hiding there. So if Vegapunk wanted to hide something in plain sight, someone as important as Saul, that's a possibility. Now, I do prefer him being on Elbaf, but That's the option. So those are my three choices. The ones I like more are Fuji and Saul, because I think it's more interesting. But with everything that's being set up narratively, real Kuma makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Agreed.
I like what you said, Randy, just based on the fact that continuing the parallels, we could potentially have Dragon in a similar situation as Whitebeard in Marineford, where everybody's going to be waiting for his move coming out of it. So if it's the real Kuma, that is going to be either him or somebody from the Revolutionaries. It's going to cause Dragon to finally make the move we've been waiting for the entire series. So it feels like he's going to be placed in that Whitebeard role of, oh, when is he going to show up? When is he going to move and do his thing? So continuing the parallels there, I feel like Dragon's going to be in the Whitebeard sort of role, heading here into the next portion of the series.
Oh, Recon, I agree with you on that. The Whitebeard thing. Yeah, I think that's
Shout out to my boy, bro. He's got to move.
I think we all just want Dragon at this point.
We just want to see
it.
it.
The world's been waiting for Dragon longer.
Anything Dragon whatsoever. I'm there for
We need
it.
Dragon soon.
Dragon and Akainu are just like
make this the year
You're like,
to
oh
get
my god,
Dragon,
please go to
man.
wedding.
Yeah.
Please let me do something, yo.
I will admit,
Akainu is like, oh my god, I'm stuck here again. Please just let me go. I want to do something.
I'm still holding on to it. I'm still holding on to it, Matt. I still got to hold on to it.
What? Jay would say that's
That's the dream. That's the dream.
Dragon is top
Matt
one.
keeps saying top one.
Fuck, he's not. No, he's not.
I'm still holding on to it.
on that one.
I'm tired. I'm genuinely tired of
world's
calling
greatest
Dragon a fraud
criminal. You
because
gotta
he
show
doesn't
out.
move. He doesn't do anything. I need him to do something.
He's not mobile.
He
He has
doesn't
to
do
power
anything.
lifting.
We got to
Have
talk
you
to
not
Oda.
learned your lesson? You gotta wait for the lurking legends to make their move. That's all it is.
It's the lurking legend.
He's in the back.
You're right. I apologize.
When he moves, we'll move.
When he moves.
You can't call Dragon a fraud.
We will be there
Sabo.
no matter what.
Dragon is a fraud, and then Sabo's already. He's
How
really
dare you call Dragon a fraud?
He's a fraud. Look at Sabo. His student is better than
How
him.
dare you?
Jay,
How
do you know? That is kind of crazy that Sabo's infamy kind of outdid Dragon.
Oh, okay, so
It hasn't.
That's actually something I gotta fight you guys on.
infamy, how has Sabo's infamy surpassed Dragon's?
They worship
It hasn't.
worshiping him.
This is the thing, though.
Him, bro.
That's the problem with Dragon. though,
This is
because the world
similar.
government,
The
the world
never
government
Dragon caused a reverie to take place. Like back at the beginning of the series, like the man is the most dangerous dude on the planet. Period.
Dragon literally caused the reverie to take place. Like, he was the main.
Allegedly.
He was
No,
the main.
allegedly. They have a picture of that man and say, "Watch out for blood."
But
right?
after this Reverie, when Sabo was being called, like, dubbed the Flame Emperor, wasn't there a direct quote saying that his infamy is somewhat surpassed that of even Dragon?
Yeah,
Kingdoms in open rebellion. Like, oh, because of Sabo.
This is the thing,
Put him
though.
on a pedestal. Sabo, the Flame Emperor. We want to follow him now. Let's fight against the government now. Like, Sabo's doing that. Sabo's making the moves, whereas Dragon's, sitting down on his rocking chair like any day now.
That doesn't make Dragon
all part of Dragon's plan. This is all part of his plan.
We also can't forget that Dragon, for the last however many years, the public has been painted this picture of Dragon in the newspapers and everything, that he's this evil person. When Robin first spoke about Dragon in Water 7 with like Garp mentioning Dragon, she was talking about how like the revolutionaries left countries destroyed in their wake, and there's this like public perception of Dragon and his revolutionaries. So maybe Sabo is like a different figurehead for people to look towards. I don't think that necessarily means anything about Dragon. I just think the world government and the media has painted Dragon to be such a terrible person that people can't rally behind him the way they can rally behind someone like Sabo.
Yeah, that's also the propaganda right there, because the countries that he is going to, and the countries that Dragon is doing any of this to, are generally countries that probably deserved it, or there's something that is being misconstrued there. Like, he's going and he's saving a country, and he's liberating them from their heavenly tributes or their evil kings, or giving them the power to uprise, and then it's being it's being turned into propaganda.
Look at like what Ivankov said. Ivankov told us Dragon's methodology. Dragon's methodology isn't to go in and make everything change according to him. It's to empower the people there to rise up on their own. In that line of context, Dragon's method of being the worst criminal in the world is not to put himself in the forefront. The difference between Dragon and Sabo is just Sabo has a more heavy hand on that. And Dragon might disagree with that, which is why he went a completely different different way. And we're starting to learn that because Vegapunk even said, like, weren't you a pacifist? What are you doing, right? And we see that. Like, Dragon could be very strong, but we don't know his perspective of why he doesn't want to be involved. Something makes it want to stay.
Whenever we get that moment, whenever
I actually like that idea of Dragon being a pacifist and then, suddenly, holding back everything he's capable of because he doesn't like to use violence. In a lot of anime, people that are like the nicest people or the most pacifist people tend to be, the strongest because they're scared of what they're capable of doing.
Yeah.
Shout out to Finland for joining. Shout out to our boy Ragnar.
Shout out to Ragnar. Cousin Ragnar.
Yo, blessing my ear with that voice, bro.
Yes.
I can't tell
The call just got a lot more epic with the narrative.
That's it. Yeah. I had to turn on the volume to tinge.
I also like the difference between Luffy and Dragon. I mean, Luffy goes full in, full out, always, doesn't matter. And Dragon is more of that laid back, let's think it out. Let's not go guns blazing. Let's think of a plan in order to take down everyone. So I do like the difference between, son and father, even though he isn't the best dad either. He's more of a dad to Sabo than him.
But it's interesting with the similarities between Luffy and Dragon too. Like, to add on to that with the, I love that you're pointing out the differences, because I also think that the similarity is important too, that they both inspire the people, and that's like going to be right. Like, so
I was gonna say that.
Yeah,
because I remember we had a conversation long ago, me, Roger, like Brog, like way back, talking about the idea of freedom and stuff, and then whenever that challenge is gonna come between Luffy and Dragon, but now that we're starting to see that Dragon is more so kind of similar to Luffy in that degree, from my words. But we're ever going to see a moment where when they ever be each other afterwards, maybe they're going to have like a difference in terms of liberation. Because I do think like Luffy doesn't care about the liberation thing until it actually affects him or affects the people that he actually cares about. But then we're going to see on that scale afterwards, whenever Sabo is being affected because of whatever happens there, or whenever I think whenever Vivi's the main focus of that's when it's really going to be okay. We're going to collide together, 100%. See what's up, and then we're going to move together after. But I do think we're going to get the real ideology from Dragon whenever he does make that move towards him, because I feel that's the most perfect time. You have that conversation, it shows to the world, and then it's like afterwards, these people are calling me the worst criminal in the world, but I'm actually the truth, and you're gonna see this on 4K, like.
But the interesting thing about Dragon though. The interesting thing about Dragon, though, is there's like a clear contrast between him and Shanks, because both Dragon and Shanks are well aware like what's going on in the world. Yeah. But with Shanks, he's the one that's like, I would say he's way more of a peacekeeper than Dragon. He's like, yo, we need world balance, stop this war. But last time we saw like Dragon doing anything, he's declaring war. Not only that, we know he united countries and he got countries under his belt, which could be one of the major reasons why the world government wiped out Lulusia. So I would say like Dragon most definitely is kind of laid back and he plans out what he wants to do, but I wouldn't necessarily say he's on a peaceful side because he is declaring war.
Like he knows like something's gonna have to happen. Like go back to Ohara, right? With the whole thing with Vegapunk, we saw like exactly what his mindset was when he saw like enough is enough. Like I've seen too much at this point in time. It's like I gotta make a move, and eventually when he does, we're gonna learn. Whenever we get his flashback, I think he's the one character I'm like I cannot wait to see what caused that man to become what he became.
Luffy's mom. I gotta push an agenda here.
Bro, like where are we at?
I gotta push an agenda here. I don't think Dragon is that bad of a father, and I think that there's a reason that he did what he did.
I don't think he's that bad
either. And I think that if Luffy, if Luffy was a father, are we gonna assume that he would be any different of a father? Luffy's number one value is freedom. Is freedom. Dragon values freedom more than anyone else, so much so that he started a whole army.
Remember what he said with Smoker? He's like, he chose to be a pirate. Allow him.
Like he lets Luffy. He's letting Luffy choose his own destiny. Yeah. And on top of that, there's more to it, because if Luffy is to learn the value of freedom, how can he do so if he has someone looming over him his whole life, telling him how to live his life?
I would even argue to add on top of that,
Dragon is gentle parenting Luffy.
I think Luffy would be a worse father than Dragon, actually, because I don't see a situation. I don't see a situation in which Dragon would sell his child for food, and yet for sure You know Luffy would sell his kid for a Big Mac. Guaranteed.
I don't know about that.
Big Mac, and here's your kid, and he would absolutely trade his kid for the Big Mac.
Also, how could Dragon bring along his child when he is the most dangerous man in the world, the most wanted man, whatever they say?
It's kind of like
he's part of a revolutionary movement. The government's trying to kill him. Like how is he going to bring around a baby?
No, yeah, for sure.
So we all have the bad dad memes and everything, but I think that
Yasop's was the sea, and Dragon's Dragon's is the world. You know what I'm saying?
Never bring your kid to war. Never bring your kid to war.
The streets are calling me. No matter what.
The streets.
I'm gonna say this now. I have never in my life seen so many people cope for bad fathers in my life. I've never seen it before.
Oh, you see, I ain't say a fucking word.
The only outlier to that whole thing is Capone.
Not a father to Luffy. He's just a baby. He's not a father. No.
Go ahead.
All I'm saying is, if you're going to be a father, you have to be present. Dragon is just a random man that is connected to Luffy. Yeah. And because he shows up and blows a little bit of wind and saves Luffy, oh, he's a good dad. No.
What about fathers in the army?
I'm with you, Jay. I'm with you, Jay. I'm with you.
Fathers in the army, fathers who go to war, they're not home for their kids either.
That's duty to the country, right?
Dragon's in a war right now. Dragon's in a war right now. He's not going.
But that doesn't count because
that's why nobody complains about Garp. Nobody.
It doesn't constitute whether he's
Garp is a Marine. Nobody complains about him.
Here's the thing, Hidden. Here's the thing. When you're at war, you have leave. You go back to see your kids.
Dragon does not have the option to leave.
He's a leader. He's leading.
To be fair,
let Jay cook. Let Jay cook.
He's trying to find the seasoning, but I'm not letting him.
Jay, finish your point. Everyone, settle down. Everyone, hold on.
I'm saying he doesn't have the chance to be on leave. He's literally a war criminal.
So I got something else.
He wins.
Jay's
got something else.
We have this communication device called Den Mushi. You mean to tell me Dragon couldn't call Luffy happy birthday? Call him once.
Luffy can't read. He knows how to use a Den Mushi.
It's not about using a Den Mushi. You can find a way to contact your son. You can find a way. I don't want to
something.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so Jay, you're a criminal. Jay, you're a criminal. You call up your kid, and then afterwards you get intercepted afterwards by the ops.
I understand that, but again, you got to show love. There's so many criminals in our history, in fiction, that still have time to call their son maybe once a year, anything. Dragon has not had physical interactions with Luffy.
So what if you find out he's been sending like envelopes or whatever, mail and stuff?
We don't see it. It's not on screen.
Well, we're gonna get it. When we get it, what happens?
Off screen.
Okay, when we have it, you have to understand. A lot of people say Goku. So here's an example. A lot of people say Goku's a bad father. Gohan, he was there for Gohan at some point. He's just a little wacky. Dragon has never interacted with Luffy face to face.
He wasn't alive.
Canon material, but we want to believe he's not a bad father. I'm sorry. We have fathers in here. No, he's not a good father. I disagree. No,
so let me off of that. Let me chime in there. Okay, Dragon. Yes, he's a bad dad. Goku. He's also a bad dad.
Man wasn't alive.
So
he's trouble.
It doesn't. I'll go there. But the thing here is that everything that's being brought up, like going to war and all of that doesn't constitute like whether you're a good father or not. Now, what I believe will happen in the story is that all of these individuals, fathers, the deadbeats, whether it's Dragon, whether it's Yasop, whether it's, Shanks or, in any of these people that we, meme upon over and over again, the fact of the matter is I think at some point it's going to be revealed that it's all part of some sort of larger plan, that they're either working together or going towards the same goal. And it's to take down the world government. So I can't be there for you because this like ginormous like thing that is controlling the entire world needs my attention 100% of the time. Yeah. Now, I don't think great drive to want to, free the world, fix the world and everything like that. Are you a good dad? No, because you're not there. You're not involved in the life, even in the slightest. Also, shout out to Toadski, the broski. He joined. He's in the chat now.
Hello, mate.
Thanks for having me, Randy.
Nice
Appreciate
brother.
I'm not
absolutely
right.
I just want to say, Jay, I just love that there's someone that's matching my passion on this subject because I have a lot of thoughts on that. I have a lot of thoughts.
I love character discussion. I love like the actual character. Like I live for that. So like I'm all here for that.
Yeah. That was
Hey,
that
real
topic
quick,
brought up,
Randy.
like, people's inner demons.
Randy, I'm gonna head out. I just got a notification. I'm confirmed. I'm going back to flying pretty soon. So I got some paperwork and stuff that I have to get done. Thank you for having me on.
Right on, Silvers.
You got it.
Take it easy, guys.
Have a good one.
That's my cousin.
Take care, y'all.
And last apology for Comic-Con. I was kind of on my stealth black stuff, and I kind of spotted everybody in that theater. I already apologized to Jay. It's because we was on.
I cannot believe you were at that theater and you did not say anything.
I spotted all of y'all, especially y'all.
Wait, Silvers, you were there? You were there?
I was there in the theater. Randy, I saw you too. I think I saw you too. I saw everybody.
Yeah, we were all there.
But I got out.
You had to say hello, man.
Goodbye.
I'm about to kick you from the call.
All right,
I'm about to kick you from the call.
Jay's a fraud. That's kind of crazy, man.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm the fraud.
Take it easy, everybody. Have a good one.
And actually, on that topic, I'm also going to bounce out as well. This has been an absolute pleasure.
Me too.
Been here from the beginning. Ton of fun. Great to see everybody again. This was literally the best way to be back on YouTube again after that hack. That hack was like a nightmare. Seeing 10 years of videos almost get like wiped off the face of the internet, having to relist everything was a nightmare. But thank you. I specifically shout out to all of you too. Like everyone who was responding, checking in on me on Twitter, checking in on Discord. Like it really meant a lot. It got me through it. And you know, between that and then the flooding that was happening in LA, everything else, it was just it was a nightmare of a week and a half. But I really do appreciate all of you. Thank you for having me. Have a wonderful rest of the Reverie. I will be tuning in, but I got to go take care of stuff too. It's like I'm still setting up, trying to. People were asking me to do my live reaction. I'm like, I can't even stream yet. I need my security key still before I can go live. So massive thank you once again. Always a pleasure seeing everybody. I'm gonna bounce as well. Take care, everyone.
Take care, Roger.
Appreciate you, Roger.
Thank you.
Everybody say bye to Roger.
Take care, bro.
Hey, Roger.
On that note, I'm actually going to follow the exit train out as well because I'm actually on the go at the moment. It's summer holidays here, so I'm going to go to the beach on holiday.
Enjoy.
So, I wish I could stay longer. This is such a good time, and I just fixed my mic because apparently I was using my laptop mic this whole time. Sorry about that. That's kind of what things are like up in here. But
it's all good.
Oh yeah, you sound way more clear now.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure meeting with you tonight, boys. So I'll get going and enjoy the rest of the Reverie. See you guys later.
Take care.
Thanks for joining, Don.
Nice to meet you.
Enjoy the beach.
Nice to meet you.
And also, thank you, Randy, for organizing this and inviting me along. See you later.
Absolutely.
Beaches
And
overrated.
now it's just us.
So menacing.
I'm dressed as Lucci.
Yeah, that
Come
makes sense. Not to bring it back to the bad dad conversation, but I'm not opposed to bad dads and stories. I think for this story, I do like the idea of like a pirate not being the best dad. That makes a lot of sense. Being out on the ocean, maybe not necessarily like all of them having the connection to wanting to fight the world government. I think that like dads leave and it builds people up. Like Usopp, he's fine and he's great and he is an amazing guy. And I think that once he crosses paths with Usopp again, he'll show him how much he's grown with or without him.
Yes. I think there's a running trend. It's bad dad but good guy. It's like they're not good fathers, but they're good people, and they're just not good at the dad thing. And I think that's what the that's just an anime in general goes for like
for example,
Well, I'm back. Can you still hear me?
Here's a good dad. Everyone a good dad here.
With his son, you see,
I'm bringing baby Zen on stream to just, I saw a lot of people in the chat being like, "Oh, I hope Par's not going to be a One Piece dad." I will, let you know. One Piece might be a model for a lot of life.
Allegations,
but being a dad, you should not role model your life as a pirate dad. Definitely don't be doing that.
No.
Dad vision. Let's go.
Dragon could never. That's all I gotta say. Dragon could never.
Yeah, Dragon could never.
And usually he'd be, awake and he has his conkers, but right now he's snoozing. Oh God, he's lifting his neck. He's only two weeks old, 3 weeks now. Yeah, so he's
vision right there.
Top of vision.
Man. Yeah,
showing up as Owen, and just want to add to the conversation. Just want to add to the conversation in that anyone can be a father, but not everyone can be a dad. And I think that in the One Piece world, it's very difficult to be a dad considering all the things going on. So we do have to take that. We can't scale it back to our real world, relativity. But yeah, just I think that in terms of like Dragon and these dads, I think a lot of the sentiment is that like the people are trying to make the world a better place for their kid, and I think like at the end of the day, I think the intent is what matters in a lot of the case. And one of the dads I am looking forward to see, because I think this might be the best dad in the series, might be Kuma, and he the way we see. The way we see Bonnie, vying for him, but then the sacrifice he made for her. It's like you can't say Kuma is a bad dad because he wasn't part of her life. It's like the things that Kuma and other dads are trying to achieve for the sake of their kids. That's what we have to look at, right?
Yeah, just like Kaido.
And not to mention too, like there's a whole thing, like we still need to know the actual truth behind it. Just because Jinbei said one thing and Bonnie kind of was like, I don't know about all that. And then it's like when we get to the flashback itself, then we'll actually know the true history. I do think Kuma coming out of this will probably be one of the best written characters in the story. I just think if that flashback's done right, he's gonna go up there as one of the very best. So I'm looking forward to that.
I wanted to mention that I don't know if it's already been brought up because I was away for a second, but something that I absolutely loved from Film Red is that Shanks was this character who we've always seen as like the perfect man, the cool guy who swoops in at the last second to save the day and seems so perfect. We actually get to see him essentially failing as a father because, he left Uta behind for like a good reason, but he did it without consulting her and in the end ended up screwing over her life a lot, and actually getting to see, even if it's just a little bit in the movie, Shanks having to kind of bear that guilt and accept that, even with good intentions, he's still failed to an extent as a father, and trying to see what he can do about that adds like a layer to his character that I absolutely love. And again, it's like the thing that we mentioned before, that it doesn't, just because a character is a bad father, that doesn't mean they're a bad character. If anything, it can make them a lot more human and a lot more interesting, because that's how a lot of dads can be. A lot of people are fantastic people, but maybe they haven't been good enough fathers and stuff like that.
I mean, the alternative is you have a father present in your life, but they're actually a terrible father, and then we see examples of that in One Piece too.
Isn't there?
We just have the worst dad of all time.
But shout out to Kiros, best dad in One Piece.
Oh yes,
Kiros, that's a real man.
That's a real man.
A real man.
That's my guy, man. On one leg was raised up one leg, bro.
But he's dead. Cobra was a good dad.
R.I.P. Cobra.
Good dad.
Pound is a great father too.
Hey, would you
Pound's a good one.
Wait. We're forgetting one person.
Pound wanted to
be one person. We're forgetting one person. There's only one father that shot somebody across the sea with feet in the hand to protect his wife. There is only one man. Capone, best father of all time. Baby Pez. No, him and Baby Pez, bro. Come on. He got the little cigar binky. Got the sensational father.
Whitebeard?
Whitebeard goat.
Whitebeard,
great.
He's my favorite character. He's my favorite character for that reason, specifically the fathering stuff.
Would you guys say that? Would you guys say that Senior Pink is like a goated dad or like a goated husband? Where would you guys kind of, or maybe both? Where would you guys say?
I would say, right?
He failed. Husband more than
he failed and he regretted that.
I think he failed as a husband. I think he failed as a husband.
Yeah, I think I agree.
Yeah, I think he just failed in both parts. Actually, I mean, he's a good heart.
I was gonna say it's so tragic, like losing a child like that.
Exactly.
I think that made him go.
Exactly. I know, because he didn't want to put his kid in that environment with the pirates and stuff. But
I understand.
But if he was around more, I don't know if that would have happened.
Exactly. He's not. He failed. I think, unfortunately. Dr. Luke is a good.
Oh no, Dr. Luke is a fantastic.
Luke
is fire.
It's a good show.
Yeah. Hero Luke is fire.
Yeah, Hero Luke put Chopper through med school too.
Yeah.
Without the need to go and pay the tuition, like
crazy.
Come on now.
Another one of my favorite characters here.
I almost said something very terrible, so I'm glad I didn't say it about Chopper, but I'll leave my Chopper.
Oh, because of me? Where's my hat upstairs? I gotta get my hat. Let's just get my hat. Hold on.
Megan was about to square up too. Megan was about to
Go ahead. Do you want to say something? You can say something. I'll get my Chopper hat. It's fine.
It's okay. It's all right. I'll just be
Yasuya.
I'll be good.
As a dad,
Shout out
Yasuya,
Dizza.
for example.
Yeah.
Adopted Otoko without having to. Literally just took her in.
Yeah.
It was a good dad.
And
I would even say like Odin too was a great father as well for his kids.
Yeah. Oh God, it made me cry.
What are we?
You know what moment though that really tells me like how he was a good father is the whole Momonosuke speech after he grew older and stuff. Like I think about that one panel where he's like, "I will walk the same path as you." Man, look, Wano might have his issues, but there are moments where it's just like, my God, man, I love this story.
Well, that's that's another example of like the dad having to go out. Like he decided, Toki, you stay behind with the kids, and he went with Roger to finish that journey. So it's the same thing with the other fathers that we've talked about.
The fact that she respected
at least he came back.
Man.
Another thing relevant to Wano, I don't know if we brought it up, was how do we feel about Sukiyaki? Especially at the end of Wano.
I mean, poor guy, he couldn't do anything. It was just kind of.
You know what part? He's like one of those grandfathers that has to now, like, he has to live with what happened. Like, I think things were out of his hands too, to a degree and stuff. But now it's like, okay, you have the grandkids, watch over him and stuff, and then let old age kind of do what it needs to do.
But he was also Tama's father. Like the step-in father for Thomas, so like he kind
of got a little bit of redemption in that regard too.
For sure.
That shows how much of a good person he is.
Thinks Tama was his redemption. He's like, damn, I messed up with Odin and grandkids. Tama,
come
here.
Yeah. I mean, Odin was a wild child. Like, I give him the benefit of the doubt to a degree. Like,
hey, yo, Yasop is a great dad, yo.
Nope. No.
What? No. I haven't said anything for like 10 minutes.
Shout out to Cole.
You just be controversial, Cole. That's it. You just be controversial.
His son will see the One Piece. His son will see the One Piece. Let's go. That's perfect.
He will.
He could have brought Usopp with him to see the One Piece.
Apparently, they're gonna see the One Piece.
No, but like
not there.
He could have
not give
brought Usopp with him on the ship. They have other kids on the ship. They had Uta. Why could?
That's a great point.
But they're not going to see the One Piece though.
Yasop was one island away this entire time. He was chilling with Luffy the entire Usopp's childhood. He did not just stop by and say hi to Usopp one time.
You're spitting one part. You're cooking. Wait a minute. I didn't think about that.
First words to Usopp was like, "Wait, Yasop's your dad? Damn. I saw him my entire childhood."
Oh yeah. I hang out with him all the time.
That's the deadbeat's been found out again.
And then like the worst part is like Usopp was like, "Oh man, where were you? Oh, we were just next door, buddy." Like,
bro, can you imagine like everyone's having a little cookout in the back and stuff? Usopp just look out the window, but hey, is that my dad? Like,
I was saying this. I was actually saying this. You know, at the end of Film Red, they do the hockey communication. I was like, you're telling me Yasop could have mentally linked with his kid and done a voice call nearby?
He did it through a dimension. He did it through a dimension.
Where's part of the movie?
He could have just whispered to him at night. Hey, what's up, son? How you doing? It's me, your dad. You can hear me in your head, bro. Like never, not once.
Imagine you haven't seen your father in 18 years, and the one time you see him is when you're about to die. Like, come on, dog.
Let's not forget what he said outside of Wano.
Perfect harmony.
Outside of Wano, he said, "I am not ready to see Usopp."
Yeah, exactly.
How much time do you need in the kitchen?
I
was looking for that panel.
The seasoning.
Yo, I love this Yasop slander. Yo, this is great. I'm having a great time.
Yasop's a fraud. Yasop is a fraud.
And to make it worse, he went to somebody else's wedding before his own. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Oh,
he went to someone else's wedding before his own. If you don't believe me, look at that cover page from way back.
So, guys, I think we've talked about dads for a while. So I want to, I'd like to meet that dad.
Do.
Anybody who catches that reference. And then I want to get into super chats because we haven't, we've been going for about 5 hours now, and there's a lot, and there may be some good, jump off points here. So we'll speed through some things. I want to shout out to the executive producer of the channel. My guy Tyrone Will.
Yeah,
he said, "Sorry, I'm late. Spring training." Oh no, wait, that was from the other thing. At the top of the hours, Savage Crew welcomes all the esteemed delegates to this year's Reverie. What up, Savage Crew? And then he super chatted at every hour. Appreciate you. And then shout out to Dizza, who took over for him because YouTube won't let him super chat anymore. And we've got Anthony Rieger said that he's going to catch the VOD. That's great. Bellamy Koby shouted me out as with Bellamy being one of my favorite characters, and that's true. I really do love Bellamy, and I love the just the theme of it, and I do expect that Bellamy comes back into the story in a big way. Maybe even a third act sacrifice. I feel like he had his first act, he had his redemption arc. And then he took the piece of the Weaver card, and at some point in the final war, he will show up and realize that he was following the wrong man, and keep that. So it's my Bellamy stuff for Bellamy Koby. Super chatted there. Let's see, Mr. Venator for Joyboy. So if Joyboy's still listening, said that he's halfway done with reading the Booms. Shout out to Joyboy and his book, The Booms.
Shout out to the Booms.
Shout out.
Very motivated, said a very dapper group of individuals right now, looking good, guys. Mooglatan said, "What's up, Hidden Island gang?"
What's up, bro?
Wave Master, Drip is going stupid this Reverie. Tekking with the Sabo sauce for anybody that missed it. Tekking the Sabo Alpha.
I
missed it.
Yeah,
my man was saucing and dripping, man.
Professor Parr, aka Megamind. They said Randy Smooth, Savage Troy, the receptionist Hidden Island, Super Saiyan Matt Owens, but no do-rag Roger, and then sad face. The Chrissy piece is real from Very Motivated when Chrissy showed up. Who do we think the one with the flame scar is by Kaido S? And mentioned by Kid. We did talk about that from Sam Browning. It's Saul. We know this. Yamil Diaz, Egghead Drip. We did talk about that.
Yeah.
Definitely thumbs down.
Sounds fun to say collectively, yes.
Let's see. We've got something from Superior Prometheus, but nothing said. Jetstormer. Good to see the Grand Fleet all together. Jake Jones said Morj made some really good points so far. I guess talking about how Morj hasn't shown up yet. Then, but he will show up, guys. So he is in the chat saying that he is going to be here. Bob Lewis said, "Imagine." Let's see. Let's see. Yamil Diaz satellite tier list. I think we kind of did something like that at the beginning. We did talk about a lot of like who our favorite satellites were.
That's an interesting one.
Let's see. Oh, JP Legend. Okay, so this is good. I think this is a good. This is
his alter ego.
Yeah.
So JP, yo.
Yeah. So JP,
yo, talk to P for real quick.
JP gave us I think a really good jump off point here, and that's whether or not there is a traitor in Egghead.
Oh, yes.
So now this definitely is, in response to, like who took down the Frontier Dome? Do we think that any of the satellites, Lilith being the obvious choice, but do we think any of the satellites could turn on Vegapunk based on, with everything that's going on? Could we did talk a little bit about Stussy being a triple agent, but I want to like dive in specifically to the satellites. Does anybody think any of the satellites could turn?
I think actually I want to throw a wrench, and I think it could be Caribou, who just trying to escape or doing something just caused the barrier to go down by maybe screwing with the mechanisms.
Yeah. That's a good take.
I did suggest that in my stream. We did notice going and reading all of it that Edison was like very vocal against calling the ally, and then when everything goes down, they are one of the only people that we don't see. So that would be
Edison would be really cool. I don't know, not really cool, but as a trader, it could make a lot of sense because if the island's at risk, so are his inventions, and he's the inventor. So like, if his blueprints, his stuff, maybe he has a special tie to them that the other Vegapunks don't necessarily have, and so he might be protective of that and like, hey, like don't touch my stuff, and then like I'll help you guys out, something like that. That could honestly be a ploy here.
So JP suggested that it's Shaka, which I would think is like top 5 like anime betrayals if it's Shaka.
For you specifically,
I was all to my knees.
You would be devastated. Like, oh no, Shaka's a rat. Oh god.
No, I would never be able to look at that costume ever again the same way. That helmet, I would get whacked for life. Oh my lord, no!
I don't want it to happen. I do not want that to happen.
I think that actually is a real possibility, just because he's like specifically only the good part of Vegapunk's brain. So like, what if the good part like misinterprets, because he internalized all the info from O'Hara. So what if he thinks the world government is good, and that's why he comes to the conclusion that good equals not Vegapunk, not Straw Hats, that's why he betrays them. Right?
At the same time, we see Shaka as the one with the initiative. He's the one who's been mobilizing everything. He's the one who's been like, he called in all the reinforcements. He's the one who said, we're going to war. If it was him, it would be, I mean, again, top anime betrayals, but it is also weird given his dialogue that he would be that one. And he's like communicating to Dragon too, like King Recon was just saying too. So it's like,
that's true.
Yeah.
I think something that's very interesting. I want to give a huge shout out to the Void Century podcast. They talked about this the chapter after 1071 dropped, and that was the possibility of it being Lafitte from Blackbeard's crew.
Yeah, I brought the
because I really appreciate the idea that Oda has the same people, and this is no credit for me, all credit to the Void Century podcast. They were talking about the idea that the same crew that's currently in Hachinosu with Blackbeard is the same crew that was in Jaya. And that at the time they sent Lafitte by himself to go deal with the Reverie stuff. So how cool of a parallel would it be if they would have sent Lafitte once more, but this time it's over to take care of the situation at Egghead? And I was like, okay, if we're in the middle of doing a whole bunch of parallels, I think that would be extremely interesting. And also having a member of Blackbeard's crew in an already chaotic island is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I think like we talked about that a little bit, but then also adding Shiryu to the mix as well.
Yeah, like Shiryu would have to be there with Lafitte for that. Unless Lafitte could be botting people, but an invisible swordsman there. We actually get the first snippets of Zoro's fight with them. Like,
I would love that.
Think about Shiryu though.
Earlier.
Think about Shiryu though. Since he's invisible, he's basically anywhere you want him to be.
Yeah.
I got a question about that.
He's in Wano, he's invisible.
He's just chilling.
The defense system is just lasers, right? So if Kizaru's there, can he just deactivate all of it just with his Logia? Can he just control all the lasers?
I mean, that could be his awakening.
I was about to say that his awakening. That'd be crazy.
Yeah. Like if he just showed up, he could just be like done and then bring them up. Like I was just thinking if that could honestly be Kizaru.
Can Logia actually do that?
Or maybe he can just get through the.
We don't know because we've never seen an awakened Logia yet.
Yeah, because I mean, they say that Logia can control the elements, but I don't know if we've actually seen them control elements that aren't themselves.
So on that same line of talk, Ragnar, do you think when Kizaru gets here, do you think we'll be seeing his awakening? Like if like on that same thing, if he can do that, like, do you think he'll be the first one that we see Logia wise?
I would be upset if we.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on who he's fighting. I think it depends on who he's fighting.
Okay.
Actually, Ragnar, you said that Logia is like watching Logia's control something other than themselves. I think Crocodile counts, no? Because like he took the sand from the environment and then used it as part of his devil fruit power. So maybe Kizaru wouldn't even have to awaken. Maybe he could just like take the light or I don't know. Like I can see that.
Control it,
redirect it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think Aokiji, Aokiji at Marineford, he was just going in the ice and out of the ice, right? Like he was kind of going places with that. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Isn't there a smoker? Like
same thing with the
I see
Akainu.
those scenes. I'm always wondering if they're actually just turning into their element and then merging with the environment. I don't know if they're actually like controlling, the environment on their own.
But and then in the laser example, I think Kizaru could just turn into a laser, right? He could shoot lasers, so I don't see why he couldn't just like the defense system. He turns it off, and then that would explain why the Vegapunks wouldn't realize what's happening, I guess. But then again, they would kind of in the realm of possibilities. Where like, how did this happen? I would imagine like, oh, is Kizaru here? Maybe he did it. It is a little interesting that Vegapunks had no clue what happened.
Yeah. He'd probably stand on top of the laser instead of turn into it. Like,
oh, that'd be so
like that.
cool. Or like in Sabaody, that'd be so clean. That'd be so clean.
Yeah. But also in terms of like what Kizaru said, he's like, oh, you think it's going to be easy to escape the island. That would be an example of like, hey, it's not that easy. I could just turn off your defense system and send the CP0 up there, right? Like that would be an example of what he just said.
Mm-hmm.
Be
That's interesting. I never thought about Kizaru that being his awakening. That's super interesting.
Yeah, Logia Awakenings are going to be wild. I feel like if we're getting the Zone ones now and we're tying it to like Nika and Oda is still keeping the Logia Awakenings like tucked away, there's got to be something wild with that. Like,
I mean,
Akainu especially
is
like
Kizaru's
awakening,
the most frightening. Yes, like
also like
I want lobby is Kizaru's awakening.
Yeah, like if Enies Lobby like the all day island, like if it's always sunny there because let's say the past user of that ability awaken their ability on like let's say Enies Lobby, so it's always sunny there because of that reason. That's why let's say a kind with the magnet territory. You have let's say so like you can argue that because they're like, the closest to nature, they can actually alter nature permanently because they're the closest ones to nature. You can argue.
With Kizaru, I personally get cold. So
which kind of goes into like if Dragon has like the win-win fruit too because of what happened back
right,
on
like the
Logtown as well. If he had some kind of effect or whatever, then you can do that stuff too.
So like, do you remember like when they were? So like, remember like when they were going? I think they're going to Drum Island or they're going to Little Garden, and then there was like a gigantic cyclone that they had to avoid that Nami kind of sensed. Like the idea would be like, okay, so maybe the past user of Dragon's ability awaken and then create that gigantic cyclone that roams around, let's say, those parts of the sea permanently. Something of that sort. Yeah.
Even like Raijin Island too, because I don't know if Enel before his fruit, someone like hit that island one time, and it's like bang, all this stuff there.
And now just stays.
The one thing I really like about that Nami moment though,
Raijin Island was actually
the one thing that I really like about that Nami moment though, and I've never heard that, and I like the tie to Dragon there, but it's actually, I just my headcanon is that it's like a subtle thing of Nami maybe using observation at that particular moment because she is like on the brink of death and then senses this like gigantic thing, and it's just a flicker.
100%.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah. I do believe her thing for weather is observation, or at the very least, like it's leading into that. I'm sorry, go ahead, Artur.
Don't worry. The common theory for like Logia, like Cole mentioned, is the whole thing about like changing the weather. But like a theory that I had when it comes to Logia Awakenings is what if it's like making the elements come to life. And I say this because we've seen, for example, some of the admirals like turn some of their elements into like animals that kind of move. And it's kind of like, what if they're able to kind of sort of almost like generate creatures that are made with the element? And I was thinking, like the theory that I've had for many years is what if that was Karasu and he's a Logia user that just basically turns into crows and is able to, manipulate animals like that. And I think like while the weather stuff is really cool, it would also just kind of be cool like seeing like Logia like users sort of unleashing these animals or something.
Does that
like this
tie into the idea of Big Mom's final attack we saw, the 3,000 Leagues of Mother Misery, when she makes Hera into the lightning woman?
And it looks like
Oh, that okay. Gotcha.
That'd be interesting.
And Crocodile's gonna actually make a sand crocodile.
Giant banana gator sand.
It just stays there. Yeah.
Something I was gonna ask.
I don't know if you guys said this yet, but people think that Enel.
No, you can go right now.
Oh, sorry, bro. Yeah. I don't know if you guys said this because I was editing my video, but people have said that Enel might be awakened.
He used animals like that as well, like made of lightning. So
he wraps himself in lightning. Dragon, the Thunderbird, the tiger.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he permanently becomes lightning or whatever.
the question I was gonna ask earlier when talking about the last saga and like the final war, like Marineford was already crazy, and like the admirals were kind of reserved, and we saw how much like terraforming they did, and then we see Punk Hazard, and like we're going like Luffy's a god, and then and the thing that like made this idea spark was like when we saw the Seraphim for Mihawk like slice an island in half, and in all regards, like yeah, Mihawk is really strong, but the Seraphims aren't going to be like the top echelon of power. There's going to be much higher than them, and then we're talking about Logia Awakens, how crazy they're going to be, and there's going to be multiple probably at the last saga, and versus at Marineford there was 3, like 3 prominent ones, and we saw Punk Hazard what it did. Where does the last saga the last final war take place where it like even survives? I feel like if you brought all the entities that we're talking about together, it's like nothing can withstand what they can do.
Like islands will be destroyed. Islands
going to change the landscape of the One Piece world for sure.
On the top of the red line, and then by the end the red line is completely destroyed. And Marijois has like that massive like final video game area vibe, and it's like the perfect place. And then just destroy the whole red line. It falls down, destroys Fishman Island, and then the world is liberated.
Yeah.
Imagine like this was the first time like it actually take place in 2 different locations. Like imagine like one half goes to Marijois, the other half goes to Marineford. That would be something cool to think about.
Yeah, I was also thinking because like now that we see Eames like ability to like literally rain down. We don't know what it is, a nuke, laser beam, whatever. And it's like you throw that into the mix too, and it's like nothing can withstand it. And it's like I almost like not to like hype on Film Red, but the way they handled it was like, let's take it to another like actual world. You know what I mean?
I love that.
Whether it's a planet or a dimension, is that like you guys see that happening with this?
That would be the ultimate like Final Fantasy dream, honestly. Like something like that.
And then also Par, real quick on your point about the Seraphim too. One of the ideas I think is interesting is that they're very powerful as they are, of course, given like their DNA like amalgamations. But do they have hockey? Like in the same way you'd have like people that can use it naturally, because like they're not necessarily like their own. They lack free will that natural folks would have, and even though they have different abilities and they have like the Lunarian bodies and let's say ideally the like Lunarian fire, I think probably why let's say some folks are like Juana now. You have like say a Lunarian Mihawk, but Mihawk is still that guy for Zoro, not the Lunarian version. It's still Mihawk, and so hockey could let's say be not creatable, let's say by science for whatever reason. Right. That could be a thing too about the Lunarians, or I guess the SSG.
And what I'll say to that too, it's like, shout out to that One Piece talk because they pointed this out to me. It's like that feat that Seraphim Mihawk had. He's a swordsman, and what we know about swordsmen is hockey is the bread and butter of how they display that power. So whether or not that Seraphim has hockey or not is even crazier, because then it's like if it has hockey, it still did it. If it didn't have hockey, then it still sliced an island in half, and that's like the base level for this. And that makes me like, I'm like, an island can't withstand one unnamed attack from a Seraphim that like we don't even know has hockey. It's like then we throw a hockey, Devil Fruits, Logia Awakenings, gods into the last saga. We throw Dragon who has wind stuff. It's like, where are we going to be? Because like
we're going to space.
Like, and that's like a question I want to know, because like I feel like after Wano, a lot of us creators came on and we said one of the cool things about after Wano was Egghead and how futuristic, and it's like none of us really expected that, and it was so cool. But then now we take into account like what requirements the last saga is gonna have for a fighting place. It's like I can't even imagine a place, and I don't know what you guys think about that either.
Well, about the Seraphim, are the Seraphims like actually like living beings, or are they like pacifistas like cyborgs?
I think they're living beings.
They're for sure living beings.
Are living beings.
Yeah, we saw them. It's like that green blood thing is pretty much their source.
Seraphim are a culmination of all the science experiments that we've seen throughout the series of One Piece.
Exactly.
Like the Seraphim are a culmination of all of those.
I've seen a lot of people say, like, I don't know what you guys think about this, but a lot of people are throwing around the idea that maybe Weevil is like a failed Seraphim.
Yeah.
The idea that Kuma is the Esper is called a problem child. I have to say that,
or even if he's not a Seraphim, they also seem to be experimenting like human bodies and life and everything. And so, one
all the markings and things it has too.
Yeah, like, you could argue all the way back when since you could argue since like what Big Mom's time, which is probably why she's still alive. You could argue. So why was she so abnormally large when she was 5 years old, and like her parents were like regular sized people. Like, what was going on there exactly? Why should Hunger Pangs is similar to the like when the kids in Punk Hazard when they kind of go crazy because of the poison, and like in a very similar way. So like, there are things that Oda has kind of like addressed when it comes to let's say that experimental stuff. Yeah, for sure.
And also Miss Bakken. Miss Bakken might have been saying that she might be that. Who is it? The Mad Science Research Group. They're saying that she might be that woman that has her back turned.
Yeah, that's Bakken.
Yeah. And if Weevil is a experiment right on human bodies and trying to make people live, kind of like the Seraphim and other creatures of the Pacifista, that'd be a good idea.
The interesting thing about Bakken, though, Marco told us that Bakken sailed with Whitebeard at least 40 years ago. You could connect that to God Valley when the Rocks Pirates existed. So maybe Bakken's, I feel like Oda wouldn't put that in there for no reason. I'm kind of getting that vibe. So perhaps like Bakken's was in the Rocks Pirates and that's how Weevil came into existence.
I actually got
the other thing I see. Yeah. So Weevil, sorry, not Weevil, 3-3ville makes a good point about Bakken and how she was probably part of the Rocks Pirates, but after Rocks ended, they were all going their own separate ways, right? Starting their own crews. I don't know if Miss Bakken has a pirate crew. So what was she doing after? Yeah, so what was she doing after the Rocks Pirates ended?
My pipe dream hope is that Kureha was on Rocks.
I love that. I love that.
Makes sense. Captain John.
Because I remember even like before the reveal that Shaku was actually like the Empress of Amazon Lily. My idea is like she probably wasn't connected to that. It's like to Rocks or whatever. So I mean,
she
if we don't
technically
get
still
that
could
now, so it could be, yeah, definitely. I mean, at this point, anybody from the distant past could be like connected with them. So I mean,
there's
that, anything.
That missing.
I'll be real. I think I don't think Weevil is the prototype Seraphim. I think King is the prototype Seraphim, and I actually have a whole idea around this because we saw in the flashback, right? You remember when Kaido freed King, and we saw the pH on the on the things. Yeah, so I feel like
wasn't that kind of just a sign that it was like a part of Vegapunk's operation and that's a place to experiment on people? Because I remember them saying specifically that King's Lunarian or whatever, and that's why they wanted him because they wanted to take from him to create the Seraphim.
Bro, that's what we heard from we heard that from Big Mom, right? Wasn't Big Mom the one that brought up the Lunarian thing, or Queen?
Wasn't Kaido as well? Wasn't Kaido saying they wanted to test you? So yeah, they want to test you, just kind of like me. I mean, with Kaido, he said he's an ogre, or an oni, or whatever he is, and he was like relating to King. We're both kind of like ancient races or whatever, and they wanted to take our defensive vulnerability.
Yeah. So the reasoning I have is if King is a Lunarian and the Lunarians are hunted by the world government or whatever, it just like, where's King's family? Like, are the Lunarians, they were supposed to have been extinct, 800 years ago? That means there's been Lunarians making families and living for the last 800 years secretly.
That's why
because Big Mom did say she thought they were extinct, but they weren't. Like,
yeah, and that's hidden. That's why I wanted like a longer flashback for King, because we only kind of got him with Kaido. We don't know what happened to his family. You know, were they hunting them down? Because remember, there were bounties on people like him, so maybe others survived, but it took all of them out except for King. So maybe he had a family, but like Oda just didn't include that into.
I want to. I'm sorry.
You're good, bro. You're good.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, for me, like, it's harder to accept that there has been a whole lineage of Lunarian family members that led up to King over 800 years that we've never heard about and that the world government couldn't find or locate. And King is the one that the world government wants. To me, it makes more sense that he is an escaped experiment that they want to get back because they don't want the Seraphim thing leaking. And that's what I feel like. That makes more sense to me, that King was not naturally from this line of people from the Void Century. He was supposedly extinct. It makes more sense that they revived the Lunarians with King. And he's like the prototype in the sense that he has a will of his own. The current Seraphim do not have a will, but maybe the problem was with King that
in that conversation, then it would be interesting because then you would be implying the world government named him Arbor, right? Because he had that name from somewhere, and then like that's a pretty
that's true. But then you could also there's a bunch of reasons you could give someone a name. It could be as part of the experiment.
No,
it could be like an experimental name. Like
I'm saying that's really cool because then if the world government named him after a tree, then that says a lot about what they're going.
Right.
So
that's where I'm coming from.
On the topic, not to kind of like change everything, but just I wanted to know what your guys' thoughts were. As far as like the races that Big Mom was missing, we know that she's missing one more race. And like recently we heard that Kuma comes from a very special race. Do you guys think that Kuma is the missing race that Big Mom needs? What do you guys think?
Yeah, or even like, what is his race if it's not Lunarian? Because I know people like also the Titans that maybe that's the case, but it might be something more based on how Bonnie kind of alluded to it. So
it's the race of absolute
those long-haired dudes. I'm still waiting for the moon. man. I don't care. I'm dead set on these like guys with the very long heads. Like they make sense to me. There were ruins on the moon for the ancient kingdom. Well, all these the ancient angel kingdoms on the moon. They're finding for a reason. I think it has to do with something. And also, real quick too, I forgot what chapter it was, but Dr. Tsukibi in the annual cover story is also from Vegapunk's home island. So I'm like, okay, there's some connection there that Oda hasn't addressed yet. Karakuri. So there has to be something there that Oda hasn't gotten to just yet. But I'm hoping maybe Kuma is for some reason also part of that race, or let's say, and let's say like his because why is Kuma so damn big and Bonnie like normal? It's like, what happened there? Like what went wrong? Or I guess right.
So Cole, on that, you should look at Big Mom's kids, right?
Yeah.
You already know at this point, like debating it's never gonna make sense, unfortunately.
It's
just never.
What I will say,
and they talk about something similar in Fishman Island.
I'm with you, man.
But I do like the idea though.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, you go first.
I was just saying with kids, it's just like you never know, because even in Fishman Island, they went like Oda went out of his way to say that it doesn't matter like what type of fish people have babies. Like it can always end up being like a completely different fish, I guess. So like
it's so hard. So like on that, I have a few videos talking about races and what it was really interesting is that humans are the only ones that don't operate that way. Fishmen and minks both have that same lineage issue. Not issue, but more or less like you could be a kangaroo and a rabbit and you could have a horse kid, or you could be a shark and an octopus and you could have a starfish kid. Like that is how the other races work, and we don't know if that's the norm and humans are the weird ones out. And so Kuma's being from like a special people, something that I thought of was like this goes like I talked about it with Volume 1 actually before, where if we took like the Seraphim and Lunarians like reference to the Bible, then what we see is that the children of Seraphim, so Seraphims were like fallen angels, and then they had kids with humans, and those humans were called Nephilim, and those Nephilim were known to be giants or very strong, depending on which translation. And so it could be that Kuma is like a descendant of hybrid Lunarian things. And instead, and Artur and Hidden can maybe correct me on this, but like I think that in the fan scans it said special races, but then the officials said special people. So it might not be a race, it just might be like a special type of people that's like of hybrid of some race that's really special to Vegapunk. And I thought that was really interesting because apparently Vegapunk had Kaido in his grasp, and yet Kuma's the body type, like his optimal body type. I was
that's tough.
That's true. Right.
So hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on 1 second, guys. I just need to refresh real quick. Hold that thought, because the stream is lagging a little bit since Morj
is also here.
Yeah, happy birthday,
some money. 100.
It's not my birthday. Fuck out.
I was about to say, man. Is anyone is anyone coming to DreamCon outside of like the same?
Yo, we may have plans for that one.
We need to know.
Yo, Brago, we may have plans for that one. Like,
what do you mean?
No.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
What are you talking about? We are the
DreamCon could be big, yo. We could be like big. Yo,
we're gonna have a dialogue. We're gonna have a dialogue later.
What you mean?
It's gonna be a fiesta.
You got the wrong we.
When I say we, I mean we. We.
Want to do like we could do a IRL Reverie there.
Join our group.
I mean, that's honestly our group.
We did that. We did that in New York.
Join our group. Join your brother.
Yo, look.
So we did a real life Reverie.
King don't give a fuck about us.
Yeah.
King, you know if you're gonna have a good time. You know with me, you're gonna have a good time.
No, I'm gonna pull up, but it's just that I think we have bigger plans than that. So like I don't know, because hopefully it comes like later on. But Brago and I will probably explain that later on, because we have an idea that could be like lit, like could be like really damn dope for DreamCon this year, like for real. So we're gonna try and work that out.
Okay. So note to everybody in here, Randy, you specifically, I need you to come to DreamCon, Randy. I need you there.
Yeah. It's just down the street.
Paul, I know you have reasons, so if you can't make it, I get it, but I still want you there. But yes, people, everyone else, please come to DreamCon. It's
Where's DreamCon?
It's
in Austin, Texas. Yeah.
Austin, Texas.
All right, I can walk over there.
I think I met almost everyone here in person except for obviously Volume 1, because I just met you guys today. Threeble and Recon.
We've met.
In real life.
Oh, shit.
I'm playing.
He's up right now.
You don't remember the secret meeting, bro? Don't remember the man with the hood?
It's like it's actually crazy, you know, because it's like, you know, I will say like meeting Artur was like wonderful. Like it was great to actually, you know, finally meet you. So it's just like I think the One Piece community is like transcending just like the YouTube community, and now we're getting to the point where we're interacting with each other in person. Like meeting Matt and the crew was like so great because it just goes to show that our community is the best community. The fact that we can, there's no other anime community out here that is as intertwined as us, that has met up in a large group, in a large sum, and can have events like this. So like we need to understand that we're creating
like Jay, it was so difficult to drag your ass to Anime NYC, bro.
Oh my god! Listen.
You meet everybody. You met everybody here at Anime NYC, right?
I met a good amount of people. Yes, at Anime NYC. Yeah.
I'm still mad.
It was Comic-Con.
Anything about that?
It was Comic-Con, Jay.
It was Comic-Con. Yeah.
Yeah, but like for
what
example,
do you mean? Morj, you have to invite. Like we said it in the chat.
Oh, it's Morj's fault for not looking at the group chat. That's
no, that's not okay,
Wow.
And also, shout out, Morj is here, guys. Morj is here, and I know the chat realizes it.
It's Morj.
I wanted to
That is
mention
just so much random bullshit all the time. I had to mute the group chat, so that's not my fault for not knowing what's going on in there.
At least you're not saying what Brago said. Brago said I uninvited him.
Brago is
I know he's listening.
the biggest fraud by the distance, and I will not accept any other answer.
I wanted to mention that, for example, obviously here it's within the English-speaking community, but like over this past year, I've had the chance to meet a lot of different language communities from like One Piece from all over the world. And for example, something that the Spanish community did in Spain is that they literally hosted a real-life One Piece party that all the Spanish YouTubers went to. And like even with like the French community, for example, there was like the premiere of Film Red and all that stuff, and it's like seeing all these like One Piece YouTubers from like different languages and countries getting together, you know, and also like similar like we did in New York, it's been an amazing experience, and we honestly need to do more stuff like that because it's literally so much fun.
Artur, I saw
that One Piece party was amazing, dude.
I saw the reaction to chapter 1058 from that Spanish event, and it was amazing.
Yeah. If I ever wake up one day with Mr. Beast money, I'm buying the One Piece yacht, and I'm just throwing the Reverie on there.
Call it the Baratier or the Sunny, one or the other.
Yeah, exactly. It's gotta be Baratier, yo.
So Matt, when the live action is successful and you're a billionaire, that's your plan. Buy the yacht, you know, buy the throne.
Bring all the content creators.
A big One Piece community party. Done.
Oh wait,
yeah, there we go. We got confirmation.
The musicians, bringing everybody in.
Can we borrow the Going Merry?
Wait, what did Matt say?
We can do this. How much money do you think I have? I can't do this.
Yeah, but it's amazing. They're not gonna notice a joyride.
You just gotta dream big.
You're not gonna notice a joyride of a massive
was being
ship.
stolen by the head writer.
Yes. So here's the excuse, Matt. You can say we're all background characters, right? Because I feel like I could be a good father.
Use this as extra.
Me too, Jay.
It would be
me too.
You need a Pirate 3? I got you.
If you need somebody to fall into the sea, I'm your guy. You know, like
exactly. If you need fodder, we got you.
If you need somebody to hype up Luffy, I got you, dude. I'm there.
I'll be that guy in the crowd. Where's the One Piece?
I'm being boom right there. I'm the random.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Roger, where's the One Piece?
Roger, where's the One Piece?
I can go Moogie, what up?
Oh man.
Me.
You see that? Oh man. I do have a question. Blackbeard. So I'm assuming that will be like later on, but Blackbeard in the live action. Have you thought about that yet?
Jay shooting his shot.
Wow.
But in general, I swear I'm not shooting my shot. I promise. Just in general.
This is a local shot.
There are a lot of characters that I think about, like how would we do it, or characters that I love that I want to see us get to eventually. I mean, how much realistic thought is put into some of those things? Like I said, I don't know. We got to make sure that at least this first season is successful enough to even get to a point where we could think about Blackbeard.
So, chat, if you want,
but Jay, you cannot shoot your shot without doing the laugh.
Yes, do your laugh.
No,
you gotta do it, bro.
You cannot shoot your shot without doing the laugh.
You're single-handedly.
This
is your and one.
Gotta be on the spot.
This is your and one.
If somebody donates to Randy, $20 minimum. That's what I'll do. We're not doing that for free. No,
I'm putting the 20
Charge for it.
Have you seen the super chats, bro? They've been 100 minimum the entire
$50. I lied. $50 right here. That's the paywall right here. That's the paywall for Randy. I know Randy. Tired of doing that.
He's a good man.
He said, "We want Jay." Da.
So it's either JD Legend or Long Beach Griffin for Blackbeard. We'll see how that goes.
Everybody's calling Ty out now.
Don't do it, please.
Go.
Okay, so what is the next big event that most of us plan on going to? Like besides DreamCon, obviously, but like, is everyone planning on doing Comic-Con, like international, like Anime Expo?
I mean, Anime Expo would be dope. Yeah.
San Diego Comic-Con.
If everyone can hook up for Anime Expo, I'd like to try to see if I can make it to America again.
Yeah, anything in New York is
that's more difficult for me.
Because you'd have to I feel like with the amount of people that are in different areas, you'd have to let them know a long time in advance, like maybe 6 months.
Yeah, we need to
9
prepare,
months
essentially.
Right?
Yeah, especially trying to get like a B&B or anything in general, because man, someplace would be expensive.
It would be nice. It would be nice.
Someone dropped 20, by the way.
Jay. We got it.
We moved very motivated, dropped the 20. Very motivated.
We got 20. Go ahead.
Ah, goddamn.
Oh, and a 50.
You gotta do it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Today's a hot up, mate.
We're hosting another party.
Oh no, there is lag. You gotta turn off the noise canceling on Discord. That's gonna cancel it out.
I did not know I had that.
The noise
did that on
suppression.
purpose.
I definitely did it.
This man trying to get away with goaltending.
He tried to get away.
Mike's been fine for 5 hours, dude.
I'm not gonna spill the beans, but I saw Jay do it. I saw it.
He saw it. You see what I'm saying? All right, I'll do it one more time. Just one more. All right. Mugiwara.
Yeah, bro, I thought that was a soundbite. I was like, damn, someone's the anime opening right now.
Straight from the opening.
There you go.
That's it.
Wow.
Jay lip synced
like
that.
50 more pounds, like some teeth missing in these set. Yo, let's go.
If we're shooting our shots, right now, Matt, if you're ever looking for someone to play President Hamburger later in the show, let me know, bro. I'm your guy.
Oh my God.
All right, I'm taking notes.
I just
Matt
want a
pulls
job.
up this Reverie at the board meeting. He's just
Yeah.
like, oh, this.
Yo, it's done. They're here. I got it.
Matt, can I ask, what are you most excited about for the upcoming season? Like, is there a certain section of the story that you guys think that you knocked out of the park?
There are a few. I am most excited for people to see Help Me.
Oh, that's a great pick. All right.
Can't wait. So
That's okay. I thought you might say something like really random, like I don't know, Luffy breaking dishes or something like that. But that's like probably the best moment in all of East Blue. So it's really.
I'm excited for people to see that.
That's the
and that's Emily Rudd.
Yeah.
On that same line of thought, everyone in real life, because of course I always talk about One Piece, right? But nobody ever gives it a shot. And I always tell people that Volume 9, Episode 37, like that's a selling point. And for all the people I'm trying to get into One Piece, I'm like, please, when live action comes out, just watch it until then. Because
we were talking about that a little bit earlier. Recon. Really hoping that the live action series could be a new entry point for people that haven't gotten into the manga or the anime or anything. Like this is now a new, easy way to see the series from the beginning, and then hopefully just keep going with it, just keep reading from that point.
Yeah. It's funny because for lots of series, the anime is like the easier way to get into it than the manga. But One Piece the anime is such bullshit at this point that it's like way harder to get. People look at 1,000 fucking episodes of the anime and they're like, this is obviously something that I'm never gonna attempt compared to like 1,000 chapters of the manga. So like, there's no easy avenue to get into One Piece for most people at this point. The live action show could be really, really big.
Yeah.
And it is going to be.
It could break the curse.
Before anything started with any of it,
really close That's also why it's really important for us to stick very close to the source material so that it can be used. This, you're not gonna watch this and then read the manga and go, wait, what the fuck is this? Who is that? That doesn't happen. You want it to actually be able to be a runway.
Yeah,
I love that.
If the live action doesn't work, we might actually have to do the joke we did at the beginning of the stream where we go door to door knocking. Like, hello. Hand them the volume.
Hand them the volume. Witness.
Here you go, please.
Have you heard of One Piece?
A word of will evangelize,
Well, I will say this. Morj, I watched your video on how to get someone to try One Piece, and it worked, bro. I'm telling you, it worked. I traded Game of Thrones with my friend, and I gave him One Piece. He gave me Game of Thrones, and it worked.
Great.
He's on Water 7 right now. So I'm honoring your sacrifice. But it needed the manga. It wasn't the anime. Yeah, it wasn't
the only way. You got to get people to do a trade to get them to try One Piece. At least in my experience.
You get on my feet.
experience. That's what I did with Chrissy. I watched Buffy and she watched One Piece.
Buffy.
I watched Buffy and the Vampire Slayer.
I thought you were going to say that. I thought you were going to say that you proposed in return for watching One Piece, which would be funny.
Well, I mean, I guess you could say I did that too. I mean, it's years ago.
It worked. There we go.
Yeah, literally just before I popped the question, I found out my wife was caught up on One Piece since like Thriller Bark, and I was like, all right, let's just get married. I was like, I guess it's what's happening. Like
the final decision.
Yeah.
The way Hidden described it too, he like went over to her place and just saw a whole shelf of manga volumes for One Piece, and Hidden's just like, I'm not a real fan. She is.
No, he just hit the knee slide and said that's
got on one knee, bro. It's like, all right, I guess
I'm in a bit of an odd situation because my girlfriend, like, she watches One Piece, but she like refuses to read the manga, and I don't know why, and it's the most frustrating thing.
Oh man.
Usually the other way around.
Take what you can get. You know what I'm saying? Don't get too greedy.
Exactly. Take what you can get. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like, to be fair, fans are not eating pretty good. I mean, Wano
Wano's been incredible.
Outstanding, though.
So I was about to say, so I do have a question. So it doesn't feel like One Piece anymore with the extra aura that they added in there. It seemed a little bit weird to me. I don't know if I'm the only one, if it's like I'm in the minority, but how do you guys feel about the extra flash?
They listened.
I like it because it's been exclusive to Wano and Onigashima. Like, it's been exclusive to Wano and Onigashima to showcase, like, this is the Dragon Ball arc. Like, this is where the action takes place. This is, we're going to go all out because we don't know if we're going to have the opportunity to do this again, especially since they have most of the Dragon Ball animators working on One Piece now. Once Super comes back, I don't know any of this, but maybe they'll get off of One Piece, right? So like, okay, let's go all out with the effects, give it all of this here during Onigashima, and then it'll return to the One Piece it was before. That's why I've been really appreciating what they've been doing. With Onigashima.
I think it's crazy, bro. And what's her name again? The director for those couple
Gumi Shitani. Let's go.
Ishitani.
Yeah.
Bro, I mean, this is crazy. Like, this is like better than movie. What's better than Film Red, dude? Those episodes.
But yeah, it's fantastic.
Look, all I hope is that Megumi Shitani gets to adapt the adaptation of Chapter 1044 and how it's lining up.
Yes.
Because
that's our dream.
Look, if Megumi Shitani adapts the version of Chapter 1044, I'm renting out a cinema with people to watch it. Straight up. Because I have to
one thing too is that, like, I think people kind of like neglect how, like, Wild Country right now is, I think, just really damn good in terms of quality animation. But folks forget how, like, let's say Dressrosa was like just clunky.
That was a tough.
So outsourced. It's like there's so many things like, what's going on here? Like, this is horror. And then also, like, my biggest fear too is, like, right now there are people that are like, I of course the auras are over the top a lot of times, but then don't go on Twitter. Don't go on, like, harassing the animators. Be like, hey, this sucks. That sucks. You gotta change this. Don't do that. Don't do that at all. No. All right. Come on.
But I'll also add, like, to like Jay's point, like, I think what we also have to realize, like, all of us have seen Film Red. Film Red was directed by a person who knows the end stage of One Piece. Take that into a note, and then think about Onigashima and Wano.
We had a whole thing about that.
No, like,
oh my god.
Onigashima and Wano it feels like appetizers, right? Like this, Gear 5 just came out, but look at Egghead. Gear 5 got whipped out instantly. If you take that into note, think about what we're gonna see at the last war. We think back to earlier in the Reverie. Logia Awakenings, all the hockey stuff, storms, this, that. Like,
it's gonna require that need to have all that aura and stuff coming out because it's the moment. Like,
and from my standpoint, I'm grateful that there was like I see a lot of people in the chat saying it was overdone. Well, they listened and they toned it down like 2 episodes later. Right?
I did see that they toned it down, which I thought was very good.
In my opinion, it was great. And the backlash after that was like, oh, this is Dragon Ball, this is this. And I'm like, what do you think the last part of One Piece is going to look like? Watch Film Red. It's going to be nuts at the end of One Piece. It's not going to feel like pre-time skip anymore. It's not going to be a rubber boy just slapping other people silly. It's going to be gods and elements and time and all this stuff being slapped in our face. And look at like Luffy's imagination power. He just whipped out glasses. Like, scale that up to Last War. We're going to see some crazy, crazy stuff. And auras, hopefully they tone it down. Hopefully they listen. But I still have faith, considering they're again, you guys are saying it too. Like Ishitani, everything in the recent anime has been beautiful in my opinion. So
okay, I got a question.
My biggest thing is consistency.
Gear 5th. You mentioned Gear 5th, right? I think that's the thing that I'm looking forward to the most. Like, I'm definitely going to watch the Gear 5th episodes for more, for the majority
At least,
of them.
yeah,
I'm not a
definitely.
normal anime viewer. How do you guys think that they're going to pull that off in the anime? Like, you think they're going to go? And Eric, I noticed that you're here.
I mean,
Tolato,
old school.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I wonder how they're gonna do it. Like, how are they gonna mesh that with the current style?
Yeah.
Agreed, Morj. Like, I've been thinking about the same thing in regards to how are they going to take the rubber hose animation from the that's being portrayed in the panels, and how are they going to do that in the show itself? I think that's what we're all really.
They're going to break a deal with Disney or something, and then
I don't really know if much is going to change. I don't know if much.
Let's go.
Guys, I don't know if much is going to change about the presentation, to be perfectly honest, because a lot of what Luffy does already is very cartoon. Like, they've already done the cartoony effect with his general moveset, so I feel like it wouldn't. They might not change the animation style. I think it might just be like a more of a visual thing, maybe in post, but like in terms of like the animation style, I think it might be fairly similar to what we've seen, just more ramped up.
I also am looking forward to like. I the way I think about it too is like Oda would be breaking boundaries with that, because like the anime has a very structured thing to the point where like someone watches a certain thing and they're like, that's not anime because it's not drawn a certain way, whereas Oda's bringing in like something that's typically attributed to like American cartoons, and so now bringing that in, I wonder what that's going to do to the rest of the world. But then that's also going to bring a lot of talent into the studios, in my opinion. So I don't have any qualms with them doing that, and Hidden saying that too. Like, I think Oda's been doing a great thing of building it up towards that, which makes One Piece hard to animate in the first place, given that same thing. And even on Matt's side, like that's what made it hard to make it in live action, because there's already cartoony aspects to it. I mean, there's a man holding a sword in his mouth. Like, how do you even do that?
The most fundamental thing.
Gear 50 being broken out, right? Because you guys already have this huge headache of trying to figure out how to adapt a very difficult to adapt anime into live action and make it not look ridiculous and cartoonish. When you guys saw Gear 5 being broken out by Oda, did you guys just like throw your
I try not to think about it.
That's crazy.
I try not to think about it.
You just gotta go. You gotta go. Who Framed Roger Rabbit on that?
That's a great point. That's a great point, Hidden Island.
Who Framed Roger Rabbit? That's what you got to do. If the live action ever gets
there it is.
It's Jim Carrey in the mask. That's all it is. That's all you got to do.
Jim Carrey in the mask.
It's been done, so do not fear, my friend. You will have the means to pull it off if you ever get there. So.
Lightning strikes twice.
Yeah,
faith in
if we get there, yes.
No, but back to going back to Morj's point, I do believe that Toei understands that as well. That a lot of people who don't normally watch the anime are going to watch those Gear 5 episodes. So I think I think they're going to be really good.
They're going to do some crazy rating numbers over there in Japan.
It's going to be amazing. Like,
nuts.
Like, it could be maybe even as good as like the original Super Saiyan moment. It could be even like as good as that. You could argue if it's actually well executed.
Like, that's the hype around it.
But
can you imagine the drums?
Like the drums and the sound effects at the same time. But at the same time, though, I do kind of wonder, because Gear 5 in itself is like very controversial. It's like either folks like love it a lot, or it's like people are like, nah, it's just way too toony. So I think that may be like a thing of like, let's say in future contention, where like people are like, oh, he's going like crazy Tom and Jerry zany all of a sudden out of nowhere. It's like, what's going on right now? Like, I'm not doing like, so that could be a little problem, but I think it's gonna be amazing overall. I think it'd be just fantastic.
I mean, think of how hyped people were when episode 10-15, the last one that Migo Mishitani did, and how hyped people were. And how hyped people were when chapter 1044 came out. Now imagine that combined Like, dude, that has the power to destroy the internet.
And 10-15 is like
absolutely
that's such a
does.
special
Oh my God.
episode,
So
man.
one thing
It's still my favorite episode in the whole series. Like,
Based off of what King was saying was like, so one thing which is like Gear 5th and like, would it be controversial going forward? That's just a fun topic for me just because I did a video on it recently. So like my take on it at the moment is like, I think it worked really well for the Kaido fight. And like, I think it'll work really well for most fights like Kizaru, Shanks, Kid, etc. And then the question mark where people will either love it or hate it at the end of the day is when we get down to shit like Blackbeard. Like, how does that play out? And like the tone that comes with that, or a Kaido, how does that? I think that's going to be the defining factor.
I gotta disagree a little bit with that because I've seen some people say it's like, oh, it's like, is Gear 5th gonna remove the stakes because it can do serious scenes? But I think that like Oda has proven that even with Gear 5th he can do serious scenes, because I think, for example, in chapter 1045 we have this scene where like Luffy's losing the power of Gear 5th and Kaido says like, you know, you're gonna end up dying, and Luffy says like, it doesn't matter if I die, you know, I'm still gonna end up as bones. And he mentions like, you know, Tama, Kinemon, Momo, Pedro, and like that moment hits, and it's still goofy.
Well,
he's still smiling, but he still has
thing
that
I'd say is that
drama.
like that's a great example because that's actually a direct mirror to the scene that he had with Lucci at the very end of the Lucci fight. And the Lucci fight, you can put those two scenes side by side, which is what I did in the video, and no matter how you spin it, the Lucci scene is, and the Lucci fight is far more serious, far more dramatic, far more heavy, far more raw, far more emotional than the ending sections of Gear 5th. So Gear 5th is able to incorporate, you know, serious elements, and he can say serious things, but the tone and atmosphere of the fights is just nowhere close, because
but the Lucci rematch
tone is carried by the attitude of the characters.
The Lucci rematch was a joke because Luffy was messing.
No,
with
I'm saying Luffy versus Lucci first fight.
The first one.
Right. But I think that Oda can bring that again in Gear 5th. Like I don't think Gear 5th limits his ability to write dramatic
because
scenes.
the Kaido example compared to the Lucci example in Enies Lobby, like if you put those panels side by side, it's like two different manga. There's like a world.
I don't know if I agree with
tone, atmosphere, etc.
Okay, so then let's say like for example,
I think the finale reached that very epic tone. Like,
I got strong thoughts on this.
I think by any definition of how you
I have strong thoughts as well, actually.
In writing, writing, presentation, etc. Any definition of tone, the tone is drastically more serious in Luffy versus Lucci, because tone is expressed through how characters express themselves and how characters put their emotions on the page.
Okay, hold on. So then Morj, real quick, Morj. Let's say, for example, right? Let's say we have a situation with, let's say, Blackbeard versus, let's say, Luffy. Or let's say Blackbeard, kills Garp, right? He kills Garp, and then Garp is dead, right? Luffy goes into Gear 5. There's a good chance he's not going to be trolling and memeing. That's going to be a very serious Gear 5 Luffy immediately, like off the rip. Like, you killed my grandfather. I am going to destroy you. And I think that's probably like, because we see that, let's say in the Kaido fight, he has these serious tones later on in the fight, but then Kaido's kind of like bring it out of him. Whereas like initially he's like kind of zany, walking, having a fun time.
This question is kind of for everybody. Is there such a thing as a dark Toon Force? Like, is there such a thing?
So that's the thing. What King is talking about here is something that we have yet to see proven in the manga. Because you're right, the Kaido fight did become more serious towards the end, but in a very sort of courtesy sort of manner. Because the majority of the fight was undercut by gags, zaniness, cartoonishness. That's a fact. You can go through and look, and that was the core of the fights, right?
But that's the first Gear 5 introduction thing.
Exactly. So what I'm saying,
right? Yeah.
So
it's like Luffy and Kaido can join the fight in the first place.
All I'm saying is it's yet to be proven that this can be done in as dramatic, as raw a manner as we got towards the ending of Luffy versus Lucci or Luffy versus Crocodile round 3, something like that. I'm saying that is where it will be determined whether Gear 5th is something that everybody loves or everybody has a problem with, or 50-50 split. People might still love, people still might hate. But I'm saying we have no evidence yet either way.
I feel like we have to put our faith in Oda that he knows how to write dramatic moments, because he's done it up until now. So for me, like, the way I see it is Oda definitely planned Gear 5. To some degree, this power-up was a part of the plan. So writing the whole story up until this point, I can't imagine a world in which he wrote himself into a corner where he's unable to make serious moments with this power. And that's why I feel like he's gonna take the ending of the Wano, like the Onigashima fight, and he's going to kind of expand that, because most of the Kaido fight was lighthearted, they were laughing, all that stuff. But I think that was kind of just to set the precedent for Gear 5th being what it is, the Toon power or whatever. In future fights, he doesn't have to establish that context anymore. We know how Gear 5th works.
You're definitely right, and let me just clarify one thing, which is that you're right. I don't think Oda would ever write himself into a corner like that, because he's planned so far ahead, which is why I think it's such a huge deal that Blackbeard, who is the most important and serious fight for Luffy upcoming, can cancel out Devil Fruit abilities. I don't think the Blackbeard fight will have that much Gear 5th zaniness, because I think the Blackbeard fight will rely more on Luffy's haki, because that's kind of what I think the Blackbeard fight is set up to do.
That's
you know what I mean?
I want to add to that thing. Like I feel like Gear 5.
But isn't the main premise of Luffy's Gear 5 ability more so imagination than Toon Force? Oda's just playing around with Toon Force right now, but the main ability is just imagination. So he doesn't have to use Toon Force. Oda just likes to do so because he likes to
Well, that's a Toon Force. It's like the beginning of the series.
I want to add to that part where it's like, I think the introduction of Gear 5 shifts like what a typical shonen, like shonen's like, power scale, right?
Yes.
And it's like, who punches harder, who's stronger, who has a bigger power up. But I think Gear 5 does a really cool thing where it shifts what the fight is about. Now it's about like mental, like who has the better ideals, whose willpower is being broken, right? At the end of the fight, that when the Kaido fight felt more serious, they were like, this is the reality I want to bring, and Luffy's like, no. And it's like, I think Luffy's actual power embodies what he's doing. He's bending and breaking people's wills. He's punching through whatever they believe in and instilling his values, right? And we see him turning in.
It's also like the fun element that Oda kind of always had at that, like the beginning of the story. It's like he's embodied. That's what fits him so well.
It's pure One Piece.
Right, because for example, like Kaido and Luffy, even during their fight, they were having fun in some sense. Like they were having a good time, kind of killing each other. So like the idea is like you can have Oda kind of do the things he actually really wants to do in terms of, let's say, Luffy's like character abilities, that kind of stuff, without let's say any restrictions. And then if it warrants seriousness, then he'll be serious. It just I think it all just depends on the.
So I don't think. I don't think that. Go ahead, Regan. What were you gonna say?
My bad, Jay. And then I got you.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
So what I like about Gear 5 is it kind of takes us back to the roots of the series in regards to, I feel like the final saga is going to have us. So, in the beginning of Romance Dawn, it was all extremely comedic in terms of all like rubber, bullets can come off rubber. It's the stretchy man. Then it progressively got more and more serious. We got to the Arlong fight. Very comedic at the beginning, had that one serious moment at the end. We have a whole bunch of comedic stuff happening later on. We go to Crocodile. Luffy loses, comes back. He has this ginormous thing of water with him. He's trolling. He's trolling against the guy that beat him. And then he gets extremely serious. So what I feel like Gear 5 is going to do is the final saga is going to take us back to Romance Dawn in regards to until someone worthy shows up again, he's going to be trolling. So whenever we have, like, I don't know, an Elbaf, whether it be a Shanks or a Kid or a Big Mom or an Admiral, until that moment happens, I think Luffy's going to be trolling the same way he has the entire series. And then when it's time to get serious, Luffy's going to get serious in the same way he has up until this point. But it's going to be a reset with Gear 5.
Think about even going back to East Blue, like even with the Arlong battle, right? It gets serious, especially at the end. I mean, I feel like the stakes are one of the highest, like even for like a micro arc when you think about all of the 100%. Bigger arcs that we get. But even beyond what happens in the map room, like before that, you still have Luffy taking Arlong's teeth, putting them in his mouth.
Randy, he was trolling.
All of this. Yeah. We're still always going to have that with Luffy.
In a way,
exactly.
In a way, you kind of get a combination or a mixture of both Nika and Luffy. So Oda shows us Nika as the goofy side, everything else, but then we return to Luffy and his real personality when it really gets serious. He comes back to himself. Because remember when Kaido's like, "Who are you exactly?" Because Luffy's acting like two different people. He couldn't recognize the person. So it's kind of like you kind of get Nika at moments when he's acting goofy and playful and Toon Force and everything, and then it returns back to Luffy when he's serious.
So the one thing that I would bring up is it's perfectly fine to have goofy Luffy because we have it all the way throughout. When he puts the shark teeth against Arlong, ridiculous moment, water, Mizu Luffy. We have these moments. So it's not like we're saying, oh my God, don't have any of those moments. It's the problem is that we had that tone, and then Oda persisted with the tone for like 3-4 chapters, and we're like, all right, it's cool. After the third, fourth chapter, I was like, I'm tired. Let's get back to the seriousness.
I was like even reading it too because I wasn't sure if it was supposed to be or not.
But it was that long. It was.
That's in the nature. That's in the nature of One Piece. That's in the nature of One Piece.
That's the nature of One Piece. But
look, check me out. So that's in the nature of One Piece because, like, I believe one of the earliest Morj videos I I watched. If I'm wrong, sorry, but it was something about like how One Piece will teeter on the lines between being super serious and like all these political things, people getting murdered, mysteries, whatever, and then still have that really silly side. So I feel like Gear 5, especially like the conclusion of the Kaido fight, Oda did it perfectly, where both sides of, I guess, the fandom, they want the serious stuff, but they want the silly stuff. Both sides get fed essentially.
Yeah,
The importance of that statement, is balance. Oda always was.
I do feel like
but I feel like the balance in that situation was compromised. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys.
I think I get what Jay's saying, and I think I'd like to clarify a little bit, which is that I think what we're mixing up here is basically when we talk about balance between comedy, tragedy, stuff like that, comedy seriousness, and how much it's mixed, and all the examples that were listed so far, right? Like the Arlong fight, Crocodile with the water, things like that. I definitely agree that Oda likes to do the comedy. What happens is when it hits the section of the fight where it's time to build a certain atmosphere or a certain weight to the story, and what Oda does is that's when he cuts out all the jokes. So all the jokes disappear for a stretch. So that's the balance. It starts like A and then ends like B. And segueing into B is what's really important. For me with Gear 5th, it's very tricky because it mixes A and B together in a way that's very different. Because to get to a really strong, heavy, serious atmosphere, you generally need to cut all the jokes and gags and everything like that a little earlier, and then just have a section where the seriousness is coming out and it's building and it's building. That's like, perfect example, Luffy Crocodile round 2. That was a funny fight. Round 3 starts. Now that part is over, right?
Yeah.
Randy referenced Arlong, great example, which is did the comedy stuff. Now, once we get to Nami's room, the final section, that's the first time serious Luffy is coming out. And that's not going to be mixed with gags and stuff. So that's why with Luffy versus Kaido, A and B was pretty much mixed the entire time. We didn't get a good long section like Luffy
Not
versus
at the ending, right?
Luffy versus Crocodile, Luffy versus Doflamingo, where the gags are cut, where we let atmosphere actually build for many chapters. It was just like funny, funny, funny. Oh, now we're going to have a big clash, and Luffy's going to put on a serious face. This wasn't earned in the same way past fights were.
Wait,
now to bounce off of that,
I think the main issue initially was because, and I've heard people say this, is that Luffy, when we thought he was dead, like we didn't even get time to process that, right? It's kind of just, Luffy knocked out, supposedly dead, immediately transitions into laughter and all this other stuff, right? They're turning to Joyboy, and then Conso entrapped is him just like laughing.
I would have loved to have sat in that a little longer.
Yeah, a little longer, and then you go.
Kaido's flashback should have been right then. That's
like within the same chapter, the change happening slowly. It's like
that actually would have been a great place for that Artur.
Yeah, exactly. Because I feel that if instead of doing it right at the end during the final clash, they had Kaido defeat Luffy, then the flashback plays, and maybe it's like a chapter or two longer, and we get to some small info about Joyboy, right? And what Joyboy could be, and then the chapter ends with Joyboy returns and Luffy laughs, and then we get to see actually Joyboy in action. That would have worked so much more smoothly. I feel.
Because Artur. And the reason why I like that is because you would go from the sadness that we could kind of share, even though we know Luffy's not dead, with the crew, and them reacting to him dying, because this is the one time we'll probably ever see Luffy die like that, unless he actually dies at the end, right? And so that's a big moment in the story, and so
how would they feel if it actually did happen?
The feeling, the reactions of Luffy being dead, and how that impacts each Straw Hat, and what that means to them, kind of like with Zoro on a Thriller Bark, right? Like, I can't let Luffy die. What would that mean? And then right after that, we go from the sadness to the joy of Joyboy, right, returning, and we see that joy return over everybody. I think that would have been a little bit better, but we didn't really get that. We just got Luffy.
Problem would be the problem would be more like technical. It's like, okay, so he's dead for let's say 5 minutes, and he comes up to that time frame should be short. I think it's up because how can you be quote dead for that long and then all of a sudden just come back and it's like, oh hey, I'm back, guys. It's been 10 minutes.
Cole, have you seen Alice in Wonderland on Netflix?
I didn't finish it, so
okay, yeah, I don't want to spoil it then.
Okay, but
I was just gonna say on Morj's point too before we move on, because I don't know, just seeing Gear 5, and I know Joyboy is a part of it. Joy, we're talking about imagination, all that stuff being not necessarily this Toon Force, but seeing a dark version of that is kind of terrifying. Like him in this imaginative state where he's capable of really anything, but he has anger. Anger is fueling that. It's juxtaposing cartoony versus just this like intensity. Something is terrifying about that. I do feel like.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be happy to see it in like a more serious context, basically.
Yeah.
Because the tone was not
Blackbeard is probably
during the early chapters of Luffy versus Kaido Gear 5th. You could say that it became that during the Clash to a degree, but not the same way it once was.
You can argue from 1047 onwards that was the case, like because like let's say like one chapter. So like because like it's not that many chapters. You can argue it's probably
like 2 chapters. 2 chapters where he's joking around.
Chapters which are flashback
thank
chapters.
you. It's like 2 chapters of Zany. That was it.
And then he gets serious during the final clash.
Yeah, I'm harder 100% on that one. 100% harder.
I would also say, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I've been talking.
Sorry. Yeah, I just think it's so crazy too. I mean, like, obviously Luffy is silly and Gear 5, everything toony, but when you're fighting that, it is scary. You're about to get your ass whooped. I mean, that is scary to me. Like Josh said, I mean, it's just he can do anything, and he's with a smile on his face. I mean, how terrifying is that? He doesn't have to be this like dark, like I'm gonna get you, like mysterious. That in itself is terrifying.
Yeah, sometimes that's from the context of Kaido, but that's not the context of the reader.
Scary or not?
That's Kaido. That's not us though.
To Megan and Josh's point, though. I've been calling Gear 5 on my channel Daydream Luffy, and the reason why is because he's been laughing and all this stuff, and we actually get the opposite of that. Daydream, like he's dreaming, he's happy, he's laughing. We got Nightmare Luffy. Nightmare Luffy was super serious, but you compare what he did to Oars at the very beginning of the fight, it's exactly what he did to Kaido. It's panel for panel, he bouncing him back and forth. The only thing that wasn't there was the jump rope. Everything else was the same. And so now, like, imagine like what Josh was saying. Imagine an evil version of Joyboy who could do the same things. It's like smile or not, if he's slapping your shit silly, that is scary.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like
Gear
I
4
think,
as well.
I agree. It can be scary. I think it could be really good. I've yet to see that, so I hope that Oda does it well when the time is there. That's all I'm saying.
And
like,
my
point was like Nightmare Luffy is an example of that, where it's like if you have a character that can do what Luffy does to a certain degree or even a greater degree, if they have a different countenance, if they have a different portrayal, like Nightmare Luffy was super stoic, no smile, nothing, right? I think you can get that same feeling that you're wanting, and Oda has portrayed that in the past.
So one of the ideas one of my subscribers has said to me is that if Luffy does, or Gear 5 Luffy does fight Blackbeard, you know, there's that picture of him as a kid, right? People say, oh, the moon god, all that stuff. And I've heard people call him Sad Boy, right? Like there's Joy Boy, and then there's like the Sad Boy because he's crying when he's a kid, right?
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah. So one of the cool things to see would be is if you know, Blackbeard, if Blackbeard is fighting, you know, Gear 5 Luffy, and he's, you know, as a sad boy, instead of bringing joy to people, he brings sadness, right? So he can like steal the joy from Luffy by doing whatever he does. Right, I think that'd be a great class to show, like, you know, the contrast between Joy Boy and.
Imagine, but I don't expect you like a haze, depressed, and everything. Like just, oh, I'm so sad. Just corrosive. I don't want to see that. I don't know about that, Oda.
Talking about Blackbeard, go back to Jay's point in regards to whenever Luffy initially came out of Gear 5 and whatnot with the comedy is. He was on a power high, you could tell, and it reminded me of when Blackbeard got Whitebeard's fruit, was destroying Marineford with his ability, but he was doing it in his own way. Like he was still as conniving, he was still going in. Luffy had the same thing where he was on an extreme power high, having the time of his life, and I think that's why when he went back into it against the Lucci fight, he was like, "Oh, I get to feel this again. The drums are going off. My heartbeat feels funny once more," and he's playing around again. And I feel like that's why this is so scary because. This is Luffy without limitations that's also on a power high. You know what it is to be able to think you can do anything when you already thought you could do everything? Like it's
free.
I think you're actually most free. The initial monologue Luffy has, not monologue, like when Luffy's
turn your mic
talking
up,
about
ABD, by the way. We couldn't hear you.
Sorry, I was just saying. I was just saying, do you guys actually think that Luffy can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Shout out to Anime Balls Deep making their Reverie debut.
Thank you guys. Thank you for inviting me, Randy. Really appreciate it. Just not to divulge the conversation, I was just going to ask you, do you think Luffy can actually change his emotions while he is awakened? Like, there's a theme where every single awakening, it forces an emotion into the character or into the person. When Luffy is awakened, will he be able to feel sad? Will he be able to feel angry? Or can he feel it just joy and happiness?
I think he does. I think it's just converted in a way.
The thing is that
we've already seen him change his emotions versus Kaido, right? Like he went from laughing to serious to angry.
We've been told that Zone Awakening specifically result in the will of the animal sort of imposing itself onto the person, and people who have strong enough wills can sort of balance it out, whereas those who are weak, like the impel down jailer guards, get overtaken. But in Luffy's case, the reason why he's laughing so much in Gear 5th is probably because like the character of Nika itself is sort of like giving that positivity because that's what the character is associated with. But as Luffy kind of got more control, he can like control it better, and he can also like put his own emotions on the line, especially when he needs to get serious. But I think it depends on Luffy's
synergy, isn't it? So if you think about Luffy is a leopard, and leopard obviously he's more of an assassin type character. It has a perfect synergy with the fruit that he has. Likewise, Luffy, before even before you even recognize that he had this, I wouldn't say it's not like a joy fruit, but technically it's originally the liberation fruit. Luffy didn't really, depict proper anger against Kaido. He was just smiling even throughout his last final punch.
So I found over the course.
Real quick, do you remember during chapter 1, to go off ABD's point? I pointed this out before that Luffy, like right after he eats the Gomu Gomu no Mi or whatever you call it, he like pulls his cheeks aside, right? And he's a big smile, and he says, he's even different translations, but like he says he's even happier now, or whatever, something about his smile or whatever. And it's kind of like coincidence. Yeah, it's kind of
foreshadowing.
Is that Dragon?
His face.
It's funny because I was literally about to bring up this exact.
That win was kind of formidable.
So yeah, actually, that I was about to bring up that exact panel. Gear 5th has actually, in a way, been foreshadowed since chapter 1. And it's literally this line. So in the English translation, I'm looking at the official one. It looks like they might have done a mistranslation here, or like not properly translated this line. Because Luffy says, I'm glad I ate the gum fruit. Look at what I can do. But I'm pretty sure I'm reading the Raws right now. It looks more like he's saying, I've become even happier. Look at what I can do. And then he can stretch his mouth out to smile. So it's like Oda in chapter 1 is saying Luffy says, I ate the gum fruit and now I'm happier. Like that's basically like
that's why whenever they introduced they introduced the Nika fruit, and when I typed it in Google, it shows like some fan like years ago, a decade ago, like around Marineford had made up a devil fruit called the Nika no Mi, and it was basically smiles being summoned all over the room. And so whenever we got, I think it was chapter 1015, or whenever it was Who's Who telling us about this, I was wondering, like, could this devil fruit be, the Nika no Mi, like this person had guessed because of what he was saying about being a rare devil fruit, based on the numbers and everything, and smile.
Off of what Hidden was saying, I have the video on that too. The only thing I think, like what Oda, the concept of Nika, like what it can do and how it does it. We saw the concept art where Oda was like, it can do this, like giving everyone innate happiness. Like he was deciding that, I think, from chapter 1. And I think one of the things that he was probably deciding was the name Nika, because in chapter 1, that panel that Oda's referencing, I went to it, and the SFX for the smile that he has wasn't Nika. But I think at the end of the day, that concept was there, the smile. So, I think the concept was there, but I think a lot of us have ideas that we don't put names on it at the very beginning. The names can wait for later. If you make a company, you have the concept of it. You don't make the company name first, right? I think that's kind of what it is with this, where it's like he has the idea of Joyboy, the idea of it, but Nika,
how is he gonna get there?
Right, that could develop later.
I believe like Nika is just the One Piece name of Lord Hanumanji for anybody that knows of that, like 100%.
What I wanted to mention is that, it's like, it's a bit of a discussion whether like how long ago like Nika was mentioned, but there was like specifically a message that Oda shared like 5-6 years ago where he still mentioned that he didn't have like the concept of Gear 5th in mind and stuff like that. And I do think it's something that if Oda like legitimately had very clearly in mind, he would have foreshadowed it more evidently in the story. But it's still something that even if it's like technically a retcon, he's managed to integrate it with the concept of Joyboy. And I think he will also integrate Nika with the concept of the One Piece and a lot of other things in the story later on in a way that will fit very seamlessly the more we go on.
the thing is, like, does say a lot of times certain things that are kind of like misleading. Like I feel like he sometimes likes to troll readers a little bit, like, I don't know what's gonna happen here. I don't know what like this is. maybe I'm giving him too much credit here, but I do genuinely feel like this was this is such a out of the box drastic direction for Luffy's fighting style. I feel like this has to be something that he envisioned for like a long time.
Is it though?
It was always built up that Luffy had a Zone, let alone like a Hito no Mi. Like that was always prevalent. In the story.
I agree with Morj. There's no way that there's no planning behind this, because how do you have like. Oh yeah, of course.
I don't know about day one. I don't know about day one.
Day one may not be gear fifth. It may not be gear fifth day one. But what I'm saying is Joyboy day one may have been in the plan. That's a different thing.
Didn't Oda admit? And the dawn of the world with Roman.
I feel like it might have been planned from day one, is just because I feel like rubber is such a random power to have for the main character. And I feel like it makes just more sense in a way if he had this really creative idea from the start of the story that like he wants to write like the things we know Oda probably planned, right? He wants to write a warrior that represents freedom, joy, etc., that liberates the world from some great evil, right? And he wants this to be a character that can bring smiles to everybody, etc. These are probably ideas he had from the beginning of the story. Rubber is a scaled back version of what we're actually getting with Luffy right now, which is basically like the most creative way of having a character that can like turn all of reality into a joke, that can bring a smile to the readers' faces, etc.
But like,
Oda
didn't even come up with
back to just be
by chapter 1. Oda still didn't even have the idea of zone fruits. Like that's something that happened later. And originally, originally the Gungan fruit was the only Del fruit.
But we're assuming
there's probably a happy medium somewhere, right? There's, like the answer's probably somewhere in the middle. Probably somewhere in the middle.
Like, for me, it was somewhere around 2002, 2003, because around that time is whenever he came up with the Jaya name, and we know that Jaya is for Jaya Baya, like for Joyboy.
Didn't Oda say?
Yeah, because Jaya Baya came from the island of Java, right? Yeah, so like that was definitely prevalent. Like Oda always has had the ideas of Luffy as far as like becoming Joyboy and Hanuman or whatever. Like that's always been prevalent throughout the story. You even have stuff like Fishman Island. Like this is a minor instance where like there's like that squid and then the octopus man. One was named Icarus, one was named Daedalus, and like it was like reversed. One of them went too close to the sun. Like Oda, like even if you look at his, not to be creepy, but even if you look at like his office, like people that take pictures of his office, there's just so many books everywhere about like this religion, this history. Like Oda's very like in tune with that kind of stuff.
My biggest thing with anything that's Gear 5 related is basically that
the only thing I want to say is that like ultimately I don't think it matters much if Oda foreshadowed it, like wanted to know do it since chapter 1, or he came up with it more recently. It's especially the fact that he's managed to kind of like tie it in a way that so fundamentally fits the themes of One Piece, and I think that's really what matters.
Yeah, I mean
the way that Oda could really tie this,
it's a very natural. It's the natural extension of Luffy and who Luffy is,
100%.
which I really
Absolutely.
We'll know exactly the extent of how foreshadowed this is. If we get any sort of confirmation that what happened in Fishman Island with the Tamate Bako and Hody like turning white and his hair turning white, eating these pills and his eyes turning red, and if there's any correlation with that, the reason why Stussy went to Whole Cake Island for the Tamate Bako box, why Sulongs turn white with red eyes, we've seen this before. So when Luffy goes into this form where now he's suddenly white, he has red eyes, and then it just has always, since immediately we were told, okay, he's all pure white, I was saying, okay, he's probably going to have red eyes, and we're calling back to this Hody stuff, this Sulong stuff. 900 years ago, like Vegapunk is doing with replicating fruits and anything like that, were they trying to replicate the power of Nika, this power of imagination? And that's what the Tamate box was. That's what those pills are, replicating that. Then if that's the case, then we'll be able to go back to Fishman Island, and it's just Goda, drop the Goda emojis in the chat. He'll have foreshadowed it since
That's why they said the pills from the Tamate box was like a legendary treasure, like a national treasure passed down through generations. Like totally agree with that point.
And going back to what Morj and Randy were talking about with the rubber power, just real quick with the rubber power thing, like in deciding the rubber power and whether or not it was Gear 5 or what Sun God looked like, I think Oda did have plans to have Luffy get to a god level. What that meant to us and what that meant to him might have changed. But the reason why I say that is because he showed us a god complex through Enel. And I recently reviewed this, and Enel was this person who, you know, when we got shown him, the most powerful Logi. I think even the community, if you ask them, like, which devil fruit you want, most people would choose Enel because it's just the foundational, most powerful one that you could do. And it's very easy to be a god with Enel's fruit. And something he says is, I am the god, everything bends to my will. And that's a very normal line. You see that in all fiction when someone in power trips and like, oh, I bend everyone to my will, right? But then you think about what Luffy is doing now. He is bending everything to his will. So I think that pun, that nuance that Oda had with the god complex, what gods are capable of, he knew. He was like, rubber can bend. If Luffy can bend things, then Luffy is a god according to what Enel is saying. And so I think even from there, he had the idea that Luffy will become a god. What it may look like might be the Tamate Bako box. It might be a different version, but at the end of the day, he is bending things.
One thing I wanted to mention.
We got this before too, like the idea of like, you know, Skypiea having all like the major components that you can see like the story having now, because like you argue like it's like that microcosms. Like you can go back, let's say the sun god was actually mentioned in Skypiea in the Nolan flashback, or let's say you have NL's Amaru form looks like Gear 4 Boundman, which could be, let's say, a hybrid form of, you know, let's say the Nika ability itself, or like various things like that. It's like even like NL like starting like coming back from the dead. His own Harpy is restarting again. Luffy does the same thing with, let's say, the Gear 2 stance or the Gear 4 or the Gear 2 pumping to get Gear 5. So it's like all these things that are in Skypiea are kind of brought back now in some crazy way, and they all kind of align with like the idea of gods and him being a god of some kind. But the question is, did Oda have that planned out since Skypiea, or did he go back to Skypiea, take those concepts, and then put them in the story now? That's the question.
I personally think that I think Skypiea matches too perfectly in many ways to. Like, I feel like a lot of it is just genuine. Like, what's this plot of Skypiea? The plot of Skypiea is they're trying to solve the mystery of this giant treasure that was lost forever, right? It turns out that, you know, it all comes down to hundreds of centuries-year-old conflict, etc., right? So it makes sense. My question real quick is, what do you guys think is Im's ability? Just going off of NL, because that kind of triggered that question in my mind.
I love Emu. I love Emu. Like Umi controlling all the waters across the entire planet at will. I love that.
I think Emu is like some form of the Sea Devil in One Piece. So like, there's so many ways you could spin that for like there's this famous quote where it was like, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled is convincing the world he didn't exist. Yeah, that's kind of vague, but geez, that fits like Emu perfectly. And then like, you know, Luffy's a god fighting against the devil. I feel like there's so many things you could tie into that. And then earlier on in the story, Shanks, didn't he say something like the Sea Devil cursed fruits or something like that? I remember double checking the vid. So we got to see literally be the devil of One Piece. Go on.
Yeah, we got to see the devil even recently in film Red, and Oda confirmed in an interview that not only is it canon, but it's also connected to the origin of Devil fruits. And like that's exciting. That was kind of like an insane way.
Music is canon.
Yeah, but like the thing, it's like maybe like the Devil King, as it appears in One Piece film, right? It's kind of its own thing, but maybe someone in the story has the Devil fruit of the Devil King, you know, like the Hitono model Devil King, which is what I think with Blackbeard, for example, you know, or it's going to play in some form or another. But I definitely think that the whole myth that Devil fruits originated from the devil, and Oda even recently confirmed it in his interview, is definitely building to something more to have a role in the story.
Hidden and I actually were talking about this the other day, where it's just like, you know, if Luffy's power is imagination is up to the person. Luffy's imagination could be the rubbery stuff. Yeah. It could be sound based. It could be music. Like, and then when you think about it like that, right? Eam's power could be imagination, and something I mentioned earlier is the conduit for what we saw Leloucia happen was a paintbrush. And when you think about it with that context, think about real day artists, right? The difference between Oda and Ado. Oda draws a manga and Ado makes music. Artists' imaginations, you can portray your imagination in so many different ways. And so Eam might have the power of imagination, and it might just be brought out through a different conduit than Luffy's. If Luffy's is the drums of liberation, then Eam's might be like...
Just to add to that, for example, just to add to that very quick, for example, you know, it was said that Nika was sort of came from the hopes and dreams of people, you know, that Vegapunk mentioned. And similarly, and Oda also mentioned this in his interview, that the Devil King was born, specifically said in the movie, from the fears and doubts of people.
Of
exactly.
men, right.
And, you know, you have,
The fears and doubt of men given form. That's the exact part.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And literally, you know, you have like Luffy with Nika, you know, it kind of connects maybe to Bing Sasaki, you know, the fact that he mentions lines from Bing Sasaki and all that stuff.
Right.
And then you also got the Devil King that kind of connects with, you know, like taught music and the music of all that. So I think that, you know, kind of music type
And
of
also
all of
Artur
fabric is
too,
that.
on that point as well. The fact that they talk about how it was also kind of summoned from another plane of existence, and how Vegapunk also mentions like the idea of devil fruits existing in some other plane of existence that's not natural to the world itself. That's why nature itself rejects the devil fruits just innately. So
In
like, there's that
Japanese, we don't know. In Japanese, we don't know if that's like he's
so it's
speaking
clear
like
Japanese?
literal.
That's
That there's, yeah, in Japanese, it's not clear if it's like literally multiple dimensions or he's also just speaking like metaphorically. Because I think that Vegapunk, for example, could just be saying that like, you know, like each Del fruit sort of represents like an alternate dimension where like humans evolve to a certain point, right? So he could be speaking metaphorically. We don't know yet. But, you know, like I do think that there's definitely some sort of connection there.
I just want to say real quick, because I don't want to let you derail the conversation real quick, but I'm going to bounce right now while I have a chance and stuff. So, Randy, thank you again for the invite. It was a pleasure talking to all of you guys for the last like 6 hours. Time really flew. And hopefully we'll be here for the next one. So, guys, like the stream if you're watching right now. I mean, I think we were like 500, 600 likes for Randy. Give him that 1,000, 2,003. Come on, hurry it up.
Like the stream, yo. Like the stream.
Yeah. Come on, do that for real right now.
Let's get those likes up, guys.
Let's go. Come on.
Shout out to Commodore Les. Appreciate
Thank you, Randy, again. Okay.
Take it easy, man.
Have a good night, day, afternoon, whatever it is. You guys enjoy. Okay.
Yeah, you too, bro.
And we're probably going to head out to, I just wanted to say thank you for having us, Randy, everybody here. Like, this community is fucking amazing. It means the world to us that we got to just, like, hang out with you guys, talk to you guys for a bit. We appreciated every second of being here. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much.
Take it easy, guys.
Take care. Bye, Josh.
Appreciate you guys.
I hate
Glad you're able to make it.
I hate to pile on the Exodus. I've been here for a minute, so I do need to go. We still got stuff going on. But Randy, great job, excellent job. I've had a great time here, and I definitely appreciate you having me on. Before I go, I do have to announce Murphy likes to kick puppies, and she hates Doflamingo. We did a stream 2 days ago, and I promised I would tell everybody that she loves kicking puppies. A Bo Hancock stream. Yeah, so that's all I gotta say. It's been great. Also, chat, I don't have daddy issues. Just because I think Dragon's a bad father doesn't mean I have daddy issues. So please grow up. Second of all, it's a joke. It's a joke. But yeah, it's been great. I appreciate you guys so much. It's been a great time to hang out with everybody. So hopefully I get to see you guys again. And you know, ABD, it's great seeing you guys as well. It's my first time really seeing you guys.
Sorry, came a bit late, but love seeing you too, bro.
Yeah, it's definitely nice having you guys here. But yeah, that's really it. So yeah.
AG, my man.
Take it easy, bro.
Take it easy, Jay. Got a question to leave us
Future
with?
Hollow.
Oh, I got a question to leave it with?
Yeah.
A
toxic one.
A toxic one? What do you guys think of Kaido's backstory? How about that?
Oh, no.
I think we've covered that.
Here, I'm out. All right, I'll see you guys later. This has been great. Take care.
Hey, if you want to take that seriously, though,
I think
it was actually a decent backstory.
Playing off of that,
if you look,
I wanted way more.
Nah, listen, if you read between the lines, you can actually learn a lot about Kaido. I don't think you needed a big 2-3 chapters on his backstory. I would actually be more mad if they gave us 4 chapters on his backstory than what they did.
I actually wanted to see more about when he was around 30 years old, like what he did after Rocks Pirates, like that side of things, how that developed him as a person. But just his past, I think, is also good.
More so, what took him from the point of, you know, thinking that he was Joyboy to then jumping off of Sky Islands. Correct. We never actually got that. We never got that moment where he realized that he wasn't Joyboy.
Yeah,
well,
it's unfortunate because like the God Valley incident, I believe that's going to be a big piece of Kaido's like whole kind of character and his story and like the whole connection with Zebek. But I remember specifically like during the Wano arc, I was like, man, I would absolutely love for the God Valley incident to take place during that arc, like a flashback or whatever. And I called it that it wouldn't happen until much later on, just because like there's so much depth of Roxy, Zebek, what was going on with that island, why Zebek went there in the first place. So with that all being said, I feel like God Valley is going to be something that, well, it's just my opinion, I guess, but it's going to be something that completes the whole vision of Kaido, that completes his whole story and him as a character. And unfortunately, we're just not there yet. Hopefully, when Blackbeard fights Garp, maybe we can get some info on it.
There's actually something in.
We're gonna get it right after Egghead or something like that.
It depends, and it just depends. Again, this is just my opinion, but it just depends when we see like Garp versus Blackbeard take place. I feel like Garp can just start thinking of it. Maybe when he's unconscious, Pudding grabs memories. I don't know. There's like a few different directions,
I think what this arc has shown us in Egghead is Oda didn't show us the ancient weapons because that would have given us the biggest clue into the Void Century, right? So like if he's hiding certain things for a specific reason, I believe there's a reason why we didn't get that part of Kaido's flashback, because there's going to be information there that we need context for later on in the series.
But there are certain things that are in the flashback that do kind of give us a little bit of context for certain things. There's almost an implied moment that Kaido may have betrayed the Rocks pirates, you know, in the way that Big Mom says, "Where did you go? Why did you leave?" And then there's also this theme that is carried throughout the entire flashback, which is kind of showing Kaido's reverence for the world government in a way. Like there's a way to look at it in this sense where he admires them, you know. So and then it's kind of this element where I almost feel like in God Valley there may be a moment where if he has already eaten his fruit, that maybe as a dragon, the celestial dragons like bow to him, or they see him as something different. So it's finally someone is looking at him in a new light, and then he goes to Wano and essentially becomes the celestial dragon of Wano, slaves, everything like that, controlling with an iron fist. Like, so there's that element where he is a world government sympathizer, and we see that anyway because CP0 is there and he's already dealing with them with the weapons and everything and helping the warmongering.
If I could counter Randy's thoughtful response with a little bit of a more toxic one, I will just say that I think that there's no way you can cap off the entire post-time skip saga that built up to over like 6 arcs with like all these other villains that like Doflamingo got super fleshed out, and then we end up with Kaido who gets a chapter of flashback, and then we have to make all these implications based off of what we see. And
because
the fact that we
whatever his flashback is tied too closely to endgame material. That's it.
Right, exactly.
The thing is,
That's
though,
the
this is my issue with that. That I feel like that's related to the God Valley thing that everyone's getting that from. But Kaido has lived a whole life prior to joining Rocks that presumably had nothing to do with the One Piece or any of this stuff. He was in his kingdom, fighting wars, working for the world government. We got no insight into his mindset or what his life was like back then that led to this. And then we do this big.
Going off of what Hidden Island saying is a little bit is that I think it's always good to understand the villain's motivations within the arc you're in, because that's just how you create a compelling conflict when you understand the villain's motivations within the arc. And I think even if Oda wanted to save some parts for God Valley, I think he shouldn't have tried to weave those aspects in and made us really intrigued about that while we were fighting Kaido, and then not enter that over the course of the Kaido.
I'm certainly not defending it. I think it should have been there as well, but I mean, that's
the reality.
That's why.
Yeah,
that's the reality.
And that's the thing.
It's what Sid said from ABD, right? Like, I think that there's a whole post God Valley that, like, we saw how the Don Quixote pirates came along. We saw how the new Fishman pirates came along. We don't know how the Beast pirates came along. We don't know how the King, Queen, any of them. We don't even know how Yamato was born.
How do we explain Yamato's situation too?
That 10 years after,
who's the mother, man? We're gonna find out who Yamato. We're gonna find out
I was getting to that point where it's like, I think that Yamato would be the crux of, because she was present during that time. She can tell us a lot about his flashback without Kaido being present. Now the question is, we already had this conversation earlier on. Does Yamato come back? I'm on the boat that Yamato's gonna come back, 100%. And then whether join the Straw Hats or not, that's probably when we get a flashback into Kaido's backstory. Maybe because it'll be more important to how Yamato was raised as a kid, because that's really important too. We were talking about dads. Well, Kaido was one of the craziest dads, and we don't know why he treated Yamato the way she was, and it's kind of confusing without that flashback. There's so much details outside of God Valley after those 10 years that tell us why he jumped off the Sky Island, why he created the Beast Pirates. And one thing that is still confusing to me is a lot of people detract from Kaido because from the way the flashback ended, it was Higarashi's plan to go to Wano. It didn't seem like it was Kaido's plan. And that was a huge thing where we're like, why is Kaido here? And a lot of people say it was for the ancient weapons, it was for this thing. Well, no, it was Higurashi was the one. We don't know why Higurashi was there. So why was he at that point this child super soldier?
Oda just killed off Higurashi for what?
Also,
She was so prominent. When you actually
I just want to finish my thought from before because I just wanted to say that before I forget it. The fact that we have to rely on God Valley to give Kaido a meaningful backstory, I think is a bad sign for the character. He should have a meaningful, compelling reason to care about him that's not tied to someone like Rox or another important character. We're basing our importance on Kaido based on his relationship to another important character, not on his own merit alone, which is what villains like Doflamingo excelled at because they were compelling on their own with their own backstory, and then they were connected to people like Kaido and all that stuff. Doflamingo on his own isolated works, but the fact that we need to rely on this flashback that's supposed to happen way later to make Kaido a good villain means that shouldn't have even been the case for Wano then.
The last thing I was going to say is
Oda hasn't done this before already though, because I would look at Arlong. When we're looking at Arlong in Arlong Park, we know everything we need to know.
Yes, right.
It wasn't. We were not relying on the Fisher Tiger flashback. That filled stuff in, and it was nice additional information, but it was not filling in gaps that were missing from Arlong's initial introduction. And I feel like Kaido is a little bit of a missed opportunity in that way. Ross should give us additional information, but it should not be.
Yeah, but say because Crocodile didn't have anything, or like Crocodile or NL, these characters are just, hey, who gives it a flashback? Just here we are.
No,
we're bad dudes. We're just bad guys.
No, but no, that's not true. Bangkok. There's so many signs that we'll get a flashback of Crocodile.
No, but that was way after Alabasta.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say.
Just
same
in Alabasta.
Same thing with Kaido. Same thing with Kaido. It doesn't have to hinge on the God Valley. I'm not saying God Valley is going to be the answer to this whole, Kaido issue. I'm saying.
But I think with Kaido, the factor of it being in the Yonko saga, it being in the end game, where we're led to believe that a lot of his character is built through being part of Rock's Pirates, and then you go before the raid of Onigashima. It's also like we get the Rock's Pirates, and we have a certain level of expectations, and at the end we just get like 4 pages of he was a kid.
I think like going back to like Crocodile and Enel, right? Nothing that they did was like confusing in that light, right? The introduction to Kaido was unaliving himself on an island. We don't know why. And then the other part of it is, again, I don't know. I still can't, like, I can make a video on it, but I still can't answer how a man like Kaido ends up listening to Higurashi. And maybe maybe the answer is Higurashi was part of the Rocks Pirate. That could be very well the answer. And then so there's some kind of like credence as to why he deferred to her in the first place. But given everything that happened, he just slaughtered her for interrupting the fight afterwards. So it's like, who is Higurashi and why would Kaido listen to her? And that to me in that flashback was one of the biggest. It's like, what? Kaido wasn't the one who wanted to go to Wano.
Exactly.
Kaido wasn't the person who decided.
Exactly. You guys are looking at that too, like. You have to look at it holistically. Kaido was a person who knew about Joyboy. He knew about this figure that's coming, and it's gonna change. Everyone's waiting for this figure. He knew about it, and even when he fought Luffy, I felt like his character was like, "I'm not Kaido. Sorry, I'm not Joyboy. I'm Kaido, and I was waiting for this Joyboy who I was gonna be the adversary against." He's trying to portray a character and be a character that was always gonna be a rival, a adversary to Joyboy, to push Joyboy to. That's how I saw it anyway. That's how I saw the. You guys
I
really
get what you're saying.
But like,
one thing to that. One thing that go along with that, and like Tarvision said, like I could make a video on this. Like to me, that's the key. And like Yusuf, you said that's how I see it. To me, that's the key, which is that we can all put our heads together and put together like a pretty decent theory as to what Kaido's full background and motivation is and why he did everything. That's very different from fully understanding the character and being able to say like I can do an analysis on this and it's you can fully understand.
I agree. Exactly.
So when we look back to chapter 1049, right? Because that was like sort of whenever in Drum Island, right before Luffy hit Wapol, we got the Hero Look flashback. So it was supposed to give us like another ounce of like, okay, this is why this is taking place. The reason why I agree with Hidden Island so strongly on this is Oda had established in post time skip that he's going to give these villains, especially with all the amount of hints that we got within this arc, like just within Wano and Onigashima, we had so many hints to trust and betrayal, Kaido's psyche, his mentality on wanting to become the strongest. And the fact that we didn't get that within anything in that arc, to me, is the most frustrating part about Kaido's flashback. Even though I do expect us to get some stuff later on, the fact that we didn't get that before the final punch, even though that final punch hit extremely hard as it did, because we got the context with Kaido and King waiting for Joyboy to come. We had all of the stuff happen with Wano and Onigashima, but in regards to just Kaido as a character, I wish that would have gotten a little bit more, just based on what Oda gave us with Doflamingo and Big Mom, where we came to understand both characters, and that led me to believe, okay, if we got that for Doflamingo and Big Mom, why wouldn't we get the same thing for Kaido, who is the final individual we have to face in the Yonko Saga?
To be way
but hold on.
But, you know, my favorite villain in the entire series is Crocodile. No flashback.
Fair. I mean, hold on.
Yeah,
But
they don't
isn't
need a
lot
flashback. I think it's when it's hinted at, and then sorry, King.
Yeah, because like isn't like a lot because Kaido may not be as because a lot of this I think is actually like inferred in his flashback. Where like in his flashback, like it's inferred that it's all on the lines of you could argue just power. It's like, hey, I like the world government are powerful individuals because they run the world. But you know, at the same, so I kind of respect that. Or like he had to grow up in like let's say an environment where power might makes right. So he had to actually survive that way throughout like the entire course of his life. And even let's say for Joyboy is the guy that can beat me. So it's all predicated on power. Strong. So you can argue from that standpoint, it makes it more simple than like what you would think. But if everything's predicated on power, it kind of makes a little more sense. It's not like a fully fleshed out flashback like we want, but it's power might makes right the strong. It's like I think even like when he felt like himself, it was like even Whitebeard could kill himself, or like even he died. That's also predicated on power. So like everything for him is centered on power, might makes right, and then we go from there because everything kind of flows. That like because it was Arbor, it was King who put the Joyboy onus into Kaido, not Kaido himself. It was like, hey, you could be Joyboy. Oh, really? You sure? Why? Well, because like you're so strong. Well, I don't know who's Joyboy then, because the guy that beats me. So it's all predicated on again power. You can argue that it's really that based on that simple. You can argue it's all that simple. Honestly.
I think a reason why, going off of what you're saying, Cole, the reason why Kaido is still compelling, even without having that flashback, is because of that, right? Like the fact that we had an individual who was not only like Randy was talking about earlier, where I wish we would have had the opportunity to see what happened between him wanting to become Joyboy and him giving up on that dream. Because the most interesting thing about Wano going into it was the fact that the smile fruits are supposed to like make individuals smile, and now after knowing the context with the Nika fruit, we can definitely see that Kaido was truly trying to be Joyboy in the way that he could make other individuals smile even against their will. So he was trying to become Joyboy at all costs. I wish that we would have had that context, but
Recon, like you can argue though that there are hints that we see in real time that kind of like expand Kaido's character in some way. So like for example, the Deathroot stuff is one thing, but then we have the whole like Oni dynamic where he's punishing Yamato for being friends with the Strat crew because she's an Oni, and Oni shouldn't be friends with human beings because innately like they're superior. So like he's beating her down as he's kind of saying these things. Like let's say for example too, like him treating Yamato as Oden because she wants to be, or they want to be Oden, then the idea here would be, okay, so this is serious now because now you're trying to be like my enemy, so I'm going to treat you like an enemy. And so like this sort of, it's like there are hints you could argue throughout the entirety of Wano country that give us more of character's whole scheme. Again, I'm not saying it's like a full-on flashback, but he's not as like, not fleshed out as folks make him out to be because he likes
I agree.
I agree.
I agree with that 100%.
But that's almost what Morj is saying too. He was like fleshed out enough where you need it.
To me, it's like, why even bring up that random Oni thing of like, hey, they'll never like you because you're an Oni, when that's never a point of discussion or anything. Like, it doesn't play into any of the ideas of Wano whatsoever.
At least not yet, though.
What about the liquor iron ore? The liquor iron ore was a pointless thing.
Unless it's a key thing.
Wait, hold on. But Morj, all of the Wano stuff was in of itself, the Wano stuff, like Kaido himself, like we don't care about the Kozuki clan, about the stuff that's with the Orochi. We don't give a damn. For all of us, it's just here. You guys are our slaves. Make us weapons. Oni's outside of all that stuff, which we get later on in the story.
No, but Kaido was also a
Yeah,
liberator.
I mean, but that's
that sounds
what I'm
weird, but
saying,
Kaido
is
was
I would
also a
like
liberator.
that stuff not brought up within that arc as part of his motivations or like
No, his
whatever he's
motivation
going
was
through.
brought up.
et
He
cetera,
was
but,
he was
you
the
know.
liberator in the sense where he was.
Yeah, that's why Ulti
Yeah.
and Page One they had
Yeah.
such loyalty to him. You know.
Yeah, because he was
they
a
got so mad
liberator.
at Nami.
Like
Yeah.
King was also listen. King is a Lunarian, and he was getting treated as a test tube, technically test tube baby, or just experimented on and whatnot. And he was also getting experimented on. A lot of races that's not human per se were getting experimented on, and he was liberating them in his own way. He thought liberation is not through sitting down and just expecting someone to save you. You got to fight. You got to go to war, and the one with the most power will actually be the one who's going to be liberated. So here's
Power,
a whole
right? It's
kind of-
power.
Yeah,
I
but
get that, but I'm saying like a lot of that is kind of
it's all
like
about liberation. It's all about liberation at the end of the day.
Like
I feel like a lot of that is piecing things together and building a sort of motivation for him that's maybe more complex or fleshed out than it actually was on page. Because I think we could each give our own interpretation of Kaido based on the pieces that we have.
But the
Like,
evidence
some of them
is
are going to
there as
line
well,
up in
bro,
some
so
ways, some of them
it-
aren't. But like compared to something like a Doflamingo, where
Yeah,
who Doflamingo
straight up.
is very, very well fleshed out and fits the conflict that we
Agreed.
have for that
Agreed.
arc.
Agreed.
And you can extrapolate. Sorry, you can extrapolate some other things, but I think there's like a world of difference between those two characters.
And I also
So-
think what
Okay,
Morj is
here's-
saying, I don't think we're disagreeing with what you guys are saying. The implications are completely valid, but I think like the thematic of the antagonist is like you also like learn something about their strife, right? All the things that you said would have been a beautiful thing to emphasize, right? And the question is, if they're going to be brought up later, how like the ulti part of that, right? That's a great point. They were sworn loyal to him and we don't really know why. That was never really emphasized. That would have been a great point. Like, yeah, Kaido was a liberator in his own right and Luffy was a liberator in his own right, and those liberators are conflicting, but we didn't get that part emphasized. And if it comes up later, that emphasis falls flatter in what Morj is saying and a few of us are saying. And I agree that those things are there, right? We get Yamato's flashback, but how would we get
That is true.
ulti in that part, right?
No, that
And
is
so
that is all
I think
flattering.
that
Yeah, that is true.
needed more
So I think that one of the things about Kaido, essentially here, what I think Morj was bringing up earlier about why is it important that Kaido is an Oni, is only if we get something like I was talking about earlier, where Kaido's life didn't have any meaning until he was a dragon, and if he in his entire
That would be great.
Now, if in his entire life he was, essentially talked up once he had this fruit that he would be Joyboy because there's something 900 years ago about a snake. Now, remember in the Nolan flashback, like, what were they worshiping? Kashi, who was a gigantic snake, and
Right.
also blue, right? So maybe there's some sort of a correlation with Kaido becoming this giant sky snake that earned him some sort of reverence. What if the original Joyboy, this is one of my like tinfoil theories, is like, what if the original Joyboy or someone who had the Nika fruit at some point also was one of these giant snakes? Maybe they came from Elbaf, maybe something like that, and they were able to do a lot of these things. Even when you go back to the panel of Joyboy of Nika, when we were first when Who's Who first mentions it, the silhouette, it looks like the people of Jaya, but also kind of snake-like at the same time. So I think that there is some sort of a correlation here between snakes and Kaido and things getting lost in translation and, a blue snake. Now he's a blue snake. So that's the kind of trickery and, wordplay that I could see Oda doing at some point.
I thought
Maybe.
that Kaido was
Possible.
seen as someone like
Interesting.
Joyboy was quite simply because King, he was from his people from the ancient, they're from the Red Line originally, right? They were the first few inhabitants of the Red Line, and they probably understood the point of the Liberator that Sun God Nika was. So that memory or that type of inherent memory that was from the forefathers got passed on to him, to his people, and his race kept that knowledge within themselves. So when he saw a Liberator, like he got freed by Kaido. He was chained up, he locked up, probably thinking, I'm never going to get out of this place. But someone freed him, and he realized this person is really strong. So someone that freed him is in a sense a liberator. So I think it would be normal for someone like King, with that background that he has of a liberator, Sun God Nika, this guy must be freaking Joyboy. We always heard the story about Joyboys coming back, just like the story of Poseidon. Poseidon in the people of the of the fish people, they always had this legend. Oh, after a certain time, Poseidon will resurrect. It was just a legend, but they always remembered it. So when Poseidon actually came, they knew about it. Same thing with King. I don't think it's far-fetched. I don't think there's any correlation with the dragon bit, to be fair. I think it's just the fact that he's literally just a liberator, and King just has that knowledge preconceived inside of his mind by his family.
You know what? I feel like a big issue with Kaido for me doesn't only stem from his lack of a connection and all this stuff to his backstory, but also where's the connection between him and his crew? Like, we don't have any real establishing scenes that show Kaido's relationship to his crew members, especially the higher level ones. We got that moment with King, right? Yeah, we had that one thing with Albert and all that, but we never saw the in-between. We never saw King slowly, and then we had.
What is the Toby Ropo? You know?
Yeah, Toby Ropo. So like, I keep thinking back to like Doflamingo, and I'm like, what is an example of a crew, like an actual crew done right? And I look at the Doflamingo pirates, and I see that Doflamingo. We have a scene where he stands up for Pika's voice, and he shoots one of the guys that laughed at him on his crew or whatever. Like, if I'm remembering correctly, Doflamingo stands up for the people on his crew. He has this like sort of like father or older brother figure relationship to them, and we see in the Law flashback that they all eat around the same table. Like, there's this camaraderie we see within the Doflamingo pirates that we never get with the Beast pirates. They're just a bunch of guys who all fly the same flag, and then on one day a year they just decide to all party together. And even then, in the party they all segregate themselves. Like the Toby Ropo are here, Kaido and King and Queen are here, and then everyone else is on the floor. So no one's actually doing anything together. It's
but like,
just
that's how they work, though. It's like
I was about to say, yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
like
I want to cut in here, guys.
I get that,
I want to cut
but,
in here, guys.
It feels like
I want to cut in here, guys. So,
So we've been talking about Kaido for a little bit. I want to switch the topic a little bit. I mean, if anybody wants to get their last bits off on that, but I'd like to talk about Straw Hat upgrades, and I'm going to switch with Chrissy here. I'm going to give now. We can talk about where we think, because we talked about Gear 5 at length, like, and what that was for Luffy, but even in Egghead now, we still have a lot of stuff that has to happen with the Straw Hats as far as upgrades are concerned. We can also talk about upgrades that we wish happened. One of mine that I've always wanted was I wanted Robin to learn Rokushiki, and just have like 100-arm Shigan and, giant leg Rankaku and stuff like that. So I think that would be something fun. And I'll be back, guys.
Do you all think that we are ever gonna go beyond Gear 5? Like, is Gear 6 gonna happen, or is this like
no? Luffy said Gear 5, his awakening is his pinnacle. I keep it that simple.
Yeah.
I keep
think
it that
this is
simple.
gonna stop
Gears is too much
stretch
of-
time
way
and
too much.
space. Stretch the time to space fabric. I believe in that in Hat Fury.
I mean,
Logically
Gear
speaking, it
is
makes
already
sense.
so extensive. Like, Gear is already so extensive that there's no reason to go past this. At least in my opinion. But I mean, look, Oda's Oda. I agree.
And
Gear
Gear
5,
5,
like, when
Gear
you think
5
about
isn't
the
mastered yet, from our understanding, right? He just
Not even
got it
close.
and he's bouncing around and having fun,
Exactly.
but he doesn't understand the nuance of his powers.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know the name of his powers.
So,
the whole point
actually,
of Gear 5 is to
actually,
be limitless anyways.
Yeah, so I did a video on, I think a few weeks ago, about the idea of like, listen, do we even need Gear 4 anymore? Because Gear 5, you can do like a Gear 5 Bound Man or a Gear 5 Snake Man. So like, is Gear 4 kind of like phased out now, and it's all gonna be Gear 5 but modified Gear 5 variants?
Like Super Saiyan 3.
Modified Gear 5.
Exactly, right. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the way you look at Gear 4 is not that it's a incomplete form, but it is kind of, because it hinges on hockey, and hockey gets depleted so quickly, and that was always the breaker of that ability. Every single time he had a certain time limit. So it's like, when you kind of think about that, Gear 4 is kind of the transition to Gear 5. And I kind of think about it like, I mean, I'm not a professional drive a car or anything like that, but you tend to use like the last gear and then the smaller gears, but the in-between ones, you don't often go in that unless you're like, when you shift down all the way to Gear 1, Gear 2. So the Gear 4 sometimes gets lost anyways in that context.
Yeah.
Do you reckon that Gear 5 recovers his hockey in that sense? Like, a Zoe in Awakening will have a recovery speed of, like, insane recovery speed. Whenever he awakens his ability, you reckon his hockey is like shooting up to the moon? It's literally quite quick when he goes and turn into an old man, and then and then he's back to normal, and then he can do Gear 5 again. It's like he becomes, he's kind of infinite. Isn't he?
The interesting thing though is like when Luffy was kind of getting weak during his Gear 5 stunt with Kaido. Remember how he actually, I think he went Gear 2nd, didn't he? And it kind of like booted him back up. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
So I mean, like that could be a way Luffy, you know, he keeps his Gear 5. That'll be like his base or whatever. But given like certain circumstances, he'll bounce back, no pun intended, to previous gears. Oh, I need to boot back up. Oh, I need to do this, do that.
He did Gear 2nd because isn't it because he's depending on the drums of liberation. His heart had to move in a certain frequency, and once it gets into that certain frequency, a certain speed, drums of liberation, bada bing, bada boom, Gear 5. And Gear 2, what does it do? It does the same. It just literally beats his heart under incredible speed. So I guess what I'm saying is that he will revert back to old man Luffy, and that time limit will just shoot him back up. And I'm saying, is it what's the limit to this Gear 5? Is there a limit?
The key thing you can argue is that, let's say with Gear 4, when he ran out of hockey, that was a 10-minute time limit just flat out. Like he had no other choice. But with the Gear 5 drawback, we saw the kind of fight. He can just muscle through. He turns old. He's like, you know, okay, I don't care. I'm old, but I'm going to power through anyway. That's a much better drawback for Gear 5 than let's say Gear 4 drawback. It is what it is. So it's like, Gear 5 is just better overall. It's just better.
Yeah. So, guys, sorry, I'm just going to jump out real quick. So it was a lot of fun.
Yes,
sir. Had a good time. If Randy was here, I'd say he's been a great host.
Come lately, bro. Nice, yo.
Yeah.
Well done.
I'm sure he's watching right now.
Yeah, you both held it down really well. But yeah, good stuff, guys. Nice talking to you all.
Same
I
Morj.
guys. I assume some of you in real life next time. I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Got plans.
I had a crazy straw hat upgrade come to mind. It just like came to my mind just now. I want to run this by you guys.
Sure.
All right. Frankie, green blood instead of cola.
Yes, I love that idea.
That's 2 bucks. That's 2 bucks.
Paramecia zone?
Okay,
Are you trying to move towards that? Or Paramecia?
Give Frankie the swimming powers. That's
Yeah, I was actually thinking like because the way the green
actual
blood
menace,
works,
yo.
like we haven't seen it with the Seraphims yet, but what if they just interchange that like green blood thing? And the way I thought about it, there's 2 sides. You could look at Frankie, or you could look at Usopp, because Usopp is like the Batman kind of thing, so he could just like swap in a different power, and maybe it's limited use, that kind of a thing. But at the same time, Frankie would be really, really cool. It's just like this form, and he just swap. Because I think in his chest there's like a swivel for the cola or something like that. So he can just like swap out powers. That would be honestly cool. Maybe both.
There are even like 2
straw
things.
Go on, sorry.
You know, so like there are 2 things that I mentioned that for Frankie, let's say future things. So like during the Queen fight, Sanji notices how like Queen can do like rapid fire lasers, and then he says Frankie actually could be good at that kind of stuff, like that whole rapid fire laser stuff. And then the second thing is that there's Vega Cola on the island, so I would assume that Vega Cola is way better than regular cola. So you have multi lasers plus Vega Cola. Frankie can just go like rocket ship style, actual like that's like Star Wars the Destroyer, and fire. That'd be cool as all hell.
That would be awesome.
That'd be awesome. You guys want the Straw Hat to get like hockey trained maybe on Elbaf or something? I would, because at least like that would play into their whole spirit and more of their character. Like I totally understand.
Hockey,
I feel like that. I'm not saying like top of the line like Luffy or anything, but at least something. Maybe like a little armament coding.
3 on that same level. Because I want to pass it over to Cole because I know he has a lot of thoughts on this. But whenever we get to Elbaf, knowing how much Luffy is inspired by imagination. That giant form that we saw in 1045, he's gonna have a lot of stuff to do with that. And I know Cole has a lot
Yes.
I don't derail the conversation because you mentioned the giant stuff, but do you think Luffy's awakening can gigantify other objects and keep it the same in that way? Like you know the giant hat.
That would tie into Long Ring, Long Land, where everything's all stretched out and long. So that's not far-fetched at all.
Yeah.
And then that would also explain the giant straw hat that once upon a time Joyboy, who might have not been a giant. I'm not trying to say it's always. I don't really believe in that theory. But let's say Joyboy was an ordinary human being, but he could use the Nika fruit to the full extent and gigantify things, change things, mold things into however he wants to imagine it, and then leave it like that. Keep it that way. And it's like imbuing hockey. You know when you imbue your sword, you imbue it with hockey slowly, and then it has a bit of not just has a bit of a hockey that turns into a black sword, but it also has a bit of essence of you. Like imagine Luffy does that with other objects and leaves it that way, imbues his own hockey into it, and then we see a giant ass freaking, he makes his own country. He can do whatever he wants.
So
I can imagine.
one question. So one
Onigashima has that
question.
giant sword. Who wielded that sword? Maybe
Yeah,
it was.
right.
Yeah.
Like, there's the idea of the continent pillar. So remember, like, there's the idea of the continent pillar, and ores could have been the one like part of the species. But I do wonder now. So like one idea that's brought up is like the idea in Elbaf, or like, no, it was a Hydrudin in Dressrosa. He brings up the idea of, have you ever seen a giant with an ability, like an actual full-on different power? We haven't seen that yet, and I do wonder if like the idea of, let's say, having leak ability,
technically a giant with the devil fruit power.
Fair. But like I think like the idea would be like, okay, so let's say you have a giant figure like the sun god, who they actually worship in Elbaf. It's also I think in the Big Mom flashback, and then that individual could actually like move countries, continents, that kind of stuff, and so that kind of like created a current day Wano country. Then maybe other things in Elbaf were also altered by this individual that had that same ability, like in long ago, in the distant past, like Aku actually.
That could actually play into Joyboy though. That's why the ores as Joyboy theory is not that bad, because like you think about the ancient kingdom, they were getting disrupted and it was like this whole big continent, I guess. But if you kind of think of the idea of like the original ores being a continent pooler, perhaps Joyboy is like, or I guess ores is like, you know what, I want to save my places, like my country, even if I have to separate them. So hence the whole idea of a continent pooler, and he kind of pulled them all apart. You could easily intertwine both things into one.
She also mentioned that in Japanese, the specific word is not continent pooler. That's a mistranslation. It's actually country pooler, and it's something that I've always kind of thought. Well, I've thought for a long while. It's like, well, if it's the country pooler, does it have to do with the Wano country, which is all these pieces that are each island has a different weather, and it's kind of completely separate from each other, and climate, all that stuff. And I do kind of wonder, I mean, with the skull in Onigashima, a lot of people kind of think, what if Wano was actually the country of the continent pooler? Like after it got filled up with water, maybe it got involved with something like that, and the skull there is the original. Maybe like the original country pooler was not ores. Maybe like the myth is mixed up or whatever. There's like many ways that this could be justified, but I really am kind of fascinated by how that could be tied together.
Yeah, honestly. So I do wonder too, is like outside. So like let's say in this arc currently, it's like you have Frankie options, and then let's say you could have options for, let's say, Nami, because let's say you can get like a better climate attack now, because now there's uses like, let's say, so like you upgrade that stuff with, let's say, some crazy tech, better weather control stuff, because we're seeing like what's going on now where like you have the whole island make like actual Sky Island clouds. I'd want to say if Nami can actually make like Sky Island clouds and like ride them like a Nimbus. I do, because I think at some point someone's gonna have a Nimbus.
Flying Zeus.
I know it's happening. I know it's happening. They have to.
It's too
she has the
lengthy
power
to explain.
pole. Also needs a Nimbus that you can ride around constantly.
It's too lengthy to explain.
Yeah, and that
but
gives-
I have a video that's essentially Pluton is a cloud, and one of the favorite reasons. So there's a whole thing that you guys can go watch, and the reason why I like that is because Pluton, a detail misses is that Odin wanted to open up Wano's borders, and then afterwards we found out that opening Wano's borders releases Pluton, which kind of infers that Joyboy and Pluton are inherently tied together. And we do have, like, Threeville made the Hanuman connection. Joyboy probably has a lot of that, and so how fitting would it be that a Joyboy character, their ride is a cloud, and Pluton could be a cloud? And if you're wondering how that's possible, just go watch that video. It's too lengthy to put in this conversation. The Nimbus thing fits really well there, because then if Joyboy, Luffy, then who's his navigator? It's Nami, right? Nami was navigating a cloud.
And she's the one holding the staff and everything. Go on.
Yeah, right.
But the blueprint to Pluton, I know it's not the actual Pluton, and it's supposed to be a countermeasure, but wasn't it supposed to be exactly to replicate Pluton as well? And if it was, that,
we're not sure if it's exactly. We're not sure, but it was. But in I think it's like 345 or 355 when Iceberg was talking to us. He said that the shipwrights, they built Pluton and then they built a countermeasure. Whether or not it was exact 1-to-1 to Pluton, I don't think was ever.
It goes back what you're saying. The shipwright built Pluton, right? So something that you build, and if it's clouds like Nimbus or something, which is like
go back to Sky Island. They were building the clouds, right? They had a cloud quarry the same way that Wano had a stone quarry. In the same way that Water 7 had a ship thing, Skypiea had factories that they were building these clouds. We had island clouds, we had sea clouds. Why not a ship cloud? there is an option there. And then I made that video before, but then Vegapunk came out and was like, oh, look at me making sky islands now. And I was like, all right, okay, apparently we can build this stuff. So
or a ship that can make clouds like Arc Maxim. I mean, because
Yeah.
Frankie has up in the Sky Island. He wasn't in Skypiea, so he doesn't know that all that crazy tech that they have there. So like the idea, like some of that tech, let's say, be infused in some way with those ancient weapons of yore, maybe, or it could be like an actual living being, just how sure Hoshi is someone. So it gets like a bit tricky with that one, honestly, because I don't want too many of the people be like, you know, actual like living creatures or ancient weapons. That's kind of a bit, I think, too redundant. But I think that there's a possibility where, let's say, we have Frankie for the first time actually utilized, because remember, way back when, I think it was Zoe, he said, I'm going to make these weapons that's Kaido. Never happened. Okay, so I don't know why. So maybe we're going to see that now, and again, in this arc, where we have him actually make something that's like Pluton-ish related. Not the full thing, but something. Yeah. And that'll be like a big buff for, like, let's say, himself, maybe even the Sunny Go. That can transform, let's say, into like a giant Zoid thing at some point.
Cole, do you think that's why Oda gave us the bounty poster with the Sunny instead of the
right? Because I hope so, right? Because like the idea is that I think it was in the bad ending of when Frankie's like 80 years old. I think he's actually like a ship, like when he's 80 years old, something like that, right? I want to see Frankie actually kind of pilot the Sunny Go like some sort of Power Ranger thing, and then that's also somewhat based on, let's say, the Vega Force 01 and or Pluton in some respects. You know, that'd be hella dope.
That'd be some good Laga stuff.
Gundam piece goes hard. Gundam piece goes hard.
I have a question. I have a question for everybody on this topic that's like kind of extended. So do you think that the crew is going to end up all with hockey, or are certain people you think in the future are also going to get hockey, or the ones that have hockey right now, like that's it, just their hockey is going to get stronger at this point? All hockey? You think everyone's gonna have hockey? Okay.
Everyone's gonna get at least one type of hockey per crew member.
I hope.
Okay.
I think the nuance of hockey is very iffy because we are in a combative shonen show, right? So, you know, obviously armament hockey gets the focus, right? Because it's a combat focus. But hockey is willpower. Hockey is literally like what Rayleigh said. Hockey is in every single individual. They just don't realize it. So if you give a reason, a purpose, right? And we saw how crazy hockey can portray itself in Film Red, right? With how Shanks and Usopp and Yasopp did it. So, and then earlier in the conversation, Randy, Hidden, a bunch of people pointed out to Nami and how she senses weather. Maybe that's observation hockey. I think the definition of hockey is going to be expanded, and Elbaf might be the perfect place, tying back to that conversation. And like, interesting enough, Elbaf is actually one of the first places we get alluded to hockey through Dory and Brogy, because their final attack was Rio. Like, I don't know if anyone else has another explanation to it, but their spear of Elbaf was just a Rio swing. And so that was how far back we got, like the nuance of hockey, but that was a combative one. There's so many ways.
Yeah, and a lot of people will argue even Usopp used observation to land that sniper shot. A lot of people throw that out there.
He definitely did.
Yeah, so like if Usopp could get, I'm not, again, like, we're not really saying like top of the line, like Kaido level, Garp level hockey. We're just saying like something to play around and work with.
Usopp is getting Yasopp level observation hockey.
I'm here for that. I'm here for that one. I'm here for that.
So what about Chopper? He got Conqueror's hockey, right? Chopper, Conqueror's hockey thing.
Usopp with Conquerors.
Nami has Conqueror's coding.
Exactly. I'm there. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Luffy.
Recon, thank you so much.
I'm telling you.
That makes sense, actually. Yeah.
Like, it felt like they literally went out of their way to like be like, oh, Jinbei be like, wait, is that Conquerors? Like, it felt like, wait, is this still a joke? It doesn't really feel like a joke anymore.
I'll be real. I feel like Nami, out of all the Straw Hats to get hockey for sure, I feel like it's gonna have to be Nami, and I think specifically observation hockey related to her navigational skills.
Absolutely.
I think that's where it comes in for her. It's observation hockey, and that's gonna play into
like. You guys think Sanji's gonna get Conquerors?
Oh boy!
I would say so, right? Yes.
One wing will have.
He already has it. Come on. He already has it.
Yeah, I did the video on that stuff, and people are like, "No way!" I'm like, "Listen, okay." In Film Red, in Volume 4 Villian, Oda actually tells us that there's an ability that you can use with Conqueror's hockey where you can completely snuff out your presence. It's called
observation killing.
Yes, exactly, right.
Yeah.
So you can kill that ability with Conqueror's Haki. And one thing I always wonder, I'm like, okay, Sanji can, let's say, against Queen.
It's not.
He banished against Queen.
Sorry, can I correct? It's not that you can remove like your presence, but it's specifically that you can stop people from using Future Sight.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, Future Sight killer, right?
Yeah.
Well, the reason why is because, like, on the wiki, like, they have it as you actually can kill your presence somehow, some way. So I'm not too sure, but that's what wiki said when they have that detail. So
King's point,
that's
Larry,
spicy.
We're not going to downplay. We're not going to downplay King and Queen's observation haki, but we got an Onigashima. Sanji, yes, he was invisible, but like, does that eliminate his presence? Because he snuck up on them.
That's the question. That's the question. That's what I'm saying. Like, because he was invisible. He was his whole maybe couldn't even be sensed because he was A, moving so fast, and or B, he was displaying the other ability of Kakusaki. Maybe. So I'm not too because, for example, right? We know that Shanks was there in the Reverie. How did Fujitora or the guys not sense him? Because the guy's nasty like that. He's stuffed in there, Sly Cooper and Thieves.
And Marineford,
God King.
Out of nowhere in Marineford.
God King, yeah. God King.
Shanks
and his crew. Possible. Yeah.
Now,
I think, but hold on, but real quick though, do we need the Straw Hats to be like hockey users to be successful in the world, like Frankie, Robin, Nami? Like, I don't think so. Like, not anymore. I don't say no.
There's room to argue that it would feel very weird because think about all these crews around the world. A lot of them utilize hockey. Wouldn't it be kind of weird, like for the Straw Hats to make it all the way to Laugh Tale, all four road and all that, like, no hockey?
But Blackbeard's crew, he has like 9 Delphi users. Where's their hockey? I mean, it's
Cole. Would you die on that hill that they don't have hockey though? Would you die on that hill?
With some of them, yeah. Some of them, like probably like Katarina, Vasco Shaw may not have hockey.
Nah, what are you on about, man?
Some of those guys have because like definitely top heavy probably.
had hockey, you know.
They have hockey.
Yeah, but like
Page one.
quote hockey. It's like quote hockey, like you know, like
like hockey, like
even
a little
like
bit.
hockey.
Even if you were to go that route,
even Pegasus, even Stronger has hockey.
I think even if you go that route,
if Stronger has hockey, we got an issue, yo.
To be honest, with the whole Blackbeard crew, like I get it. They have devil fruits, they're all utilizing fruits. The captain has 3 devil fruits. But I don't think that necessarily negates the fact or the idea of them all having hockey. That's one thing I never really grasped, especially when you consider like Luffy versus Blackbeard, the epitome of like the Pirate King battle. Wouldn't like one of the biggest battles in One Piece have to deal with devil fruits and hockey rather than just like cutting one out of the picture?
At the end of the day, it's a shonen.
And I think like to Cole's point, right? Even if they did just have devil fruits, I think that's the trap that Kaido was warning, where it's like devil fruits are the easy, accessible powers that are shiny and glowy, and I want a devil fruit to rule the power. But hockey is the earned one, right? So it would make sense if Blackbeard's crew fell into a trap. Like we have all these broken ass powers, and they have hockey also. But then on the flip side, you have a crew that has hockey and that's their bread and butter, then you get like exactly what we're talking about, willpower over everything, right?
Blackbeard brings it down to earth because Blackbeard can have that ability to just negate the devil fruit altogether. So I like the fact that it's like almost like a comparison and a contrast between the devil fruit and the hockey.
Yeah.
Now one interesting go on.
Oh yeah. So I'll just say just like a funny comparison. I was just thinking like you're right, because when you have like fights that are devil fruit versus devil fruit, I always think of Luffy being in a snake in Skypiea until he actually meets Enel, who his devil fruit is like the perfect match. It's like a Pokemon match perfectly, right? So if everything was like a perfect, water beats fire and, like fairy and dragon and just everything was like that, but with no, wait a minute, but what about hockey? How does that come into it? Like, and also now with like this new revelation of Oda bringing into like manifestation and manifesting your destiny and manifesting your powers. Like, I think that's totally something to do with hockey, not even just devil fruits. Just like the will to be better and maybe take your devil fruit to another level, like Luffy obviously did. It's not just rubber.
So one
interesting thing it'd be like I think like if I like Aokiji and Akainu are a great example. A lot of people are like fire magma beats the ice thing, but like they're at a level where maybe they're infusing their hockey, right? So like let's just go with an easier one, grass and someone has Green Bull has the thing, and then fire. But he had enough hockey, so to say, to be like, fire doesn't affect me. You think that'd still affect me, right? So I think that's where hockey comes into play, where it's like, it doesn't matter type advantage. If you believe that you can overcome something, then you can overcome it regardless. And that's
but Par, like it makes Ace look so bad though. It makes Ace look so just dog shit. Like,
Ace didn't have
what were you doing, dude? Like, what were you doing, kid? Like, oh, you got caught your back with your fire.
For
Like,
7 days.
whoa. Yeah, it makes like dog.
That's the only feat.
That's not Conquer's hockey at 11.
Yeah.
I was there looking at 11 years old, looking at Conquer's hockey, and he just
I don't think like a lot of people even notice like Blackbeard conquers hockey, because if you look back at the chapter, like the very first part where Blackbeard and his crew's pulling up on Law, there's literally like black lightning coming out in the air, and the sound effects is zap. And if I'm not mistaken, don't quote me on this, one of the only times we've ever seen that SFX, Cole, you probably know this, is during Conquer's clashes. Conquer clashing, whatever.
That was debatable, but yes, Blackbeard, he had, and also too, I think when their ship is actually, the submarine ship is actually going on the water, you have he's laughing, and then we see like these gigantic black lightning sparks coming out of the water. I'm like, he's hockey then.
Exactly. And like that's not like a narrative problem either. Again, it's like the battle for Pirate King. I guess that's like headcanon, but I feel like most people go down that route. Luffy versus Blackbeard. Shouldn't he have conquers?
So on that note, Cole, like we can't blame Ace for it was Blackbeard and Akainu, right? Like come on, bro. It was Blackbeard and Akainu.
Because like that there's a good chance that Sabo's gonna be, okay, I got this. And Sabo has what Ace doesn't have, like actual good hockey, like really good hockey. So I mean, I just feel like because Ace is like he's so weird. It's like Ace should be way stronger than he is actually in the story, but he's not. It's like
that is actually how he opened up the Reverie
prison
streak.
for days long.
I mean, so was Crocodile. Like what? So was Crocodile.
No, but
Crocodile's pushing weight, getting stronger. Like come on,
bro. Crocodile.
Prison buff, yo. Prison buff. Like, come on. Let's go.
Prison buff.
In prison, yo.
He was benching in there, man.
More lean, mentally
one
stronger.
more question before I go, because I'm going to switch in with Randy, but this is for my own curiosity, too. So if you had to give a hockey to each Straw Hat that does not currently have hockey, we discussed Nami, but everyone else, like, what would you give Brooke? Chopper, what would you give him? Conquerors, obviously, right?
So imagine Monster Point with Conquerors. That would shit my pants.
Yo, Chopper literally anything, bro. My dude has been doing nothing the whole story.
Give him Conquerors. Hey, give him Conquerors so he's not emergency.
Listen.
Get a dude doctor work like he do. He clearly has top level observation.
Yes. That's actually like in terms of the Straw Hats that we're missing, right? I mentioned that the non-combative hockey, right? So like my Usopp video is the most viewed one, but it's like the point about observation hockey, I think, is like Chopper, he's a doctor, right? If you're able to observe your patient and know what's wrong with them, that's exactly what a doctor would need. Being able to tell what's wrong with someone immediately. That might be remember going back to his first ability, brain scope, which a big L that never came back up. But if you replace that with observation hockey and he just looks at someone and is like, that's what's wrong, that's what I need to fix.
Oh yeah, wow. The best doctor.
It's very similar to with Nami being able to tell what storm is coming, right?
Yes.
Like you know what I mean, with observation hockey.
And then on Usopp's side, like to save you guys the 20 minutes of watching the video, what I was saying, what we've seen of Usopp in the Sugar fight, but more importantly, the Perona fight, it was that he made his lies feel true to her. She knew that Usopp was not weak, but through his fight, he convinced her that he was strong enough for a 5-ton hammer and she was about to die. And that alone is hockey. He had enough willpower to convince somebody else that this is what I am capable of and you should be terrified, and then they fainted. And so somewhere in the mix of Conquers or observation hockey, I think that's where Usopp comes in. And the reason why I say Conquers is because Conquers is what was told to us that affects other people. Right. And so we see that with Shanks with the Wi-Fi hockey, right? Like whether it seemed like a mix between him observing Green Bull, observing how far he is on Wano, and then sending a Conqueror's Blast, right? We're seeing a blend of these hockeys. I'm saying that there's probably more of that, and we'll get to a more nuanced form of, it's not just Black Lightning. It's not just sensing how strong someone is. It's going to be sensing way more than that to another another point is Koby at Marineford. It wasn't just that he sensed how strong people were. He sensed the despair. He sensed the sadness. He sensed their emotions, right? Yeah. Emotion sense is one of the important things. And I think that's where observation hockey is going to go into.
Par, you're absolutely right, because remember what Rayleigh told Luffy, that the important thing about observation hockey to him was to read people's intentions. Like what is their actual inner, what's their desire, like everything about the person, their personality is going to come into play when it comes to observation hockey. So that's a great point.
And what about
quick question.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Cole. Yeah,
just because it's off topic. I was thinking about it. Hold on, I'm curious. Matt, how you gonna tackle Chopper in the live action? I'm just curious. Like, what's the play? I'm thinking about now. I'm like, hold on. Like, what's the play with Chopper?
It's gonna look like Sonic.
Watch season 1, so we can get a season 2.
Exactly.
We'll talk about Chopper.
Yeah, no doubt. How's Chopper gonna be like?
We pushing the season 1 propaganda.
How are they gonna get Peter Dinklage and it's just
just gonna use Muppets.
Wonky stuff. What's the play, yo?
I'm doing the Muppets. Season 1 watch parties are gonna
help us get a season 2, and we'll figure it out.
To your point about Brooke, is that what we're talking about music, right? Music might be the conduit towards his possibly conquers or affecting other people.
Right?
Because we actually saw on Sabaody, he had an ability to, it was called Lullaby. And he, oh, that's terrible.
Just please, if anything, just don't do this. Just don't do this, please. If there's anything, do not do this, please. I will watch every single episode 27 times if you don't do this.
Continue.
I gotta lie, yo.
So like,
I wanted to sleep
the thing with music, right? Like we're seeing that like even in our world, right? I bet each one of us has a song that puts you in a mood, right? To affect other people. That's a conqueror's like ability. I think when you think of conqueror abilities, you start thinking about top musicians who sway a whole crowd and type of things, a whole concert, a whole venue. Brooke did that at Sabaody, and the Return to Sabaody. He made them feel
soul power and like hockey. You can argue are somewhat different, like fundamentally. Not like, oh, okay, well, boom, like they're come on. Maybe they're along the same lines, but Oda hasn't like kind of like demonstrated that just yet. You argue,
right?
Like, and you can argue that.
And then Cole, to your point, right? The ways Conquers knocks out people, we saw a very similar depiction of that when Soul King debuted in Whole Cake Island on the homies, right? That was against Souls, yes, that might have made it easier, but who's to say that Brooke can't ascend to a different level, right? The people at Sabaody, maybe they were just regular people, right? So maybe that's the lower realm of it. Maybe
hockey does affect devil fruit powers, so the pieces, I think hockey did have an impact.
It could even be something as simple as like with Law broke out of the female Law. It could be that maybe a bunch of people are affected by a certain thing, right? And then Brooke makes a song and breaks them all out of it. It could be as simple as that.
Buggy also has
I like that.
He has influence over people and
Yusuf,
some low level.
No,
this is a real. I'm waiting for the anime balls deep comment on my Buggy video where I say exactly that. Go for it, bro.
I've been saying it for day one. Buggy must have a low level to Conqueror's hockey. Not obviously
it's not low. It's high, bro.
Okay, it must be higher, but it's not visible, right? To the eye. His influences. He has crazy influence. Like people follow him. Like you can't even. Like the way he gets worshipped, it doesn't make sense unless he has conquerors.
Rocksteady Buggy, man. You gotta get hit. You gotta get hit. Rocksteady Buggy. Go do your research. I'm so dead ass when I say that.
So actually, if I could make a point about the Buggy, about the Buggy thing real quick. So think about this though. Is it possible that maybe there is a luck factor involved that's an actual tangible luck factor? Because we have all these other wild concepts like dreams and stuff being a reality. Maybe there's such a thing as actual measurable luck, and people like Buggy have it. We know that Blackbeard relies heavily on his luck, right? When he went into Impel Down,
Usopp has luck for sure.
And then causality manipulation. Yeah.
In One Piece, there's no such thing as luck. Luck is something that you don't have the numbers to. It's not random.
There's free will.
A lot of free will. There's actually destiny and free will. They come out like weave together. If you remember Hawkins and how he uses his devil fruit, right? He measures probability. And he sees the weave of destiny in some sense. So there's no such thing as luck. It's all about destiny and how individual characters and their haki is connecting to that destiny. And that's how I see it.
I get that. I'm just saying this is a manga filled. This is a manga filled with magical things. The concept of luck is a magical concept, and we had literally in a One Piece movie a devil fruit that could remove your luck. We had a luck fruit. Oda designed the fruit. There is luck in One Piece, bro, and this is what I'm saying. It's like there are characters that might be inherently more lucky than other characters, and this might actually be a thing that's just not really talked about.
Would that play into fate though, or what is your take on that?
Because
maybe that plays into the fate of a character. You know, like with Joyboy and Luffy recently, you know, there's like this heated debate that like, oh, is Luffy like the chosen one and all that? Maybe the whole luck factor just plays into the fate concept.
I think what with luck, right? I think karma, fate, I think those are concepts that definitely are like a video on it. But I think luck, we talked about earlier on, is kind of subjective, right? Depending on what the character wants, that determines what luck could be. And for example, Luffy and Kid both wanted to go to Elbaf. Luffy drew the short end of the stick. But you guys hit me back with like, is Kid unlucky or is Luffy unlucky? Well, it's perspective. Maybe Luffy should be on Egghead, right? So that seemed to be the best route for him. So when we're talking about luck, it's like, it depends on what the character wants too, because they could be, I think going back to the Buggy conversation, Buggy's motivations, what he does, doesn't match what his fate and destiny is, which is why it ends up feeling like he's unlucky. But you look at Impel Down, you look at everything that went along with that, that's a huge amount of luck. But Buggy doesn't like all of that. Even the Cross Guild, the fact that he's the leader of Mihawk and Crocodile, that's hella luck. He might not like it, but he's not running with it, right?
But the question is, can you, because this is where, and Par has this idea too, and I kind of agree with him in a way, but we've had this discussion before. Can you manipulate luck with hockey? So is hockey, as you said before, the precursor to Death Fruit abilities themselves? So the fire hockey, ideally, the lightning hockey, ideally, are these Death Fruit powers, you can argue, stem from a hockey abilities at their fundamental root? Because we also see now that with enough hockey, you can actually full-on cancel abilities if your hockey's strong enough, like Kaido, Big Mom, Law does it too. So you have to wonder, okay, so can someone just actually, so like, is Buggy or is Luffy, are they able to like instinctively control causality in some way?
Yeah,
like they're Griffin with their hockey.
So it seems like fate is like the father of this all, because like if you look at Blackbeard, right, a lot of people will say, oh, he lived in Marineford, he was lucky, everything Impel Down was lucky. But if you anytime like a character approaches Blackbeard's crew and they start talking, what do they mention? Fate, like over and over. You ask, talk to Van Augur, fate, Shiryu, fate. That's how like Shiryu and Blackbeard ran into each other. That's what they claimed. So I think maybe like this whole luck thing is just playing into the fate idea of One Piece, because to me that always seemed a little bit more prevalent, and it seems like luck is just going under that umbrella.
The quick answer, Cole, about that, because you asked about it, was that luck, right? Like we talk about success, right? Like it's being in the right place at the right time. Like that's a huge thing. But then also Oda just showed us what bad timelines look like, right? Luffy in that moment aged up poorly, right? Oda showed us what a good timeline and a bad timeline looks like. What are the differences between the two? It's the decisions along the way. Correct. So your luck could play in, but if you make bad decisions, that is you controlling your luck. That's you controlling your destiny. Oda has shown us, yes, there's destiny, yes, there's fate, but you could fall into a bad timeline. Luffy got aged up just now.
Wait, can you give me a second? What I was simply trying to say that I think that Hidden can corroborate this too, is that in Japanese culture, just as a concept, luck and fate are basically like the same thing. They're just kind of like, there's this specific idea that luck is sort of how your own fate is determined. So I think that these two concepts are interchangeable.
Thank you. And just to add to that, I just want to make just a little point. The concept of observation hockey and seeing into the future is a thing in One Piece. Even, Madame Charlie and even some, Katakuri can see a few seconds in the future. What's the extent to observation hockey? Who's to say 800-900 years ago, there's a man who had some next observation hockey who saw into the future, like Toki went to the future because for what reason, right? But a man could, and knowing the future per se and weaving it with their own hockey, is like through imbuement and giving knowledge and doing your own little subset of works, you will kind of fundamentally change your kind of direct future into what you've seen to make sure it does happen. The fact about the prophecy about Shirahoshi coming, the prophecy about this, the dawn of the sun, like all of these things, these are prophecies that came into play. Right now, you can say this is luck. It just luckily happened, or it's prophesized and then destiny fell into play. I believe in destiny, and I don't think anything in One Piece is luck. Luffy being, suddenly the main protagonist in the come on, nothing's luck in One Piece. That's the real here, man. It's all faith. It's just
so that kind of ties.
The way that I feel about everything about this, the way I feel about all of this is, I don't think it's one or the other. I think it's more so that Oda wants to basically present the question to you, like, is there luck? Is there fate? Because there are certain characters that believe in it and there are others that don't. If you see Blackbeard and his crew, they're constantly talking about fate, luck, all of this stuff.
Curry, right there. Yeah.
Luffy does not, right? And I mean, Matt can probably attest to this. Like, Oda is a huge Terminator fan. Like, he's got a giant Terminator statue in his office. I've only got a head, but the thing is like, there's no fate but what you make for yourself. So you can. Luffy is moving through the story, and yes, he does have like the chosen one aspects of it, and things are landing there. And I think that there may be a way that Oda is trying to weave this idea of luck. I mean, certainly the Blackbeard pirates believe this, so like they think that there is something bigger there. So whether they are correct, that's more so the question that we really need to get into. Like, do they know something that we don't? But as far as like the heroes and the protagonists, they're moving through the world just on their own, and we are following them. So
Luffy's not really a thinker though. He's just go. So I don't know how much that can necessarily apply to Luffy. And like.
It can, because it's actually about free will. The thing that all of the things that we're talking about, whether it's luck, destiny, fate, all of these things are the same as far as the One Piece story is concerned, because they're the antithesis of free will. That's the thing that drives these characters forward. So Luffy doesn't have to be a thinker. He has drive. He has something that he's
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Just to add to that, another example of Blackbeard being the complete opposite of Luffy.
But how much of free will can play into it if, for instance, if you can see into the future, or someone can see into the future, they know what's going to happen, let's say 5 years down the line. Now, the person that's living their life and don't know the future, they don't know what's going to happen. So they're just thinking, they're just doing their own intentions, they're following their own, they're having a free will, right, to themselves. But the person who's seen the future already, to them it's not really free will. For them it's already so luck. It's not luck to the person who saw the future. It's luck to the person who's living the day-to-day, the present, who can't see the future. So it was all dependent on whose perspective you're looking at. Are you looking at Joyboy's perspective 800 years ago, Toki's perspective, Madame Charlie's perspective? Whose perspective are you looking at? Are you looking at Luffy's perspective? Doesn't care. He don't care about anyone's backstory. He fell asleep when Nami's backstory was happening. He don't care. He just moves forward and just goes into his own little bubble, and he just follows his own intentions, own desires. But is he following his own intentions because he thinks he's following his own intentions, or is there something like behind him, a greater play, and that's weaving things into motion due to Haki? What pushes someone to do something? What makes you want to eat? Like, oh, I want to eat today. I'm hungry. Let me eat chocolate, like chocolate ice cream. Why? You think you want to eat it because you're driving, your intentions are, oh, that's my interest, I'm making that decision. Or there's some influence, social engineering, that's socially engineering when you're young, and then now you like chocolate ice cream. Like a lot of things, I'm not trying to be too deep, but I'm trying a lot of things like saying that people have free will. I think that's just, I'm not trying to be a hard determinist, but I think people think they have free will, and we think they have free will, but in reality, there's no such thing as free will. I don't know.
I just want to say, I think you'd appreciate this. When you asked earlier, you said, is there a connection between luck and Haki? There's a quote that I live by. I love this quote. Thomas Jefferson said, I'm a big believer in luck, and I find that the harder I work, the luckier I get. So I think that's a real
You make your own luck. Yeah.
You make your own luck. So that's what I'm saying. Like with Luffy and all these characters, like they're super lucky, but these are also real hard workers, and they're the ones that that's why I think there is a correlation.
Yeah. There. So that's true, because in Whole Cake Island, remember, they affected the future. That throws like a whole wrench in like what like fate is, what's something that's gonna happen. Like didn't Katakuri see into the future, and then don't quote me on this.
It was
Capone, and then they interrupted it, so you can affect the future to some extent.
Yeah. So
and also on Matt's point too,
the future. Yeah. So
and then also like on Matt's point too about the idea of free will. One of the things that's very interesting is that when the Goro say when they find out that Sabo's on Lucia Kingdom, they say, okay, well, he's an unlucky man. It's as destiny made it to be, right? And then the idea is that, okay, well, someone like Luffy, so like there's destiny to me, you could argue, but then that's kind of like at odds with say his own freedom and desire because he wants to be the freest guy in the ocean. So like there could be a point in time in the future where like he finds out that there's a quote destiny. He's like, no, like what? I'm gonna do me. I'm the freest guy, and no one's gonna really hold me down because that's kind of like that struggle that you go like that greater sort of causality, fate sort of struggle between that concept of free will and the concept of destiny / unlucky fate.
The moment he finds out that's destined for him changing his mind, saying, "No, I don't want that." That also might have been destined. That this is a complicated.
You can argue that too. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could too. You could too.
But I mean, we can get even deeper and start talking about manifestation. I mean, Luffy's already doing it with goggles and all this other stuff. It's just
I've been talking about. It's all about manifesting the idea into reality, and that's what Luffy's doing. He wants to be Pirate King. He'll be Pirate King.
Yeah.
Because Oda wrote it down. And
so I want to introduce another person making their first stop at a Reverie. Okay, this is a probably the newest newcomer that we've had, but he's had some good rise. Dax Sake. All right, he's
hello.
Welcome.
Let's go.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Me and you here.
You didn't get bag, bro.
I might be new to making videos, but I've been watching you guys for years. I mean, 2018 probably Cole and Tekking and Rogersbase back when there weren't that many people. Oh yeah, I've been around for a minute, so it means a lot to be on here, guys. Like this is tremendous. Thank you guys so much.
Shots down.
Deserved.
Yeah, and you guys might not know much about me, but I think like two of the biggest things to know, at least as far as like my theories and my fandom goes, I guess, is I think Pluton is a mole and the One Piece is an afro, and those are kind of my my name's my call to fame, I guess. So
I like that after one.
Let's go. Pillow in the back.
Me too. Let's go.
Yep, I got the Parvision pillow in the background. It's actually the Pluton Mole Gang Parvision collab pillow.
That's awesome. Let's go. I like this.
So give people at least the spark notes of the Pluton's a mole thing because I do like that one.
Yeah, so Pluton is a mole. So obviously Pluton is the god of the underworld, right? So that's kind of where the theory started was, okay, well, if Poseidon is in the sea, that one was accurate, right? Like that is the god of the sea. All right, well, this one's probably going to be underground. So I started thinking, all right, what animals go underground? And mole was just one of them, but that wasn't really a good starting point. But then if you look in the Gadatsu cover story, there is a mole that digs under the sea from a hot spring island under the sea to Alabasta, and they actually turn that into a tunnel that tourists can use. So that way, like, there's a permanent tunnel, so you don't even have to go on the sea anymore. So obviously, a mole isn't a ship, but it accomplishes the same thing, right? You can go island to island, and it's even safer, right? Because you don't have to worry about the weather and everything, or even anyone finding you. You have your own route to make, right? And then also that same mole on his helmet has the very same symbol of Mount Fuji that we see in Wano. Whenever we see the whole map, it's identical. And then behind it is also the traditional Japanese sun with like the red one with like the 16 rays of sun coming off it. So it's like that's like old right there. So it's like, how does that mole even have that symbol on his helmet, right? And then obviously like it dug a hole to Alabasta, and Alabasta has the poneglyph that talks about Pluton's location. So then, and that's in Wano. So let's go to Wano. They said that, or Sukiyaki said Pluton is sleeping or at rest beneath the mansion. And also Usopp, this wasn't even in any of my mole videos, but Usopp in Serp Village, one of his lies to Klahadore was, oh, I saw a legendary mole burrow under the mansion. And so then also one of the biggest things I think to the theory is the port that's at the very bottom of Wano and Old Wano that pulls people up. The vertical one that pulls people up is called Mogura Port, and Mogura is mole. And so that one's right above where Pluton is.
Oh, that's not bad. Yo, the mole spear from Katakuri.
I'm loving it.
Katakuri's mole spear. Let's go.
And the mole spear from Katakuri is kind of shaped like Wano. It's like 3 points, right? It's like the walls and then Mount Fuji in the middle, right? There's all sorts of symbolism there. There's all sorts of stuff.
I don't know if you said it for the chat to look it up, but the boss of the earth, right? And that's what Pluton, right? Like, and that's like one of the heaviest things that I think, like, between that and then tying to Wano, and it was present in Arabasta where we learned about Pluton. So why would Oda drop that there?
Exactly.
If not for foreshadowing.
And if the mole was found near Alabasta, it was Ukari Island, but it dug to Alabasta, so it's pretty close by, right? And then the poneglyph there is talking about Pluton. Like, well, actually, the poneglyphs don't say what the ancient weapons are, because Odin was like, oh, I didn't know Poseidon was going to be a mermaid. So, like, Robin doesn't know that it's a mole, probably, because it wouldn't say it. But it would make sense that like the poneglyph would be there because that's probably where the mole started, right? Like that's like where it was born. Like there, because like that, like Vision was saying, the one that Gadatsu found was the boss of the earth or the dirt boss. So it's like, what if in the past there was a way bigger one, right? Or even Joyboy could have stretched one potentially. And then in Water 7, Iceberg said like the ancient shipwrights made Pluton or constructed Pluton. But think about Laboon, who is an animal that's constructed to have people inside of it. So what if it's just a giant mole that was just modified to have people in it, which sounds kind of crazy, but the dirt boss had the same thing. His helmet was modified to have people in it. He like the mole took Gadatsu and a different guy with him underground. Like it's possible to ride in the mole.
I think also one part of that thing is the duality of ancient weapons. Shirahoshi could destroy the planet or she could, save it. And I think your version of Pluton has the the explanation is Pluton can destroy an island in one shot. And I like your explanation for why.
Thank you.
So how does it go?
Yeah. Thank you for reminding me of that part. So also obviously Pluton's supposed to be able to destroy islands, right? And Nami, I guess I should say in Wano, we saw one potential way to destroy islands might be getting down into the magma under the island and causing a massive eruption, right? Like, well, that didn't destroy Wano. That was a massive eruption, like huge, right? So a smaller island, if the same thing happened, it's probably destroyed. And the thing is, there's actually lava under the sea everywhere in One Piece because Nami told us about that when we were in Alabasta because we found a hot spot where like the water was like boiling like on the surface. And she was like, oh, there's actually more magma under the sea than there is on land. So then if you're able to dig underground, like already, because that's just what the mole is doing normally, and then you dig into like magma pockets under islands, you can just destroy islands just without anyone even knowing what's going on, right? You can just go underground and dig right into the lava.
It's like a canon version of the Dinostones, basically. That's kind of what it is. Yeah.
Would you say that the mole is like? Are you saying that like Pluton, the warship's literally a mole, or are you saying that like the mole in Gadatsu's cover story is like a vessel to foreshadow how Pluton was under Wano? That's what I want to know.
Oh yeah, it's like that's just an example. Like it's probably like a distant relative type thing. Like that's just like maybe like the Pluton is a mole from the distant past, and like the ancestors are like normal moles. Like for instance, Joyboy could have just stretched a mole to a huge size, right? Like we don't know how Zunisha is as big as she is, right? What is it like? A lot of people have said Zunisha's stretched. What if he just stretched a mole? Which carrying off of that, there's actually an anime only episode in Long Ring Longland where Tanji, the main guy in Long Ring Longland,
right? Yeah.
Or Tanji, his Rentoto, I think, his son. He's a champion hole digger, and he dug like Long Ring Longland's 10 points around like it's like most of it's underwater and they have to wait. But his son was able to dig point to point by digging underground. So it was like he was digging island to island, and he did that with a mole. It was a mole like with a bunch of O's because it was a super long stretched out mole. So it's like that could just be Pluton and just modified to have people inside of it, and so that would look a little bit like the Rocket Man, like the Sea Train Rocket Man thing. If you look at it, it's supposed to be designed like a shark, but you could easily twist that into being shaped like a mole from One Piece. So it's like, what if Tom knew what Pluton the mole looked like because of the blueprints or whatever? Like, even though that's supposed to be accounts, or maybe he just was able to assume it or whatever, right? And so he built like a different version. He's like, well, I can't make it go underground and all that, but maybe I can make a top of the ocean version. So it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, see, what I like about this is that it feeds into my idea that it's human, humanoid, and then animal for every ancient weapon. So Shirahoshi, Sea Kings, and then maybe this mole is in the same class of species as like Zunisha.
Right.
Something similar to that, and then we just need a conduit like Shirahoshi is to the Sea Kings to move that mole. So whether that's Momonosuke, but I also, I love the idea, and I've always loved this if it, can happen, is to just add that extra of importance to Vivi, as if she could be a conduit to one of these ancient weapons, whether it's Uranus or Pluton. And I've talked about this a lot because when during Alabasta, the moment that Crocodile gets really serious about Pluton, and he says, "Where is Pluton?" There is like a zoom in on Vivi with like the biggest question mark Oda's ever drawn, and it's just like, are we directing ourselves to this? is there something to look, more into this? And then when it rains, I don't know if this ties into, maybe just the voice of all things, maybe it's some sort of, hockey, but when Vivi yells out to the entire, just everybody in Alamarna, and right before it rains, it's drawn exactly the same way when Shirahoshi first uses her ability to call the Sea Kings. Like the same facial expression, everything like that. So ever since I, was able to put those two things together, I was like, Vivi might be like one of these conduits.
And with the moles being from Alabasta, it would make, if it is a mole, that would make Vivi the perfect option. And then I think Isa is a good option for Uranus. That's a whole different discussion. Little girl from Skypiea arc.
Right.
But yeah, Vivi, I think, perfect fit for sure, Randy. I think Vivi's definitely, I shouldn't say definitely, but I like the idea that she is, controlling one of the ancient weapons, or is
there's
one
something more
so
to
these
her,
are these
obviously.
sovereigns, right? Then these are the sovereigns that the Sea Kings mentioned. That'd be the idea.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
Yeah,
and each sovereign will be able to control like a weapon of some kind.
People might be wondering, like, how
Artur
is
can probably correct me in here because Artur probably understands the Japanese better. But isn't a sovereign referring to only two sovereigns, which I understood to be either Joyboy and Poseidon? And Joyboy, we know, obviously met Shirahoshi, and then there was a prophecy of the whales. The whales was rejoicing just in the thought of them meeting. But when Luffy came out of went into the new world just after meeting Shirahoshi, what happened? We saw a pot of whales going crazy. Boom, outside the sky. That means the prophecy was completed. Yeah. So when it comes to the sovereigns, the two sovereigns already met. So I don't think there's any. I did a whole video on this, so just check it out.
Okay.
But but just to clarify, I don't think there's any extra sovereigns like within that prophecy. Though on the topic of who the conduit for Uranus could be, I think it's more likely to be. I know this is probably everyone's like, okay, a Momo. I tell you why though, not because of the Kozuki line, but because of his mother, Toki. Why did she come all? Yeah, why did Toki randomly from like long, like probably 800 years ago, jump into the future? Kept jumping until she got to where she is, and then she smashed Odin, and then they had a kid. Who was her father? That's what I want to know. Who was her father?
Hey,
and I have a feeling her father was linked to was it Wano, and very close friend of Zunisha. Right, that's why Zunisha, or at least like the owner of Zunisha, or like the master of Zunisha, that's why Zunisha can hear Luffy, hear Odin, hear Roger, but only took commands from whom? Momo. Not because of the mother, Toki, because Toki's father. Yeah, and I think that's why he's. Anyway, I don't know.
The only pushback
I'm just a fan of consistency.
But I agree with the Amatsuki line is that the reason why Momo commanded him in the first place was Luffy prompted him, and Zunisha was in a situation that prompted a command, whereas when Odin and Roger were there, they felt the presence, but there was no reason for them to even speak out or address it.
Yeah, but it was said that
they couldn't speak back. They said, "Who are you?"
That was specified.
Right. But in terms of the commands, right, like Luffy and I don't know if how Momo is, but I agree with you in the sense of like there is that separation. I also had the same thing that maybe the Amatsuki line is important in that regard. But something I wanted to ask Artur actually was, isn't sovereign also the word that they use for conquerors? So like, isn't when they're saying like the two conquerors meeting, or am I off base there?
Actually, sovereign isn't even the word. The original Japanese version for that scene specifically uses the two kings. But it should be noted that in Japanese, kings isn't necessarily just male gender, just listing in One Piece, because Big Mom has like used Pirate King. Conquerors instead literally means conqueror king.
Yeah, so I remember in some translations.
That's because that's Haosuku.
Yeah, when they said
more sense if it's king, because if you think about it, Shirahoshi or the original Poseidon was the queen, or at least the sovereign, the leader of the sea people.
Yeah.
Joyboy, if you follow the inspiration of, as we all know about Joyboy, he was a king. And also, I'm not saying Joyboy was the king at his time of the Ancient Kingdom, but it's not far-fetched to think he was the leader, a representation, had his own fleet of people.
I mean, Ancient Kingdom.
Yeah, Ancient Kingdom. So he could be the king of that kingdom, and that Poseidon was a queen, king, sovereign, whatever. And them two met. The pods, the whales, all that good stuff happened. We all know, we've seen it.
It's like Luffy has the grand fleet, but he himself doesn't want to lead the grand fleet. Like they just
I also think that the whales want to kind of destroy the Red Line, and I think that like Laboon obviously wanted to destroy the Red Line, kind of to meet with the Rumber Pirates, but maybe that was part of the instinct. And like when the idea is that when Shirahoshi and Luffy meet, not just for the first time, but especially when Luffy will guide Shirahoshi, as he will also guide Momo to unleash Pluton and all that stuff, and the ancient weapons are used to destroy the Red Line and the Grand Line, the whales will rejoice because finally the world will be open and will be free like they always wanted to.
And something about that actually is chapter 616. We learn a few things about that, the graveyard of ships, but also in that line they say that the whales know where fertile land is. And so like you're saying, we saw that pot of whales slamming into the Red Line, but we also saw Laboon slamming into it for a different reason. But actually, like, maybe the Red Line has some kind of significance as to why it is. And I think that's where Hidden was chiming in about a specific theory of his.
I wasn't gonna go into my theory. I just wanted to make a dumb joke about. I was just gonna say the imagery that Yusuf brought to my mind was just Zoe like waiting around for 800 years just for Toki's cheeks to get clapped. I just think that's the funniest thing. It's just like the drums of liberation.
It was destiny, bro.
I try to alley you. He's
waiting to hear the drums. He's waiting to hear the drums the whole time, and then he hears just like.
So technically, this is all Toki's fault for jumping too far into the future.
That's right.
Yeah.
She could have had the prophet way sooner, huh?
No,
Right.
Who's to say Toki didn't have other kids? Who's to say Toki didn't have other kids in the middle? She said she jumped a bunch of times. Who knows? Maybe Momo has a bunch of brothers.
Also, shout out to Prototype Napping Virgo for joining. He's in here now.
It's time for the start of
quick aside.
He's actually got a good mic now.
I actually learned how to plug it in.
Oh, you've been using the mic in his head for years?
Oh, rare Virgo W.
What's up, cousin? What's going on?
Shout out to the over 2K still in here. Thanks, Gio, for mentioning that.
Shout out to them. I just want to say, so anime went balls deep. So when you came up with your name?
Bro, you know what?
What?
Our channel was actually owned by two people, to myself and my friend Ardal, right? And this has happened like 7 years ago. Anime Balls Deep, funny enough, my friend, we were on a Discord, not Discord, it was back in the day, it was TeamSpeak, So TeamSpeak conversation. Funny enough, my friend's brother had a channel called Yu-Gi-Oh! Balls Deep, and we also used to watch Hodge Twins at that time. I have to just mind you, So I don't know if you know who Hodge Twins are, but you got to check them out a bit.
I do.
So I'm like right now I'm married. I got a kid. My friend is also married. His kid's on the way. This is back when we were young. I just at uni times. So Anime Balls Deep just felt right. It just
Did you ever have like
right?
Do you ever sometimes get like a?
You have balls. Get deep into the story. I feel it.
I don't think that you're going balls deep into every single topic. Look at today what we're doing. We just went balls deep into One Piece.
And you ever have like exactly? And Odin was balls deep into Toki. I mean, from what I can summarize from that conversation is that Odin was balls deep in Toki because the Void Century penis couldn't cut it.
Yeah, pretty much. You're right. That's fact.
Virgo, we're gonna have to tone down a little bit here.
My apologies.
That's topic of nicknames. Virgo, how'd you get that name?
So what a way to just enter the room is just like, hey.
I guess it's better than sleeping, right?
Do you ever get like a moment when you get like a work email and it says, "Esteemed Mr. Anime Balls Steve"?
Yo, I gotta see that one. I gotta see that email.
Mr. Balls Deep.
I like that. I want to. No, they're just ABD now. Just
Mr. Balls.
More formal.
Well, unfortunately, on that note, I think I'm gonna have to take my exit now.
I think Yusuf, I think we gotta take our exit too because we gotta wake up early tomorrow.
I gotta wake up early. I told you I got a kid to go to school. I'm old, guys. I'm old. All right, I'm old.
Congratulations.
He's not old. He's seasoned.
Thanks, guys. Randy, for having us. Honestly, really do appreciate it. And hopefully next Reverie, we're gonna come a bit earlier. And
all good. Appreciate you, Anime Balls Deep, ABD. Both of you guys, thank you for joining us. And then, of course, the special guest of the event, making his return almost as long as it takes to have an actual in-story Reverie, my man, Matt Owens. And also, I want everybody in the chat to, drop some emojis, drop some claps in here. Matt, was here for 8 hours.
Amazing.
Okay.
It was a great time. Thank you, Randy, for putting it on this year. Thank you, chat, for having me. Thank you to everybody else. Good to see those of you who I know. Hidden Par, the rest of you guys, King of Lightning. It's nice to meet those of you that I haven't met before.
Absolutely. Pleasure.
Very nice to chop it up with you guys a little bit.
Pleasure, man.
Yeah. I will catch you all later.
Yo, good talking to you, Matt.
Have a good one. Thank you.
Thanks for
later,
doing
brother.
you.
See you later.
Have a good one, y'all.
Have a good one.
Have a good one. Randy, did you guys? I haven't been here the entire time. You guys already addressed Elbaf, I'm sure.
We definitely did a little bit, but by all means, what are your thoughts, man?
My thoughts about there are those that are saying that Big Mom's going to be returning.
Let's go.
Elbaf.
My girl.
Yes.
I don't like it.
Suffer.
And the reason why I don't like it, I know people want the whole thing with her Mother Caramel to be resolved and her figuring out what happened with the kids. How prevalent is that? Do we really truly need to get that in Elbaf?
With pudding as important as it seems now in the story, I think it's going to be even more relevant to bring Big Mom back, because I've always needed Pudding to use her ability on Big Mom. I need the in-story reason for Pudding's ability. Now, there's the whole third eye ability, the awakening of that, but the purpose of going into memories. So now I did like what was brought up earlier, and I can't remember exactly who was saying it, but that Pudding could be used to extract the memories of God Valley from Garp.
Yeah.
That's fun. But I think for something more narrative driven, we should have something during Elbaf to, while Big Mom is there, to settle everything with the giants, whether it's that one giant that got away, that saw what happened, and that, comes into play as well. But also we need Pudding to just have it out with her mother. It's just, there's such a toxic relationship there. And then it's how about, she needs to deal with her trauma. So Pudding puts those memories that have already been locked away, basically down with, Bing Bong in the, to make an Inside Out reference. And we need to pull that out and have Big Mom sort of deal with that. And then maybe that's sort of the epiphany that just sort of rockets her into doing everything that she wants to do, but for a better reason.
I think just before people continue on the conversation, might be important to back it up just a little bit, because maybe some people in the chat don't agree. I don't know your guys' opinions here. Big Mom and Kaido still being alive and returning to the story, period. Because what you were talking about and Virgo's talking about, it hinges on them being alive. And I think if Big Mom's
I'm not
alive,
even talking about
alive.
Kaido. I'm only talking about Big Mom, because the Big Mom pirates were said by Big News Morgans to have gotten away. So, and for that to be told to us, there's narrative relevance, meaning that at some point they're going to return. And the key thing to have them return is if during that gigantic eruption, Big Mom was part of the things that got launched out of that eruption. And the Big Mom pirates then grab Big Mom, like my guy Yamil in the chat, brought up many months ago. Smoothie can wring her out for all the magma, and then we just have a damaged. We just have a damaged Big Mom that we have to deal with, but she's still a tank.
Another thing about Big Mom is remember during Wano, Big Mom had this mini little speech where she's like, "Oh, a piece of the One Piece is here, or a part of the One Piece is here." That was something really, really big at the time. So maybe that could be another reason to have her come back, and it solves the things with Whole Cake Island, Pudding, and then that could.
What
that
if
could
she
be another
saw
great reason.
something down there while she was still conscious?
Pluton.
Back chart up. I just came back from the One Piece. She's just right.
I was already there.
I'm really excited because now with all the factions moving in the One Piece world, obviously Big Mom's crew is one of the more interesting ones, and I'm going to assume Katakuri is going to attempt a similar type of ordeal, to go attempt similar to Whole Cake, He's gonna go try to get Pudding back, and it might be a solo mission. I'm not sure, but if Katakuri goes to get Pudding back, and like Randy says, now Katakuri with Pudding, let's just say the Big Mom pirates come in, they get Katakuri with Pudding, or Katakuri finds a way with Pudding to get to Elbaf with Big Mom and them going there first. Regardless, however it ends up happening, I think it'll be better for the story if Katakuri were to go to get Pudding, because remember, it all happened on his watch. And I think after the cover story at this point, we have to have some sort of payoff for Katakuri after having seen what happened with the Straw Hats in Whole Cake Island, is inspired to go get his sole individual, paralleling, Sanji being by himself in Yonko territory. Now we're gonna have a Pudding in Yonko territory surrounded with all these other individuals. If Katakuri pulls up by himself to attempt to get Pudding, I think that's one of my that's my dream scenario. And then if he were to actually successfully do it, because that's a talking point of discussion too, because Aokiji's going to be there, obviously Garp, Blackbeard, and everything. But if he's able to win that chaos, get Pudding back with all the other insanity that happens, and then we head over to Elbaf, the Big Mom pirates are going to be much, much closer than they were back in Whole Cake Island, and it's going to be some exciting stuff. But I love that memory thing that you brought up, Randy. I think it's a lot of great potential there for Pudding's character.
And you spoke of basically the trauma that she's had with Big Mom growing up. I mean, she's been mistreated, but it's weird how much blind faith she has in Big Mom as well. She's like, "Oh, Linlin's not dead." Like, are you kidding?
True. That is how she acted.
And I was very thrown off by that, considering all the trauma that she had with her.
I think it might be a situation where, like, how bad she is. Like, she knows, like, Big Mom is always gonna come back. Like, that's one of those things, like, you didn't kill her. Like, that monster, like, that, I could see it being that way, less of a reverence for Big Mom.
Instead of a good riddance.
Yeah, more like
some ideas that, like, maybe she has Big Mom's Vivre card or something. That's how she's, like, set in stone and knows that she is alive.
Everybody's got Mama's card.
Yeah.
That's true.
Well, at least there's multiple, right? Like, it wasn't Chiffon, it was start with an L, the daughter that Lola had the Vivre card, right? So then it could easily be that Pudding has the Vivre card, and that, like,
I'm just picturing a scene now where they're fighting whatever Blackbeard's doing, whatever, and Pudding shows the Vivre card, and then it starts to move. Like, Big Mom, like, starts to get closer, and then it starts to move.
That's the way I need to. That's the reveal I need. Like, if Oda's going to do it anyway, that's the way it needs to go.
Yeah. Big Mom comes back there, I'm fine. I'm sold on that. That's cool. Like,
someone says, "Oh, Big Mom is dead," and she pulls out the Vivre card. It's like, this is hers.
It is like this tiny.
Yo.
And then, like,
Godzilla music starts playing.
You just hear the Vivre card goes, "Mom."
Hey, on the topic of Vivre cards, though, so a lot of people believe, I guess there's, like, reason to believe that Luffy died during Wano. What are your guys' thoughts on, like, Luffy's Vivre card that, like, the Grand Fleet had? Do you guys think it just erased into nothing, or did it come back into existence? What are the thoughts here?
I think that Luffy dying is sort of like an assumption that some people jump to, but it's, like, never really been said. It's something that, like, Kaido mentioned like that, but I think it's just simply that Luffy went into cardiac arrest and then simply kind of came back. But I don't think, like, Luffy necessarily died, because he literally would have lost the fruit if he did.
Yeah.
So
unless that there is, a part of the prophecy that we learn about Joyboy involves dying. That's the only way that we'll get a confirmation.
Yeah, but again, the fruit would
disappear. Even with cardiac arrest, I would assume that it would still burn up, because when you saw what was happening with Aces as he was getting abused at Impel Down.
Yep.
And what happened?
But it didn't fully. Yeah, I agree, but it didn't fully disappear. Is what I mean. I also imagine
he didn't go into cardiac arrest.
Yeah. But I know, but it didn't fully disappear. It just started to burn up. But I also think, like, imagine what someone like Bartolomeo must have felt like. Saying that,
no, they're going to out.
Yeah. And it's kind of like,
the thing with that is that it's been weeks, and they never came to Wano.
Yeah.
They never.
Maybe they saw the news right after, and they were like, "Oh, okay, it seems like they're fine." But
and a lot did happen that we didn't see, right? There's a lot like we saw Blackbeard and Boa that happened weeks ago, and we didn't see that till after the fact. So maybe some other big stuff happened that we haven't learned about, because Robin said, like, "Hey, some stuff happened with your friends. Like, do you want me to tell you?" And he was like, "Oh, I trust you. Tell me what's important or whatever." So
Great point.
And maybe they weren't deemed.
The world is in chaos.
So I like exactly how Vivre cards even come into existence. Like, We know
nails,
drips and drabs.
Nails
We don't know
and hair,
exactly how
right?
they make-
Nails.
Yeah.
I always felt like maybe because we don't know anything about the three-eyed tribe yet, but like even something as simple as like the Marys on an Onigashima, some were human and some were robots, and they had this like mask that had an eye on it, and like we don't have an explanation of how they converse or share their information. That almost seems like punk records now that we know that, but back then I was thinking like maybe that's a three-eyed tribe invention, like the Vivre card having like that third eye, like someone's alive and this is the essence of somebody, right? And we don't know about the three-eyed tribe, so it's a shot in the dark, but like considering they're supposed to be the people who like awaken and they know, like they just like sense things, you know what I mean? I feel like maybe Vivre cards stem from them, but then again, something that I was confused by, I forget which stream, it might have been with Cole, was that Yamato knows how to make Vivre cards. From who? Yeah. She stayed on Wano the entire time. So who taught her how to make Vivre cards? And who was it? Someone on her crew? Was it off of? And that was like, you know, Kaido's backstory. Maybe, I don't know. It's like, it's a weird thing. How did she figure that out? You know, maybe we'll find out that way.
When you're locked up in a cell a long time, I guess you have a lot of fingernails growing. And, you know, a lot of time.
That's true.
Yeah, you have a lot of
ideas start rolling, you know.
Yeah, like maybe it was the
what can I do with
samurais,
these?
right?
Like,
yeah.
Maybe it was the Wano samurais who taught her how to do that, right?
Well,
maybe.
Didn't Ace visit?
Yeah, when Ace visited, she gave.
She taught Ace, right? She taught Ace how to do it.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Unless Odin's journal said it, like they learned how it laughed.
Yeah, that's true.
Something, which would be kind of wild.
That would be
It's
interesting
important because it's like soul related, right? So
the fact that if that's the answer, then Odin wrote down how to make Vivre cards in his journal. That's kind of cool too. You know, that's important enough.
Yeah.
You have Laugh Tale and you have Vivre cards. Like.
That is something that I'm excited to eventually learn about is, you know, just the, you know, the story behind Vivre cards if we ever get something like that. I do want to, it's been a minute since we've gone through some supers. So, you know, I do want to run through some of those. We are, you know, very, very behind on them, but, you know, so, and I apologize to everybody, but, you know, we've been having the discussion, and before the stream ends, even if it's just me by myself, all of them will be read. Yamil said, Helmeppo will save the day. So, and that is, you know, that is true. That's true. Garp can't go up against Blackbeard without Helmeppo. That's the secret weapon right there.
Oh God.
Helmeppo's getting conquers.
Top 10.
Is Helmeppo bringing the gun that he used in that very first arc?
We can't.
Only if it's the 4Kids version.
The 4Kids.
We can't be disrespecting Bogart. Bogart has been Garp's right-hand man for 50 years against Roger, all these people.
And where is he? Where is he, though?
Well, he's going to show up.
I'm just saying Bogart might be him.
I'm just saying before Helmeppo Bogart. Come on. Before Helmeppo Bogart.
He might be him.
Yeah.
He might. He might.
Shout out to
I'm there with you. I'm there with you.
So Dobie Wan said, had to show my love. I've been excited for this all week. How likely do you think the God Valley flashback is in the lead up to Garp versus Blackbeard? We've talked about that. So, you know, we covered that. Scarlet Moon said Sword versus Blackbeard Pirates versus Big Mom Commanders. That's what I want to see. Definitely Sword versus Blackbeard Pirates. I don't think well, if we get to the big, I mean, with Pudding involved, yeah, I mean, we could see. What do you think the likelihood of Katakuri pulling up to whatever happens with Garp and Blackbeard is?
High.
I think it's very high.
Pretty high.
Very high.
Well, I also look at Film Red, and Katakuri can just be thrown in anywhere because of fan favoritism.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I guess.
Like I said before, I think he does feel like it's his responsibility that Pudding was taken, and I think he's going to go take care of it.
And that could lead to the
That's a good point, Recon.
The interesting thing where Pero Sparrow and him are kind of like there's like who's the leader if Big Mom's out of commission? Because remember when Big Mom, I think it was when she had amnesia, like she got like she was like in the water, like Paris Sparrow's like I'll lead or whatever. I think they were like shouldn't it be Katakuri? I can't remember exactly what the dialogue was, but it could be interesting where he's like, all right, well Big Mom's not here, we're gonna go say Pudding if I'm making the call. And they're like, you know, it could be like a little bit of a debate, and he's like, well I don't care what you say, like I'm gonna go do this.
See, what I would love now is a scene of Katakuri, right, on a snail with someone on the the other ship, whether it's Smoothie or I mean, we don't even know what Parasparrow's we don't know what happened to him, but
with Galette
finds out that they're on their way, and then Katakuri says, "Okay, because I'm leaving."
No, I would love that.
I like that. I like that.
I really
I
love
like
that.
That's great. That is great.
Yeah,
if Katakuri leaves, Whole Cake to go rescue Pudding, do you guys think the remaining Big Mom Pirates are going to be able to hold Whole Cake down? Like if someone,
I feel bad if someone else attacked them. They've been getting pillaged for this whole time.
I'm not gonna lie.
I feel so bad.
Katakuri does need a redemption. He literally got smoked. He literally got smoked by Caesar, bro. He
Caesar.
needs a redemption somehow.
Where is Cole right now? Like we're talking about Katakuri. Where is the leader of the church?
Probably praying.
All right.
He's
When Cole comes back, we need to circle back on this question. I want to continue getting into some of these. Let's see. Sam the Gunman said, Randy and everyone, thank you all for everything you do. #savage. #Rob Gucci. #killer my captain.
Rob Gucci, baby.
#lid. #loony Luffy. Drek the Drek. I still feel some whiplash from all the new crewmate bait. That was when we were talking about all that. If the crew is complete or not, then I just want Oda to state it already. No more baiting. Yeah, I get
don't
that.
think that's ever getting stated.
Yeah, I think Oda, wants to, keep the suspense there. Jason Bourne, Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne, said, if Rocks had a devil fruit, what do we think it was? And he says that he thinks it was the op.
The stone fruit.
The stone fruit, really? That's interesting.
I was making it play off his name. I think he would have a literal demon fruit, like to be a demon.
Yeah.
Because
maybe
because we know that Luffy's based on a Hindu monkey god named Hanumanji. I talk about that way too much, but so the father of Hanumanji is known as Vayu. He's the Lord of the Winds. I think that's way too ironic for Dragon, right? But Hanumanji has a second father, and I guess in the context of One Piece, you could just say grandfather. But this second father is named Cassidy. He was a monkey army man who went to a holy location because there's a great monster killing the holy people. So Cassidy, like the father of Hanumanji, he went to the island and beat it down only with his fist specifically. And because of that event, he became known as a great hero amongst his army force. I think that is like one-to-one to God Valley.
There's no way. That's true.
Yeah,
you put that in the wiki right now.
Yeah,
There's no way that's true.
I promise you, I come through with all the receipts, but I say all that. Yeah, I appreciate it. I say all that though because I was like, okay, well, this great monster, should I look into it? It was basically a literal demon. I mean, I have a whole video on it, but he was basically a demon, and I'm like, okay, he can shapeshift, he can get bat wings. I'm like, okay, was Roxy Zebek a literal demon? It kind of fits, and metaphorically, I mean, I have a video on that. Maybe someone could drop it in the stream chat, but unfortunately, like that is just, I would say that's more on the speculation side because there's no real demon fruit in One Piece.
Now, here's the thing, though. I'm inclined to think it might be. It's either twofold. Either Rox was a Lunarian, or he had the Mera no Mi based on his the flaming skull on his Jolly Roger. So that's
I'd like that.
Oh wow! I never even thought of Rocks being fun, bro. How did I
his Jolly Roger, dead giveaway. I like that.
Wow, yeah.
But at the same time,
maybe because of how powerful and treacherous that Rocks was, that they began the extermination of the Lunarians.
And yeah, I mean, if he was a Lunarian, right, then the motivation of everything just makes more sense, right? Why would he want to go against them in the first place? So
but also at the same time, Lunarian and Mera doesn't necessarily need to be it because of what we saw Green Bull. Because Green Bull showed up and he had the fiery hair as well. So there is a line of logic where there are other fruits that could resemble what Rocks showed up as.
I mean, like,
and it could make sense because, and Luffy's exactly, right? Like, there's a lot of other ways, but Green Bull comes to the top of my mind because it was like the force of nature, right? And then conflicting with mother of the nature of the sea or whatever. But it doesn't need to be Green Bull's fruit. I'm just saying that Mera there is a great point, right? Like, because the fiery thing. Yeah. But now that Oda's throwing in the fiery hair element, Lucci also has fiery hair when he awakens, correct? Right?
Yeah.
So it could be tying in what Threeva was saying. What he described is like similar to like a jinn concept in Islam, where it's like a shapeshifter, right? And that's what Zoans are. So it could be any form of Zoan at that rate.
What if it's actually what if it's related to awakening, and maybe Ryukugyu was also awakened, and that's why everything was turning into like plants, if we go by the theory that Logia changed their environments.
Yeah, that may we were talking about awakenings earlier, and actually we may have seen that with Green Bull, and we didn't even talk about that. While
that might be, though Kaido didn't awaken, people are still on a different boat about that. But that might be how he knows about awakenings. If Rox was the awakened person, and he taught him like, oh, this is how you awaken. Your mind and body have to match. And it's like, oh, Kaido wasn't spitting from personal experience; he was spitting from his captain's experience. It could very well be that.
Thematically, that makes sense if Ryukugyu was awakened, because the whole arc was like introducing awakenings in a more in-depth, like to a more in-depth degree. So to end it with that would make a lot of sense. I just wonder where that would get revealed, because
I mean, it depends on when we learn more about what the Logia awakening specifically is, and if it's just affecting your environment, then we did see Green Bull do that with every step he took.
Yeah.
So, Next one from Brandon King said the savagery has begun. Who do you all think the ally is? We did talk about that. Brandon is with me that it's it could be Fuji. Man's been banned from bases because of Dressrosa and has stakes with the SSG. Yeah, we did cover that. Barry Motivated said Hidden Island in all caps, keeping it spicy. So
thank you, Barry.
It's about to get spicy.
In the kitchen while we cook.
Always got
let's see.
I get that flavor,
Emil loved Chrissy's reaction expressions. Matt said Emu is actually Uranus. Jake Jones said another good point made by Morj. He always knows how to add to a conversation.
That was when Morj wasn't here.
That was when Morj wasn't here.
I was like, where's Morj?
I actually I didn't get to it yet, but I did see some another chat from Jake Jones, which paraphrasing was basically, "Hey, I missed anything," and this was when Morj was here. But anything Morj said, he was spitting. And then Jose Moreta said, got out of work and there's a reverie. Shout out God Usopp. Dizza the Ghost. Like, comment, subscribe if you're feeling the vibe. We'll hit the button for that. Shout out to my guy Fable. Phantom SSJ joining late, but glad to catch the stream live. Keep up the great work. And I'm so excited for the live action. Fantastic. Paladin Berserker Jedi did a 3-part super chat, which was, hey Randy, Mr. Owen Sama, and everyone, PBJ here, repping the Volume 1 crew. So happy and merry reverie, everyone. And then he wanted to talk about Andor, where this is a One Piece event, so we're not going to do that, but appreciate it anyway. And then gave some fan casting for Robin, which I guess is somebody from Andor named Adria Arjona. And let's see. And then also suggested Genesis Rodriguez. This was a 3-parter, like I'm saying, so there's a lot here. Then he said, congrats on season 1. Can't wait to watch it. Zoro for life. And what's everyone's theory on Uranus? We did talk about the ancient weapons. Volume 1 crew, let's go. Jose said, in Par Vinci we trust. Radu.
That's great.
That's a fire name.
Let's see. Radu said, I want to thank my Orthodox Rabbi Bill Clinton. Appreciate that.
Oh, God.
Utam, so let's see, he said, the One Piece is not real, but if enough people believe it will be, this is what Roger and Whitebeard's announcements were aimed at.
Hey, that's why I'm wearing the shirt. That's why I'm wearing the shirt, baby. The One Piece is real. Between 1926 to 2022, the One Piece is real, baby.
Love it.
You heard it here first. You heard it here first.
Let them know. Tell them again.
The One Piece is real. All right. Then we got... let's see. Fable said Ty D Timekeeper, because Ty was keeping our time every hour on the hour. Let's see.
Sahajpreet said, short thoughts on Wano. Good arc, but Kaido was frustrating. There still has to be a part he's got to play in the final conflict. We did talk about Kaido at length. I don't necessarily need him to come back in the main timeline. Flashback, sure. I want him to be done.
I don't think he has any more relevance to the story other than a flashback.
Now, Big Mama, baby.
Geo8W asked our thoughts on One Piece.
Hey, skip that. Keep going.
He has thoughts on One Piece Odyssey. I've only played 5 hours of it, but I did have fun. Artur spoke about it a little bit. He has 100% of the game.
Yeah, if I can say very quickly about One Piece Odyssey, there's some things. I'm not gonna spoil anything. Don't worry. The only thing that I will say is that I love the graphics are great, the OST is great, the presentation in general is fantastic, and some of the gameplay and expression is great. The story is amazing. It's legitimately like up there with some of the better One Piece movies for me. I enjoyed it so much, and all the lore it provided and all that stuff. The only problem is that the combat system is very simple and the game is slow and padded. In fact, I describe it as the definitive One Piece anime experience because it feels like watching the One Piece anime.
Hey, yo.
It is like when it hits, it hits hard.
The thing that is, man.
Tell me if this is true. Is the level scaling like too you get overpowered too easily? Because that's what I heard. Okay. All right.
So
that's
far,
a big
my
concern.
experience,
Yeah.
It is super easy to break. Ridiculously easy to break.
I bought the special edition, so I'm in for it. We'll see.
But it is fun.
It's a lot of fun.
I'm enjoying it so far.
It is still fun.
As someone who plays a lot of turn-based JRPGs, I really enjoy everything about it. I feel like it not only pays homage to a lot of those games, but because it's the Dragon Quest team, they do a great job in implementing a lot of like the new creatures and the quests in interesting ways, just like Dragon Quest.
I have my faith in the devs to like pull off the RPG aspect of it well. The concern I just have is like, because it's not only their say, they also have like I'm guessing a Shueisha like put in their input in like what they're allowed to do, what they're not. That might constrain what their desires. Like that was my worry.
No.
Maybe it would be too easy.
It goes hard. The story goes.
I dig it a lot.
I haven't played it yet, but I hopped in. So you guys know I hop in a lot of streams. So I was hopping in on a bunch of Twitch streams, whether one viewer, two viewer. I was just asking them. Most of those people don't even know us, don't even know about this community. And I thought that was really fun. And then at the end of the day, I asked them, like, do you like the thing? They're like, every single person said the exact same thing, regardless of which character they liked, what arc they liked. I was asking. They said, I feel like if you are a One Piece fan, this game is amazing for you. And like they had their own gripes about gameplay or whatever, but at the end of the day, across like 20 streams, it was just internationally. They were like, "I love One Piece. I love this. This is great. This is great."
It's really cool. They capture the character dynamics really well.
The comedy, the quips, all of it. It's really dope.
Yeah.
As a One Piece fan, this game does stuff that I literally have been waiting to see in the manga and to actually like see it happen. I mean, like it's minor stuff. It's not like very groundbreaking, but it's just seeing some of the things you got to see in this game as a One Piece fan is such an absolute treat. Yeah. Especially everything towards the end.
Following the game over on following the game over like in games media, I've noticed a lot of people who don't even watch the series playing the game, and they're not only enjoying it, it's got them interested into the series, and they understand the dynamics right off the bat, which I find to be very interesting. That's hard to pull off.
I'm only 10 hours into the game, but that Adio character, like the game specific character, he's really cool. I'm a big fan of him. He's got a really interesting devil for it.
I appreciate the Latin inclusion. My man's last name is Suerte.
Yes, sir. Suerte.
Yeah, I love the characters. I also want to give shout out to Lim, which is the female character, who's a character who seems like really bland, boring, and basic at first, but how she comes across as a character across the whole story and by the end is absolutely amazing. Like I can't believe that I'm saying this
because I was not impressed with Lim yet.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but this game made me unironically want a non-canon video game character to join the crew, even if I know it's impossible. Legitimately.
So honestly. one thing I was worried about with this game, and you guys tell me how much it actually impacted the experience for you, but the going through all the One Piece arc locations again. That they do that in every One Piece game. It's like we're going back to Alabasta, we're going back to Water 7, we're going back to this place. I was hoping this game would be like new locations and new things, like Oda designed new islands or something. But like, it is a lot of the game just going back to,
I'm
sure already. That's a little bit of a
that's the tedium, unfortunately. And like the main story is like
it's with a twist.
Yes, with a twist. Yeah.
Like the main story is amazing. It's super engaging, but you constantly like have the main story that, oh my god, it's progressing, and it says like, yeah, let's spend like 7 hours in Dressrosa, and it's literally just the plot of Dressrosa. And unfortunately, I think like that just kind of takes away. It's like the One Piece anime.
It's just like a symptom of like anime video games. It's like all of them just repeat, like Dragon Ball. Every Dragon Ball game is just the whole Dragon Ball plot. You like Cell, Boo, Frieza, you're gonna see him every time. Like, it's like the same thing. It's like One Piece. That's why I was hoping like maybe this would be like the RPG angle, but that's fine. I mean, as long as the game is good.
What they've done with it though is very interesting.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I won't spoil it. This isn't really much of a spoiler, but they do retcon Florian Triangle. And so it's not what in the story of Florian, it's not even a huge part of the thing. It just comes in and then you're just like, this isn't the Florian Triangle. What the hell is this place? And I was like, whoa, what a random thing to retcon.
I want to.
They're even like the whole twist of like the how the memories work and how they kind of go into that, and especially as it is explained later in the story how that happens. That's also like insanely cool within the concept of the context of One Piece.
Could I ask you guys a question, or should I super chat it to get it asked in this segment? Let me ask this: if a One Piece fighting game were to come out, who would you guys choose as your main?
Gear 5 Luffy.
As your main.
Luffy all day.
Aokiji, it's not close.
As the main. Well, look, I'll put this into perspective, right? I play Bounty Rush like pretty religiously now, and we also have Totsuki here, who's the resident like One Piece gamer, with Treasure Cruise and everything like that. I've since traded Treasure Cruise for Bounty Rush since it came out. I'm sorry, Totsuki. I'm sorry, but I mean, like we talked about this, after Film Red. It was just the treasure maps. Everything like it just became too much, and then I just really like the mechanics of Bounty Rush, because it also reminds me of this game that was on the GameCube many years ago, which was it was like a treasure-based game. I can't remember the exact name of it, but I had the freeloader and like I imported it, and you could play as No, I don't think it was Grand. Maybe it wasn't Grand. It wasn't Grand Battle. I did have the Grand Battle ones, but it was Carnival. No. It was that was the English version. There was a like this one. This thing was entirely in Japanese, and it was never transferred over. But anyway, I play Bounty Rush. My mains in that are Bellamy the Hyena time skip that they just added.
Bellamy the disappointing.
Vivi. Shut up.
Pretty much every incarnation of Vivi.
I'm talking to.
And I have
Gotcha Force.
If I really need to make people feel bad about themselves, I have the best Luffy in the game, like maxed out. But but I prefer to play as like different characters, and that's one thing that I also liked about Treasure Cruise was the ability to just make your team with characters that aren't the main characters at some point, but have some sort of useful skill. But then Bounty Rush like just made it like, here's a 3D model of everybody that I actually wanted in a fighting game that usually never is and hasn't been since like years ago. Like Vivi hasn't been in a fighting game since the 2000s.
No, I mean she was in Unlimited Cruise, because the Unlimited Cruise games also had like the fighting mode, which was amazing, and it was like really fun because it's like some characters were like really broken, like rightfully so. For example, Kizaru was
the one on the Wii, right?
Yeah, and that was
that was on the Wii.
I remember playing as Spandam in that game, and it was fun.
Yes, that was fun. Yeah, you could like summon the Buster Call like as a special. It was so much fun.
That's kind of fun.
Dude, on the concept of making teams for my family that might be watching, I gotta give a huge shout out to Totsuki, man. I like my cousin and his best friend. That game is unplayable if it wasn't for Toadski. Like they wouldn't because
exactly.
they don't know how to create teams, and I don't either. So like we'll get to be like, hold on, let's go to the Toadski video. Let's learn how to create a team, and we got it. So nothing but love to Toadski, man.
I told Toadski this after the film read, but I was like, years ago when like Treasure Cruise was like new and everything like that, like Toadski was my most watched YouTuber. Like I was constantly watching Toadski videos. I was like, this thing's going on. What do I was so busy. I was just like, Toadski, just tell me who to use.
The same way. I was like, what do I use this again? Please.
No, that's the funny thing, is it got to a point where it was so difficult to play the game, like Bandai hit us up and we made a tutorial series for the game. Like we literally had to do it.
That's wild.
It got way too complicated. And then the other thing that really bothered me was like you really had to whale if you wanted to, at some point.
It gets that point, yeah.
Because it's like every time a new Sugo Fest would come out, essentially it was like, okay, if you want to complete this in 5 minutes or less, you better get the new, Sugo, or you're going to be playing it for 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit better now, but yeah, definitely. It got to a point. I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, it got to a point where if you didn't have the newest, shiniest thing, it was difficult to, play the new content or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We gotta bring back that Katakuri discussion because
so Cole's back. So
Katakuri, I heard the name.
Yeah, so yeah, we were talking about Katakuri without you, and I said, where is the pastor? So,
bro, Pastor had to take care of some other issues, but we're here for a bit.
Yeah,
so
no worries. God. All right. Chances that he pulls up for pudding.
Actually, I think they're higher than most folks would think, because we talked before too in our collab stream, where I'm of the idea that I want to have a Davy back fight, like a huge one on Phillip Island, because that's where it all started off on that one island. So I'm thinking we could have a day back fight. Let's say the Straw Hats plus allies, and that would include, let's say, Katakuri. So that could happen. He's coming there because he was kind of the one tasked to kind of watch over things. You could argue when Big Mom was out, he kind of failed at that because Pudding got snagged. So we just get Pudding back. We ally with Katakuri and company, and then we also have like the moment where, let's say, the Grand Fleet can also be a part of this as well. Let's say the BB crew, they kind of fail at their day back fight. They do some underhand action, and then that will lead, let's say, the Grand Fleet to pull up, and then they actually like beat them like a full-on war on Full Island. That'd be some dope activity. So Katakuri being there would be amazing. Absolutely. Now, Wild Country, that was a theory, of course, but I'll take him on anywhere else. Like I'm cool with that, without a doubt.
You just want him in the story, period.
Yeah.
Second son.
Why not? That's
I
big go.
want in the story. Let's go.
Literally, why not? Let's big go.
Yeah.
Come on. Any excuse to have him in the story.
Yes.
Every arc gets better with Katakuri being the arc. Period.
100%. Period. End of discussion.
Put the donuts in the chat, people. Put the donuts in the chat.
Do you want Katakuri at left heel?
Oh no.
Yes.
Why not?
Wants and needs are different though.
If the last panel of One Piece was Luffy and Katakuri under the cherry tree drinking sake, like wiping and Roger.
That would be fire. That would be fire.
I am ready to go.
I'm okay with that.
Hell yeah, let's go. Let's
okay
go.
with that. Yeah, Mr. Slam Jam.
Yeah, that'd be a poster. That'd be a mural on my ceiling at home. Like boom.
That's a statue, Cole.
Wake up to the mural. That's crazy. Right above the bed.
That's my need.
Look at those donuts. Look at them. Look at him.
Yeah.
One Piece is a donut.
Yeah, we're shout out to Ace.
Exactly.
I kind of
that's insane.
Where's the Akainu cosplay hidden? Where's the Akainu cosplay, man?
Ace was foreshadowing for
I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. It's in storage. It's in storage right now because I have no place to put the coat. The coat is so massive. I had no place to store it, so I just put it in my storage. I was just like, yeah, I would have worn it. I would have worn it today, but
man.
Yeah. For those who don't know, Hidden Island went to what was it? Anime NYC.
Yeah, Anime NYC.
Yeah, NYC. He was dressed as Akainu, and he was passing out donuts to all of the aces. So.
Yeah, I walked around. I had a box of Dunkin' Donuts. As per Randy recommended, I was like, all right, I got you, boss. So I get the donuts. I bring them to Reverie. And I'm like, I literally start shouting out. I'm like, yo, free aces, everybody. Free aces. And I have people coming up to me. I legit have every ace in the venue turning their head and giving me the dirtiest looks ever. It's the funniest
Oh,
thing.
yeah. You almost got jumped that day, my friend.
Yeah, so
You got jumped that day, my friend.
I'm telling you, it's crazy. People were hating.
That sounds great. I'm like, that sounds great.
I told this man, I was like, you cannot pull up in there without a box of donuts. And then he did it. He did it.
I swear on my life. I legit had people.
Let's go.
It was me and my two boys. They were the other two admirals. So we were the three admirals. So I had people coming up to us asking for pictures, and they would dap up my friends and ask them for photos, and then not dap me up, not ask me for photos. And they're like, yo, I'm sorry. One guy straight up said, yo, I'm sorry, bro, but you did ace dirty, and I can't dap you right now. And that was the end of it. And he was right. He walked away.
But we did get one of the aces to help us. We recreated the Kainu Ace Luffy scene. I got all the angles of it. It was pretty dope.
I even recreated the punch with Ace in front of Luffy, and we found a Luffy cosplayer, we found an Ace cosplayer, and then we did the panels. Yeah, it's on my Twitter. If you guys check out the Twitter, it's on there.
He has the punch. Luffy's like, no. Okay,
and then you actually killed the Ace.
Yeah. Yeah,
oh
I'm committed to those method acting.
Yeah. Drop those Zoro packs in the chat. You know, he packed them up. He packed those aces up. Let's see. The next super chats here we got. Can you talk about how Garp is about to destroy Blackbeard crew and rescue Koby?
That's a funny way of saying Garp dying.
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit. I kind of want to, if we want to go into that a little more in depth, I'd rather run through some chats first before we kind of circle back to that if we want to add anything more to Garp. Yeah. I mean, I can always add more just because of sword agenda. Yeah, look at those packs in the chat. Look at that. Look at that. That's for all of those aces at Anime NYC.
He did it to himself, literally.
Hey, yeah. They put that on and said, this is it. They put that on. They put the Ace outfit on and said, this is it. I completely
agree.
They did it to himself just like Ace did it to himself. That's
right. That's right. I was the only Akainu in the venue. No one thought they were pulling up. They didn't know they were pulling up right into the ops that day. I was the only one.
Yes, sir.
They were walking right into the ops.
Oh my god. I love this.
It's funny. Me and Brago became friends because of my Ace slander.
That's crazy.
I basically said the analogy that I use is basically what happened with Ace is that Ace was in front of a truck. Whitebeard pushes him from in front of the truck, said, "I'll take it, my son." Ace runs back, and then they both get hit by the truck.
No, brother.
Yeah,
that's pretty accurate.
It's yes, that's exactly. It's the Marty McFly effect of being called chicken, but if just killed Marty McFly. So let's see. Drek the Drek said, "Would Luffy wage war against Shanks if he harms Barto?" I mean, we did. I don't. We talked about this a little bit earlier. I don't think that Barto is going to be that big of a draw for Luffy. To do anything. Let's see. He's probably
hit him with a damn chicken head. That's crazy. Now.
Let's see. Emil said that it would become black hair Luffy if he loses the hat. Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne again said Davey back for the straw hat between Luffy and Shanks, but on top of that, the winner needs the straw hat for reaching Laugh Tale for some reason. Cryo Chamber hat has meaning, and then he said that Hidden is the Reverie MVP for him, and go sub.
Thank you, bro.
Shout out Hidden.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No, thank you guys, man. Like I'm just happy to be here.
Shout out to Nubo, BG Kage. Let's see. Yamil said we need to rescue Bon Clay on the topic of Warlord. Seraphim, we talked about Seraphim's generally. Jake Jones, once again, before Morj showed up, I believe, saying that's a really interesting way to think about it, Morj. Keep it up. Vivi is the order to Luffy's chaos. I would, that's definitely, when we were on the topic of Vivi, these are the Vivi chats. Fable said Vivi for VI CE, Vice Captain. Emphasis on the Vi there. We need our diplomat back on the crew. Speaking the agenda. Speak it into existence. Ty kept the time. Then, let's see. Bunny Beast. We humans of the world welcome Dawn of the World. Okay, when Dawn joined. That's great.
I just want to say Ty kept the time with $100 super chat telling us what time it was.
That's the executive producer of the
Paul,
channel.
he did that throughout the entire stream, by the way.
Yeah.
That is,
I think it's Taekwon.
No, Tyrone will.
Yeah, bro. I can't find this man, dude. I can't find
Let's
this.
see. Bunny Beast.
Somewhere in New York. I don't know where.
That's it. Mr. Fan 09 said CKK Carrot kills Kizaru. She's coming to save them. The level of I need the gin emojis in the chat.
I don't even know if that's copium. That's just straight up drugs. That's not even copium.
All right, fine. Then give me the Zoro. Then give me the Zoro packs. Give me the Zoro packs.
Sorry, Mr. Fan. Much love to you, bro.
Shout out to Primal Clown, Tinoko. Then we got Shiro Neko said, "Did any of you reread Wano and changed his or her view about it?"
I have not.
Not really.
I went back. I went back and I reread Wano specifically, and I put an emphasis on looking at the context. And I'm not going to stir up another conversation about all this, but I did it from the specific angle of reading everything Yamato. And what I ended up and what I realized on a reread is that Yamato was unfortunately extraordinarily vapid, and most of their dialogue never actually meant anything. So that was another key thing that just had me we don't necessarily need them. So that was the only thing that changed on my reread.
Something
Yamato got worse.
Very quickly about this is that, weirdly enough, in sort of the opposite way, I feel that to me, Wano felt very exciting week to week, at least for a certain portion of it. But specifically within reread, I feel like this may seem weird because usually it's the opposite. The pacing issues seem almost more evident because you don't have that weekly hype and those new revelations, but it's even just there's just so much padding, even specifically when going through all the chapters back to back to back.
Bro, this is what I'll say. Honestly, God, personally, this is why I say because those issues are very evident in the manga. But in the anime, it's a lot less so. That's why I think I'd argue that the anime in the Wano country is flat out better. It's just even though normally the manga is better, I think the anime is way better. The fact that we even know, remember, he was the person that was behind Jinbei and Robin, and we're who was that? Who was that for years?
Yeah.
Who was that?
Yeah.
Anime. It's Yamato, dog. What the hell?
Yeah. Facts.
Hey, yo.
For me, my bad. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro.
No, I was going to say
I'll get into this after.
The one chapter that changed for me, because I didn't reread the whole arc, but I reread from 1036 to where we are in Egghead for last year's chapter of the year stuff. And the one chapter that changed for me the most was 1049, because I remember when I first read the chapter, that's the Luffy defeats Kaido chapter. When I first read the chapter, I really enjoyed it. But I enjoyed some of the other chapters better within the fight itself. When I went back and reread it, and I had anime sound effects, and I was listening to the soundtracks, and I just thought about how insanely epic this is going to be in the anime, because I feel like Luffy defeating Kaido in the anime might be one of the best episodes. It's gonna have all of the flashbacks that of course in 1015 where it showed the flashbacks heading into the Red Rock. It's gonna be like that, except it's gonna be the final attack of Wano. Not only that, but remember how epic the final attack against Enel was in the anime. That's gonna be that times 50 for Kaido, especially considering how hard Toei's going in. So when I reread 1049 again, the deeper appreciation for it, just based on having, like Cole said, the anime context on how hard they're going right now.
When
So
I first read that
appreciate 1049 more.
when I first read that chapter, I was listening to We Are doing the final part of that tag. Is oh my god, dude, it goes so hard.
I really hope that in the anime, the one thing that worries me about that is if they pull a Dressrosa where they make the clash of the fist and Kaido's mouth last the entire episode, and it's like the actual.
These three chapters in the manga already. It already is in the manga.
I know. In the manga, it happens. So imagine in the anime. So imagine in the anime how long it'll be if it happens.
It was 3 episodes, y'all.
Yeah, I really hope they don't do that. I hope they don't do that.
One pace will save us all.
I would say I was like beyond that. I think the episode that's gonna be like amazing. That's gonna be like actual like Dragon Ball plus Tom and Jerry is gonna be like 1045 animated.
Yes.
When we have Luffy go just bonkers, when he when Kaido hits with that club and his face morphs to the club, that's gonna floor like mad niggas. It's gonna be like, wait, what is happening?
Looking like the son of Soul Eater.
Oh my god, I can't wait for that, yo.
I think there's a whole aspect of music and sounds that we're missing on. Like Drums of Liberation, we don't even know what that sounds like right now.
Exactly.
So like that, and then is that going on through the entire fight? But then you bring in the Gear 5 with the eyes.
I need it to be the overtaking drum.
Really,
and I hope the sound effects.
I need it to be the overtaking drum.
Laz, don't play that said, do you think Luffy eating massive amounts of food to replenish his strength was one of the ways Oda foreshadowed his Devil Fruit's true strength of imagination? That he essentially just... I mean, I like the idea that Luffy equates food to strength, so he eats, and there's something to that.
Something that
is that the same thing with his teeth and milk?
So something that I've talked about is when we were introduced to Zoans, sort of like in Ennie's lobby, right? We had Chopper, but then Ennie's lobby was the Zoan, arc. And Chopper said something really funny. He said, carnivorous Zoans are even stronger and scarier. And then I always laugh because then now that we know that Luffy's a Zoan, then he's like the most carnivorous Zoan. He just eats meat like no other. Right. And so, maybe that's a testament to that, like maybe.
Townsy just did some wild, like some low key wild ass shit, yo. What did you do? No, like in a good way, because like that got me thinking. Like, imagine Luffy, because he drank milk, he envisioned that his teeth would just regrow, so it just happened. Like that's like, hold up now, like wait a minute, like,
not to pull a not to pull a Tekking. I have a video about teeth.
Go back. Cool.
I have a video about teeth you guys can go check out.
No, they got me.
My man, a dentist.
Oda actually addresses it in the SBS too. It's pretty interesting about the teeth. So,
so from Paladin Berserker Jedi, he said, "What do you think of a scenario of Big Mom Pirates versus an alliance of Germa, the Ryugu Kingdom, Elbaf, the Straw Hats, and the Grand Fleet, with the Fire Tank and Rolling Pirates backing them up?" It'd be Oda's World War II Pacific Theater Island Warfare mini-war. Well, I did talk about not all of those people, and I don't think we need all of them. I don't think we need Ryugu Kingdom and the Fire Tank Pirates necessarily, or the Rolling. But, well, maybe the Rolling. Rolling could be interesting, I guess. But with Loki and everything. So maybe Capone does play a part in Elbaf. That's kind of it. Anyway, I think it's all going to happen at Elbaf. Ragnarok. That's the Battle Royale. Yep. Jay, the Light Seeker. When will Rouge get active in the story?
Oh God.
Never, man. I F with Yarouge a lot. Like, he looks really cool. Cool Devil Fruit. Got to keep it family friendly. Nah, but like, Yarouge is really cool. Like, what is there to hate, right? And I'm really interested in his Devil Fruit, but like, maybe it's just like the pessimist in me, but I've been waiting so long, man. I don't want to have my hopes crushed.
I'm just happy to have Bonnie.
I feel like if Rouge is going to come in anywhere, it's going to be because he's Birkin, right? So it's going to connect. When we start learning about the Birkins that came down from the moon and the stuff about that, like all that background history stuff, that might be where Rouge comes in. And
maybe he's got beef with Enel. So whenever Enel shows up,
Enel's coming in. Could it be possible that Yarouge is the person on Egghead that was just like, he's, if we're bringing
that's a huge curveball.
Hey, let's throw everything at the wall and see what sticks.
No, but a really cool chat was I saw chatter in the Doran, Ross, Truvia. They said, "What if Panda Man is the guy on Egghead that Vegapunk's been calling on?"
Hey, Panda Man's name is on a poneglyph, so
yeah.
I did get a lot of requests to discuss whether or not Panda Man will ever become relevant in the main manga.
Final War.
Final word. Yeah, there we go.
He's
I just need
Panaman.
I need him to be front and center on like a 2-page spread, like running in, and then never on any of the other panels.
It's never explained.
One Piece is
It just
Panaman.
happens.
You guys know that Panaman's written on the poneglyph? On one of the poneglyphs?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, there you go. There it is. He's gonna come in the head.
They arrive at Laughdale and he's like, welcome.
Oscar Cruz said, One Piece Wano has been amazing. Manga pacing with anime production. Yeah, from what I've seen so far, they're doing a good job there. Shout out to that One Piece talk. They were in here earlier. Said Hidden Parvision King emoji #New Yonko. Let's see.
Shout out that One Piece talk. My homie.
I'm just gonna say to you guys, I'm gonna head out. So thank you very much for having me, Randy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Hey, brother.
Have a good one.
Thanks.
Take care.
Appreciate you coming. What time is it for you right now, man?
Maybe snagging that one for a video.
It's about 1 p.m. You guys started the stream at like 4 a.m. my time, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, thank you so much for having me, and have a good rest of your night, guys.
Have a good one.
Later, broski. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
And then let's see, Evan Johnson. Let's see. She made up that excuse because of what Zoro said. She knew she needed to explore Wano way before the end of Wano. It was just an excuse not to hurt Momo. I guess this was
About Yamato?
Maybe. Keenan B said, Rouge is the only supernova we're still really in the dark about. How do you guys think it would play a part in the story? I mean, I really like the idea that whenever Enel is important, that's the Rouge answer.
Enel is coming to Egghead,
comes
bro.
back from the moon.
He's coming to Egghead.
Bro, it's funny because like Randy, I saw you put like a thing up. You were like asking people what questions they wanted like to be asked today. You put that up like yesterday. So I was looking at what some people were saying, and I just like wrote down like 1-word answers for like each of these. And there was one that was like, "What do you think's the most shocking thing you expect to see in the upcoming chapters?" And I just wrote Enel.
It's over if that happens.
Yeah, so I'm like,
hey, it makes a lot of sense.
It's a Rouge thing. Hey, that's
but going to Threeble who said about NL coming in this arc. Is NL coming to us or are we going to NL?
So I'm gonna try to answer this as quick as I can so everyone can say their piece. Okay. So with the ancient energy source Vegapunk was talking about, Shaka, I guess, alluded to the fact that the giant robot on Egghead is a mechanical soldier and it's powered by this ancient energy source. Now, if you look back to NL's cover story, when he went to the moon, he found an ancient city, and when he shocked the robots there with electricity, Oda labeled it as an energy. And there's so many similarities between the little robots on the moon to the giant robot on Egghead, and it has me wondering, like, maybe that ancient energy that's on the moon is the ancient energy Vegapunk's referring to. And like, I tried really hard to find like certain things in the manga that conclude that the electricity energy source isn't like prevalent in like the One Piece story. Like, I was looking at, are there light bulbs? I couldn't find any. It's always candles, chandeliers. But with all that being said, like, if the ancient energy source does happen to be electricity, I know through cover stories characters always reemerge back into the main spotlight, and Enel could come back down to the moon. This would be the perfect time to do it.
If I could add to that, Threeble, because I love this idea that you had, and I thought of something yesterday and it hit me, and I was like, wait, this actually helps your idea so much. So if electricity is not powering anything in the One Piece world that we see, we know that in the Skypiea arc, Luffy went up to Skypiea and he met Enel. Enel believed his power to be the power of the gods. Electricity is the power of the gods, but he's a false god. And Luffy had the power of rubber, and he had the power of an actual god fighting against Enel, right? We all know that. But one thing that caught my eye was that in Skypiea, they don't have rubber. So the actual power connected to an actual god is not present in Skypiea. The rubber and like the power of dreams. Yes. But they have Enel and they have electricity. Another thing they have up there that they don't have on the Blue Sea is a flying ship powered by this electricity.
Exactly.
So they don't have that down below. So like the rubber and then like there's like a flip that's happening here.
I love that.
I think that's so interesting.
Yeah, it actually gets really deep because I noticed this little detail and I just hung on to it in the back of my mind. I noticed this a while ago where like if you look at the Arc Maxim in the front where there's that golden phase, there's literally like the world government symbol plastered onto the ship. And then I always was wondering like what would that mean? Does that mean anything? And seeing how, you know, they're trying to eradicate the idea of this ancient energy source. They don't want people to know about the Void Century. Perhaps there's like electronic technology in the past that could explain why this Arc Maxim, this flying ship, is powered by electricity, and then you don't see electricity, any kind of like electronics anywhere on the blue planet. At least as far as I know, the most you could really speculate is maybe pacifistas, but then even then that's arguable.
But also, like, one last thing too, on that note too is that actually when you go to the in the cover story for NL, you actually look at the murals. You actually kind of see in the murals there's like 3 notations of what could be some sort of like sun figure of some kind, and then we see the Shinians, the Skypians, and the Brickens actually working on the robots with some power source that's nearby. And then this is the same thing that Vegapunk 02 talks about how like she could, let's say, create a sun if that this quote infinite energy source. So yeah.
I mean, like, I think that the eternal energy source that Vegapunk speaks about, it's the sun. As simple as that, because solar energy, you can literally get it from anywhere in the world.
And that like nuclear power sun, too, like nuclear fusion, you could argue as well.
And like, I think that the sun also is like something that it makes sense because it not only represents symbolically like all the races being under the same sun and the connection that, you know, Joyboy the sun god brings, but like while literally it could help like, you know, bring equal distribution of energy to the world, which could help achieve Vegapunk's dream. So to me that works really naturally that way.
Yeah, I think Space Piece is going to be a big thing going down the line. Space Piece is going to be Space Piece is going to be real. Yeah. Going back to NL just real quick.
Extended memory.
NL, you know, he obviously turned on the automata again, but like, and if we look like 1100 years ago or roughly that, it's like at least that much. You know, the people from the moon came down because they lost resources, and it's like, well, what if the past user of the lightning fruit died, and that's why they needed to go down to the Earth because they didn't have the electricity to go around space anymore, right? So then everyone had to go down to the Earth because they need to get and then the lightning fruit may have went back down to Earth, and then Enel is like carrying that will, right, to go back to the moon and revive the automata. So it's like another inherited will thing where he's the like the Birkins are from the moon. He's like, I'm meant to be the one to recharge the automata and bring him back into the story. Like
exactly.
Love that.
Something regarding the automata that like was really incredible is that a mystery that has been present since Water 7 is the fact that we saw the automata on the moon, but also a guy from Vegapunk's home island from Karakuri also was able to recreate identical automata from blueprints. Exactly. And the question was like, how? And now in Egghead we finally know because Vegapunk recreated this automata supposedly, or got the blueprints from the technology of the Ancient Kingdom, which likely, you know, in the moon that was kind of some of the precursor of the technology of the Ancient Kingdom, you know, and that kind of ties with the God Country, and then, you know, like the Shandorans and all the Sky people being allies of the Ancient Kingdom and all that stuff, which I think is just something that after all these years finally kind of like the automata being like the key of the puzzle piece that connects past and present and future is so cool.
So do we know that
about the automata though is that I actually made a video, my Void Century videos. We don't know when Dr. Tsukimi in that cover story is, what time period he's from, because in that cover story, it's a flashback of that automata, but the automata is a robot, right? And the thing that's really important is the Karakuri Island that he is from, that we see if you go to the cover story, is that it's a Japanese island that looks like it's in summer. They're wearing summer clothes. But the Karakuri that we know in our time is frozen over. So much so that Vegapunk in his youth wanted to geothermal tap and fix it. And so in order for an island to undergo such a change, it almost seems like an ice age would have to go in between. Or we could say the past user of Aokiji's fruit must have done something there, but we know there are winter islands that are in existence. So then are we saying like the past user caused all the winter islands? No, it makes more sense that maybe that Karakuri Island that Dr. Tsukimi was on was from a probably Void Century or pre-Void Century time, and in between that time some kind of large phenomenon, maybe during the Void Century, caused Karakuri to freeze over. So I'm pointing that out because the automatas, like you're saying, they exist on the moon and on the ground, maybe concurrently. And something that I like to think about, and I brought it up earlier when Tekking was here, and it kind of ties back to what Hidden was saying about Ian being a supercomputer, is that the punk records that exist now in Vegapunk's thing, a lot of the inventions might have existed in the past. So why not punk records? If punk records, let's say a different name, let's just say Joyboy records or something, Ancient Kingdom records existed in the past, and whatever Vegapunk envisions for the future now, he says, if everyone connects to it, the future would be
here we go. Yeah.
It would be much more advanced, right? Well, the Ancient Kingdom was more advanced than him. So would it be possible that everyone was connected to a single record, which is why you see automatas exist here and on the moon at the same time? It's because if you tapped into the same records, you'd have the blueprints to everything. In the same logic line of if Vegapunk had the whole world tap into his brain thing, then across the world, Chopper said, like, I could access medical records from across the world. Or Vegapunk could share the microwave thing across the world. In that same light, the automatas might be an example of that. How two things exist in separate places at maybe the same time. And it all goes to answering why Oda decided to show us Karakuri in two different completely states without any explanation. And it was in the Enel cover story. So it's pretty interesting when you think about that automata, and how much detail that is, because now we have them again on Egghead. So it's pretty interesting.
I honestly just had a question thinking about that. I saw someone mention Yamil Diaz said poneglyph records in the chat, and I was just thinking about it. Like, have we ever seen what the inside of a poneglyph looks like? No, like they're supposed to be indestructible. They're indestructible, right? Yeah. And like think about this: if they are indestructible, why make them a big cube? Why not just make it like a flat thing, right?
Hidden. Like, think about it. Like, why is it that poneglyphs resonate with the voice of all things? Why can you hear poneglyphs, right? Like that.
What is inside that box?
Yeah.
What's inside the box? There might be
What's in the box? What's in the box?
In the box.
They try to. When he goes to when Oda talks about how they're indestructible, I feel like he tries to allude to just so of course they won't get damage over history, but it's just like, what if it's to keep things from getting out or something from something to get
It's more so to make sure that when one of them finally breaks, we go like this.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It breaks, and then there's like one of the pillar men from JoJo's inside, like this.
In One Piece Odyssey, we also see, for example, how the cubes are used for storing information as well. That's like mentioned at the very start of the game. It's like the whole thing with the cubes about One Piece Odyssey.
So basically, the poneglyphs are like tesseracts, and there's break the tesseract, and there's something inside that allows us to tap into some like supernatural, godlike tech force.
Or like a holocron or something, just like a bunch of information. Yeah.
Zebek is inside the Lost Poneglyph.
Let's go.
Shout out to my man Ty, who came in with the 9 o'clock update. What up, Savage Crew?
Big Ty.
Hey. Update you every
9 hours.
Incredible.
Yo, Virgo.
He has a timekeeper, yo. What?
Virgo, it's 9 hours.
Do you know where your children are?
Chat, if y'all ain't know, Virgo always loves to try to match a ghetto reverie's time with the reverie. We got 9 hours, King.
Don't go past 12 because you're gonna get clapped on YouTube if you do that.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
And we'll do 12 on YouTube.
Yeah, because I had my top 30 stream was like 12 hours 30 minutes long. So at 11:55, they will no longer play your stream on, or like they'll play your stream on YouTube, but like the VOD will be cut. Because it can't go that long. Yeah.
They couldn't handle all that heat. That's all.
Yeah, they couldn't. So on Twitch it was fine, but on YouTube it was like, no, you're capped at 11 hours 55 minutes or 54 and 90, 54 6 seconds, something like that. Whatever.
Toki know me.
Yeah.
Jay's in the chat. He said, "Oh, I see Virgo in here. Guess it's rat hour for the reverie."
You saying that from outside the club when you can get in, talking about some rat hour. Get in here. You talking about rat hour.
That is my Henny Cool brother, but he's been getting on my nerves lately.
No.
Speaking of Henny Cool brothers.
Saucy.
What up? Yes, Townsend? Something you'd like to say?
What happened? When the next episode, man? When next episode?
You talk to Hollywood Jay, and then we'll
Hollywood Jay.
Talk to Hollywood Jay if he'll do a stream with his cohort.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Someone said that Naru Kami said that Twitch stops at a 48-hour stream. I'm gonna try that one day. Well, in 2 days. I'm gonna try that. 48 hours straight.
2 days.
Hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are subathons? Yeah.
Let's see.
I don't think I've seen a subathon over 48 hours, and I'm thinking about like the actual Twitch number, not
About
the
to find
OBS.
out, yo. About to find out one
I'm gonna
day.
start the Crown Royal Cool Brothers with JP Legend.
You said
So-
Crown Royal Brothers, nigga. That's me.
Power scaling subathon.
Oh, the cancer.
Never-ending toxicity.
Oh, the cancer. Oh, dude, there's so much.
Yeah, actually,
Let's see.
I was hoping that years later, Napping Virgo would die, but
Why? Yeah, nah.
Dan the Man super chatted, said shout out to Reverie 11 hashtag plead the fifth. Let's get some hype for the next high donation. Let's see here. Going back to the super chats, we've got Drek the Drek, who said, can someone explain what ruling Zoe has to do with Pedro's will? Everything he did, going back to Carrot stuff here, everything he did necessitated leaving Zoe. Zunisha and Momo free Pluton, not the Minx. And then forget her Straw Hat status. I just want this to make sense.
I think that the way you can connect it is that Carrot leading the Minx will allow the Minx to assist Luffy during the final battle when he brings the dawn of the world. Doesn't take away from the fact it's still kind of stupid, but yeah.
And also not just that, but like Zunisha is obviously
I'm happy.
gonna show up whenever Momo or it's
that too.
necessitated for Joyboy, right? So whenever Joyboy needs it, who is the Dawn, then Carrot will be right there, and she was along for the journey prior. So I think that's kind of what it is, where it is kind of ironic that staying on Zoe ended up helping, but she needed to leave Zoe. And I think also the part about the Nekomamashi and Inuarashi choosing her, it was like, she chose a path that was very difficult to choose. Leaving your home is very, very difficult. And so you needed, the person who rules it is someone who also needs to experience the outside world. And I think all those things do play a role in why Carrot is important, despite her not joining the crew. So,
and I think it's kind of like, and remember when Pedro was little, he asked Roger, like, please take me with you. And Roger's like, everyone has their day or something to that effect. Like everyone has their role to play. It's the same thing. I think Carrot is fulfilling that role, right? Like she's not meant to go with the Pirate King's crew, just like Pedro did. And she's meant to fulfill something else that'll help at some point. That's what I would expect.
I think it's just Roger's way of saying
her role also kamikaze.
Oh god.
It's just Roger's way of saying she's mid. That's basically what I'm hearing.
Yeah. We'll take Shanks and Buggy. Buggy's good enough. We ain't taking Pedro.
I think about it. Hold on. Roger was more destiny driven when you think about it from that perspective, but Luffy's not. He's more free will driven. That's the way it feels right now. Like if he tells Pedro, you're meant to do this, that's destiny. But Luffy wouldn't say that. Luffy would be like, yeah, just whatever, dude. Like, do you? Like, I don't care. Like, do your thing. You sure? Yeah.
So true. Yeah.
Huh.
Great point.
That is interesting.
That is interesting. Why is hold on?
Pedro had an explosive personality, so.
Caleb Brown said, shout out to everybody here. You all have created amazing communities within this big community that I'm so proud to be a part of. I'm so excited to watch everyone grow, and I love you all, Nakama. Thank you. Appreciate you, Caleb. Yamil said that they always felt Carrot represented Oda's daughter. I mean, that's an interesting take.
In what regard?
In the sense of probably the innocence and learning the world and seeing the world for the first time and everything like that. So
that's new.
I mean, I like that.
Okay.
Jacob Tiffany said, love this. Shout out Hidden Empire from the One Piece Talk community. Anthony Porter. Shout out to Wing for absolutely destroying Cole when he gave us the Loki Thor Civil War theory.
Oh my god.
Yo, big facts, yo. That, you know what? Yo, that shit is gonna be its own video on my channel. That was radical. Like, it's a 12-hour stream. This man, we did our top 30.
Wing is so different.
Wing is a different beast.
He had me dying for like an hour and a half. I was like on some like Naruto, like hyperventilating action. I was like, yo, I can't breathe right now.
It's the fact that he don't be
really telling me
I don't know if he's trolling anymore. I don't know.
It's not. It's crazy, bro.
Might have called him names, something like that.
Yo, this man on top 30 put Thor. I'm like, who the hell is Thor? Like, what do you mean?
He wanted no admirals in his top 30.
Which is crazy, bruh.
And I'm like,
I said,
you can't be a real human being.
I don't even power scale, and just based off the showing at Sabati alone, Kizaru gets in there.
Yo, shout out to Wing Zero. Yo, Wing Zero's a legend.
That's a
Let's
goat.
see.
Oh.
So, let's see. Then Nerd King 101. This is going back to the One Piece live action talk. He said this was when Roger was talking about something that he thought was going to be very, that he felt was very well put together based on what he saw when he was there. Nerd King 101 wanted Matt to confirm that it was the Gaimon arc. Let's see. Dizza said, Jay, be careful before you, let's see, before you get that. As far as we're concerned, that channel never existed. Let's see. Very motivated. One Piece live action, and everyone behind it is doing what they can. So make sure the story, to make sure that the story we all love will be the best that it can be. Thank you for your hard work, for all of it. Hashtag Nakama. Absolutely. Bobby Panamar, can we get the Vicky the Viking theme song for when Shanks pulls up on Higuma the bear? God. Nerd King 101 followed up, said, directed at Matt, thanks so much for coming. I was hoping that you could give some insight on how you plan to handle the use of smiles. Luffy's smile is such a part of the story. Real smiles aren't that big. I can't speak for Matt, but I'm sure his answer would have not been very thorough on that. The last Antari said, go support that One Piece talk, hashtag Nakama. Shout out to the boys. Ramona Villa said, Lucci and Bonnie looking like fire. We're into the drip section of the super chats. My guy JD Legend super chatted. He said, praying for all of those who caught COVID before the Reverie. Wear your masks, everyone. Hashtag I love Parvision. Who all caught?
I love Parvision. Hashtag.
Which creators caught COVID? I mean, as far as we didn't. Who did?
I said ever.
No. I mean, I think they're talking about ones that. Yeah. Oh, is he making a reference to last year?
Last year when Roger was sick.
Yes.
Yeah. I thought he was referencing other creators that didn't get to participate today because they were sick.
No. It's a reference.
Gotcha. Yeah. Kobe D. Roger. Yeah. Real Trill Jays said, not sure if you guys have touched on it yet, but do you guys think Big Mom or Kaido will ever return to the story? Loving this Reverie. Yes. Hashtag Savage. We did touch on that. One of I guess the consensus is Big Mom more likely than Kaido.
Savage.
And that's generally where I feel on everything. Top Goon said, with the Giants, Skypians, and Lunarians all believing in Sun God Nika, what do you think it means that Kuma carries a Bible and is a special race? I believe that it's Oda tying all walks of life into the story. But I mean, that is a clear reference to our world. Yeah. One of the more blatant ones.
Does that mean that Jesus Christ exists in One Piece?
According to Bartholomew Kuma, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, isn't Sengoku's fruit Daibutsu? Isn't that like Japanese for Buddha? So
yeah. I mean, maybe there's a Dao fruit that's like the Jesus fruit.
Exactly.
When we were, when everything was coming out with Nika, I was basically saying once Nika got revealed, no, it wasn't me. Someone else said that Brooks fruit is actually the heat. It might have been Chrissy that made the joke that Brooks fruit is the Hito no Mi model
Israelite
Jesus because he rose from the dead.
I think there's evidence there must be a Moses devil fruit somewhere, because I can't rationalize how else someone could have parted Big Mom's cheeks that many times. So
what?
Oh God!
I'm sorry.
That was Virgo.
All right. the
Virgo out of it.
hidden Virgo
How does it?
prototype island over here.
I'm putting the hat down to your time skip.
Prototype island.
Prototype island. I like it.
Prototype
That'll be
island.
our first collab.
Yeah. So let's see. We got John Martin said, "Much love, everyone. Loved listening to the Reverie. Nailed it, Randy. Thank you. Keep up the good work, guys." Ty said, "At the lavish bracket tone, the time will be 3 p.m. Central." Ace 2532 said, "Hello, everyone. As punishment for not being able to watch the Reverie live, work being annoying, here's my heavenly tribute. We'll catch up on the stream later. Take care. Love you all. #Savage. Appreciate you, Ace." Lazy Mofos, my tag team champs, Commodore Laz, and the in real life GOAT with the coat, Recon D Goatbeard. Glad the tradition of Reverie continues.
Shout out to my boy Lazy Mofos. Nothing but love to my guy.
Good coach.
Fable said, Yasop doesn't look much like Usopp, just saying. Back at the Daddy Issues talk. Japanese Gym, shout out to Volume 1. Everybody go follow. Yep, Volume 1, they were a lot of fun here. Red Potato said, Smoker, top 5 best drip. I don't know.
Y'all want to bring that back again?
No. Mr. Venator said, too much sauce does drip. Good point. I got. Let me see those Sanji. Let me see the Sanji emoji, thinking emojis on that one. That one's. That one's.
There was a lot of Go Flamingo slander earlier that I
tomato, throwing tomatoes.
Yamil said, "Is Nami the drip queen?" Let's see.
No.
You'd be getting bucket naked.
Paladin Berserker Jedi said that Marguerite of the Kujas said that has the Marguerite, future Empress, has fine drip. Then we
also bucket naked.
Oh, Margaret.
I mean, it's pretty basic to me, but hey.
Yeah.
So now we calling women showing their cleavage and their booty and all that as
drip. Yeah.
I don't
like
know
Viola.
with it.
Yeah. Okay. Now we're
Viola. Now that's strip and sauce.
That's flamenco.
I mean,
Honey Queen. Let's go.
What's the word I'm looking for? One of the
Flamenco.
Yamil said Piccolo's the best dad. Code 1XZ giving out copium packs for the carrot haters in the year 2023, year of the rabbit. We will see her again soon, maybe on the crew.
Maybe in a pack.
We
need it.
Marguerite.
Maybe in a blunt.
Just like Pebbles and Bam Bam.
Jay the Lightseeker said, what is the best power feat in the series so far? I still say Whitebeard baby shaking the planet, causing massive waves that probably killed a lot of people.
Bajrangan.
Hawk Cotton Island.
Aokiji freezing the.
I mean, S-Hawk Cotton Island.
Bajrangan, dog.
Yeah.
Bajrangan's pretty.
Yeah. Like by far, it's not close. So things are awesome.
Lucia question?
I agree.
Lucia.
Amazon Lily is massive. An S-Hawk cutting in half like nothing with like a normal attack, like boom, like that. To me, that's still very impressive. I don't know if it's the biggest, but
it's impressive. But it's because you said before, like a while years ago, like Onigashima is made for the number giants. Just think about how big of a place that was. And this guy Kaido, like when he's chilling, like scratching his balls, he's like literally picking up the entire island, floating around like it's nobody's business. Like, okay. And then Luffy could have destroyed that thing like 9 times over the single punch. Like, okay. Nah. Built different today.
Just a real quick, Randy, thank you so much for having me, my boys. I truly appreciate y'all.
Yo, listen, I'm gonna have to follow King Recon on this shit too. I'm gonna have to follow him. I need to head out too. It's time.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
Have a good one, you guys, man. Thank you.
Heading out, okay?
Yo, looking for a scapegoat.
It was so much fun, man. I can't even like.
Hey, yo, Virgo, I'm surprised you're awake still. It's 9:00, my dude. What are you doing, son? Go to bed.
Listen, he said, "I ain't got a drink in me yet."
It is always fun collabing with you guys.
Randy, it's been a great time. Obviously, this is a great stream. seeing all the cast come through, talking about just One Piece, how good it is, of course, looking forward to the future, obviously. Of course, seeing your channel success, obviously. Hopefully everything pans out well in the future. We should do a meetup, another big meetup this year for 2023, get things going. No doubt about that. No doubt about that.
Give me AT.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's
do it.
Agreed.
Let's do it.
Agreed.
Right.
100%.
Thank you
Easy.
to King Recon. Thank you to King of Lightning.
Absolutely.
Say thank you.
Thanks. Thank you for showing up,
The
guys.
chat is sending their love.
The Royal
Have a good
Court.
one. Thank you. Have a great night.
Take it easy, boys.
All right. So, continuing through these.
This is like Squid Game right now. It's like it's getting narrowed down.
Appreciate everybody that's still with us in the chat. If you've been with us the entire time, you're a real one. We still got a bunch of super chats to get through, and like I said, we will. I'll be reading them all, even if I'm by myself. But
I told you I'll always be here, Randy.
Thank you, Virgo. I appreciate
No
you.
problem, No problem.
There was a super chat directed directly at you, thanking you for keeping everybody laughing in the chat. Virgo. Like throughout the reverie.
Is that what
that's
he's
cool. If you really want to thank me, my Cash App. No, I'm kidding.
Demon. Red hour.
Let's see. Mahad Abdi said Kizaru's awakening will let him use different forms of light on the spectrum, i.e., gamma rays, ultraviolet, infrared. That's all really interesting ideas, and I would love to. I'd love to see something like that. I want to see Foxy versus Kizaru. Like that's my dream matchup, and also Law versus Buggy. Because I feel like
natural enemies.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see more natural enemy fights in the story. Let's see. Stanislav unfortunately missed the boat here because Cole just left, but he said Cole's thoughts on Gear 5 Luffy manifesting classes, and I'd like him to explain his moon theory to everyone. But we did talk about the moon with Cole.
And
so
Cole brought that up.
So that's good. Red Potato said Final War is on the moon. Yep. Oh yeah. I'm reading it the way it's spelled.
I like that.
Final War is on the moon with an L, obviously. I don't know about that, but I mean, I'm okay with Laughtail being on the moon or something. We need to go to the. No, there needs to be a story relevance for the moon. Is the the main thing. Prosper 7 just super chatted, said just got here. I'll rewatch the stream later. I think. Just wanted to say thank you guys for what you do for the One Piece community. Good job hosting, Randy. Thank you. Even though you just got here and didn't really see me hosting, I appreciate you saying that I've done a good job. Thank you so much. No, thank you, man. I do appreciate it. Let's see. Demon Gunner said final fight takes place on the red line, calling it now. I mean that's technically Mary Joa, so that's all right. Yeah. Totally not Ty. Ty's alt. Did his mic test because YouTube told him that he couldn't donate anymore, so he made a second account so that he could continue telling us the time. Shout out to the goat Ty.
Randy, Randy, can I run something by you?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Okay, I have a theory.
Yeah.
And the theory is when Doflamingo pulled up to Punk Hazard and he sat on Smoker, who we know isn't
out of here.
Did he hockey up his booty
Get out of
cheeks? Let me
here.
know. Did he put hockey on his cheeks to sit on Smoker? I must know.
Yes.
Yeah.
And honestly,
I just got back. What did I walk?
I truly believe that if this was an SBS question as well,
yes.
Like if this was an SBS 100%. Question, Oda would say yes. That would be Oda's answer.
Crazy.
For
You're
sure.
right.
Up his booty cheeks to
For
sit on
sure.
Smoker.
I need to know.
I'm dying on that hill.
Tired of you.
Where the booty cheeks hockey come? I'm so sorry.
So Doflamingo at Punk Hazard sat on Smoker.
We're not talking about caked up hockey.
Oh yeah.
So he had to have armor hockey up his butt cheeks. That's actually
We're
real.
not talking about caked up hockey.
That's insane.
Picked up hockey.
So your technical cap advanced picked up hockey.
I like
Thank you.
But you know what? That's plausible.
No, that's an original theory, by the way.
It's not even that I'm tired that I'm agreeing. No, like that kind of unless Smoker likes being sat on,
which is a great alternative, right? But like,
wait, there's canon hockey booty cheeks in the story.
Listen.
Virgo,
listen. The alternative is sitting through smoking.
Yeah.
No, we gotta hockey up. We gotta hockey up. You gonna sit through his torso?
Why not?
Go with me.
That's so true.
Booty cheek real.
There's actual canon hockey booty cheeks in the story. That's wild.
Full body Virgo, and Virgo's bringing this
One
new
little tidbit. Just had to get my theory out.
That's incredible.
I don't think you have the facilities for that, big man.
Randy with the stream deck.
Oh yeah. There's plenty of
He's just going.
There's plenty of things here.
Right to jail.
He's running down the list.
Someone said he's got stone pants. No.
This is me inviting Virgo.
No, I don't know what I expected.
Oh god.
At this point in the conversation, it's just like pressing every button on the elevator. It's just like going through. It's just running through the list.
Oh god. Let's see. I lost my place in the super chats because of that.
Damn it! I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. So then there were the make Jay do the Blackbeard laugh. Very motivated. Do it. Dan R. Do the thing. Totally not Ty. Hold my beer. Paladin Berserker. Speaking of, this is to you, Hidden. Speaking of the Game of Thrones to One Piece trade. Hot take: Boa Hancock is the Jorah Mormont of One Piece, and we'll meet his end, end in the in the show, and then fight me.
Okay, so I would want to comment more on that. I just don't want to spoil Game of Thrones for anyone in the One Piece stream. It's been a while, I know, but like you're telling me, wait, so you're saying that Boa is gonna she's gonna go out protecting Luffy? Is that what?
I suppose so.
I guess. I mean, I just that's a little. It's a stretch for me.
That's crazy.
And I'll be honest. I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't want anything from late season Game of Thrones to get copied or referenced or be similar in One Piece. Like I'd rather just Jorah not have died anyway. And
the age difference isn't as big either. So
yeah. Well, that's true as well.
He's at the end of his rope.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Boa's not a character I have death flags on. I'll be honest.
But on that note, there are a lot of Game of Thrones ties in One Piece. So
I don't see Boa going down.
Shout out to Enraged Army, my boy Luffy, aka Jon Snow.
I think the Lunarians, Targaryens, Empty Throne, Iron Throne. Come on, guys.
Absolutely.
It's there.
Absolutely. Yeah. We know he's a mega fan. I love it.
Let's see. Jake Jones, this was the one I was talking about earlier. He said, I just got back here, but whatever Morj has said so far, he's spitting. This is when Morj was actually here. Let's see. Then we got a whole lot of
I just want to point out to all the people from Morj. Morj called you guys minions last Reverie. Just throwing that out there. He said that was his words.
Minions?
Yeah, that's what he said.
I remember that.
His words.
Wait, what?
We were at
the last Reverie, in his introduction, he's like, because they were spamming Morj in time, and he's just like, I can't control what my minions do, and we were like, minions, Morj. Hello.
I mean, if you've seen his streams, it's true.
Morj met up with us in DreamCon, and we went to a panel, and Morj basically had the panel wanting to kill him and whoever was sitting with him.
He did.
It did not go well. I don't remember exactly what he said, but I knew though the entire room of like 500 people was in an uproar and like ready to take.
He had all the One Piece fans mad too.
Yeah, not just everybody else, but the One Piece fans too, right? Let's see. Ty let us know that it was 5p Central, 6p EST. Yeah. Darnell said Zoro and Luffy have the most death flags in the series. I highly disagree. Will either die by the end of series. I don't think either will.
There's theories of Luffy, but
yeah,
I'm not gonna go into that. I don't believe it.
I just I've said who I think actually has the most death flags in the crew, but I'm not gonna get into that now. Nerd King said, I think the issue with this discussion is that we've seen Luffy has fought twice in Gear 5. Kaido was the first showcase, and honestly, Lucci isn't a serious fight. Shouldn't this topic wait until we've seen a truly mad Gear 5?
I mean, I mean,
based on how Gear 5 works.
then let's just not talk about Gear 5 at all.
Yeah, that's what we discussed. Basically.
Period.
You know, I mean,
Not
it's
only
like-
that, based off
yeah,
on how
no.
Gear 5 works, when are we gonna mad?
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, that's what we talked about, but it's almost like we should wait to talk about it. No, I mean, that's what we're here
Yeah.
for. We're
It
you know
kinda would be
we're
the
talking about the
opportunity.
you know the you know basically when
It's
it
theorizing
happens,
not the point, my friend.
I mean, it seems as though that people just really want him to have the same facial expression he had with his last punch.
Yeah.
That's essentially what they want.
They want that at all times, yeah.
Correct. And I don't think that's plausible.
We will have more Gear 5. We will see eventually. We will see Luffy get tested. And
Next Reverie.
yeah, next Reverie. Jonathan R. Anyone else concerned about the after effects of Gear 5? Luffy getting old after using it has me worried about how much of his lifespan he's using. So that goes back to the Tomate theory that I brought up earlier, which I didn't mention this part of it at the time that I was going to it, and it was too crazy to like chime back in with it. But you know, I was talking about the Hody stuff and everything like that. But one of the other big things of that theory is Luffy turning old, which is what happened to Hody after he abused the pills. So with Luffy's increasing, use of his lifespan, I think that it will come up and it will play a very important role, even with Oda making it seemingly a joke here in 1070, 1071 when they were going to the Frontier Dome.
Yeah.
I think there's also an inherent risk in what an awakenings are, because the risk of losing your mind and losing control of your will due to the Zoan, like that could be a risk of its own completely. So, and that's, I wouldn't want to end up as the Impel Down Awakened Zoans. I'm just saying.
Let's see. STG Gundam Boy said, just showing support. Appreciate you. Akainu Top 1 said, I don't think the Gear 5 moment will be as iconic as Super Saiyan transformation. That moment is still the most iconic moment in anime history. But can he beat Goku though? We're not going to get into that. we have to.
That was so fast.
He had no
How did he
build-up
bring
to
it
it.
that fast?
Frame one.
How did he do that?
Frame one.
Oh my god.
That was so fast.
Oh my god.
That's like how Chopper said. So fast.
That got me off guard.
We have to see it happen, and the other thing too is that there's generations as well, while the Super Saiyan Goku moment could be more iconic to us that experienced it when we were younger or anything like that, but for someone who's maybe hasn't seen that, but they see the Gear 5, then it would be more iconic to them.
It'd be interesting to have this conversation like 10, 15 years down the line and see how people
yes, exactly. That's not something we can answer now.
Of course.
The arguments are going to happen because you're going to have those that are going to be yelling at the Super Saiyan ones that all nostalgia's kicking your ass. And then when we love Gear 5, like, recency bias. It's just never going to go right.
What I'm worried about is if they do the aura thing in the anime with Gear 5 and they give him a white aura, it's gonna be everyone on the internet's gonna be like, "Yo, this is just ultra instinct or whatever." Like they're gonna bring that back. I don't want those comparisons. So that's I want to like separate the Goku. Super Saiyan is like a separate. I really
prepared to get toxic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm ready.
Delete your Twitter that day.
Very prepared to get toxic.
Yeah. Shout out to Kev DOG, Kev Dog. Another One Piece content creator. He said, while I can't be as lavish as Time Fable, I want to thank all the creators for bringing the community together again. There have been so many great moments so far. Curious what the thoughts are on space potential in One Piece. We did talk about the moon. So we did cover that. But shout out to my guy, Kev.
Shout out to Kev. He's dope.
Yep. Go check out Kev for sure.
Kev the OG.
Kev the OG.
Need him in the next Reverie.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Hunter McTarsney said the eggplant raid will fail. I guess he means Egghead Road. The
eggplant raid. Hey, yo.
I mean, as long as the Straw Hats don't die, then probably yeah.
Take me to dinner first, cuz.
Yeah.
Not the eggplant raid. Oh god.
Hunter McTarsney said Kaido backstory. Kaido strong. And then some like emojis.
I was small nigga, then medium nigga, then big nigga. I'm here now.
My guy Ty, the time is now 6p Central,
number.
7p EST. What up, Savage Crew?
So we're 3 hours back now.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there.
We going crazy. Hold on.
Paladin Berserker Jedi. Remember last year I sent you a message about the Straw Hats and the Tantata tribe training to develop hockey on Elbaf to Parvision. That was directed at Parvision.
Yeah, part of my I mean, I brought it up here too, is that the elemental hockey thing, in terms of where new hockey or expanding hockey willpower would come from. At the time, it'd be like the Revs, maybe they have some play on there, but the obvious big choice was Elbaf. And the reason going back to is Dory and Brogy, like they just whipped out Rio really quickly. So then it just makes it seem like Elbaf would be a place where we learn, just similar to Wano, where Wano had Rio as like their baseline. They didn't know about other hockeys or the names of it, but they knew Rio. Similarly, like the Giants, given their lifespan, given so many other things, between like semi-Kikon and hockey, they might show us a whole like different perspective of that. Similar to what Hidden was talking about, how they may have different names for the ancient weapons, for example, just because of how old they are and how different their isolated culture might be. And we saw other isolated cultures within Fishman Island and the Minks. They had a whole different structure of things. So who's to say Elbaf won't be super crazy like that too?
Yeah. Shout out to Alberto Roa, who said, just joined, and I see the stream has been going on for 10 hours. Much love to you in the One Piece community, Randy. Thank you, Alberto. Very Peak Fiction, V Peak Fiction said, been watching the stream for a while. Really fun. I think y'all have missed No Villain Has Died. They always come back. Kaido and Big Mom, they're coming back. At least Big Mom. Yeah. Let's see. And let's see. Kev Dog, if you got your mic, I mean we're in the scary hours here. You might as well just come on in, man.
Kev DOG.
Come on.
Yeah.
Pull up.
And then let's see.
I love the sheer difference from like before, where everybody was like at New York just screaming, just trying to talk, and now we're all just too tired. We're just chilling.
I could go all day.
It's a magical thing, honestly. It's just like
maybe this is the infinite power Vegapunk was talking about. The One Piece.
Definitely dynamic. Yeah. Definitely dynamic.
My ears literally started ringing before when everyone started talking. It was loud.
It was different time of day. At this point, we could get like Joy Girl back in here. It's probably a normal hour for her.
Yeah.
Right.
It's actually 4 a.m. here.
Oh God, Artur.
Yeah, I know, but like, honestly, it's like completely screwed over my sleep schedule. So.
Cool Kyubi's in chat. I also saw him ask the same exact question on like your community post, Randy. He said, anyone notice how the beginning of Wano had an octopus and it was seemingly forgotten about?
How did that go?
I just had to bring that question up. Come on.
I know, because somebody likes octopi.
That someone might not be here. It's definitely not me. I want nothing to do with octopuses.
That's chapter 9, 10. 9, 10 has a lot of chapter 9, 10 has a lot of gems in there, in my opinion.
All of 900, man. Oh, like Oda was so in his like, bro, the amount of like banger chapters in like that 100 chapter stretch is insane, man.
Yeah, we were talking about rereading One Piece. I didn't reread it for the express reason of rereading it all in bulk, but I did reread sections of it for certain things. But when I reread it for like, hey, I want to reread for Big Mom, I want to reread for Zoro, I want to reread for that, I really enjoyed that because like I really appreciated all the details that Oda did. And I do understand though, like, you know, a few people might say like, well, those plot lines never got fulfilled. And my perspective is, you know, Wano's probably a lot of the things are going to be relevant later on in the story, right? Between like Black Blades, right? We still didn't know about that. I'm sure later on we'll find out the Oni stuff. Oh, and like, you know, in terms of Kaido, King, and Queen, like the same reason we don't know much about Lunarians, we know much about Onis, we don't know much about Mads. So we'll probably learn about all three of them when we learn about Onis, Lunarians, and Mads team. So that those could be reasons why we didn't learn about them in Wano.
Hey, Kev.
Maybe it's better.
What's up, Kev?
Oh, there he is.
Good, it's good.
Good to see you, Kev.
Yeah. Well, I'm in like fucking disbelief right now. I'm like, whoa. But yeah, nice to talk with you all. I know like almost all of you, except I don't really know. Well, I know Virgo and Townsy, and Artur, but I never chatted. With you guys.
Well,
but,
good evening, friend.
Yeah, good evening for sure. Yeah.
Me and Kev send shit posts to each other on Twitter, so we send stuff to each other like the memes. So
Go in the community.
It's my dude.
Welcome, Chief.
Welcome, bro.
Shout out to
I'm
Kev
just like, Jesus
DOG,
Christ.
Kev Dog.
We have 2 hours of super chats to get through.
Yes, we do. We're gonna get through them though. Let's see.
Let's do it.
Let's get into this here.
Kevin the Rev.
All right.
Oh,
so
yeah.
we got
That's crazy.
Paladin Berserker said Jenny Slate for Chopper. Anwar said the Reverie was a joy to observe. I appreciate all of you. You did a great job hosting, Randy. Thank you.
I've been a great host.
Yeah, actually, you've been an excellent host.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Let's see. Mr. Hyena asked Matt something that he would not have been able to answer. Matt Cipher said Pluton probably made the space for Fishman Island under Marijoa.
I like that idea. It makes sense because also Joyboy had the apology, right? Like, hey, sorry, you're stuck down here. Kind of, paraphrasing a little bit. It's like, hey, we put you here because like you're directly under Marijoa, right? Like, Emu can't blast you guys because you're directly under Marijoa. So we're gonna dig a hole so you're safe for 800 years. That kind of thing.
Yeah. And on top of that, the red line is like largely undisturbed, and then there's this gaping hole there. I wonder what made that gaping hole.
The one hole, the one way that lets people go through the new world, right? Like the one possible route.
And the Noah is like an escape route for later anyway. It's like, oh, I'll put this here for later, and then you all can leave and come back to where you used to live,
Yep, like you're stuck here for 800 years, but don't worry, like I'm gonna come back, right? Like that's the idea, like Joyboy, like I'm coming back. Like, you're sorry you're stuck. I know it sucks, but like we're gonna get you all out of here eventually.
Finally got that
for
milk.
cigarettes. I'll be back.
Finally got that milk.
Yeah. Joyboy was like the true deadbeat dad.
Yep, the cigarette.
He's the OG.
Let's see. Matt Cipher said the Koski Jolly Roger looks like a mole and you can't unsee it.
The claws, the wings are claws. Look at it that way.
Andrew Connor, much love to everyone. Keep doing these reveries. They make One Piece that much more special. Hashtag Pluton Mole Gang.
They'll never stop.
Hey, that's my boy right there. Appreciate you. Thank you. That's my
They will
boy.
never stop. I'll make y'all proud enough to host one year.
Ty let us know that the time is now 7 Central, 8 EST. What up, Savage Crew? All right.
Catching up.
You're real close.
Red Potato said...
Tater. Again.
Tater. Potaters. Let's see. A Big Mom homie made it out of the magma from Wano would be cool.
Vulcan.
Magma homie, yeah, I'm okay with that.
Magma homie is wild.
Vulcan would definitely be the name for it.
Yeah, the Vulcan idea. I love that theory. It's so
That's
fun.
great. Yeah.
Yeah. And there could be the idea if it's like a Vulcan or a Hephaestus, like, god, it could be like a deformed homie because Big Mom is under the lava and she might not be able to make one as well. Because if it's from her soul and she's all messed up, she could be able to make something, but it's like kind of off compared to all the other homies.
Or she might not have much soul left, right? Because she already used a bunch during the raid, like making new homies and eating it herself. So
That's great, actually. I love that. I love that.
Trevor Tiger just super chatted, said, Kev, he's our man. If he can't do it, then we're all screwed.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. Marcus Frazier said, Advanced Conquerors Hockey Drip. With some emojis there. Caleb Brown, shout out to Virgo for making us laugh in the chat all day. That was who said it. It was Caleb Brown.
Big Caleb.
Big dog. I had to hold chat down while I was at work.
My guy, Chin Ho Wong, said, Randy and Chrissy, great Reverie hosts. Thank you both. Appreciate you. Chin, shout out to the boy.
I just want to say, you have absolutely amazing mods.
Yeah,
they hold it down for you.
I just, and I saw that they've had to mod today, which is you know, unfortunate.
They were putting in work.
And
Yes.
and that's something that, you know, they don't usually have to do. You know, normally I just, you know, it's like, hey, I just, you know, I'm like Oprah with the wrenches. So I hand them out. I hand them
What are you
out.
telling? They call me 100 mods Virgo. I am too.
But the point is like, I don't give a wrench because it's like, hey, I want you to, you know, like do something. I want you to, all I want anybody that's coming to the stream to do is like relax, enjoy yourself. Like, let's chat, let's talk about One Piece, let's keep the vibe, and then that's it. But today, you know, a lot of them, you know, they chose to step up, and I appreciate that. Shout out to Zachary or Zach, who just gifted a membership. Appreciate that. That went to Me. Yep. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see.
Nana.
Let's see. Then we got. Insatiable Hunger said the future for One Piece power scaling gets crazy. Who can survive if an island gets deleted? Those that can fly / Logias, but Luffy has 0 stamina.
Luffy 0 stamina randomly.
Yeah, the 0.
We are just lying.
That was slightly confusing.
So we
That
just
was just like that was just a roast on Luffy, like the sky is beneath the other stuff. That was just like, yeah, and also Luffy got like no stamina. That dude's a chump.
Yeah.
He took a Boro breath like head on. Like I don't know. I feel like he could handle it.
Yeah, I think he'd be fine. I think he'd be fine.
Questioning Luffy's stamina as if he's been in bed with him. That's crazy.
Oh no!
Oh no! We're getting that Amazon Lily flashbacks. Oh no!
It really is getting late.
Let's see. There's also a bunch of member chats that I have to get into. I mean, there's still a few more super chats that I'm going into. The Discord. Let's see. Keyboard Cat, member for 19 months, said, "I'm gonna Morj."
I'm gonna Morj.
Okay. Yeah.
It's about to get spicy.
Let's see.
Morj is a verb, noun, adjective. It's
It's Morjin time. What am I doing?
State of mind.
State of mind.
I mean, it just falls in line with the Morbin meme.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Marcus Hickey joined the channel. Appreciate you, Marcus.
One more Jillian subscribers.
Yeah, it's
more Jillian.
Oscar Cruz, member for 18
Morganite.
months, said savage. Lucy B, member for 20 months, said please people behave. We mods are serious today. Talking about what we're talking about here.
Right after someone said Morj.
Someone said Morj's life. Yo, they in the chat wildly.
Zachary or Zach said astounding
convenience
reverie,
comment wasn't
productive
for
and cordial. Thank you, Zach. Appreciate you. Mr. Venator 86, member for 14 months, said we are live. Much love to all of you.
We live, baby.
Let's see. We got Marios L said the Tekking drip goes hard today. Savage. For those who missed it, he was dressed as Sabo.
Sabo.
Yeah, check.
He even had the pipe. He even had the pipe.
He had the pipe. Yeah. Oh, he had the full thing. And then when we asked him, you know, what happened at Lucia, his camera went out. Jonathan RK said, extra proud of Randy and Chrissy today, and to be a member of the Savage crew. Thank you, Jonathan. He said, gonna miss most of it, but looking forward to the VOD later. Thank you, my friend. Jonathan usually has a lot of good takes. I like his stuff. Yamil, member for 20 months, said likes for Chrissy. Conrad, my guy, member for 19 months, said Reverie time. 3 Stephen D. Smith emojis. Simon Briggs, member for 10 months, said Egghead is mid, not gonna lie, I want Elbaf already.
Cap.
Okay.
How does it feel to be alone?
That's just a bad take, bro.
How does it feel to be alone and by yourself?
I didn't
Crazy.
even hear the take. so
I
I'm
want
glad
Elbaf too, but
running.
I'm gonna. We can just marinate in Egghead for at
He
least
said we want
10
to
to
read
12 more.
Eggheads too.
Yes.
Oh, I'm
I hope
Yeah,
you
he said it was mid.
on the side of
He
your
said it
bed.
was
mid.
He said it was mid. He didn't just say he want to lead.
Yeah.
Damn.
No.
I hope somebody
That's
lucky
right.
up their cheeks and sit on you.
Sorry, we don't speak wrong over here. Sorry, we don't speak wrong.
What's funny too is, so here's the thing, right? When you're a creator, and YouTube really needs to fix this, is when you have members and they do like their monthly member chat, there's no way in the YouTube studio to find it once it disappears. So my mods and everything, they took screenshots and they put them in the Discord, which I'm very appreciative of. So I can actually read
Oh,
this.
that's a family. Oh, that's a family film.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Hey,
So
mods, my mods, if you out here listening, step it up.
but in the chat
Everybody
also
in your chat is a mod.
underneath
Exactly.
underneath that particular take is a bunch of emojis, including bruh, and then like Wapple like shooting his eyes out. Like, what is this? So I, like, much love to Simon, but yes, nah, let's enjoy Egghead. Then Conrad, my guy. Caleb Brown, member for 6 months, said, "Y'all think Kuzan is the leader of Sword or Garp?" You guys know my answer. It's Garp.
I was about to say Garp. I would say
It's
Garp.
It's Garp.
Kuzan, that's my boy.
Maybe
Favorite
Sengoku
character
too,
and
though?
everything. I don't even see why.
Sengoku would be fun.
Like,
if he
both
was
of
a
them,
part of
yeah.
the
And Goku would be cool. I need it to be Garp though.
I do need it to be Garp because it's just going to make his character so much richer if he's from behind
So not
the
only
scenes
that,
trying
I meant to say this. No, yeah, you good.
just trying to subvert the government. I need that.
Yeah.
And
It would be
now
cool if like all these organizations, like the Revs came back from Ohara, right? Ohara got destroyed, so then the Revs came out. Sword came out as well, so then like that'd be pretty cool. Because Garp is a vice admiral. He wasn't there for the Buster Call, so I'm sure there's some kind of logic there where Sword got started after that.
For me, that kind of like loops around to the conversation we had. Remember we had about Luffy was inspiring, like, random people. Dragon inspires like cities and nations to rise up. Your boy Garp do the same thing for the Marines, for them not to be pieces of shit.
Mhm.
Look at Kobe.
Yeah, and there's gonna be
Monkey D family
a
out here.
bunch. There's gonna be a bunch of Marines that are going to like switch sides by the time we get to the final war, and they're gonna be under Garp's banner, and it's gonna be these sword guys. It's gonna be Kobe. It's gonna be Helmeppo, Hibari. Like the
I would
Shout
be
out
very
to Bari,
interested.
thank you.
Yeah, I would be interested if
Harlem,
there's
you wanted
this
him, man.
theory in the Japanese fandom that Hibari is Akaino's daughter because she has a very similar Japanese
see that.
like
I did see
accent.
that.
Really?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
She has like a similar like accent to Akainu, so like some people are thinking like this she's his daughter, and that would be very interesting.
Did they say like Hokkaido
Absolutely.
or something like that? Where's the accent or something like that, right? Or where did
No,
they say the accent was
really.
from?
I'm checking the wiki.
I'm pretty sure his accent places him like more southern Japan. If I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
My favorite thing.
It's like more Kyushu.
yeah,
it's not
Kyushu, that.
It's not a Kyushu. I don't think it's a Kyushu dialect, but I'm pretty sure it's like that region. If I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken.
Ooh, I can't wait to answer my loves.
And they're the only two people with that.
Member for
entire
10
squad.
months. Favorite theory or theories of each of your favorite YouTubers on stream?
Oh, of our favorite YouTubers, or just our own.
I say my favorite YouTuber is not an anime YouTuber.
I think it's referring more to other
In here?
theories like that we like of
Yeah.
our fellow creators.
Not to seem biased or anything, but largely why I decided to make my channels because of the laws and sword theory. Just man, that is something to be studied, man. And I know it sounds like, oh, he's meat riding, but like that's like literally part of the reason I even made my channel. So like that is literally
Is
a
it
theory to go
cowgirl or
study,
reverse
man.
cowgirl?
But I'm not into it all.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you.
I do want to shout out a theory, that One Piece talk. So Larry from there, he started a theory channel, and he actually forgot this theory. He told it to me in private, and he never said, he completely forgot about it. He told me to just make a video on it, and I was like, nah, I'm gonna shout you out for it. And it's so small. It's the smallest theory, but when he said it, my mind just went like, no, that makes so much sense. And the theory was that the ancient shipwrights that built Pluton were ship Klabautermen, because who better to make the best ship than ship Klabautermen? And that was the ancient shipwrights that made it. And I was just like mind blown at that. And right now, like, that's one of my favorite theories. So shout out to Larry from that One Piece talk for that one, because that one made me smile.
I don't have any specific theories, but there's so many people I would like to shout out, but I want to give a special shout out to the boys at Moncorvo, even though they're from a French channel. They make really incredible videos, especially from like a production quality, to the point that like they make like videos on a level of quality that, at least especially from production, that is like well above and beyond what other creators are making. Like they hire animators, voice actors, and all sorts of editors, and they're great fellas too. So I'm gonna shout out. Aww.
I've got
Look at little boy.
Baby Zen.
It happened on Rogersbase channel. It wasn't Roger himself, but it was a super chat that he got when I was there. And they said that there's a theory of Boa Hancock having a mythical Zoan model Medusa, and I thought that was pretty sweet.
I've heard that.
The longest time, my favorite theory was the Blackbeard Cerberus theory, but then like everyone just decided like overnight they hate that now. So
yeah, that became a meme.
It's like I'm not allowed to like that one anymore, I guess. The octopus theory is a good one.
Now with Regal here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's what happened. No, that's what happened.
Not for top left.
He dropped the heat. The heat. Everyone was like, all right, this old theory, we could just forget about this.
That's dead.
Yeah. No, I do love that theory. I do love that.
Thank you. It's crazy. I even like discovered that. That was literally like the first the first video I even threw up.
Yeah.
Shout out to Randy for helping me like kind of put it out there, man.
Hey, man, I found your theory from Randy's video.
Exactly.
I met someone who was watching One Piece for the first time, and like they told me, it's like, I have a theory. Like I don't know if anyone came up with this, but I had a theory that Blackbeard was a Cerberus. I'm like, definitely some people before you have come up with it, because at this point it's.
People have been saying that for
literally.
like over 15 years at least. I would say I've been seeing that. That's been around for as long as I've been around.
Yeah. So no, I was saying, Randy, I found Threevil's channel from your video when you made the video about his octopus theory. That was not only one of the earliest videos I saw of yours, and then that was the first video I saw of him. So then I found both of you guys at the same time, and it was
I found Threevil from Twitter. And I remember the very first thing I saw from him was him saying that he was gonna manifest going to the Reverie, and I was like, "Get after it, bro."
I love.
Yeah, thank you to everybody here even giving me an opportunity. But not to kind of like drag on the conversation, because like I think like this is amazing as far as like Blackbeard being an octopus goes. Like that was a theory I made out, and I was like, okay, whatever, kept it in the back of my mind. But then later on, when Blackbeard had like his new bounty, like you can see it's 3,996,000,000 or whatever, and I was like, man, there's like 8 different characters that have a pun when it comes to their bounty, and it just so happens that like his new bounty is a pun on the phrase 3 hearts. And like that just what's the word, invigorated me or whatever, just like revitalized me, and I was like, no, I need to continue pushing this.
Reignited.
Word. I need to check out that bounty number. That's super interesting.
Yeah,
I didn't
love
even.
that.
Yeah.
I love that.
Sun Kokoro or something like that.
Yeah, Sun
I
Kokoro,
just need to know, because everybody when the 3 billion bounty came out for Luffy, everybody's like, nah, you can't be higher than Blackbeard and everything. I was like, no. Trust me. The next time we see Blackbeard, I don't know what he's done, but he will be, close to 4 billion. And then like he comes and he's like literally like just right below 4 billion. But I need to know what he did to get there. Like, what did he do in between the time that Moria showed up and all that? Because it obviously wasn't this Hancock thing. It has to be something else. The Amazon Lily. Like, that event wasn't what gave it to him.
I mean, I said that Mihawk would have a 3.69 billion bounty, and he got 3.59, which is like, oh. So
that's close.
I said Crocodile would be in the billions, like for like when we actually like got his readjusted bounty for probably over a year. I was just like, when Crocodile comes back into the story, he's gonna be in the billies, and people were like, no, Crocodile's trash, and
people not thinking about how like another one. He has a clear weakness, Logia, all that. That man is smart. They're afraid of his brain too. That man is a genius. He got
Crocodile's my goat.
What he did?
That's my goat.
People overanalyze maybe like the numbers Toda puts in the bounties, but for example, Crocodile's bounty literally reads as Kuroko.
That's fire.
Oh, that's sick. I never knew that.
Sweet.
I just had a thought for Mihawk's bounty real quick, because you mentioned it's 3.59, right?
Yeah.
Did you say? Not did you say? Do you think?
Japanese.
Do you think it's gonna be?
Mihawk.
That's actually sick. Yeah. That's actually super sick. But I was thinking, because Zoro's whole moveset is like the 360-degree, like the other numbers of that. Do you think they did that on purpose so Zoro would have like a bounty number to like top that?
I think that's tied more to a thing of Buddhism than like the numbers of Buddhism than 360 degrees.
Okay.
Yeah. But like even Mihawk is literally just Mihawk. Like
that's amazing.
I actually am curious though when we see the moveset on Mihawk. I wouldn't be surprised if we get similar naming schemes, right? Because we had the Marine Hunter, Pirate Hunter, but in Japanese those titles sound very similar. Like Kaigun Gari or Kaizoku Gari is two very similar titles. So Marine and Pirate. Yeah.
That was my favorite part of the Mihawk thing, was just Marine Hunter.
Marine
Hunter. I was like, all right, let's go.
Is it possible that some of Zoro's moves post time skip are names that he got from Mihawk?
I wouldn't be surprised,
Like,
and that's
that'd
what
be
I'm
cool.
thinking. Yeah,
That's like the Billion World Cataclysm. That wasn't prior to time skip, so then maybe that was after.
I mean, that was like.
Well, I mean, Sansen Sakai was the move, but it's just
Sansen Sakai.
Yeah. Shout out to Novum. He said, I've been in and out today, but I'm just going to be listening to this to and from work for the next week. Just wanted to send this out of appreciation. Good luck out there, everyone. Thank you, Novum. Then we had NXEO said, Reverie was fire. Matt Owens is a G for staying 8 hours. Yes. One Piece Netflix live action cast members for next Reverie, especially if it's after the live action comes out with no NDA. Hey, who knows? Let's see, we had Diogo Lisboa join the channel. Thank you. Then we have Mark Creasy, my man, member for 16 months, said Carrot really caused the 11th Great Reverie War.
Oh
well. And then Skater, member for 10 months, said, I hope I can show the live action to my non-anime friends. Randy's on point. That's the biggest goal. I talked about it earlier. And then let's see, my guy Evo Warrior 5, member for 20 months, said, speaking of 1045, when Luffy says, when you die, you're just bones, and then he starts laughing.
Yes.
I bet he had to think about Brook and got happier.
No, but like it's not okay. The important thing about that line, which I think is super critical, is that it's literally a line from Binks' Sake, word by word. And Luffy starts mentioning several things about Binks' Sake when he transforms in Gear 5th, and that is absolutely connected. I have a big theory about that coming up, but I'll talk about it eventually. because my theory is that the One Piece is Binks' Sake, so...
Yeah. And shout out to... we both ended up in Watch Mojo for our theories, Artur.
Yes! Yes!
Did you guys
give me the top 2 spots, so...
Yeah.
I got happy.
I was number 6, but, hey, it was still fun.
That's sweet.
Laws and
it's just so real to hear like, hey, and welcome to another Watch Mojo list. So this theory was popularized by Artur, and it's like
right
of trolling news, yeah.
Love that. Let's see. I we're almost done with these super chats. We got let's see. Dan the Man, you're all the best. Hashtag $2 holler. And let's see. Read a lot of these, so I've got to just kind of remember, see if there was any ones that I missed here. And the Man asked, if it's not too much to ask, what are your thoughts on the One Piece, on what it is? Artur just said he thinks it's Big Sake.
I got an answer for that. I got a big old answer for that. Oh, sorry, Randy.
I was just going to say I don't have an answer for that because I don't it doesn't. I'm just on the ride for what the One Piece is. But I do ascribe to One Piece, PEACE. So I think I just think the world peace element of everything is that.
Hey, let Hidden cook.
If I could cook for 1 sec.
All right, Hidden, go off.
I think the name of the ancient kingdom that Clover was not allowed to finish saying is One Piece. And I think One Piece it's the kingdom of One Piece, spelled with an A. And one thing that I think is important about this is that the burning of Ohara happened a year after Roger's execution. And Clover was stopped from saying something that would have, basically to anyone in the vicinity or anyone in the world, they would have had to have heard what Clover was going to say and been able to make some connection based off of that name, because there's no way they would cut him off if the name, I've said this in my video, people who've watched it will probably in the chat love this. I said, like, what if the name of the ancient kingdom was Bingo Bongo? Okay, and it was Bingo Bongo, and then Clover said, "Oh, this kingdom, the kingdom of Bingo Bongo." No one would know what the hell that means. So it has to be a word that everyone and their mother and any layman, milkmaid, whatever, knows what Clover is about to say. And the word that's fresh on everyone's mind, the phrase that everyone in the world knows, especially a year later, is One Piece. And I feel like, okay, so then the question is, they say that in the beginning of the story, the people collectively referred to Roger's treasure as One Piece, right? Well, now we had this recent development in the story with dreams, and they say that as long as people wish for Nika, he will always exist. Well, what if the reason that Roger announced the One Piece and Whitebeard further announced that the One Piece is real is to maintain this idea in people's minds, to believe in the idea of the kingdom of One Piece, and thus it would be real. And I think that's why the people referred to it as One Piece and not Roger, because the whole idea is to get people to imagine this place. And there's the whole video on it. If you guys want to see more of this theory, I don't want to keep going on. Go on my channel. It's called The Truth About Everything. It's my most watched video, like 250 views. Phantom linked it in the chat. Perfect. Yeah, go check that out. It's 45 minutes of this idea explained in depth. So yeah.
I fully agree with you, but the kingdom of Bingo Bongo would be such an Oda name.
I mean, it sounds like a drum.
See, my thing is like the Raphtail connection.
Hey.
Like the Raphtail connection and like the way that was misinterpreted. I could see that happening also with One Piece.
But Oda has written One Piece in English, though. That's kind of the difference.
Yeah, I don't know. I still feel like it can apply in some way to PEAC if we unite the world.
Oda had peace on the mind when he wrote the story, because in Romance Dawn, he called the good pirates Peace Mains with an A, not with an I. He called them Peace Mains. And it's interesting because the other part of my theory talks about how the world government used to be pirates. I mentioned that earlier in the stream. Well, if Marines are actually this faction that used to be pirates, or like part of this faction, it's interesting that in Romance Dawn, the good pirates are Peace Mains with an A, and the bad pirates are Morganeers. And the first person that we fight in the story of One Piece, the first villain, is a Marine named Morgan. So if the Marine faction was actually run by Celestial Dragons, former pirates, it makes sense that this is all coming from the same place with Oda. Peace Mains, Morganeers evolved into this pirates and Marines situation that we have now. And that's what I think the whole One Piece is, it's a whole video. You guys check it out, but I just want to put that out there because that's like one of my most enthusiastic answers for like any of the One Piece questions. I really feel passionate about that. I'll even put a bounty, man. I'll pay I'll pay $30 to anyone out there that can tell me what word or phrase would be more recognizable to the general public than One Piece. What could Clover have said that would have been more recognizable to everyone in the world than the phrase One Piece? You tell me that, I'll Venmo you 30.
The crazy moment when Oda was the one behind the One Piece is real meme, and he made the the edit on Whitebeard, and so he could get it out there. That'd be crazy.
It's like an ARG.
The One Piece is real.
But I think that makes a lot of sense because a lot of people have also said, like removing the red line is like the purpose of the One Piece, and that's like making the world one piece again. You know what I mean? So if the Ancient Kingdom is the kingdom of One Piece, it's a good connection. What's that?
I think it makes more sense that destroying the red line is the purpose of the ancient weapons, and then the One Piece is to connect the world after the red line and the ground line are destroyed.
Yeah, because I also take it from the perspective of Roger, right? When he finally got to the One Piece, he literally started laughing, and he's like, "Man, this is such a great tale you left behind." So it must be well, we already know from I guess some Oda interview, it's something tangible, it's some kind of treasure that you could touch and hold. I don't know how much Luffy would start laughing and enjoy some RPG that shoots down the red line, But I absolutely love Hidden Island's take on the name of the Ancient Kingdom. That is heat.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Looking again.
Paladin Berserker Jedi said it'd be fun to hear fan casts for the live action One Piece season 2, like Baroque Works, Drum Island, Crocus. I actually have a video where I from probably 2 years ago or something where I went through something like that. Some of my favorites: Michael Jai White as Mr. One.
I love it.
I would love the Dean from Community, Jim Rash, as Mr. 2. It's a bit of an older pick.
Yeah, I was gonna say Jim Carrey might be
Jim Rash, and you can go watch my video to see the clip that I used to understand where I'm coming from on that. Let's see, Bill Nye, not the science guy, as Hero Look. Obviously, Jamie Lee Curtis for Kureha. Those are some of my favorites. I don't know if anybody else ever put any.
There was someone on that who
Zendaya as S Snake.
There's someone on Twitter who changed
the Alabasta Saga.
There was someone on Twitter who changed their profile picture and their name to me, to mine, and started posting fake castings for the second season of live action that went viral. When singer David Bustamante as Crocodile and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, I do remember that actually. Yeah. That's crazy.
Oh my god. Yeah. Let's see. Arjun said Maramara no Mi powering the giant robot on Egghead. I think it's more so a sun god Nika thing.
Yeah.
I don't think we need the Maramara no Mi for that.
Someone said Dax Sake for Miss Merry Christmas.
Mole Gang rise up.
He does the Mole
Gang. Mole Gang. I love that. Actually, part of the mole theory, though, is that the Pluton could have a mythical mole fruit. So that's another angle to it.
Miss Merry Christmas returns for the end game of the story. She's the one that controls the mole.
Yep.
It's the only one who can speak to it.
It's the one character. Keep her out of it. Oh my god, she was the most annoying character ever. I'll rewatch Alabasta this year. Miss Merry Christmas is so annoying.
And Mr. Four. Mr. Four is just as bad.
Smacking the table and just repeating everything she said.
That's true.
Get this lady on my face.
All right. How about this? I got something for you. Most forgettable One Piece character. Top this. Nero from CP9.
No, he was kind of cool because Lucci bodied him. That's the only reason I remember him.
The only reason I remember him was because they left his ass for dead. They said,
all I'm saying, you don't see people making Nero theories. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Hey, game theories before Nero. You spitting?
How about Bingo from Wano?
Bingo
Bingo from Wano.
Crab Hand Gyro.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Fishman Island.
Can we talk about the fall from Grace with Robin?
Crackhead Gyro, Crackhead Gyro. That's my man.
What about Wanze from same arc as Nero?
Whoa,
I mean,
Wanze is real.
Wanze got the
Boxing
SpongeBob
Jerry.
face.
Okay, how about this? Jerry.
Boxing
Jerry from the Sea Train. Yeah, exactly.
Yup.
The boxer?
There we go.
One of the best boxers of the
Jerry.
West Blue?
All right. I do have one. This is the first time I ever talked to Par. I mentioned this because he was talking about like a bat devil fruit user, and not Wayne D. Bruce, of course. I'm talking about Hilden from Thriller Bark. Does anyone know who Hilden is off the top?
Yes.
Just like
I
You can
have.
literally ask me any character.
There's somewhere behind me. There's a Hilden.
Wasn't he?
yeah, he was the vampire bat. Like
I gotta
Mania,
look this. I
Moria
gotta look
had.
this up. Hilden. What's his? How you spelled it?
HILDON.
I remember him
Ugly,
now.
fat,
Oh,
hung out.
not this guy.
Yeah.
We don't need to talk about him anymore.
And he was a turbo stage.
I forgot about him too.
And he was a turbo.
Whoa,
He
that's
was like he was in the arc for like a little bit too. Like it wasn't
He
like,
was the
like 1
beginning.
second. Yeah, it wasn't
He
like
was
one
the beginning.
Giving
Yeah,
like
so
more
crazy.
information and shit like that.
I think with Thriller
I
Bark,
don't care about him.
You got me, bro. I actually.
it's like Hilden.
Well, legit, I had no clue this guy was real.
When
I think it's like because so many people remember the monkey, and then they just forget about the beginning. They just remember the monkey.
Yeah.
See, but the thing is that they've actually made figures of Hilden, but they have not made Talaran.
when Tekking did his charity stream this last December, I brought up for a thing I did for him, like a One Piece character that is so forgettable that literally you cannot find any info about them online, and their name is Ike. And you can like Google it, you can like search it, and you will not find any info about Ike.
Where are they from? Like, where do they actually show up though?
No,
Well,
he
they're
doesn't.
an
He said,
manga character who is named in the manga, but it's just so forgettable that they're not on the wiki, they're not anywhere. And I kind of set up a treasure hunt. If anyone can find it, message me.
This is probably a wanted poster on a wall somewhere, right?
yeah, Artur said he'd buy you a card.
Oh,
Right,
okay.
Artur?
I did not say that. Also, like when I first rewatched One Piece when I was like really young, I remember I got to the Baratia, I saw Pearl, and I legitimately thought it's like I do not remember this guy.
What?
I swear he didn't exist. Like that was like the only one character that I just like I swear like
What arc did he
vanished
show?
from my
Did it show
Pearl
up?
is the prototype for Sanji. He's an armored man who can combust into flames. It's so cool.
Who?
Right. Don't make me
Pearl
like
in
Pearl,
Baratie?
Par.
Oh,
Don't make
Pearl.
me like Pearl.
Yeah, I have a whole video on it. Pearl's the prototype.
That's crazy.
Pearl
I
theories.
love that.
Yeah, and the reason why he can combust on flames is because he gets so angry and he has anxiety, and like so Sanji passion lights up on flames, and then we call Sanji like, you know, he has the armor, right?
What if Pearl is a Lunarian?
Oh my god.
The wings covered
the
it
wings.
up.
The wings were inside the.
I don't.
the armor, yeah.
No wonder Don Krieg was running it in East Blue. No wonder. That's all I'm gonna say.
And what's crazy is Pearl's fire is blue, so he's hotter than he managed to get Ifrit.
He's got the Ifrit Jambe. Yeah.
Ifrit time skip, bro.
Dude, wait, it's not Ifrit Jambe though. It's Ifrit Klambe. Because he's a girl. Simple.
Oh my god.
He also dyed his hair. He dyed his hair.
Wow.
That's
this
crazy.
is deep. This is going deep.
Oh, and you know, this is actually a thing. I was gonna make it short. I never made it, but in the manga in the Baratie, this is like a video that I was gonna make that I feel like Oda wanted to end One Piece sooner because he actually mentioned like Lunarians in a sort of thing and then never made it into the anime. Right before they described Mihawk, Patty and whatever, they said like, oh, there's a guy who drinks and then randomly combusts into flames that never made it into the anime. And so to me, I'm just like, damn, were they trying to describe like a Lunarian in Baratie? And I don't know, it's kind of an interesting thing because I feel like, and I never put the research to it, but by the time the anime got to Baratie, I imagine Oda was in Arabasta, which is when he probably decided to extend the story out. And so that's probably why he's like, I take this out of the anime.
There was also it was also in the manga. Yeah, like you said, it was in the manga. It was like the Red Eye Man who was confused by Mihawk, who like set himself on fire with like alcohol.
Yeah, it's like around chapter 47, 48.
Yeah.
Not surprising considering that's also where we first learned about fishmen in Baratie. So that, and considering the Lunarians and Fishmen both lived in the same place, just at different altitudes, there may be something to that.
Ooh.
Shout out to Dan the Man, super chatted and said, "How did you get into One Piece?" And he said, "Randy, keep up the good work on the Reverie." For me, I was a member of a really old forum called Dragon Ball Toys when I collected Dragon Ball action figures in like 2002. And there was somebody who had an Ace avatar, and I asked him what it was from. And then I got into it, and then Shonen Jump released One Piece in America in like 2003. But the first chapter I ever read was, I think, chapter 5 or 8, and like I'm blanking. But it's the buggy introduction chapter, and it's the one where Luffy like stretches his arms out and grabs the bird, and then gets eaten by the bird and gets taken to Orangetown. That was my introduction. How about everybody else?
Well, for example, I'm someone who's fairly young. I'm still 24, but like I got into One Piece at like age 7 or something, like 15 plus years ago, because literally it was the talk of the playground in elementary school. Like a lot of people were talking about it in elementary school, and it was just like kind of like that thing. And it's kind of like weird to think because obviously we associate a lot with like us watching One Piece as adults or like as teenagers, but it's like even amongst like elementary school kids already, like a lot of kids just kind of talk about it. And it was like back in like, I don't know, like a late 90s lobby thriller bark was something like that. And I've been here ever since, and ever since 2015 I've been very tight with the community. It's been amazing.
It was the 4Kids rap for me.
Got me. Got me. Dreaming. Back with Sanji with the lollipop. You know it. What's out sniping, choppers, doctoring, all that good shit.
Saturday morning, bro.
I remember. I have a quick theory. The 4Kids opening mentions that when someone finds the One Piece, they'll sing. So if the One Piece is being Sasake, the 4Kids opening just foreshadow it.
I mean, if we're going there, in the 4Kids opening, they also said, Roger said, he said, I left I left all my treasure in One Piece. So if we're doing the One Piece as a location theory, he left it in One Piece. And
also in the opening, the 4Kids opening, he says, "Yo ho ho," he took a bite of gum, like yo ho ho.
How did that happen?
No. What is the narrative? What is the narrative influence behind the yo?
4Kids was cooking something back then.
And why wasn't it gotta go? Because I'm still saying gotta go, goddamn it.
So an interesting question that was underneath the community post that I did was, when we get to the final war and we have the Grand Fleet in tow, they basically asked which Grand Fleet member would we think would commit a squad in the final war?
None.
Suleiman.
It had to be somebody else. I think it's a different ally, not a Grand Fleet member for me.
Hakuba.
Savage. Bellamy.
Oh, true. Hakuba probably. No, Bellamy ain't betraying Luffy, bro. Bellamy respects this man.
Bellamy is going to pull up as the most loyal dude there.
Exactly. Bartolomeo is going to be less loyal than Bellamy will be.
I think it's Don Tai. I think it's Don Tai.
Bellamy going to make the Grand Fleet flag.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he may even sacrifice himself for Luffy. That would be
love that.
I like Bellamy. Don't make him my goat now.
Bellamy is
good. Make him my goat now.
I already like Bellamy, man. I respect, bro. I don't give a fuck what I respect him.
That's
because
my
it don't matter because it don't matter how stupid he thought it was. He even completely by the end understood exactly how dumb it was to follow Doflamingo, but he still did it, and he still was like, Luffy, let's get this, because this is what I thought. This is what I went through this whole time. I'm gonna finish it to fruition. I think that man is gas, even if he's an idiot.
I've got a Bellamy there, a Bellamy there, and a Bellamy here. I got a lot of Bellamys.
I legit think
said Zoro.
Zoro stabs Luffy. That's crazy.
Yeah, like
some people actually believe that. It's the end. We find out what's it called. Mihawk is the final villain. Luffy about to beat Mihawk. Zoro's like, nah.
It's my prey. I'm the pirate hunter all along.
That's crazy. I'll be real.
That's crazy.
I feel like low-key that Oda might, if he was gonna have a Grand Fleet member betray Luffy, he might go for the reversal of Don Chinjao and Luffy and have Sai betray Luffy, where it was like Don Chinjao started out with animosity towards Luffy and then came to like him. Sai is gonna start out as loyal to Luffy and then maybe gain some animosity to him later. And I think the reasoning for that is also because Sai is like very easily swayed emotionally. We see that in many panels, you know, if someone thanks him or if he doesn't feel like he's owed the thanks for something, he gets really angry really fast. There's like one panel where he's like starts flipping off Luffy for thanking him. Very, very emotionally all over the place. You can sway this guy really easily. So I feel like if like legitimate answer to the question, out of anyone on the Grand Fleet, I feel like Sai might be the guy. And also he has like a spear, like he has a spear type weapon, kind of like Whitebeard's like spear. I don't know. Now I'm just going crazy. I'm reaching at that point, but I'm just saying.
I feel like Luffy would hopefully Luffy would be the guy that make people not want to betray him because that's the homie. Everybody loves him.
It ain't gonna happen, but if
anybody, I could certainly agree with that.
Yeah,
I mean, love for them to, like, oh guys, we finally found the One Piece, and all you hear is Kroom.
Oh my god.
Right through the chest.
Why you say Chrome? I hate you so much. Why? Why you put the K there?
You know why. It's the most effective.
All right.
Let's see. I think Bellamy definitely would not betray Luffy at all at this point. I think he would show he would show up to the final war with the Straw Hat logo painted over the Doflamingo tattoo that he has on his chest. Like,
it's especially at the end of the fight.
But he could be confused.
Bellamy's second fight, he said, I'm glad to get taken out by somebody I respect. He's never doing it. He ain't doing it.
He has now realized that he was following the wrong man, and he is on a path to follow the correct one.
Oh, that's my goal, man. I love Bellamy.
But in Marineford, Squard got like misled by Akainu or whatever, and obviously Bellamy's been kind of easy to confuse, I guess. You know what I mean? So I could see it happening again.
Following the wrong man, but he still kind of like wanted to go down with his bride.
I think it would be an interesting way to go about it if Akainu tried to sway Bellamy. But then it was actually in that moment that Bellamy shows that, you know, decides, and then maybe it's Akainu that kills Bellamy in that moment when he realizes and he's like fighting for Luffy.
And imagine the springs.
Bellamy might know he's lying, and then so
crazy.
Bellamy might know he's lying.
One long donut.
Imagine if like the springs just start like melting from the lava or something. Oh, that'd be crazy.
It's my goat, man. It's my goat. Like, no,
I love him too, but like you need to imagine a cool death. I mean,
I just hurt me. Just had his arm through him, and he's just like springing up and down.
Just put me through the Put me through Canis up and inside. I don't want to be normal.
I kind of just like holding up this big ass slinky, bro. Oh my god.
I think if anybody, I would probably say maybe either like Jeet or Abdullah. You know, like I can see.
So forgettable.
They're forgettable. They're funny.
That Jeet guy is like, wasn't there like some big controversy around him?
Like, I thought both of them had like controversy. They were like caricatures.
Yeah.
Do
y'all know
Bdalaw and Jeet, and they're like doing like the tongue? It's kind of wild.
Yeah, the tongue with the sword. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
Kelly Funk and Bobby Funk joined the Grand Fleet.
The Jacket Brothers.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
if they joined the Grand Fleet, then there would be no question. I'd be like the Funk Brothers because they already sold them out.
Totally trustable.
The Funk Brothers, yeah.
What if?
No, go ahead,
He
Kevin.
just puts his jacket on Luffy.
I was thinking, what if Cavendish tries to betray Luffy for the clout though? Because he wants the clout, and he wants to be like the top dog, and he takes down. It's kind of like Buggy in Marineford.
I wouldn't be surprised if Oda like memed that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, this is a good super chat actually. Alejandro brought up that the Tontada are super gullible. What if it was Leo?
I like
That's pretty
too.
good.
That's good.
What if it was Leo? Oh, if Chrissy was in here, she would hate that because she's a huge Leo fan.
But and it ties to Nolan too, right? Because they got rescued by Nolan, who's like Nolan the liar, and he might have some ties to Usopp, and so it's like there's a lie, embedded right there into their history, sort of. So I could see it.
Yeah, but it's not funny.
That's really good. That's really good.
I see Wrench Dodger 2000 goes. I have to ask you guys this. Dumbest theory I heard is that once Luffy becomes Pirate King, Zoro turns on him to collect the biggest bounty. How fast do you stop? How fast do you drop One Piece after that? I just want to know.
I'd be burning the volumes in the street.
Hey, Zoro kills Kaido tops that.
Bonfire.
Oh my god.
ZKK tops that.
Biggest
Oh,
bird.
ZKL. I don't know if ZKK tops that one. I'll be honest with you. That might be actually the dumbest theory I've ever heard.
BKL, Zoro.
I'm trying to think of like some trash theories. I'm like trying to rack my brain right now.
To be fair, Gear 5 is immune to Zoro, right? Based on melanin, just a little bit.
No.
Wait. Oh. Oh wow!
Yo, that's crazy. Your cam's off.
That's insane.
No, it's coming.
Shit. Here we go again.
That is insane.
If Zoro's fighting the Seraphim over Kaku, you know what's up.
I remember
That's
when
so crazy.
ZKK was going on, and my buddy Knox, you know Knox, right?
Big Knox, yeah.
Knox had a theory. He said, yeah, instead of ZKK, how about Denjiro impaling Kaido, the dick agenda?
Hello.
I was like, that's about. I mean, and it did happen. He did impale Kaido.
Shut up.
Look, I know we're in the scary hours, but let's monitor ourselves here. Let's monitor ourselves. The Play Theorist said, "How would you guys explain Luffy as a pirate prodigy?" We got into this. We got into it. A good deal. As far as that boy good.
Really?
This man pulled out the Coming to America here.
Yeah, that boy good.
Yeah, that boy good.
Thank you. I'm glad you knew the reference. Oh yeah.
We talked about Luffy being the chosen one for a while, and we went into like fate versus free will and things like that. We're just gonna have to wait to see what the Void Century held for Nika in terms of like where that lines up with what the journey that Luffy is on currently.
I also think like if they're talking about Luffy specifically individually, something that like we were talking about dads. Technically, Garp was like Luffy's father figure growing up, and like maybe this is like a lot of people can relate to this, especially growing up. It's like your parent wants you to be something specifically, and they push you, and then you end up going the opposite direction completely. And so, in terms of good routes that Luffy could have went as a Marine, it's almost like Garp ensured that Luffy wouldn't be that by pushing so hard. And that's like a shortcoming of parenthood. When you want your kid to be something so badly, you push,
and that happens so often, right? And I mean, but we see that theme throughout One Piece, and I think that's probably a byproduct of Oda's parents not wanting them to be a mangaka. But the idea here is that when you see characters like Luffy, not follow in the footsteps of Dragon, but follow in the footsteps of their the person that they admire, Shanks, right? We see this also with just a sidebar, but like the moment Luffy ate a fruit, like Garp threw him into the forest and like tried to hide him from the village. So like I think Garp knows, that just leads to Garp knowing more than we think. But also, then you have characters like Sanji. He is not a warmonger. He is a chef like Zeph, the person that mentored him. And this is like then the thinking behind all of this. And I could probably list like 10 other characters that just go down this line. Like even Chopper falls under it. There's so many, and that's why the law theory has like such credence to it, is because he'd be following like Corazon rather than his own father. Like there's just this idea that not only the sins of the father, but the path of the father does not relate to the son. Free will, you get to choose your path, and the people that come into your life can dictate that in some way. They can inspire you. So that's something that we see. And being a pirate prodigy, he was never, he never thought to be a pirate until he met Shanks. So,
and he's doing unprecedented things within a 2-year span. That's just it's kind of insane.
And one thing that really, like just to, not to bring up film red too much, but one thing that
I was really, gonna say literally that.
But one of the things that I really wish came from that movie, and also like the 2 episodes that led into that, is if we could have seen the moment that Luffy really connected that. Because, we start in Medias Race with, like, Chapter 1, and it's just, like, Luffy already admires Shanks. And when we were watching the Uta episodes in the anime, like, Luffy hasn't met Shanks, but then we kind of skip forward a little bit, and he has this realization that he wants to be a pirate. What was that in-between part there? What did Shanks do that was so impressive or cool to him that made him decide, this is my life? This is what I'm going to...
I think we see it in Chapter 1 a little bit with kind of like the red-haired pirates like partying, and they mentioned, it's like being a pirate is all about freedom, adventure, partying, and friends, all that stuff, and just like Luffy excited, and like Shanks tells them, don't give the kid weird ideas, and it's kind of like that, but I also like, I kind of like in Film Red how we see before that point where like Luffy already has kind of like an idea, like I want to like be free, I want to see so many places in the world, I'm just still not sure how I'm gonna do that, because he still didn't have the idea of the Pirate King, and it's like, even if we don't see like the moment in between, I really like the fact that we sort of see like the before and after, and how Luffy changes through meeting Shanks, and partially to an extent as well.
It was interesting now that I think about it, Chapter 1, when Shanks disappointed Luffy a little bit. Luffy's response was, I'm going to go find a better role model. And I wonder, like, that's an interesting thing that to say as a kid, especially. I would have wrote that role model line. Like, Luffy really wanted some kind of figure to look up to.
Yeah, I mean, he was abandoned by his dad, like his grandpa too.
A dragon, Garp.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't seem bothered by the dad thing. He didn't even know a dad, but the Garp thing was like the main thing there.
Yeah, and his grandpa, who's his father figure, literally didn't want him to kind of like be free how he want. Like he forced him to this thing he didn't want, so he was literally looking for a role model.
But like, and going back to what Randy said, like he wishes that part was fleshed out about why Luffy looked at Shanks and was like, yes, this is it. This is me in the future, right? But then that bar scene when Shanks didn't stand up for himself against the Mountain Bandit, that was kind of the breaking. That broke Luffy's deal with Shanks for the moment, at least, right? And that might lead credence into what Randy's wanted to see. Like, how did Shanks prove himself to be that guy who, would stand up for his friends or something like that?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, after that moment in Chapter 1, when like Shanks does save Luffy and all that stuff and sacrifices his hand, it's like Luffy finally literally the narrator says that Luffy understands, like the importance of being a pirate and all that stuff. And then after that point is when he declares for the first time, I'm going to be the Pirate King, and I think in Chapter 1, we do kind of see that take form bit by bit. So it's like, first it's like, yeah, he wants to be a pirate and join Shanks' crew. But then he's like, no, like, I want to be the Pirate King. That's when his dream really comes into form. And I think that's probably also what ties with his, like, true goal at the end of his dream that kind of formed through that as well, which, of course, in my case is, like, the whole thing of the party. But yeah, I think it all just kind of ties to that origin with Shanks. And being so sad as well.
I'm glad we all think about like the party at the end of the series. That's just like a thing. That's just like present. It's like we're all just thinking this party's gonna happen.
Yep, even if it's not Luffy's dream, it's happening. You know,
I'm
we're
gonna
gonna
be
get
partying
with them.
Exactly.
I mean, when One Piece ends, I want to organize like a big real life party, like the one we did.
Let's do it.
If you're buying,
I'm getting smacked that day. I'm getting so smacked. I'm just
Yeah.
It'll be like a wedding almost.
The day it's over.
Exactly.
Oh man.
Like I mentioned
I'm
before.
gonna get so drunk I forget my name.
Yeah. I'm partying that day. It's gonna be wild.
Like I mentioned before, last year we did in Spain. We did a big One Piece party with all the Spanish One Piece YouTubers, and we want to do another one this next summer and organize that again. And like that's like literally just the spirit of One Piece, man. Just like being there together and like singing One Piece songs and dancing together and all that stuff, and just like going yo ho ho ho. Like man, that's. And like I want that at the end of One Piece. I want the finale to feel like a celebration, to feel like something special. Yeah, we were literally singing One Piece songs all night.
Shout
It
out
was
to
amazing.
Martin Victorino who said,
It's awesome.
"Damn, 9+ hours. I'll have something to watch during D week."
During the week.
Yo, Larry.
Yo, what's good, Larry?
What's up?
What's good, guys? Hello,
Larry of
hello.
that One Piece
Hello.
talk.
How are
Hello.
you?
I shouted. Did you hear? I shouted out the theory that you forgot. Were you
No,
here
no,
for
no.
it?
I mute you every time you speak.
Yeah?
I just listen to everybody else.
It was a wholesome ass shout out. What the heck?
I'm joking. Love you, Par.
They
Love
literally
guys.
they asked what our favorite theory was from another creator, and I said you, and then you hit me with that. All right, I see what it is.
No, what'd you say?
Shade.
There's a theory you forgot that the ancient shipwrights who built Pluton were Clobotermen, ship Clobotermen, and you
Did I say
forgot.
that?
Yeah, you did say that.
Yo, yeah, like,
Listen, man, you
when
could
you
have
drop
ran
in the
it.
vid, you gotta drop the vid, bro. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll make
My fault, bro. I just be drinking.
I forgot completely.
Wait.
How's everybody doing?
still
Still
good,
trap.
bro.
Very well.
Yeah,
We in here.
I'm
10+
fun.
hours. Let's see.
yeah,
We're on
you guys are
11 hours.
insane.
Oh man.
I think we're almost
So-
done with the super chat.
So when do we beat the when do we beat the
The last one.
yeah.
I think
Jay
you've
went
That'll
10
take a
hours,
while.
like 10 minutes ish.
I think you've already beaten
Ooh.
You've already beat it.
I
The
beat
Morj one was like 12.
beat
it.
it.
The longer you go, the longer I have to
10,
go.
10 hours,
You heard
44 minutes at this one.
Yeah,
You
you,
heard
you
me,
beat it.
Randy.
Jay's was 10 hours 44 minutes.
No, we are at this time.
Oh.
That's
You
what
beat
I'm
him.
saying.
You beat him.
Yeah.
What was Jay's?
10 hours and 6 minutes.
10 hours. And what was Morj's?
There you go.
Morj's I think was longer.
11.
Damn.
His
It might
was
have
I don't know 10:38. So we beat both. This is the longest Reverie yet.
Hey,
Are we
Love
serious?
to see it.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Randy's like, I could go
Randy,
all
you
day.
What was
I
the
can,
one?
I can do this all day.
What was the one with the Marvel vs. Capcom? The Marvel vs. Capcom like characters.
Randy,
Like, I thought that was
that
long.
was that was Rogers. It was only about 5 hours or so.
Yeah.
That's 5 hours. Oh my
Randy,
god.
you want to beat me?
Whatever.
Listen, man.
Randy, you're an hour off of beating my 12-hour stream that I did a few months ago, actually.
Jesus
too.
Christ.
The one man reverie.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Randy, I got 10 hours and 57 minutes for you. You're about to beat me.
Listen, Akainu and Aokiji fought for 10 days. Yo, I expect this. All right, I do.
How long did Luffy and Cat fight for? What was that? Like how many hours?
10 hours,
Like
right?
It's like 11.
So,
something like that.
according to my studio, it's only 10 hours and 29 minutes because we did
Oh, we
lose
gotta keep-
we did lose a couple of minutes when I had to refresh at some point.
We also started a little bit off of 12
started, like-
because we were getting the tea from Roger about the hack. So
that too. So I kind of want to make it like at least an even 11 at this point. So we'll go for that. I don't know if we'll go the full 12, but I am. Man, geez, we really did this. We're doing it. We're beating it. We're beating
So real, it's been half a day. Yeah.
Yo, so like,
preaching a good word.
And I have to say, Par, and Artur have been here the entire time.
Yeah, I'm surprised, honestly.
The entire time.
I was gonna say him as well. Yeah.
Like, and Par just had a kid like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I did dad shift before the Reverie and after. So now after we close out, it's time for dad shift.
Yeah. So how mad is your wife at me right now?
No, because it was scheduled at 8, and I was like, oh, we're going through super chat, so she's watching right now, and yeah.
All right.
So
Well, she's watching, so
apologize.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Wasn't Hidden here from the start as well?
My girlfriend would
Yeah, Hidden. You were here from the start too. Hidden, Par, and Artur.
Listen,
Randy, my
he was
girlfriend would
hidden.
also like an apology.
Appreciate the shout out.
And Virgo was here from the start in the chat.
Same here, bro.
He was
Yeah,
lurking.
I'm just like I was telling him because I talked to him like yesterday or something, but the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks, I haven't touched One Piece at all. This is like the first time I'm talking One Piece, and like I haven't been able to touch my channel because the whole baby stuff has been so crazy. I haven't slept, and so I'm just like, yo, I'm here. I'm talking One Piece. This is great. I'm not missing a drop of it.
All the dopamine is coming right in right now.
Yeah, me and Par had like a 6-hour call. I was helping him catch up on the One Piece, like feel like the mood to like talk again. We were like, we just had a long conversation. He was like, all right, now you're ready. Like, let's go.
Like in the middle, like every 3 hours, I had to change a diaper or feed him. So like in the middle of it, I was just like, diaper? Oh wait, that's not me right now.
Hey man, I've been there, bro. I've been there.
Once.
It's not fun.
I wanted to be on a whole Reverie at least once, honestly. Because with all the ones, I always kind of like left early, like normally. But like this one was kind of like, oh, let's try to go. Okay. It's been fun.
I mean, I've been having a blast, and it was just.
So who had the wildest take, yo?
The wildest take today?
Was there any wild takes?
Probably that.
Luffy's drip, anti-drip take was pretty.
The orange purple Luffy anti-drip. That was crazy.
Might be hitting on him with his Moses theory.
Toes out, no drip.
That was cool.
Toes out, no drip. Toes out, no drip. You got chanclas? You got chanclas? Out.
Chanclas.
No, chanclas are drip.
Who was saying
La chancla is drip.
La chancla.
Tio Jinbei was
Chancla.
Tio Jinbei.
That was
Tio Jinbei with the Hawaiian shirt. Tio Jinbei. That was fun.
Jinbei.
Oh man.
No.
Yeah, he does kind of look like Tito from Rocket Power a bit.
Oh.
Just a tad bit.
Best buddy to Raymundo.
Let's see. Diz is out of here. Appreciate you, Diz.
Cheeks theory was pretty good.
That was pretty good. I did like that. Do you think Pika has them as well?
He has to. He went full body. Full body. Full body entirety.
Wait,
Every
what?
time
That
you
was
go full body, you lose.
That was a fun one.
Yes.
Larry, to catch you up, when Doflamingo showed up to Punk Hazard, he sat on Smoker, who is a Logia. So in order to do that, unless Smoker wanted to be sat on, Doflamingo
had to do what?
Butt-cheeked his hockey onto Smoker.
Bro, you know who has the best butt cheek hockey? Has to be Big Mom, right? Throwing it.
That's what I was saying.
Vigorous.
What am I
saying? The Conqueror's coating on that is crazy.
It's funny because we're
hidden. So it's the combination of Big Mom's hockey and the Moses mythical devil fruit.
I just want to point out to the chat, we are late night Reverie. Everyone else here, Larry came on with that sauce. Him and Virgo are on some kind of level, bro. Virgo came on with some crazy shit too.
Imagine the Rio from her coming back.
The Reverie is almost not getting disrespected.
It's about to get spicy.
Me, Virgo, and Larry in the same call right now is getting pretty dangerous. That's all I'm saying,
bro.
I like your vibe, bro. I'm subbing right now.
I'm gonna keep it a stack. Yo, Big Mom slept with a Tentata, bro. You feel me? That dude,
crazy.
in comparison, has the strongest hockey in the show.
That's like, you know, the meme of
strongest hockey in the show. There's no
the meme of
right? Like,
the
can we
meme
all
of
admit, if he was 9 feet tall, his hockey equates to bro. Come on, bro.
The meme of Ant-Man and Thanos is like the Tontata and Big Mom. That's what happened right there.
Going crazy, bro.
That ain't right, bro.
In vitro.
Vitro.
I had a feeling somehow that this would be brought up in this Reverie at just one point or another. Like, I just knew it. It's inescapable.
What?
Oh my god.
Yeah, the Tontata kid, Normand.
Yeah, man.
You remembered his name? God damn.
I know the name of every single member of the Charlotte family.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I gotta say.
That's not even the crazy thing Artur did. On that stream he was talking about the trivia, he knew the code to the fridge on instantly.
Yeah,
I was like, what? It was 7382, right?
7382.
Artur, can I? Would you mind? Would you mind if I tested you real quick? Can I do that? If you got me on this, you get my W for the day. That's all I'm saying. I found out about this. Oh, it has the name in the file name. It would probably give away which character this is.
But
Okay.
file names don't show on Discord, do they?
Do that. Let me just change the file
Not
name.
from there. Oh, okay.
I actually have a
Caleb
question as
Brown
well,
super
for
chatted.
you.
He said,
Oh,
"Woke
no.
up to One Piece, had One
Hold
Piece
on.
all day. I'm getting off work with One Piece. That's what I call a good day. Thank you, Randy. This is one to remember."
Good for
sorry,
him,
cut
yo.
you off.
Right there.
Living his best life.
Shout out to Caleb.
One piece at a time.
I'm gonna frame that haiku. I like that.
Yo, Threebo, I like your glasses, bro.
Had to represent.
You know what you
Caleb,
should have
I
did?
passed your
You should have
message to
turned
Virgo.
around, acted like you took them off, and
Oh,
then
Charlotte,
just put
high
another
five.
piece on and turn it back around.
Oh my God!
Okay, so I'm stealing that idea.
Yeah, that's what
So
Dofi
he-
did, right? Like, nobody's gonna deny that.
Wait, I missed it. Did Artur get it?
Yeah, he got
Okay,
it
so-
instantly.
What
I just
was
sent
it?
him. He goes Charlotte High Fat, like right off rip. That was like one of the
Okay.
most unknown ones to me, and he's like,
I
wow.
don't even know
High
what that
fat. Yeah, I
is.
know high fat.
Okay,
And the other
Archer.
one
So this is like,
Tanka the second. The
Okay,
info down, right?
yeah, the info down. Do you know that giant's name?
Dohe Tanka the second.
Oh, I was thinking, oh, maybe that is it. Because there's a different giant. There's a different giant. That's why I'm like, oh no, is it the same giant? Because the giant I was thinking of, his name is How'd You Get in There? That's his name, the giant.
Dohe
Because he's a
Tanka
giant.
is the Japanese
Yeah,
name.
that's literally his name.
what
on
Big Mom kept saying.
it was in the World Top 100 poll.
Yeah.
And I remembered How'd You Get in There? And I'm like, why is this a character?
I'm allowed
Why is
to
this a character?
If I'm allowed to flex my knowledge just once, there's this trivia book of like hard One Piece questions that was released like in Japanese, and I recently bought it and did through it. And there's like 520 questions, and I got like 500 right.
Damn.
That's an A.
Very impressive.
Hey, so
Asian parents would be proud.
The encyclopedia. The encyclopedia.
The library of a horror.
The library. Yeah.
hey, Art, I don't.
Artur, now that how do you feel about there being a real librarian of Ohara now with Saul?
Are you gonna cosplay?
Amazing,
Saul?
man. That's like spirit animal.
I like that.
Oh damn! You're
Yeah,
gonna do the
You know, like
Saul?
well, we've been keeping the will of horror alive all this time.
Listen, Saul need to be dead, bro. Kill Saul, bro.
Yeah.
Saul's the GOAT.
Saul
Gotta
is the
kill
goat.
Saul, bro. He deserves to die, bro.
Everyone on
Take
a horror
him out, man.
Wow.
He hasn't been relevant for hundreds of chapters, and we still
Jesus
talking about this
Christ.
guy.
Nah.
Saul's the GOAT.
Saul is
He was
amazing.
relevant. Chapter
I'm super
1022,
excited
he
for
was
his
relevant.
return.
Chapter
Doesn't
1022, he was relevant. He showed back up in Robin's
Aokiji
memory.
With
should've
Clover and
double-tapped, bro.
Olvia.
Double
Shout out to Dan the Man who said that One Piece talk, all caps, with about probably 18 exclamation points. If you can guess the One Piece, no one can counter. What is it? And then LOL, love you, dude. So, Larry,
Oh, that
that's
was
to
at
you.
me?
That was to you.
I
Guess
win.
the One Piece. No one can counter.
The One Piece is not actually real. And the reason I say that is because if we're in the realm of belief, and belief creates devil fruits, and doubt creates obviously the villains of whatever fear and doubt creates, then that means that when Roger read that poneglyph and spurred the One Piece to the world, he created mass belief, which then created the One Piece.
The One Piece.
So you're saying the One
The
Piece
One Piece is
it wasn't real, but now it's real.
Yeah.
One Piece is not real.
The One Piece is not real.
Phantom Greyfire said that we should go to 11:11, and I do like that.
Make a wish.
So whenever it says
That would be
11:11,
around
I'm gonna say-
11:30.
Yeah, just about because we were about 15 minutes in, so we would have to go 15 minutes after. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're at 10:40 now, so we do have the I think we have the coveted top spot by
The
2
world
minutes
record.
now. We have the world record for reveries. We've officially done that.
Cheers, my friends.
Let's W's in there.
After you? Ball's already empty.
Jesus.
Oh man.
Why do you think I kept on turning my screen on?
Hey, Art, so I wanted to ask, a lot of Americans, they don't really know about like the One Piece Knowledge King stuff. You're obviously aware of that, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, for me, there's a bit of a language barrier because even with what I know of Japanese, like, you need to like know perfect fluent Japanese, like, at the moment and stuff like that. But it is something that I did also like try to answer the questions from the test, and the Japanese people are like really good because like there's some of them that know like there's one of the Japanese guys that did it. He made a video on YouTube where blindfolded he named all 1,000 One Piece chapters, which is like massive fucking
wow.
Which obviously he practiced. He obviously practiced for that, but like still, that's still.
I mean, even practicing that's ridiculous. Did he like? Was it in any particular order? Like, did he do it chronologically?
Yeah, chronologically.
That's so
crazy. Like the chapter names in order?
Yeah.
What?
That's great.
I thought Threevo was about to say like I could do that.
No. That's out of my skill set. I've
Party
seen like
Pete
some of the
said, shout out that One Piece talk hashtag Buggy Gang.
I've seen some of the questions in those Knowledge King tests. They're insane. Like I saw like a question. There's like a question. What was like the color of Nami's shoes in Water 7? I'm like, what? How would anyone know that?
Blue. Are they blue? I was gonna say, are they blue? I feel like they're.
Red, I have no idea.
What I remember,
they're brown. No,
Not a
brown.
feet guy, so I wouldn't know.
They're actually just blue.
They're brown.
The way
Like,
Tekking
oh, the
described-
boy.
Oh,
they're blue.
Oh, Randy with the
What's
receipts.
up, man?
No,
wait, is
honestly,
it
not-
fake? Is that
Ladies and gentlemen, the other half of the Henny Cool Brothers has
Damn, Jay's gonna help carry.
Yeah,
the
what
stream
about the
past
Henny
for
Cool Brothers
record.
podcast? Yeah, what about that?
So where are we at?
What
So what hour are we at, Randy? What hour are we at?
We are at.
Oh, so you beat me already.
I beat you and Morj. I've beaten Morj by 3 minutes now.
Okay, so then Morj had the longest reverie, so you already have the record, don't you?
Yeah.
I could stop right now and I've won.
Okay, so
Definitely.
what are we talking about now? Because it seems a little too light for me, and I don't like that. It's almost 11.
Yo, remember how Jay left?
Another
Jay
one.
left
remember.
crazy. He
Another
said,
one.
Yeah.
I
Kyle
always
back and
I
another
remember
one.
that.
We spoke about it for like an hour straight.
yo.
Yeah,
just not
and I
sure
know,
about it.
but see, they asked for that. So then what happened is I caught COVID, and I had to leave for a little bit, and then I came back. So that's what had happened. So now,
Okay.
Now that you said that, I understand. Now it's okay.
he said that, but
You got to mask up though. You got to mask up.
Kobe
Mask up.
legend.
Oh, shit. Where's my mask? God, all right. God, where's my mask? Anyway, so
We've got Kobe D legend here.
So what were we talking about beforehand? Before I interrupted? I don't know.
It was about how bad Kid is. I don't
Ooh,
know.
can we talk about
I
that?
heard that.
We have
Useless
That was
cracked
something that
in
was
mid.
said. Wasn't that said?
Were we
by
talking
somebody?
about that? I don't remember that.
Yeah, I think somebody said that.
No, I mean, but
Another kind of
Oh, it might have been me.
So from Larry's conversation to a productive one, what do you guys see Kid doing on Elbaf? Does he get bodied by giants or does he body giants?
Listen, is there metal?
He
does the body. Kid antagonist for sure.
Before I go into Kid talk, Randy, am I allowed to share my real thoughts? Am I allowed to share my real thoughts, or should I just? Do you want me?
We're
to
getting back into Reverie mid-hours. This is getting dangerous.
I want to respect. First of all, Artur, it's 11 p.m. Eastern time. Reverie hour is over. It's done. Late Reverie, there's no structure, there's no themes. We don't talk about themes.
Yeah, but it was like really chill. We're getting back into
about toxic. There's no time for chill.
No, it was the most wholesome thing. We were having fun.
Jay,
This is not your Reverie.
You were having an academic conversation. We were asking Artur about quizzes.
Academic.
We were quizzing Artur.
What?
We were having a great conversation, and you come onto that man Randall's channel and try to
Randall.
You said
So again,
was last year.
So again,
Shut your mouth.
Randy, I was very respectful, and I asked you very specifically: do we want to keep it academic, or do we want to talk for real? Like that's the real question. How are you feeling, Randy?
we can get real as long as it's not reaching levels of demonetization.
Okay, so with not demonetized. Okay, so then in that case, let me angle myself correctly. In terms of, so what was the academic discussion we're having? Let's start with that. Let me not derail everything. What were we talking about?
I mean, the question came up as Kid and Elbaf. Is he going to body giants, or is he going to get bodied by giants? Now, personally, there's no narrative win if he gets bodied by the giants. So the way that I see it, the way that I see things, if he's pulling up to Elbaf in the first place, there is story purpose. There is narrative purpose here. Okay, first of all, the news has him listed as the person who has taken down their sworn enemy, Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom, taken down. He's in the news as the person who did it. Part of that squad. All right, something needs to happen. Something needs to trigger Kid after being welcomed with open arms to turn against the giants, whether he realizes that Saul is the burned man and he finds out that they're hiding him from him, like a la Rizo on Zo. Then there's a situation where, he could start, wrecking house at that point, trying to find the truth, because his goal is he wants to get to the One Piece. So he's going to do that any way that he can until someone gets in his way, whether that's Luffy, whether that's Shanks showing up in any way. Maybe one of the giants laughs at Killer's laugh. That's really all it takes in order for Kid to turn against everything. So, but it needs to get to the point, and I did bring this up earlier, but I'll get a little deeper into it. It needs to get to a point that when Luffy arrives on Elbaf, he needs to be getting the cold shoulder from every giant, or they need to be on site with Luffy from the point that he's associated with Kid. So whatever Kid does has to ruin the basically, if we had gone to Elbaf without doing Egghead, if we had just gone there would have been no drama at Elbaf, because everybody would be like, we love Luffy. Here's Dory and Bragi. We love this Oimo and Kashi. So something needs to be happening on Elbaf to ruin that win for Luffy, so that when they get there, they are able to de-escalate this conflict. And that's maybe where Usopp comes in. Maybe he is the one that does this. We talked about Vivi being in Elbaf. Maybe she, as a politician, with Usopp, are the people that bring the giants back around to Luffy, while Luffy maybe fights Kid as like an Act 1 sort of thing. Like, I think that there's a possibility where Luffy and Kid actually do scrap in the first act of Elbaf, and then during that, it's either going to get interrupted by Shanks, or perhaps this is the battle royale that we're going to get, and that's Ragnarok. And we actually do have the Big Mom pirates pull up. We have the Blackbeard pirates pull up, and it's just this entire Yonko war happening on Elbaf to tie into the Norse mythology. So that's my thinking of why Kid is there in the first place. He just needs to serve the purpose to realize. He needs to be removed from the story in an elegant way that promotes Luffy going to Laugh Tale with only Blackbeard as his competition.
There's two things while you're talking. The first one's kind of a joke, but then because you said the laugh thing, and immediately my mind went to, because Saul is there, and there's the thing where he said like, "Oh, Robin, your laugh is so cute," and he had his dereshi, and then he hears Killer's laughing. He's like, "Oh shit, that shit's broke. Get that shit out of here," and he just makes fun of him. That'd be crazy.
If it's Saul with his dereshi. Oh my
he's
god!
Just like, get that shit out of here. But the other question I had was, do you guys think Saul is strong now? 20 years ago, he was lifting ships and he was a vice admiral. Do you think 22 years makes him yoked, like he could fight Kid, like that kind of strong?
Look, I you guys know I'm not a power scaler, right? But here's the thing: I've never, other than the Dory and Bragi like taking down a goldfish, which, all right, whatever, it's a goldfish.
Island eater, come on.
We have never seen a giant do anything remotely like interesting. Like the it got blow dipped by Luffy in the Karita Coliseum.
Well,
like,
so
the punch,
the punch was awesome,
and it was a high diff fight against Mock Vice.
So Randy, I hate to intrude, but you cannot say that you don't like the power scale and then use terms like low diff. I completely and aggressively deny you saying the word low diff and then saying you don't like the power scale. If you don't power scale, don't use power scaling terms. It's just very simple. That's all I ask. That's all I do.
One hit KOs were happened. One hit KOs happened against Hajradin, against Oimo and Kashi, against Vice Admiral Rons, against Vice Admiral John Giant.
Don't forget Maynard too.
Maynard's not a giant. I'm talking about just giants.
Oh, I thought we were talking about admirals that got like one shot
we can get into Vice Admirals. We didn't.
Some
all right?
fodder.
Because first of all,
Momonga.
As long as Momonga stocks.
Has respect. He has
Momonga,
respect.
that's the goat. All right. You know who's not the goat? Yamakaji.
Oh,
no.
Just strawberry fodder.
Just want to point out for Randy, 11-11.
Talk, Larry.
Strawberries has a cool hat.
The only relevance kid gonna have an Elbaf is if they need to throw something out and he needs to move the garbage can, which is him in the way of that said throwing of garbage. That's
crazy.
If we gonna put it like, let's make it simple, man. He ain't really take Big Mom out. It's okay. Some bombs there, but overall, who knows, bro?
Do you guys think, like, because Larry, when I brought up the kid Elbaf thing, he said, is there even metal there? And I think that's a big question that a lot of people are wondering, like, is Mjolnir going to be there? Is like the blacksmithing of giants going to be the Norse mythology and giants? Is that going to be involved? Because that's something that plays heavy, but like, you know, we haven't really seen that yet. Or
their swords
in terms of
they have swords.
But like, you know, in terms of creating things, Wano was the one that's always been throughout the entire story. Oh, Wano swords, Wano this. You know, we haven't really heard that about Elbaf, and I'm wondering, like, at this point in the story, does it make sense? Because I know a lot of people want Usopp to get Mjolnir, but Kid's there with the metal stuff. Like, what do you guys expect out of Elbaf in terms of that regard?
I think for the Mjolnir thing specifically, it's going to be like a sword in the stone type of thing. And Kid being the metal powers and having magnetism, he'll literally try and like pull it out of the ground, or maybe fail. Even it'll fail. And maybe it's even stuck in the Elbaf tree. I think that would be really cool. Like it's like, I don't know if any of you ever watched like Inuyasha, how he's like stuck to the tree at the start of the story, something like that. And like only the one person can free Inuyasha from the tree. I feel like it's going to be like that with Usopp. And I feel like the Mjolnir thing for Usopp is so genius because the 5-ton hammer gag he's had throughout like the entire series, and now he's actually going to lift up like maybe a real 5-ton hammer. I don't know how Mjolnir's going to work.
Kid
maybe
fans
like,
would be in the dirt if he could not pick up this thing, and then Usopp just walks up and just goes whoop, and then just lifts that shit up. Oh my god!
We're talking to you, Gio.
Oh, Gio abandoned Kid like months ago.
I thought Gio's not a Kid fan anymore.
Gio abandoned that man.
Shout out to Jet Stormer, who said, been here since the beginning of the stream. Definitely the best Reverie so far. Wow, thank you.
You gonna take that, Jay? You gonna take that, Jay?
I knew you would kill it, Randy. With Vegapunk's method of green blood, can people get devil fruits that way, not just cyborgs? Kuma is alive. I love the idea. I wasn't in the stream because it was while Chrissy was here. But the idea that Frankie could replace Sokola with green blood was awesome.
Yeah. That was great. I like that. I mentioned in the chat earlier, it reminded me of like some like Power Ranger type of stuff where it's like they can replace and get like a new suit with like a new power or something like that. So that would be pretty neat.
And it might actually be something that is plausible because I think Vegapunk said like the concentrations weren't right or something like that. So in terms of like them using it, it might not be super broken because it might be like, oh, the concentrations are getting too high. He has to stop using it. So it might be like a time limit thing that Frankie or Usopp or whoever ends up using it. They're like, oh God, the green blood is getting too high. He has to stop.
But it's kind of like a drink.
What is this?
Instead of cola, the green blood is like a 7-Up or something.
So we're talking about Frankie and Enma? Is that what I'm saying?
No, Frankie with green blood mentioned before.
You know, I like the Seraphims had the green blood gauntlet thing that gave them the devil fruit powers. They had like the band on them. If you look back at the Seraphims,
I just wanted to show the Rolly.
What if he replaces his cola with that?
But as he should show the Rolly. No,
flexible.
So one, I'm scrolling up the chat and I'm seeing someone disrespecting Jay. What happened? What happened? What happened while I was gone? I feel like
Jay with the drip. I don't see disrespect.
I just want to. I don't. Why did you come back?
Someone said that this was their favorite Reverie, Jay.
Skip Bayless.
As it should be. As it should be. The next Reverie should always be better, and I'm not surprised it has been the best Reverie up to this point. So, the kid question. Are we still on the topic of kid?
Go for it. We saved him for the last, right?
So I have two answers. Randy, I have two answers.
Did you go to your closet real quick?
Oh, I did. So I went to my closet. I changed because one, I wanted to respect the fit. Because here's how this is gonna work. I have two answers to that kid question. I have a very toxic power scaling answer, and I have a very thematic and literal answer. Because for some reason in the One Piece community, we don't believe that there's two sides to the community. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give you guys the best of both worlds, right? And I also have my dinner here, so I'm gonna be eating while sharing because I love Italian mafiosos. I feel like this is how Capone would behave, right?
Bro.
So
yeah,
which one would you like first? Which one would you like, Randy? Which one would you like first?
I mean, you got the jacket on right now, so let's go. Let's do that. Then take the jacket off and let's have at it.
I'm keeping the jacket on no matter what.
Oh, okay. Then I love it even more. I love it even more.
Put his jacket on. Put his jacket on. Par, I need a chain. First of all, Par, I need a chain. You gotta get a chain out somewhere. You have a chain? You see?
There we go.
So now we got the jacket and chain gang. You see? This is a Capone string.
This is the savage Reverie. This is what
this is how it's supposed to be.
This is it. This is it. Yeah. There is a dress code to this particular
There's
Reverie.
a dress code at this point in time. There's a dress code.
Thank you, Virgo, for going to your closet. I appreciate that.
You look immaculate, Virgo. I hope you know that. You look great.
Thank you very much.
No, of course. So
I need a haircut though.
I'll give the business answer first. So with Kid, him going to Elbaf, I think one is a very bold choice by Oda, but also a good choice because at the end of the day, I agree with what Par said. There's a few things that could happen. With Big Mom and Kid publicly being known as the person that helped take down Big Mom, he could be received as a hero, and then he will turn that against him because Kid seems to like the villain persona that he has. He's not like Luffy where he's very whimsical. He's like, yo, I want to cause problems. He's a chaos merchant. So Killer's laugh being made of, yes, he's a chaos merchant. He is. Killer being made fun of because of his laugh is one thing that could obviously spark problems and beef, and then you have the Oimo and all that stuff coming out. That's one thing.
Sensational.
Another thing is that Kid could just be well received, receive the final road poneglyph that is on Elbaf because of that. Because hey, you took down our greatest enemy. They hate Big Mom, I hope, more than anyone. That's something I would hope. If that's not the case, then I'm wondering what the purpose for Kid being there is outside of him causing an issue, him being an antagonist. Kid is either going to be an antagonist or a hero. I don't see any middle ground with Kid being an Elbaf. I think it has to be one or the other.
A hero either. I don't see the hero coming from.
Well, I think we can see him being a hero because again, he took down Big Mom. It's the Big Mom element that makes Kid being an Elbaf relevant. He could go to a hero and then turn into a villain based on his short temper. So I can see that. Now, the toxic answer is different. Kid, if there's no metal around, what is he gonna do? I think Kid is going to be used as a tool to be defeated by the Giants and let everyone else know that one, Kid is trash, the Supernova are trash, there's no reason for him to be here. Anyone that comes to Elbaf will get folded, and Kid will be used as an example.
Larry.
That's why they should come to Elbaf unless they're ready for smoke.
I do want to throw out though, you said
everyone well dressed.
I agree. He can technically turn the giants into magnets now. Is Awakening? How toxic would it be if he just grouped all the giants into a ball?
So let's talk about Kid's Awakening, because to be honest with you, the fact that he has to be awakened to use magnetism to me is a disgrace to his character. I think it's a disgrace. Why is your fruit magnetism, but you have to be awakened to actually use magnetism the way it's meant to be used? Why is there an extra? That just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why?
Shout out to Hidden, Kev Dog. You guys are invited into the castle now too.
I see Threevil has a chain too, so I would like to acknowledge Threevil as well. I see the chain there. I see it. So want to acknowledge it.
Okay.
You got a jacket, Threeble, somewhere?
Man, if I had one, I'd throw it on right now.
Hey, Randy, we should have did this earlier when y'all was talking about dripping sauce. Should have done that a while.
To be honest,
That's crazy.
Everybody to show up with a chain and at least a jacket.
Hey, next year, or whenever the next one is.
Randy, you need to
Reverie
do that.
12.
You gotta move on that Capone energy.
You can do that.
Yeah.
Me, Threeville, and Dak are on Black Air Force energy right now.
Definitely. Hey, but like, if we're being real, doesn't Kid get a little too much slander? Look, check me out. This,
I don't think that's enough.
Bro,
You're not in a suit, so I don't really.
I want to
take
see
this
those
as a
killer
kid.
emojis in the chat, guys. If you don't have the killer
You heard
emoji,
yourself when you
refresh.
said that?
Look, because Kid didn't have someone to go train him. He didn't have a Rayleigh.
Do that. You can't talk up Kid and then say Killer because Killer's the actual captain.
Killer doesn't count.
Exactly.
Killer,
Bro,
no.
I said I misspoke. Okay? Killer has nothing to do with this. Kid didn't have anyone to train him. He jumped straight into the new world. He didn't give a F about like, oh, there's an emperor right here. I'ma still fight him. He loses an arm. He doesn't have a whole crew like Luffy. So I feel like Kid slander, like Jay, at least he gave like great points. I was like, shoot, like I didn't even think about like he has to be awakened to use metal. But like, don't you guys think he's a little too slandered?
Nah.
I can't be the only one.
I think the fact that you were typing up Kid and you said Killer first, that's like a slip up, but it's like that's like the truth, bro. Come on.
No, but
he took a body.
You know I was.
First of all, shout out to
to
Brandon King in the chat who said that I've got the awakened drip no me, and I'm turning everybody else into drip masters right now.
Drip world.
Kenny Mount's crew should have been the drip, right?
Oh my god.
True.
That's hilarious.
Big Mom got that drip food,
Yep.
bro.
Shout out to Killer Comedy TV.
Big Mom.
Big Dono said, I'm late, but shout out Hidden Island, my boy.
Yo, Killer Comedy. That's my man.
Ripper Scarfino.
Shoutouts.
One thing I will say. Oh, sorry. Do you have another super chat? Or anything you want to shout out? I don't want to interrupt him.
Say your point, and then I'll get into the other ones.
I do think Kid does get slandered a lot more than a lot of other characters have, I think, in the story. But I do think that's because the expectations we had for Kid were very, very high.
It's Oda's fault.
I think we expected too much because I genuinely want people's opinions and I do want pushback on this. But did we not feel like we would get more of an expose of Kid's creativity and versatility with his fruit outside of what we showed with what we were showed in Wano? Because to me, it seems like we got literally the same thing that we got from Kid from Sabaody relentlessly until the very end when Awakening was part of the features, and still then we got the same thing. Did we not feel that way, or am I being too harsh?
I think
it's Oda saying that Kid was always, something that was planned. He said that most of the supernovas were not initially planned, but Kid was. So it means that there is some sort of a role for Kid. But the thing is that Wano was not that.
I think it's interesting too, like you say that, right? Like imagine a scene like this, like Kid is fighting all the beast pirates or whatever, and then they are holding swords and he just like makes them drop it. But we never even got a scene of him like disarming swordsmen, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we were in the samurai country, right? They never did that.
Even as simple
he
as
better
that,
do that
but
in
then-
Elbaf. He better be taking swords out of giants' hands. Like he
and
needs
like not to take a quote out of Larry's book, but he literally, I think this is canon. Like he literally walked around Onigashima collecting trash, and he came up with a railgun, sure, but like everything else was kind of just like I don't know. It wasn't as creative like Jay's saying,
I feel like we can't ignore the railgun though, because
the
railgun was sick.
The railgun was lit.
Just saying this, the man.
That was my one hopium, and it came true.
Yeah, he went from making like stuff with like loose pieces of metal into making actual functional machinery with his devil fruit.
And I think that I think with Kid, we kind of got a glimpse into it, even outside of his devil fruit. Because it's like when he saw Luffy punch Kaido, you can punch Kaido. I don't think that man's creative at all. I think Wano. Well, I guess maybe this is my copium angle. Maybe this is my copium angle. But I think this would probably make him want to get more creative. I got the same copium with Smoker here, but I wanted to get stronger. But you know what I'm saying? I think imagine this would make him want to get more creative. He's like, well, hold on, Luffy over here, he's getting creative with his shit right here. Everybody else is doing their thing. Everybody going crazy. You said Luffy's right-hand man cutting fire? Man, look, I think hopefully this would push him to want to be creative. But alas, I still agree with you, Jay. I would have expected more by now.
I think Oda just fumbled Kid, man. Because, like, look, Oda said he wanted to make Kid a really important character, and then Law ended up being, like, I guess, loved by the fans, so he got pushed to the forefront, and now we get Kid's backstory in, an SBS or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was
right,
yeah.
Like,
was
to me, like, Oda, you fumbled Kid, or maybe,
and I think
maybe he just asked, I don't
exactly
know.
what happened with him, right? Imagine if Luffy were lame, right? Everyone would say Zoro's the captain. Everyone would say Zoro's the best, right? And that's exactly what's happening to Kid, where it's like
Kid is like he is Dollar Tree great value bargain bin Luffy. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
He just yeah. Oh yeah, he's in the $5 bin. Like it's just the point here is that, and Oda has basically designed it that way too. Like he gave him a cool design, everything like that, interesting power, but not the utilization of everything isn't there. Him and Luffy are after the same goal. They're on the same path. Like there's this parallel element where Killer is the Zoro essentially, and it's like that's why I would love if Kid died at some point. And I've talked about that a lot. Like just
that'd be great. That'd be great.
No, but I mean because then we could see Killer rise above and deal with something, and we would deal with like
the inherited will of Kid.
The inherited will of Killer, like it's fine, like that, like that's one of the most impressive things that I think Kid could
Killer
actually
goes
do
through
in the story at this
he
point.
goes through a hockey bloom from Kid dying, and he becomes like top 30 just off of that. That'd be wild.
He's Luffy without all of the charisma that Luffy has.
Yeah.
So
that's what kind of why I asked the question. Do you guys expect more of the same, or do you think like Oda's gonna turn around Kid's character?
I expect more. I expect more of the same. I mean, like Randy and Par, what did it for me was when they're in Udon after Luffy's gotten freedom, he's showing he's been superior in all these ways, and Kid's just like covered in water, frowning at this man.
Bro.
It's like
he just mad.
You know what it really is.
This
This is the truth, bro. This is the truth for everybody. He's not as important as everybody made him out to be.
Oda did that on,
and that's the truth. So to tack onto that point,
so cool.
This is something you hear a lot, and I want to ask this question to you, Randy, and Artur as well, to both of you. A lot of people say that we had too high expectations for Kid. I want to say Oda is the one that built these expectations for Kid with his rhetoric. It's the same way he built the expectations with Yamato and Carrot.
Wano.
Are we really at fault?
In Sabo,
Wano, all of it. Are we at fault for having these expectations? Or should we not believe the propaganda that Oda and his editors have put out on these characters? Tell me, because I want an answer, because I'm tired of hearing that excuse.
I think
why should we not have expectations?
I think it's half to a certain extent, because I do think that there is some sides sometimes where fans will jump to a certain conclusion, and I think completely ignoring that is maybe not being completely fair. But it is also true that, it is the responsibility of the author to manage expectations and to be able to deliver on them. And it's also perfectly fine if the author can't always manage to do that. That's how it is sometimes. But I do think
we're
that
at 11 hours and 8 minutes. 11 hours
even
and
if
9
it
minutes.
satisfies some people, like for example, some people were still satisfied with Kid, maybe some people were satisfied with Yamato, even though many weren't. It is part of the responsibility of the author to be able to manage the expectations as made, and I do feel that sometimes fans go a bit extra and put unreasonable expectations in certain things. Like for example, I think that people were never going to be satisfied about Luffy defeating Kaido, even if it felt like the most realistic possible doable thing, because it's literally something that happens at the end of every single arc with every big bad. But at the same time, yes, there are some criticisms that you can make at the same time. I think it goes a bit, like I said, half-half, but I do think that, yes, it is part of the responsibility of an author, but at the same time, Oda is just only human. That's also just part of it all.
I think Jay, I think when the disappointment part usually comes from things that aren't the focal point. And I think that's where, you know, the fan expectations, we don't know where to place that focal point. So then it's like we think something is important and then we get disappointed that when it's not important. But when I see that, I'm like, okay, Oda's not placing emphasis there, not importance, not focus. So we'll just shift our focus. I think that's kind of the main thing too. And I don't blame people for
I think like the very dangerous thing that I see sometimes happen in this community is when people say this has to happen, you know, and not like as a fan theory, but it has to, and then it doesn't happen. Like, oh, it is a trash writer. You know, it's like, I saw, for example, people saying
is great.
Like, no. Saying like, Kaido and Big Mom are gonna get up for sure. It's totally gonna happen. Have faith in all that. Then 2 chapters later, it doesn't happen. Yeah, it is a trash writer, you know, and then that kind of feels like mismanaging personal expectations. And especially when reading a weekly manga where your weekly experience is gonna bias a lot of how things go before you see them fully pan out, it is important to understand where's the balance between your own personal expectations and what are the reasonable expectations that have been placed by the story itself.
So then, can I ask you, do you think the community's expectations for Kid were too high?
In some cases, yes, but in others, I do think that, Oda did set up Kid to be, like, an important figure. And I think in a certain sense, Oda has managed to succeed in making Kid important because he took down a Yonko. Luffy, Law, and Kid are all part of that trio, and to me, like, that's still very important. But I think the problem is that, I think Morj brought this up before, it is kind of cool and interesting to see some character development from Kid, but it happened too suddenly, and there wasn't enough depth of character. And I think what really matters with Kid is not power feats or all that stuff, because that I think he has already gotten in one way or another. It's specifically getting the depth of character. You know, his flashback being relegated to an SBS and all that stuff. And that is thing that with how he set him up as part of the worst trio, he needed to deliver a bit better, I feel.
I also, going back to like when Kid, I was just gonna say, like, we were talking about this with Joyboy Theories too. He asked the question, like, do you guys think that Oda set us up to expect a new crewmate, right? And my response then was like, Oda does this with a lot of things and creating vagueness so that we can theorize and think about it and create a conversation.
Yeah, but the wasn't vague at all.
No, but my point being that, like, when you set up a story and have that vagueness, Oda can change his mind somewhere in the story. So a lot of the things that, you know, maybe he felt like were important early on, he has the beginning and ending figured out, but the middle's not. So like halfway through, he could be like, this was set up, but I'm not going to use this setup. But like, had he not set that up, then he would never be able to use it. And there's a lot of things like that where Oda sets something up and maybe he doesn't use that. But that's part of the course with a story as long as this, where Oda's also going off the rip sometimes, it feels like, right?
Yeah.
I think
here's one of the things about writing a story also is that things you get ideas and you start moving along with those ideas, and then suddenly as you're writing and you see other characters speak and the way they move, things sort of change, and the plans that he may have had when the archipelago, they may have shifted. I don't think that Oda had any intention of at the beginning of the story for Law to be as popular as he was, and I think that a lot of the disappointment that we would have with Kid, and even Recon brought it up in the chat, like, and it's right, it comes down to Law, and as much as Law has been like a fun character, a good character, some people's favorite character, I really feel like he was a little detrimental to a lot of different aspects. He took moments away from Straw Hats. He took moments away from, I believe, Kid. I don't think we had time for Kid because we spent so much time on Law and previous arcs as well. Maybe an original plan had Kid in a different arc. Who knows? But like there is a situation now where, like, being an Egghead without Law is, and everybody's saying it feels like pre-time skip. It feels like pre-time skip. This isn't. It's because Law isn't there for the most part. We're focusing on the crew again. He isn't taking over the point where he's not navigating us like Nami. He's not telling us where to go and setting us on this journey towards Kaido. He is not
making plans.
He's not a swordsman, another swordsman like Zoro and Brook. He's not the sneaky guy like Sanji is supposed to be. He is not the person giving us the exposition on the island that we're getting to, which is really supposed to be Robin's role.
Doctor.
He's a doctor, like
Yeah.
Chopper. Like, you can run down the list, and and it's like, if he ends up betraying Luffy at some point, then he's a liar like Usopp as well.
If Law could sing, bro, it'd be raps too.
So Randy, one thing I would argue is you don't have to go in depth like you did with Law, but I would say in Sabaody the main three that we saw was Law, Kid, and Luffy. And it's because of Sabaody and the expectations we got, especially with the bounty. Even if the bounty doesn't mean anything from a power perspective, narratively speaking, Kid is the parallel to Luffy and Law. If Law got the same exposition and Luffy's the MC, we're expecting Kid to get the same treatment. This is why we didn't care about Hawkins and Wano. We got Hawkins and Wano, but we didn't really care. If you look at Capone and Whole Cake Island,
Capone had a better showing than Kid ever did.
The thing was, I was gonna mention that because go ahead, Kev, because I know you've been waiting to speak. Yeah, go ahead.
This is the point I've been waiting to bring up. I've had this whole little I guess fan interpretation. Why wasn't Kid like Capone in Whole Cake Island? It could have been and that would have made the Big Mom fight way better, because it's oh my god, now Kid is fighting Big Mom and now he's going to Elbaf, and it just ties the two together so much better. And it's just, maybe Killer was actually captured by Kaido and Kid escaped, but he escaped to Whole Cake Island, and then there's some other craziness happened. That explains how Kid was fighting with Big Mom in the first place in Wano.
Kid was at Whole Cake.
He was at Whole Cake.
I know, we know he was at Whole Cake.
But he could have been there in the arc, right? Like, you could have just rolled it together, right?
It wasn't really.
And that would have allowed for. That would have allowed for the
defend-
flashback to be
That
in
would
the
have been
story
interesting.
as well.
I gotta defend my man Kid, guys. I'm itching, and I just feel like it's everyone's just giving Kid too much of a tough break here, and I just feel like it's not fair. And the reason is I'm just a guy that thinks let Oda cook with this character. And the way I see it, it's a slow burn of a character. And the reason I think it's happening that way is because Luffy and Kid's journeys are parallel journeys in a lot of ways. Well, what do we know about parallel lines? Parallel lines do not touch. They do not overlap. Constantly throughout One Piece, we see Kid and Luffy doing very similar things, but they never end up coming together. They never end up crossing over. Luffy fights Kaido. Kid's down there fighting Big Mom. Luffy befriends Shanks. Kid makes an enemy of Shanks. And it's this constant thing that's happening between the two of them, where they're doing the same thing in different places at different times or whatever. And I feel like the expectation that Kid is going to have this overlapping relationship with Luffy like Law did is misplaced, because so far in the story,
Well, I don't want that. I want Luffy and Kid to fight.
So I think that's going to happen. I think that Oda's going to bring us there, but it's a rivalry, and it's a rivalry that has to build up to the point where that fight's going to be satisfying. Right now is not the time for them to cross over and fight, because this is the worst generation teaming up against the old generation. Once the old generation's out of the picture, it makes more sense to me that Luffy and Kid at the peaks of their respective journeys will then finally cross over and then have that.
But Hidden, I think the conversation here is yeah, we want that, right? I agree with Randy.
Exactly,
Luffy and Kid fighting would be great, but if you ask the chat right now, are you looking forward to that fight? Nah. That's the problem, right? And that's why I asked the question in Elbaf. Oda has the chance to turn the character around to make that exciting, but right now it's not something anyone would really look forward to. Larry would probably drop the series at that point.
I would,
at that point.
I would, bro. I terminate the whole YouTube channel.
So technically, I do want to respond to that, but Dax, I know you wanted to say something, so I'm gonna let you say something first, and then.
Appreciate you, Jay. No, to piggyback off of what Hidden was saying about let him cook, I think something that's huge about Kid, and might be why Oda's been putting it off, is his powers are magnetism, which is how you move in One Piece. Like your log pose gets loaded via the magnetism, and you go island to island, and we're right in front of Lodestar right now, right? So this whole Kid thing could have been planned from the start by Oda to be a Lodestar type event, where him and Luffy are gonna have some kind of clash, not on Lodestar, it could be on Elbaf, but it could just be, his powers could be really important, is basically what I'm getting at, because that's literally the only way to navigate in One Piece. So maybe he's been navigating around no problem this whole time, doing a bunch of impressive stuff, which is kind of evidenced by the fact during the time skip he was doing all sorts of stuff or whatever. But But yeah, it's just like with his powers, you know, and we're right in front of Lodestar. I feel like that's going to be a big thing. Where like just with Hidden saying let Oda cook. I think that's what it's going to be. Is his powers could be really important and lead to a big thing as we're ending because Lodestar is the final island with the magnetism leading you there, right?
Yo,
So we're like
Dak,
right in front
I
of
got
it.
a question, Dak. I got a question. Was Killer using a map to get to Elbaf, or were they using, you know, kids' magnetism powers to get there?
Block bows, right?
Well, yeah, but they picked like what do they pull whatever to choose who was going where. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, I get the reach for some type of relevancy for Kid, but come on, guys, it's just not there.
I think,
guys,
why are we hyping up a Rouge? A Rouge done literally nothing.
Exactly.
That's a great question.
Before we go on further, Randy, what did you want to say?
So the stream, no matter what, like has to end before 12 hours because YouTube is just going to act wonky, you know, if we go past that. Right now we're at 11 hours and 16 minutes. And by all means, we're cooking and everything like that, and we can go to 12. But there's some super chats, and I want to get them out of the way. So if we're cooking for a little bit and we just have to end quickly, I don't want to like miss, you know, some of these. So,
super chat.
Let's see here.
That also means there's a cutoff for super chats for people donating currently.
Yep. Let's see, and then I mean, it's just we have to catch up on some here. So it's let's see. Alex F said just checked in. What if Vegapunk was responsible for Kid's homeland demise? Kid could be looking for revenge, and Saul is his way to get to him. That kind of implies that Kid and Killer know more about Saul than I think that they do. I do like the idea of Vegapunk and Kid having a connection in some way, just because of the like punk theme. But I don't know about that. Let's see. Zote said, "Love the Reverie. Been here since the start. I don't know if you saw my earlier super chat about Kuma, and I just wanted to make sure. Happy Rev, Zote. I did go through every single super for chat, so I don't know. I should not have missed yours. I really don't think I did. But if I did, I'm sorry. Type it in the chat, and I'll read it now. You don't have to do a super chat." Mubin Modi said, "Love the spirit, Randy. Can we talk about how Conqueror's Hockey with Artur? How one doesn't have to be a chosen one to have it. So let's talk about how you don't have to be a chosen one to have conquerors."
I think what they mean is the idea that some people that there's the whole thing that like only 1 in several million people has Conqueror's Haki, and some people think that like maybe people are just born with it, you know. But I think it's specifically more that those who want to be ambitious are the ones who end up being Conqueror's Haki. But that doesn't mean that you're just born ambitious and you just get it. It just means that it's those who really legitimately put themselves out there to kind of reach that pinnacle are the ones who end up developing it anyway.
Yeah, and the way Rayleigh described it too was that generally you can tell by the people who made names for themselves. So it's kind of like a loop around thing where it's just like like Artur saying, the people who want to be there are also the people who made a name for themselves, because in the One Piece world you need to have a will to make it to that level, right?
The ambition to be king.
So it's not to say that like there could be lots of conquerors that just never ended up making a name for themselves or following their ambitions, and that's, you know, their shortcoming in that regard.
We got a super chat from someone named The Hidden Island, who said, "God damn, Parvision is handsome." And it's just the way it was written, just made it
like Hank Hill.
God dang it, Parvision!
God dang it, Parvision! How dare you be so handsome?
Who is your barber? God dang
turn down the handsome.
I need to see the screenshot now.
Yeah.
Man's trying to steal Par from his wife.
He just had a kid, bro. What are you trying to do?
Yeah. Party Pete said Captain Mid getting folded on Elbaf. Very motivated said it's not a suit, but she has the heat on feet tie-dye on right now. Certified drip. Dan Demand said JDL preaching, multiple exclamation points. Cook my boy, more multiple exclamation points. Paladin, Berserker, Jedi. Excellent Reverie stream, everyone. Good job all around. Awesome drips. Paladin, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I did go through all of your super chats, and appreciate you. And yeah, Harrison V. How y'all feeling about Gear 6 Frogman?
Oh, that's a throwback to last Reverie. That's literally a throwback to last Reverie.
You try to hide it, Threevil. Now I know the true source of that.
We're not doing this.
Gear 6 Frogman.
No, I'm not the Frogman. I'm the Octopus Man. I don't know nothing about Frogman.
Real quick.
Kermit D. Frog.
Randy, make sure to clip this part out of stream.
Are we caught up on super chats already?
Yeah. I think that's I believe that's it. If I missed any, there was one member chat.
I could see the
Let's
glow
see.
in Jay's eyes.
Spicy Kimchi E said, member for 2 months. There should be a dress code for future reveries. Okay. And then now I believe we are caught up completely.
I'm immune to that.
So
true.
Dax,
you got to change the avatar to one in a suit.
So to Dax,
I'm gonna put a suit on the avatar.
So to Dax's point and the hope that you guys have for Kid in the future, is that not you guys having expectations for what Oda's gonna write in the first place? Why do you have those expectations if we shouldn't have too high expectations? Why
there has to be a reason he has the highest bounty.
I think he's a good writer, and he's not gonna write a major character like Kid or someone that's had that prominence in the story and just completely drop the ball on him. I think there's got to be a purpose, and once that purpose is fulfilled, we're probably going to be apologizing a little bit for how we felt about Kid.
So how did you know about the man with the burn scar? For example?
me, I see it as
interesting.
I don't see it as an expectation, Jay. For me, I look at it as Elbaf as an opportunity. Now, if Oda's
that's
choice,
a better answer. I like that.
Oda's choice to take that opportunity to do something different than what we've seen. If he doesn't do that, then I'm not really, sad about it. I'm just like, okay, so what is Oda focusing on? Clearly, Kid isn't important to it anymore.
To me, I understand that, and it's not to disparage anything you said, Hidden, because I don't think you're wrong for having that expectation. The only thing is, and this is what Wano changed for me and for a lot of people, and me and Murphy talked about this in the stream that we had beforehand, and I would like to think when I'm more of a reactionary guy, and I understand that I'm more of an entertainment YouTuber than a real literary or theory YouTuber, so I can open up that. When I talk to someone like Murphy, I associate her with more of like Randy or her, like literary people who are really well schooled in literature and writing. When it comes to Kaido's backstory, and I'm sorry to take it back to that point, there was aggressive but I'm gonna say it because I don't know why we like to hide from it, but let's stop hiding. In all of Wano, there was so much that we could have looked at from Kaido's character and realized, with his backstory, we're going to get a lot of the answers that Oda has slowly hinted, because Oda religiously leaves hints for certain characters and then cashes in on the backstory and explains it. With Kaido's backstory, we got, I'm going to say this very, very clearly, we got absolutely nothing from his character. And I'm talking zero. We're talking about the honor of the samurai. There's honor in death. His reverence for his comrades. His presentation of a brutish dictator to a slightly soft, honorific, chivalrous character. We got nothing from that. And people say, oh, we're going to get it in the Rock's flashback. But then there's a question of timing. And when to place that. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Because I don't want to go on a tangent yet.
I agree with you completely about Kaido, but the thing is with Kaido, he's in the Wano bubble. His character doesn't really exist outside of Wano. So for Kaido's case, that's especially bad because his character relies on the Wano arc to basically tell his story. Kid doesn't have that. So that's why I feel a little bit.
So you're giving the caveat for Kid being outside of Wano, so there's possibility for more outside of Wano.
Less than 30 minutes until we're done, guys.
I'm just saying, like, I feel like Kid has more establishment from elsewhere in the story where I don't expect it to resolve in Wano. But Kaido, we had the expectation that it would resolve in Wano because of how the writing was done. So I agree with you. I just don't apply the logic to Kid in the same level.
Okay, so you're using, so that I do understand. But here's my other caveat. So I guess you're waiting for the final arc, the final war, because Kid is still a relevant character and is still a relevant player when it comes to the final war. Is that what I'm assuming? You still have the hope for the backstory and like character depth and all of that, right?
Laugh Tail.
That's the hope. Is Laugh Tail.
I hope it's Laugh Tail. I think Kid
Laugh Tail for Kid.
Kid and Luffy at Laugh Tail, I think is possible.
That's a curveball.
So I will say, Hidden, and I don't want to speak for everyone, but some people might agree. I think for me, we lost a major opportunity to delve into Kid's character in Wano. I think it was a huge, especially after Udon and the Killer expose and his relationship with Killer. I think there was such a big missed opportunity with Kid's character. I think it was almost criminal. I think it was actually a crime.
What Oda did with Killer is what we needed to have done with Kid.
The Reverie Birdcage.
I have a question for Hidden real quick before you go. But and I want to acknowledge Artur's drip real quick. But so
Oh my god. I love it. Pull it in.
Let's go. Glad you joined the club. And so, Hidden, I have a question. Do you think, and I think this is where a lot of people drop their expectations, even if there were Kid fans, it was the fact that Oda just, Tekking. It was the fact
Tekking.
It is the fact that Kid's backstory was given in the
I'm about to go to bed. I just wanted to say goodnight to everybody. See you.
Have a good night.
Good reverie.
Good night, Tekking.
All right, yeah. So you're
See you,
talking
brother.
about the backstory, right, Par?
The fact that it was given in the SBS, does that not deprioritize Kid as a character, even in Oda's eyes?
Surprise! So I think the backstory being relegated to an SBS was a terrible decision. I will acknowledge that. But what I will say, I do not think that's the end for his. I don't think Kid's character is forever screwed. And I think the way to recover this is to make the most important part of Kid's character, not his past, but the present, what he's doing now. That's the part of Kid that I think is going to be the most impactful. Not what happened to him back in the day. It's going to be him and his rivalry with Luffy and his desire to find the One Piece, just like Luffy has that desire. Where does Kid's story end? Does that mean, if we're assuming that he doesn't make it to the end of the grand line, right? Because that's his goal, ultimately. That's what he's shooting for. What stops him from getting there? Does he get arrested? Does he die? If none of those things happen, where else is he going to go? Is he just going to get lost on the ocean because he can't find Laugh Tail? No, the assumption I have is that he's probably going to find his way there. He's going to go talk to the man marked by flame. He's talking about like, hey, we have a strategy to get to Laugh Tail that you don't, buddy. You don't know about that guy? He's a cheat code. So he's going over to Elbaf to talk to the marked by flame guy. And where's that going to take him? Who knows? So that's the point. So go ahead. Yeah.
I just want to give the chat. If you guys need a lawyer, Hidden's cosplaying Kid's a best lawyer, best chance in the story.
So I didn't want to say that because I'm like, do we consider that
last year?
And so is that hopium? So do we consider that hopium or copium? Which one is it?
Both.
Both of them.
That's what he has. He has both.
That sounds like hopium to me. I don't even sound like copium anymore. I think that's just straight up hopium.
Yeah, just optimism.
It's definitely hopium.
The thing is, Oda, I feel like Oda's earned my optimism because of how often he delivers. So like, even if he doesn't I'll be honest with you, for example, he sometimes misses, and I don't think Oda's perfect. I think the Kinemon death fake out is, in my opinion, the number one
most egregious
worst scene that is the worst piece of writing in One Piece, in my opinion. Kinemon writing off his death as, I got bisected by Law like 5 months ago, and he forgot to reattach me properly. And Kaido just so happened.
Pell number
it's
one.
Not Pell. No, because at least
Pell's number one.
It's Pell. Pell is number one.
Pell awakened.
Nah, it's the fact that Oda could have been possibly planning that shit.
Pell was worse.
Oda could have been planning with Kinemon. So that's how bad that is.
We're gonna put this to the chat. Pell or Kinemon.
Make it a poll. Kinemon. To me, it's Kinemon. I'm not gonna lie. I think we could have all lived with Pell. I think we could have all lived with Pell. But
Pell
is living great.
He could have actually been planning that shit. That is insanity.
So
Kinemon seems worse because it's more fresh.
We've built up Kinemon for a decade.
Recency bias does count. So I think Randy has a point with recency bias. However, what I will say is the moment for Momo and Kinemon, it wasn't just Kinemon that was compromised. It was the moment with Momo and the moment with Kaido. That scene could have been an absolute masterclass. If
Yes.
Kinemon died, that is a masterclass.
Yes.
And Oda said no.
Okay, so
If he did kill Kinemon, it would have instantaneously made Kaido better.
Dumbass got up too.
That's
hey,
right.
Randy,
yes.
Miku dumbass got up too.
Hey, Randy, you need to tell them about how the
Kinemon-
Pell statue is cracking and crumbling. All that symbolism for like 4 chapters. Oh wait, he's alive. That had there was way more build up to the death of Pell than Kinemon. And I'm not saying Kinemon's fake out is good. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like Oda went through huge lengths for Pell to die. They even had like this speech between Shaka and Vivi. And he's
Shaka
like,
can
oh
do
yeah,
it.
he's a
Shaka
great
can do it.
warrior.
Don't remind me, please.
The amount of legwork I had to do after like Chrissy saw that Pell was alive when I was getting her into the series, after she cried at Pell's death to get her to continue, like no. Please just continue. Come on.
I can just see
And then-
Randy literally sitting on his chair, like giving a whole synopsis, like, all right, this is why it happened. Like,
I'm like, and she did not recover until Water 7.
Oh,
she was
boy.
like, she was like, at the everything with Pell, she was like, she was slogging through the, Skypiea. Jaya, she was cool with and everything like that, but she was salty. And then it wasn't until Water 7 she was like, okay, I'm in. I'm back. So that Pell thing.
Wait.
That's it's
okay. So I will give you that is really bad for a new reader, but it is Oda's first fake out death like that in the story. Yes. After that, you expect that he would learn and change. After the backlash from that, you expect him to change.
What about
Here's the thing. It's a problem. It's a problem when we have fake out deaths. Pell tier fake out deaths this late in the story when the drama is supposed to be way higher. And the fact that Pell had like what? How attached are you guys to Pell compared to Kinemon? Kinemon's been with us.
That's my top one.
A decade.
Pell is my top one.
No, you guys are capping now.
Pell is my top one.
Kinemon's been
there's only 7 flying fruits.
He's been with the crew for like 4 arcs. How are we gonna say that a death of that character?
A decade.
Because every time I see him in the background, I'm just like, why are you there? What you're not serving any purpose.
Because BG cried.
So Sage, what are you?
Oh yeah, I've been trying to talk, but like you're so loud and I'm so quiet. But like I was just trying to go in on the scabbards for a sec. I think one of the problems we have with Kinemon isn't necessarily just the fake out death, but the fact that we had this storyline with these scabbards overtake the Straw Hats, be more important than the Straw Hats, be more focused on than the Straw Hats, get more development than the Straw Hats, and then we really didn't get much payoff for that. So like Ashura Doji stuff had like no payout really. It was like, oh, that's not real. Nobody really felt anything for it until afterwards, which I think is a real shame. Izo was a bit more impactful, but like even then it was kind of like, oh, okay, maybe.
We didn't care about these. We did.
We didn't know, and the fact that we didn't care about these characters as a fan base when so much time was allocated to them. I think if Kinemon had have actually done the deed and passed away like the good boy he should have, I think we'd have had like a miniature amount of payoff for the amount of screen time that we gave these characters to fall in love with them when we didn't. Because as a fan base, I don't know anyone that has a scabbard as their top 10.
So Sage, you've given me the platform. Sage, bless you. Bless you, because now you freed me. The shackles are gone because now I'm about to cook. Because the scabbards were such a big part of Wano. Huge part, huge focus. And I'm gonna be real with you. We got nothing from these scabbards. When I tell you nothing, I'm serious. We got crumbs. We got things like, we got investment. Let's say Kinemon was the one that we got a lot from. Kinemon, Nekomamushi, and Inawarashi, and Zou, we got a lot of them. We didn't even know they were scabbards before then. The moment they became scabbards, they died. Before they were scabbards, we would love them. After they were scabbards, nobody mentions Nekomamushi and Inawarashi anymore.
Yeah, you spitting gas.
We haven't said it. We haven't said their names once this entire Reverie. And there's no, and this is a non-power scalar stream.
This is true.
So we haven't said anything about Nekomamushi and Inawarashi from a narrative sense. That's an indictment on all of you here. And I'm gonna be very honest. It's an indictment.
We actually did.
I did.
Oh, you did? You did?
Actually, during the Karen conversation,
was taken over.
I just gotta say, no one.
Yeah, we did talk about.
I just want to say, no one light a cigarette right now because Jay left the stove on. He's cooking right now.
But it's like just to like really go to the point before, because I don't want to be long-winded with this. But the point is that the scabbards being a main focus, and then Oda not taking. I think arguably, I think there were too many scabbards, and then two, I think that Oda
originally only planned to have 4.
And imagine if there was just 4, we would have connected with them. Because if you look at Enies Lobby, you had, the carpenters of Enies Lobby. We had a bunch of them, but the ones we really connected with were the few. When you think about Paul, you know what I mean? You're thinking about all those guys and all. We still didn't really care about that too much because it was more about Iceberg and Frankie, right? So you had that connection with those two. In Wano, we didn't
I'm sorry,
get
dude.
the
Are you
emotional
saying that we
connection
have a closer connection to Peoply Lulu and Talston than we do any of the scabbards?
Absolutely. No, but
That's
he's
crazy.
saying they weren't built up the same way the scabbards were grouped together.
I disagree with that, Jay.
Like in terms of the Galley Law, it was Polly, Iceberg, and then the CP0 agents, right? Or CP9 agents, right? So that's what Jay's saying. Those other characters, we like them, but it's because they weren't made important.
They
weren't
weren't
scabbards.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to
Okay.
say.
And like,
Because
if I
Paulie
had to
came
be-
with the.
I can agree with that.
What were you gonna say? What were you saying, Sage?
I was just going to say, if I had to be truly honest, going off Artur's point a second, I prefer Paulie to all of the scabbards.
What are we surprised though?
Paulie's that dude. Paulie's that dude.
One Piece thinking about Polly. How many people wanted Polly to join?
People wanted Paulie to
It's
join.
high candy.
Yes.
Wild.
And
I was
that
one of those
point
people.
Is that there was
I was gonna say, Randy, I remember you wanted Paulie to join. So I was like,
Very motivated. We all saw Paulie.
I was Team Paulie until we started getting some more Frankie. Like by the time we got to the C train and everything, I was like, all right.
And like that point is like there's only one Paulie-esque character, whereas 9 scabbards, and so you have to spread your love. And whereas if we had 4 scabbards or something, then we might go closer to it, might be more meaningful. And like in terms of like Oda learning, now I'm kind of disappointed because I'm pretty sure he said he wishes he made 5 warlords instead of 7, and that was something he wished he didn't do because there's too many, and he could have boiled it down. Well, then we're running into the same thing with the scabbards here again.
The
And it almost like Oda loves his like design so much he can't filter out the beginning, and he filters out mid story, and he kind of just throws them to the wayside.
Yeah,
which is
I really do like Kinemon though. Out of all the scabbards, I really love him as a character, and that's why his death upset me so much. Because it was the perfect cap off to that character,
and we spent the most time with him.
And for me, I was so emotionally invested in that. And what made it worse and what added insult to injury for me was that not only was it a fake out death moment, but it was also a poorly explained fake out death moment because
it insulted your intelligence.
It was like a joke.
It wasn't
I had manly tears reading that chapter, reading 10:15.
I was pissed.
All right,
Yeah. Manly tears.
When he had
very manly.
When he had that clip of,
And then Oda had the audacity to bring Kinemon back on my birthday.
Insult to injury. So like, I just
Salt in the
want
wound.
to, because I do want to paint the picture for the chat, because I feel like some people don't understand how impactful that chapter was, where Kaido swung his club and it looked like Kinemon was dead.
And 14. Yeah, that was crazy.
I think everybody in the community, those 2 panels of Momo and Kinemon being together, where you see Kinemon actually legitimately being a father to Momonosuke, Momonosuke watching Kinemon die, Kaido's speech, Kaido beating Luffy, then coming down to Onigashima to finish the job. There was so many different elements from so many different Momo, Kinemon, and Kaido. All of them had brilliant moments within that chapter, and it all revolved around the alleged death of Kinemon. When you take away the death of Kinemon in that moment, you don't compromise Kinemon's character only. You compromise the flashback. You compromise the emotional payoff. You compromise Kaido's character. You compromise Momo's character. You compromised so many things in one chapter because you refuse to let Kinemon die. And to make it worse is you think, oh, he needs to have you need to reunite with Suru. We got that off screen. We didn't even see him talk to Suru. So what was the point of keeping him alive?
And that's the crazy thing. When he lived, the first thing I said was, "Oh, at least he'll get to reunite with Suru." That was my first copium thing. And then it never happened. Then yeah, we never got it.
You did get the panel of their back silhouette, right?
After my live reaction.
Yeah, and they're sitting on the bench.
Hey, do you remember when you joined and you were really pissed off about on stream about that? And then we were fighting with this person in my chat. And they're saying you guys think we only need death for it to be a good story. I say, no, we need death for that. Death for that to be a good moment.
Okay, we heard the last part.
I've said it before. It's like, it's not that I want Kaido to go around killing everybody. It's not that. But it's also the fact that Kaido's character was single-handedly built up as a menace, as a murderer. And then we didn't see him murder. And then now even Dripper Scarfino is not... Dripper Scarfino isn't even dead. We found out in NSBS, Dripper Scarfino is alive. So it's like...
Wait, what happened?
Yeah, he's alive.
Dripper Scarfino survived that clubbing. He apparently is the one who took the picture of Gear 5 Luffy. So it's like Kaido got 0 bodies across the entirety of Onigashima. Yeah.
And for the people that say that he killed Oden, I bet you bread it was the oil that killed him and not the gunshot. I bet you it was the oil. I bet you money. It was not the gunshot, it was the oil. He was still smiling. He was
already 100%.
And that's crazy because somebody in the chat said Kaido was the one that said death completes you. He didn't want to complete nobody.
He's a true villain then. He didn't want to
kill. That's so true.
They're not getting a good death.
My dude's KD is 0-1 right now.
And Law is like one of the best surgeons we know, and he didn't put them back together. Like, Law sucks if he can't put people back together with his powers. You know what I mean?
Going to Egghead a little bit. Do you guys think that Sentomaru should just died?
Wait,
how
much time do we have left?
What do we gain from Sentomaru dying?
What do we gain from Sentomaru being alive?
Like 17 minutes left.
More than dying.
I think Sentomaru's always been such a mid character to me.
High key, I'm thinking we're gonna get. I think we're getting a cyborg Sentomaru. That's what I'm thinking is gonna happen.
Cybermaru?
Cyborg Sentomaru with some Vegapunk.
I'm glad that the conversation switched over to Egghead so we could talk about some more positive things since the arc is good. But I also need to say, I do need to say this. We're at 11 hours, 47 minutes. Okay, this Reverie is ending at the 12-hour mark, and there are some super chats to go through. So we're gonna
Randy. It has to end before that. It has to end a minute before that. All
right, great. So we're gonna be ending soon. But I do want to end on some positive notes here. All right, Cassidy Dillon said, "Don't care. Kiku's still best girl." Paladin Berserker Jedi said, "Real talk. Do you think the live action needs to kill Pell?" Yes, and I have a video on it. Ludic Neo said, "Shoutouts to Virgo." Also, how y'all still going? I checked and the stream started 11 hours ago. That One Piece talk said Wano is One Piece's Majin Buu arc, which honestly is a very fair take.
I like Majin Buu though. Wait a minute, I like Buu. What?
I'm just like okay with the Buu arc. It's like it's.
I think for Larry, that's a fair take. You know what I mean? For Larry.
I guess. So I mean, I don't want to derail it. I'm gonna ask a cool question. Do we not like Majin Buu? Like Kid Buu? Like Super Buu? Like was he not?
He's cool.
There was pockets in there that were weird. There were pockets.
Bro, it was pretty bad.
Pockets.
I wouldn't say it was okay. No. Maybe as a
it was
kid,
entertaining.
Maybe it's nostalgia tax, but like Kid Buu is my favorite villain in Dragon Ball Z.
Dragon Ball. It's all about Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z is a demon.
You have to go through like 5 transformations to get Kid Buu.
Yes, Super Buu. Super Buu is the best Buu. Super Buu and then Kid Buu.
Luffy had to get like 5 power-ups.
Okay,
I was gonna say 5 transformations.
Because we limited time.
We got Very Motivated who said #Chaka can do it. Yes, Chaka can. Then let's see. Vin said, "What do you guys believe is going to happen first? The final war, or the Straw Hats finding the One Piece?" And then
That's been confirmed already by Oda.
At that One Piece talk for the next Reverie, they're already here at this one. Well, at least one half of them. Shout out to Sebastian. And then we got hashtag Buggy Gang cosplay. Then, see, me personally, I think it's.
Yeah, but it's already been confirmed by Oda that the series will end when he finds the One Piece, and he's even doubled down on it that he does not intend to change it at all. So.
I'm with you, but I also see it going the other way too. I would prefer
that for 25
well, then
years,
if that's the case, then Elbaf is the final war, and that's going to be the battle royale, and then Luffy's going to go and get the One Piece after defeating all of the pirates. But the thing is too is that Luffy still has to take down the world government, and I feel like that should happen after he is the pirate king.
I actually think that should happen before.
After he has learned the true history, so that the true history can be disseminated to the masses, so that all of the islands in the entire world can revolt against this oppressive regime. And I think
also it ending after One Piece could also just mean there's no major events afterwards. You know what I'm saying? There's gonna be the wrap up chapters after they find out.
So, but personally, I'm with you, but it's like Rayleigh's statement saying you decide what you should do after you learn the true history. To me, him defeating the world government and then finding the One Piece, it just doesn't.
I gotta be honest.
There's way more weight.
Since the government knows the answer, if you beat the government, you should know the answer. Like you should be able to find it out from them.
So you find the One Piece and you're like, oh yeah, they my ops now.
Yeah,
and then he fights the government.
Yeah. That's why it's alluded that there's a real poneglyph, REAL, on Laugh-Tale, and the real poneglyph tells you the whole history of the world. So that would like trigger Luffy and especially Robin to be like, nah, bro, we're going after the world government. Exactly. And plus, one more thing real quick. Whitebeard said when you find the One Piece, the world will turn upside down. I think that'll just be another thing, like a nail in the coffin to trigger the final war.
Yeah.
No, but like, I mean, I feel like at this point we're criticizing an arc that hasn't even released yet. So for all we know, Oda could make that work perfectly naturally. We've yet to see.
It's possible. If there's anything that I trust Oda on, it's the ending. Okay.
Yeah.
That's it. Whatever the ending is, no matter what, it's going to be good.
And
then I want to get our final takes in. Everything that we're gonna say here. This is gonna be the end. And then I'm going to do my, my closing thing because we're less than 10 minutes here. All right. Go ahead, Jay.
No, I was saying go ahead with the other two. You have more super chats, right? Or not?
There's one chat. So this is the last chat. Fiery White Boy said, Wano is the JoJo Part 8 Chimera Ant arc. Amazing for some of it. Some is the best, some is the worst.
Valid ass take. Did you get the killer comedy?
That's a terrible take. What's his name? Fire what?
Relax, Jay, relax.
The Jolian is like an uphill battle and then the steep wall.
I love Chimera Ant arcs. To me,
the Chimera Ant's peak. Chimera Ant's
peak fiction.
I'm Team York New. I'm Team York New. I'll always be.
York New's great too.
We'll have a dialogue later, Randy. We'll have a dialogue about that.
But real quick, I just wanted to say, people get really caught up about certain things they find out in the story. I remember the community was in such an uproar when we found out about time travel, and Oda did fine. So I'm not really worried about how Oda's going to finish the story.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I want to say as well before we close off. I also want to, I'm gonna stay here the last few minutes as well, but thank you for having me as well because I've been here all 12 hours and it's been incredible.
Artur, Parvision, Hidden Island. They've been here all 12 hours with us.
There's a lot of stuff I want to do this year, and I also want to say just special thanks to the whole community for how incredibly wholesome they've been with all my health stuff and all the stuff that I've gone through for this past couple of years and being there for me, as well as all the creators here that also have given their support in general, and also just for having me here and making this community so special. So wanted to end it on a wholesome note.
And we had a ton of probably more first timers than we've ever had, and that's because why close the door? So Anybody that won't, you know,
One Piece
it's just,
commitment.
I was just like, you know what? Just jump in. Here we go.
And
anyway, I want to thank everybody that has been here over the course of these 12 hours. You know, we knew we were going for at least 8. Then it was like, you know, we were already going through all of the super chats. Took us basically to the point where we were going to get to hitting that new record, and we did. This is the longest Reverie. And unfortunately, I would love to keep going, but YouTube actually acts up if you go beyond the 12-hour mark. We could, with this group of people, we could very easily go for much longer, but YouTube won't let us.
Yeah.
So
6 a.m.
Thank you.
Yeah,
we do. Yeah, there is going to be an after party over on
we got a
Threeville's
spot?
channel, I think, right?
Yeah, so if there's any psychopaths that still want to be around and watch more One Piece content, I'm going live as soon as this one ends.
Me and Threeville did that last time. I hopped on his stream. We talked for 2 more hours after Jay's stream.
Yeah. So if y'all want to show up, I'll start the stream soon. But let's give the mic back to Randy.
Yep. So
or whoever, I guess.
We're at a 11:55 here. So thank you to everybody that came in. Shout out to Max Doro _art for the thumbnail. Again, go follow them on Instagram. They do really great work. Their stuff that, you know, they draw anime, like accurate stuff of what we get in the manga each week. Love it. All right, Phantom, I don't know if you can throw that into the chat for people to follow Max Doro. Like, comment, subscribe if you're feeling the vibe. We had so many great people here today. We had Matt Owens for 8 hours.
Crazy.
Look at this. Look at the cast of people that's here. Think of everybody that's been here. If you haven't, you know, if you missed any part of it and you're just here now, we appreciate you. I want to thank all of the mods and the members and everybody that's been in here in the chat the entire time, supporting. Like I say, I don't want my mods to mod, but they were today, and I have so much appreciation for you guys. I have so much appreciation for this community. We are here. And the last thing that I want to do, and this is something that I did in my very first stream that I ever did, and I was amazed by it. And I want to take advantage of how many people are in here now, because that first stream only had maybe like 100 and something people in it. And we have, you know, over 1,000, maybe 2,000 people in here still. I want everybody in the chat, you don't have to dox yourself, but just put what country you're from. And I just want to see a flood of this. And this was something that when I did it, it was just amazing to see how universal, how worldwide the appreciation here. And if you're in the United States,